Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Pittsburgh Penguins were winners yesterday, 5-1 over the Detroit Red Wings, and a lot of other teams that are in the playoff race with the Penguins right now, they lost. Most notably, the New York Islanders did as well. So the Islanders still at 89 points. The Penguins up to 92 points now, so they've created some space between them and the next closest teams. The Islanders 89, the Blue Jackets 88, and the Flyers 86. And the Pittsburgh Pirates, they ended up winning yesterday over the Cincinnati Reds in what was a rocky game for portions of it, but ultimately a secure win, 8-3 final score for the Pirates in that victory. Jake Mangum had a hit in that one, but most notably several home runs were hit in the game. Ryan O'Hearn had one, Brian Reynolds had one, O'Neal Cruz had two in the game. He ultimately went 3 for 4 in the game with 3 runs scored, 3 runs batted in on those 2 home runs. Pirates will finish the series with the Cincinnati Reds today. Their game is at 12:40. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, is coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-581-1414. That's 800-581-1414. 800-581-1414.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. aquickdrain.com.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet Store.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is brought to you by True Green, Western Pennsylvania Golf Association, Hickory Heights Golf Club, Avalon Golf and Country Club, and the Grand Resort. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
It's a beautiful morning. Hello. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. It's the Fan Early Morning Show at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station, and it's lovely when so much goes right. It's lovely when wins are experienced here from our Pittsburgh sports teams, and today is a beautiful day because the Pirates and the Penguins won games securely in their competitions from yesterday. 412-928-9370. It's the phone number. Got phone lines open all morning for this show, or all early morning, I should say. I'm not in control of what happens after 5:40, but I am in control as it relates to right now. So give me a call, 412-928-9370. Talk to me on X. Tag me in a post at Callis_33 is the handle. That's CALLAS_33. And you can go to YouTube.com, search 93.7 The Fan in the YouTube search bar, and you should be able to find our live stream, which also contains a live chat. So if you prefer a visual medium on this morning, or at any morning, at any time, we do it most segments of the week, even weekends. We do them, just not, we usually don't stream live sporting events, so you can't hear Pirate games on the YouTube live stream. But for the main shows that we do, when those main shows are on, you can watch on YouTube and communicate through that live chat. I do check that particularly for this show as well. So you can, again, youtube.com, search 93.7 The Fan in the search bar, and find that live stream, join that live chat. Plenty of ways to communicate with me this morning. I'm going to take this moment as well to pat myself on the back just a little bit, because I did a thing for good luck. I was thinking, I'm like, what can I do? How can I contribute to turning the Pirates' fortunes around? They didn't look great in the first 4 games. They were looking okay. Had some disappointing losses, didn't score against the Reds at all in that first game of the series. So I was like, what can I do? What can I do to help? So I was like, you know what? I didn't quite get to 4,000 followers on X, but I jumped to about 200 extra, up to like 3,900 something. So I made a 200 follower jump. There are a lot of people in support. There are a lot of people interacting with my stuff. And I said, you know what? I'm feeling generous. Because if several people can lift me into the air and give me such a freeing and fun experience, if that miracle can happen, you know what else can happen? You know what else could be a miracle? That the Pirates could turn this thing around and not slide too far away in the month of April. Do a little turnaround on this road trip. Have some guys turn it around. So I shared the video with all of you out there publicly on Facebook and on X. I shared it, and I said, share this for good luck. If this miracle can happen, the Pirates can have some miracles as well. And sure enough, the day I post that, gets 8,000 some views. People are sharing it. People are liking it. People are commenting. I appreciate all the interaction. And later that night, you know what happens? We got some breakouts from some players. Ignore the drop fly ball in left center field on the warning track. The miscommunication between Brian Reynolds and O'Neal Cruz that was clearly Brian Reynolds' fault, even acknowledged by the official scorer. Ignore all that. Because Reynolds homered in the game. Ryan O'Hearn had a 3-run home run. O'Neal Cruz hit 2. He hit 2 in the game. So, lot of good coming from the Pirates in this one. And not even just the home runs. I mean, Jake Mangum got a hit in the first inning. He also walked. He was on base twice. Nick Gonzalez had 2 hits in the game. O'Neal Cruz, paired with his 2 home runs, he had 3 hits in total. 3 runs batted in total. 3 runs tallied. Joey Bart walked once. Nick York did not get a hit but drove in an RBI. So a well-rounded performance by these hitters and expectations that I think were met. And then some. So, pat myself on the back a little bit, right? I think that's a good luck charm. So anytime you see that, I'm going to post that video maybe every week. We'll see. And just saying, hey, share this for good luck, because guess what? I think the callus being lifted into the air video is good luck and good fortune for the Pirates. And in turn, we all benefit from the Pirates being a good baseball team. Absolutely. Also, I've just been reminded, don't even think about it anymore. Does anybody still do pranks for April Fool's Day? I just had somebody join the YouTube chat that said, we're going back to the moon today, guys. Happy April Fool's Day. Don't understand the reference, but this person is using laughing emojis, indicating that may be humorous. I don't know. Not sure yet. Does anybody do the April Fool's Day thing, or is it just another day? I don't know. I haven't done anything crazy on April Fool's Day since I've been like an adult or even a teenager. Like, I can't think. Like, I do some like dumb jokes. I don't know. I should have walked in and did something to Doran this morning. He's just sitting in the studio right now, unsuspecting. I've never really thought about it, though. It's just another day. Really? I mean, anybody do anything for April Fool's Day? 412-928-9370. Let me know what you think. Let me know what you do, if you do anything. And if you do nothing, you can also say that as well. We'll move forward. We'll move on real quick as well to acknowledge that the Penguins won 5-1 yesterday over the Detroit Red Wings, and several other key teams ended up losing yesterday in the NHL. So the Penguins now boosted to 92 points, while the Islanders stay at 89. The Columbus Blue Jackets stay at 88. The Ottawa Senators lost their game as well, which keeps them at 86 points. The Detroit Red Wings are still at 86 after losing to the Penguins, and so the Penguins are creating separation now. The Buffalo Sabres have 100 points. The Carolina Hurricanes have gotten to 100 points. Then you have the Tampa Bay Lightning at 98. The Montreal Canadiens at 96. The Boston Bruins at 94. And that's it. So there are 5 teams that have more points than the Pittsburgh Penguins. But the Penguins are in striking distance of having some padding for a wild card spot if they would need to get one. But also the Islanders and Blue Jackets now being separated from the Penguins The Blue Jackets had an opportunity yesterday to gain some ground, and they did not. So they're on a 4-game losing streak, and that's huge for the Penguins. The Ottawa Senators are on a 3-game losing streak. So all good things for the Penguins. Just talking about what their playoff chances are, and right now they're securely in second place. They're not unreachable, but the season is not going to be going on much longer. Let me do the countdown real quick. There are 7 games left on the Penguins schedule. They've got the Tampa Bay Lightning on the road tomorrow at 7 o'clock. They play on Saturday against the Florida Panthers, and then Sunday. So they've got a back-to-back doubleheader there. They're going to play 2 at home against the Florida Panthers. They've got the New Jersey Devils after that on Thursday, so they'll have the beginning of next week off, it looks like. Then they have a game on Saturday against the Washington Capitals at home, a game on Sunday against the Washington Capitals on the road, and then they've got the St. Louis Blues to end the season on the road on Tuesday, April the 14th. So they're almost there. They're almost there, and they've got a lot going for them right now. They've got a lot of advantages, a lot of key losses yesterday from teams in the NHL that are helping the Penguins stick around and be a secure team. And they're not too far off now from being a top 3 team, finishing as a top 3 team in the entire Eastern Conference, which just gives them more security just in case something crazy were to happen. But like I said, they have the 5th highest point total right now in the Eastern Conference. So that is a good thing. A lot of good fortunes for the Penguins, and they won a couple of crucial games here so far, and it is causing them to have more security with 7 games left on the regular season schedule. I still have my doubts about a playoff series. I think teams do things differently in the playoffs. I think some teams are still going to get it together and find a way to handle the Penguins. But I also hope that doesn't happen. And I hope that as I continue to analyze games as they get into the playoffs, I'm pretty darn sure they're going to make the playoffs. I still have faith in that. I'm not going to waver from that. Even during their rough stretches, I've said, yeah, they'll make the playoffs. I feel like they'll recover and they'll figure it out. Even when Sidney Crosby got hurt and Evgeny Malkin got his suspension, I was still saying, if you remember, if you listen to the show enough, I said it. I said I have confidence that they will be able to figure it out and find a way, because they've figured it out and found a way all season, and they've done the unexpected all season. They can handle not having Crosby around for 4-ish weeks, and they did. They handled it, and they got through the Evgeny Malkin suspension pretty well. A couple of ugly losses to top teams in the Eastern Conference recently. They lost to the Carolina Hurricanes, which is no good. I think it was last week or a little over a week ago. Either way, but now they've recovered well, and I think that they look like they're playing good hockey, and they're playing dominant hockey, and they look like a solid team. And when they do make the playoffs, I will hope for the best. I don't think they can handle a playoff series, but also just to kind of roll reverse here real quick, it's like they've done it all season. They've done the unexpected all season, and they've given us a magical season that we should appreciate. And part of me wants to think now, like, all right, why not? Like, why couldn't they get through the first round of the playoffs at the least? Like, why is that not achievable? And logical me says, well, they're getting tired. They look like they're getting a little fatigued in certain areas, and all teams adjust for the playoffs. And some of these mistakes the Penguins have made in games, it might not be able to be recovered from. That's all. But yeah, if they make it, I'm still going to hope for the best. We're still going to hype them up, and I cannot emphasize enough how much we need to appreciate what this Penguin season has been, because I remember last year around this same time, around summertime, we were all talking about the doomsday of Pittsburgh sports and what the future is to hold, because the Penguins weren't expected to do anything coming into this season. The Steelers continued to lose in the first round of the NFL playoffs. The Pirates had regressed from building themselves up. And so now there's a lot more hope than we all had from last year. A lot more hope. And the Penguins are the biggest reason for that. Their unexpected resurgence has created an entertaining winter for all of us. And I know the Steelers overshadow a lot as it relates to just the sports and life in general, but I think the Penguins deserve the most credit right now of all three Pittsburgh sports teams at this particular time, just for how well they've been able to do and how consistent they've been able to be despite their expectations and despite what they were working with, which was a lot of young, unproven talent that ended up proving themselves, and a fresh head coach to bring it all together and create a system around the players, not have the players kind of create themselves to the system. 412-928-9370. Give me a call. Do you celebrate April Fool's Day? Do you do anything? Are you a big prankster, or is this just another day? And also, main reactions coming for the Penguins and the Pirates this morning. It's what I expect. So if you're calling in, there's a lot to talk about. So let me know what you're thinking at this hour of the morning. 412-928-9370. I believe we got GP on the line. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Harry. How you doing?
I'm all right. What's up?
Hey, on the Penguins, I think the main reason why they turned this around was that, like you mentioned, the fresh new head coach. I mean, this has happened to them before when they brought in, Sully. Before that, Bilesma. They had a little more step, pep in their step. They brought up some young blood. You know what I mean? Sully, his style got stale there towards the end. You know
that's
what I mean?
like I said. That's what a lot of the rumors swirling were, is like what players have said. They've said that Sullivan was trying to mold them into the system,
right?
And Muse molds the system based on them. That's the difference.
What you have, correct? What you have. So I think they may even surprise and win a series. I mean, I see them because they're coming back. Sid's coming back. I mean, Malkin's. I think they're going to do okay. This is Malkin's last hurrah. I mean, Latang's getting older. I mean, who knows how long Crosby's going to go? He looks like he might go till he's 50. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I like what they're doing. They'll definitely make the playoffs. And then going to that April Fool's, I'll tell you a little one that happened to me probably about 15 years ago when my children were a lot younger. I come home from work I come in the kitchen, I go to wash my hands in the sink. So they're all watching me, and I didn't pay no attention. So I turn on the water, and they taped the old sprayer. They taped the sprayer on.
Oh, no.
So when I turned it on, it got me right in the face. Soaking wet, Harry. I'm like, you son of a, you know what I mean?
That's awful. But that's April Fool's.
That's April Fool's. And then one other one real quick, I'll let you go. Another time I come home and the wife made this nice brownie. You could smell it. You come in the door and you can smell that fresh bacon going on, Harry.
Yep.
So I go over to the thing here and it's a little square, 12 by 12, whatever, and nice brown, and it's got the crumbles on top, and they put some Tootsie Rolls on it, and they say, this is a nice special one. I mean, it's very delicious. And they say, go ahead, you take the first. I had no idea. I wasn't thinking. I'm tired. I'm coming home from work, Harry. I cut it open, and I start eating it. And everybody starts busting out laughing. I'm like, what's going on? They said, you're eating dirt right now.
Oh.
You're eating topsoil.
Jeez.
So they actually let me eat that and swallowed it. I swallowed it. You know what I mean? I didn't know. So that's just two, Harry. That's just two, buddy.
Oh, man.
All right, man. Have a good day, Harry.
You too. That's awful. Like I don't want to be pranked, and so I think that the best way to not get pranked is to not prank at all. And so, like, I just don't engage. Those two are interesting. That's for sure. And now I have a thought, because Adam Crowley of the Fan Morning Show, he texted us all yesterday and he said, boys, I got the hoarse voice. I'm calling off. I'm not going to be there tomorrow. Now we're sitting here. Doran's here and preparing all by himself in the studio, and I'm doing this show. I'm starting to think that maybe Adam might have said that to all of us. And maybe he's joking because he didn't look like he was sick yesterday, but he said yesterday he has a hurt voice. And so he wouldn't be able to make the show this morning. And I wonder if that is an April Fool's prank, and Doran and I are going to start the Fan Morning Show pre-show around 5:40, and Adam's just going to walk in and be like, April Fools, I gotcha, haha, and he's still going to plan on doing the show. I haven't seen his car in the parking lot. I have a decent view of the parking lot from where I'm sitting right now, but it is dark, and I can't always see the cars. I can usually see headlights shine through the darkness, but maybe Adam is April Foolsing us now that I think about it, because I didn't even think about it. Like I'm like GP. I don't know. Like it's just another day, and so I don't expect anybody to tape my faucet or feed me dirt in the form of a Tootsie Roll. Like, I mean, I get it. So if there's any pranks that you've pulled or that have been pulled on you, 412-928-9370, is April Fool's Day just a day to you? And on top of that mini topic, we've got big topics in that the Penguins and Pirates both won yesterday in secure fashion. The Penguins 5-1 winners over the Detroit Red Wings, and the Pittsburgh Pirates 8-3 winners over the Cincinnati Reds. So again, both of those conversations, or all three, I should say, of those conversations kind of going on at one time here. So if you want to join the fun, 412-928-9370. Talk to me on X by tagging me in a post at Callis_33, and you can join the YouTube live chat. Go to youtube.com, search 93.7 The Fan, and find the current live stream that we got going on. It should be one of the first search results, because when you're live, that live stream immediately goes to the top of the page. Phil Boyd on the YouTube chat has a comment about Marcell Ozuna, which I do want to get into him as well, because he's definitely struggling, and he's slowly becoming less and less of my favorite guy on the team. I had a lot of expectations for him, and right now he's looking a bit lost. Marcell Ozuna is batting a robust .063 with one hit in 16 at-bats. 0 RBIs, 0 runs scored. He is still batting fourth, ? Yeah, I think they want to get him into a rhythm. But, I'm starting to see some issues. I mean, he does not look comfortable when he's swinging the bat. He's going full force power swing into these pitches as well. I don't know if you noticed, he lifts his back foot off the ground, and usually players will do that when they shift their weight from their back foot to their front foot so aggressively that they literally are committing all their power to their front, and they're not leaving any room for control of the bat. They're just swinging, and Ozuna has such a big swing, and I mean, I can tell on every swing now he is committing all of his power to those swings, and right now it's not working out. And when he swings and misses, he looks uncomfortable, and it looks awkward that he's pulling that back foot up. I don't know if he should keep that back foot down, maybe try for a little bit more of a contact approach. He ain't fast either, so if he's not hitting home runs, I don't know how good of a runner he would be on the bases for the Pirates for sure. It's really not looking great. So yeah, I'm not right now as big of a fan as of Marcell Ozuna. I think a lot of people were already criticizing him. I kind of had faith that he would break out. He did not. And literally both Brian Reynolds and O'Neal Cruz had some breakout games yesterday, and Marcell Ozuna did not. So I was wrong. He did not break out first. O'Neal Cruz, I think, wins the breakout game, batting yesterday and hitting 2 home runs, getting 3 hits in total. He had a pretty solid game, and against left-handed pitching as well. He did well. So a bit of a shocker there for what his numbers against left-handed pitching were last year. He actually seemed to handle the lefties pretty well in this game, and now his average has jumped from an average of 143 to 275. Which is why I maintain my opinion that citing the actual hits over the at-bats in a small sample size is more important than citing average, and average is more of a long-term type of statistic. And a lot of you came out on X as well and pointed out that, now that O'Neal Cruz has gotten to 18 at-bats, he actually did have a better stretch of 18 at-bats now than Brian Reynolds did. And Brian Reynolds still has a few more at-bats than O'Neal Cruz does now in the season because Cruz had that off day on Saturday. But that's why I like doing it, hits over at-bats, because averages change so quickly early in the season. So, yeah, like I said, he went from a bottom average on the team to now like a top 3 average on the team by having just one good game where he got 3 hits. All right. That's my soapbox. I'm going to get off that real quick, but that's just, I wanted to mention that. 412-928-9370 is the phone number. We got this caller now. Good morning. What's your name?
It's Rob from PT.
Hi.
I wanted to touch in on your April Fools. I got my wife this morning before I left for work. I swapped the roll of toilet paper out for a roll of unterrible toilet paper.
What is that?
Apparently you can't rip it.
Oh, no. Where do you even find that?
I'll let you know how it...
Is that like, you get that at like a prank store or something, or like a...
Yeah. Yeah. I just happened to come across it, wasn't even looking for it, and I don't think she's going to be too happy with me later in the day.
Oh, well, you did something. You're celebrating the holiday, right?
Yeah.
Thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. So you can apparently find rolls of unterrible toilet paper. Can't rip it. Can't break it off. Man, that'd be so annoying, especially if I didn't expect it. You're just trying to do your business, and then, man, can't rip off the toilet paper. It's good stuff. Good stuff. That's a good one. Trying to figure out if I have enough time left, though. If you want to get a phone line in the next minute, 412-928-9370. Get to the phone lines now. It looks like I'm running out of time. But yeah, just final thoughts. Penguins, great. I think they're going to make the playoffs. I think there's no doubt. I think that they're strong enough, and they've had quite a good season. So definitely express your appreciation for them. Continue to go to games down the stretch here, and then look forward to a playoff run in a few weeks here. And the Pirates, I mean, they've showed a solid sign, a solid performance yesterday. That performance is what I expect out of this team on a pretty consistent basis. And this offense is one that should produce like that, just based on how it's built. O'Neal Cruz hitting 2 home runs was a pretty impressive deal. Ryan O'Hearn continues to perform. Brandon Lau didn't have any offensive highlights yesterday, really, but he did have a couple of defensive highlights, diving for balls. He even helped the Pirates escape a jam because he dove, caught a line drive, and then doubled up a runner at first base who didn't tag up in time. So it was... Again, like I said, the team is looking like yesterday is what I expect from a lot of the games this season. Like, that's what they should be doing, is winning games like that, being able to hit the ball out of the ballpark consistently, and making solid defensive plays. Even Nick Gonzalez, I think, looks more comfortable out there at shortstop as well. I like him there. That was a good move. Maybe have Nick York play more. He started yesterday. But I'm done with the Jared Triolo thing. And O'Neal Cruz was looking like a decent center fielder now. Nothing extreme from him. And again, that one play out in left center field yesterday, that was Brian Reynolds' fault. He did not listen to the call off of O'Neal Cruz. Cruz has to be yielded to that ball, and he was not. So that's my opinion on that. But, yeah, Game 3 of the series, rubber match, is today at 12:40. So... I'll see if the Pirates can win their first series of the season before they come back home and have their home opener for the season. My name is Nicholas Eric Callis. This has been the Family Morning Show, Fan Morning Show pre-show with Doran Dickerson's next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Lots of wet roadways awaiting you as you head out for the Tuesday morning rush due to last night's rainstorms. In fact, if you do see water on the roadways, you might not want to drive through that. You may want to instead turn around and go the other way, and you could report that. Also, in Forward Township, watch for a downed utility closing Route 51 in both directions between Weigels Hill and Hutchison Roads. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Shoot your shot on Prize Picks and get $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Prize Picks makes every dunk, every dime, and every board that much more exciting. So don't miss this chance to get started on America's #1 app for sports picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use the code ROME. Get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code ROME on Prize Picks to get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 bonus credit in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's going to be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Okay, here we are. Weather is heating up, so start to think spring, think summer. Get the Schultz Ford. Maybe you want that convertible. Now's the time. Grab it now. That convertible Mustang, and man, are they sharp. You're going to go on vacation. Maybe you're driving. Maybe you're the driving type, right? You want to drive to the beach? How about that Expedition? How about that Explorer? Load in, and the family could take all they want to the beach. Yep. Check it out, SchultzFord.com, right? All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. The customer service, spectacular. Hey, you need your car serviced? Pickup and delivery. They have that option. Also, mobile service, something small. They'll come right to your driveway, get it done for you, and you don't even need to leave your living room. That's fantastic. So get to all the locations, and if you just want to browse around, check it out online. Always open at SchultzFord.com.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured because of someone else's fault? Want to find out what your case is worth? Visit 98twins.com for a free evaluation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Exciting news from Hickory Heights Golf Club. Check out their brand new all-inclusive memberships designed to fit your lifestyle. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a frequent player, or just looking to enjoy the perks, they have the perfect membership for you. Every membership includes unlimited golf, range balls, discounts on merchandise, plus savings on food and drinks at their full-service restaurant. Not a golfer? No problem. Enjoy the clubhouse, book private events, or enjoy the best view in the city on the patio. Find the perfect membership at hickoryheights.golf.
Looking for health insurance for employees in multiple locations? UPMC Health Plan National Access has you covered. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network for employees outside of the service area. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. I just got married, and I had this moment when I picked up my suit about a month ago. I'm standing there thinking, this is pretty wild, because I could have worn this same suit a couple of years ago. Seriously, that's what hits me most about Awaken 180. Not just that I lost the weight, it's that I never put it back on. Not a pound. In fact, I've lost a couple of more. So when the wedding came around, I wasn't scrambling. I wasn't trying to crash into shape. I wasn't looking for some last-second miracle. I already had it handled. Awaken 180 helped me lose the weight, feel good while I was doing it, and actually keep it off. No meds, no starting over, no panic, because a big day is coming up. I got to go into my wedding feeling good, comfortable, confident, and just enjoy it. And honestly, that's what people want. Not just to lose it, to know that it's gone and that it stays away. That's why Awaken 180 worked for me. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-581-1414. That's 800-581-1414. 800-581-1414.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews checking reports of an accident now in northbound I-79 around the Southern Beltway interchange. Use caution driving through there. Also, Turnpike Commission urging caution in driving this morning due to a thunderstorm warning in the area between the Somerset and Beaver Valley interchanges. Parkways east and west, a little heavy into their respective tunnels. Be careful if you see standing water on a roadway. Please do not drive through it. Also, a downed utility closing Route 51 in both directions in Forward Township between Waggles Hill and Hutchison Roads. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Gravely Zero-Turn Commercial Mowers. Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. You can save up to 20% on Gravely commercial mowers during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event starting April 9th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Show, pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Dorn Dickerson here with you on this Wednesday, April 1st. Adam Crowley is out today. Nicholas Harry Callis is here. Bucks and Pucks, baby. Bucks and Pucks. 2 nights in a row. Last night being better than the first night. Jeez, oh man, that was unbelievable last night. And you know what's more unbelievable about it? It was the weather. So if you had a chance to be in the backyard, maybe put the radio on, listen to the Pirates, have a little TV outside, watch some Penguins, it was a perfect night for that. It was a perfect day, and obviously both teams, they won in major fashion. We'll get into all that throughout the show today. Obviously, every Wednesday we have Ray Fittipaldo at 8 a.m. and Doug Whaley from 9 to 10. Do we have anybody else, Callis? Well, good morning, Callis. How are you?
Great. Do we not have Greg Browns now on Wednesdays, or is he Fridays?
I think he's Fridays.
Okay.
I want to say he's Fridays at 9, but we can double check. But yeah, how you doing, man? What's going on?
I have experienced AI in a new way.
Oh no.
You see the latest trend going on?
Probably. What is it?
Fruit drama.
No, I had not seen that.
So here's what I scrolled upon yesterday. There's one video where this grandma banana had found out she was pregnant at the age of 90. And her apple husband was like, crap, how is that possible? I'm sterile. And she's like, I'm so sorry. So the old apple husband leaves, and the grandma banana gave birth to an orange.
What?
And
these are actual videos of like this happening?
It's AI, yeah. They make AI. They put faces on fruit. And then there was the other one where this watermelon lady and this, I think, banana dude were getting married, but this pepper showed up and ruined their honeymoon. And then the pepper lady was twerking. They had the video of her twerking in the mirror for a solid 10 seconds for no good reason.
What are we doing?
And she's like, once you go spicy, you can't go back to sweet.
Oh, my goodness.
And I'm like, great, AI slop. There we go.
Oh, my goodness.
Just 60-second videos telling quick stories about fruit drama. Yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah, AI's out of control. That's wild. Yeah, I don't know what to say to that. I don't know what to say about
the 90-year-old grandma.
Yeah.
The grandma banana.
I don't know. I don't know. It's getting out of control. I feel like we kind of check in about AI every like once a month, because usually like I'm probably hosting a show like once a month by myself, so we do our AI check-ins.
And it seems to get worse and worse every single time that we talk about it.
There's just a new trend. Like the last trend I remember was like you'd get these health tips from that part of your body. Like your heart would be talking to you. They'd do a video of a cartoon heart. And it'd be like, hey, don't feed me this stuff. Feed me this stuff so I can stay strong. Or like they do something like where your teeth would talk.
Oh.
You know.
Yeah, brush me.
Yep.
Floss me.
Mm-hmm.
Mouthwash me.
Now it's just fruit drama. And that's concerning to me, man. Do you realize that, like, you could pump out these quick videos and completely replace, like, the television industry?
Absolutely. And the movies.
Like.
And the movies. Like everything.
I mean, the Grandma Banana video had, like, 99,000 likes when I had stumbled upon it.
I mean, you think about, like, children's, like, shows. Like, remember Reading Rainbow, like, that stuff whenever we were, like, younger. All, like, the learning-ish TV shows. Like, yeah, you could replace those easily now. For, like, kids, like, I mean, hey, eat a banana whenever, you know, you need potassium. And you have a banana that's talking and
But it's like you can make such quick videos. It's like you can entertain people now. Like, people I don't think have as high of an expectation anymore for what entertains them.
Well, they have a short span.
I know, and the videos are oddly satisfying. Like, I wanted to see what was going to happen to the Grandma Banana, and when she gave birth to an orange, I was like, oh damn.
Do you think that you could make a video?
I used to do stuff at my old job where, like, I would try to make AI videos. Like, do you remember when the talking barefoot people was like, that was a trend? Where, like, you'd have what the heck were they called? Like, talking Bigfoot?
Yeah.
So I made an AI video promoting an event we had by saying, like, look, even the Bigfoots like it, so you should come too. And I just had them doing, like, artsy stuff.
So you can do that. So you know how to do it.
Not as well as these other guys. Yeah, yeah, I've done it before.
Is it hard?
So you ever wonder why, like, the scenes, it'll feel like they'll say a sentence and then, like, it'll be a completely different scene?
Yeah.
So the reason why is because, like, the servers that generate these videos can only create the image in, like, 8 to 12 second segments.
Okay.
So
you have to get it all in before it changes.
And it takes a lot. Like, you have to describe in detail what you want, because if you don't, the AI will just try to assume what you're looking for, and it might not be. Like, you have to spell out every detail of what the background looks like, what the colors look like, what the facial structure of this subject, whatever it may be, is what you're looking for, and it will only generate a scene that's 12 seconds long. So you have to go from one scene to the next. Quick. And sometimes you'll even give the specific description, but it will interpret it differently the next time.
Yeah.
That's why, like, in these AI videos, like, the banana had a nose in one scene and then didn't in another one. But I guess nobody cares, right? So they'll do 8 to 12 second scenes, and then they'll just stitch them back to back to back, layer some music under all of it once it's done, and it's almost like a real-time storyboard.
Yeah. See, like, that's where it's at, though. Like, what you just said is where we're going to see the significant change. You say that you can make it an AI, and you see those AI videos, say, like, I don't know, like George Lucas, who made Star Wars, right?
Yeah.
Like, there'll be a video of him, and he's, like, walking into a room, and then he'll put his arm around, like, Al Pacino, and then they'll be, like, sitting there, and then he'll smile, and then he'll get up and he'll walk, and then he'll put his arm around, like, Princess Leia, who played her, Carrie Fisher. And then the next one would be, like, Indiana Jones with Harrison Ford. You ever seen those, like, AI videos? Yeah. Well, what you're saying is probably right now they can only be aggregated to 10 to 12-second clips, right? Until it has to change. Something like that, right?
Well, the difference with those is that you're taking actual pictures that exist, and you're just creating, like, a transition effect. And I don't know how those are made.
Well, it's probably around the same kind of place where it can't last that long until it looks weird, right? Because you'll see them like stand up, and then the face kind of changes. So like, it's probably only a certain amount of time, and that's what I'm saying is where we're going to get in the thick of these things, because within the next 5 years, it'll be, all right, now we can do it for 30 seconds. Now we can do it for a minute. Now we can do it for 5 minutes. Now we can do it for 20 minutes. Now we can do it for an hour. Now we can do it for 2 hours, where we'll start seeing, like, old shows, in my opinion, and it's just going to get smarter and smarter and smarter after a while, right? The AI. We'll see, like, old shows. It's like, all right, well, I remember being 8 years old and seeing that one Fresh Prince of Bel-Air show. But now, and I've seen all the Fresh Princes. Like a lot of us my age, we've seen every single episode of Fresh Prince, every single episode of Full House. They'll start coming out with new episodes with the people, with Danny Tanner, like because they'll be able to have the width to make the AI last for 30 minutes.
See, the only thing you run into there is, I think, with like, you would have to pay royalties for the likenesses of those actors, would you not?
I don't know.
Or
well, that wasn't something that was signed whenever they.
Well, no, Warner Brothers owns the rights to Full House.
Well, what if Warner Brothers does it?
Yeah, you can't stop them from that then.
Right.
Yeah,
if Warner Brothers is like, listen, we have a whole AI sector in our company. We're just going to start pushing out more episodes of old shows that we know people will want to watch.
But people, I mean, the refreshes are already a thing anyway. Like, there's not a lot of, well, no, I lied. There's too much new stuff going on out there, and there's too many options. But on top of the already robust collection and selection of new shows, you also have these reboots that exist that people also clamor to.
Right.
So I wouldn't be surprised like that, because that's a thing that's already in demand. If they were able to find a way to AI create a show and just create new episodes from that time.
Think about it. How couldn't they? They already can create the characters now, but it's just in a short period of time where you see them.
I don't know if that'd be so bad though.
I wouldn't. I honestly would not hate that. I would love that. Like, I would love to like rewatch a movie and it is totally different. You know, like I would love to rewatch Jaws, but AI now put out their form of Jaws, and it's still the same characters from 1975, Roy Scheider and all these guys. I know that you don't know any of them, but them having different scenes and having different interactions. Like, I would love that. It's just like a new movie, but it's the same movie. I would love that. And I think that that's where it's going to go at some point. Even probably, musicians, like you'll see Michael Jackson. I don't know how that'll work. That'll probably, you would have to obviously go through a lot of loopholes to do that, but you'll see musicians that have passed away, I think, come out with new albums.
Now, again, that would also run into...
That would.
The artists need to get compensated for their likeness. So I don't think that would be all that easy to do.
But why can't you just compensate them? Because you're going to make so much money.
People don't like paying out money. I mean, that's corporate.
People like making money, and I know that would make money if Michael Jackson came out with a new album in 2035.
Would you be I get it. If you're telling stories about characters, that's one thing. But would you be as interested in the music if it's not actually created by Michael Jackson or the artist?
I'd listen to it.
I'd listen to it, but I wouldn't.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel. If it sounds just like it. Like if Tupac and Biggie started AI Biggie and AI Tupac started putting out songs again, and it's exactly their same flow and they're exactly their same manner, their voice.
But it's not them. That's
where it kind of is. They're getting it from them. They're getting it. They're aggregating their voice and their everything, in a way.
But it's not them writing it. And that's where the turnoff would be for me. Is okay, this is fine. This is a thing that exists, but it's not them. And I know it's not them. I know it's not the artist.
I'm sure there's people that will listen to it.
And I get that. I'm just not one of them.
Yeah. I think people would be very enticed to hear. We got
to keep a soul around here.
I agree. I agree with that. It's a fine line, man. It is. I'm with you. We have to keep some type of humanity about these things, but for me, Cal's, my opinion is that's where I think it's going to go. Sure. I think that's where we're gonna experience that. I don't necessarily have to like it per se. I do like the movie thing. I do like the show thing. But I think that's where we'll see that at some point. Is what I'm trying to say. That's where AI is going.
Yeah.
And it's probably going to go into and I don't even want to get into this, even worse things than the nice, cool things that we're talking about. There's probably going to be some bad to it.
Well, you already see online they're doing, the X had to stop all of the recreations of inappropriate images
that
were being requested.
Yeah, Grok put me in a bikini.
Yep.
Yeah, Grok. Yeah, they didn't think about that one, huh? Musk didn't think about that one.
Nobody thinks about the worst.
Right.
I mean, when you invent something to help the world, do you consider all the negative consequences? Apparently not.
Yeah, you should.
One more thing as well. Did you see the no hands, no feet?
Yep.
Did you see the report I sent you and Adam yesterday?
Yep.
Apparently, with guns, drugs, and a woman.
Yep.
Are the reason why this shooting ended up occurring.
Yep. Yeah, that's it's very odd.
It's an interesting combination.
Yeah. Yeah, that is very weird.
It's a weird story.
Very weird.
Definitely unusual.
Very unusual. Yeah. Yeah.
Cornhole player with no hands and no legs involved in a prime suspect in a shooting.
What are we doing? I never thought that this is where we would be at this point in 2026. Like, you're just, you're playing baseball, you're playing your video games. It won't be the show whenever you're like 15 years old. Never thought that we'd be talking about these things.
This is what the internet's brought us. You get all of this. Like, think about if we were living still back in like the 1970s.
Cool.
Like, you're really getting your news from your local newspaper. You're watching television. There's some national stories, right? Radio still has some news segments on it. Like, do we hear about this story in 1970? Does this story make national headlines?
That's a good question.
Like, do we in Pittsburgh hear about, right?
No,
That's what the internet's brought us.
Right, in Pittsburgh, we don't. Right.
That's what the internet's brought us, because there's such a vast medium for how we can receive information. ESPN found this and said, all right, let's report on this. That's interesting. And now the whole country knows.
Yeah, you're right. And in a way that they were sheltered with a lot of things, a lot of weirdness, I think, has come about with the internet. Like, people are weird. Like, you're finding out people are really weird.
Yep.
And things are really weird. Yep. Back then, you didn't know because, like you just said.
No,
like,
you have your friend circle. You got your family.
You can't see anything. Like, no. You didn't have access to things. You couldn't do weird things either.
You couldn't video call people on the West Coast. Just couldn't happen.
Right.
You didn't see things.
Like,
the only thing that you saw was maybe a national story where they brought cameras to cover certain events. But like, how much
even
time
in the
did
90s? Even in the 90s, not even the 70s. Like, whenever I was like a kid, like, I remember the O.J. Simpson trial, like, and them chasing him in the white Bronco, and my parents being like, "What? Like, this is crazy! Like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that they've caught this. This is on TV. This is on CNN. This is on ABC. Oh my gosh!"
And like, that's the chase that made police chases popular,
right? Like,
and now you got YouTube channels, the body cam footage where people just love watching chases.
It's crazy. Like, the access that we have is unbelievable. I can't imagine what it's going to be like in 20 years from now.
Yeah.
It's going to be.
And I don't remember the 90s very well because I was born in 98.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up into the internet.
Yeah, you did. Yep. See, yeah.
And we were experimenting. I remember some of my classmates in school would be in the computer lab and they'd just be searching not great things in like fifth grade.
I say this all the time. Literally just turned 38 yesterday, and I feel like that I was probably one of the best generations because I got to experience basically everything on the tail end and the beginning of it. Like, I remember not having the internet. I remember, like, I'm that old that I remember having a computer and all you could do is type on it. There was no such thing as internet. And then I remember when the internet came. I remember not having cell phones. Like, I remember where I think that my mom had like a big block cell phone and they never used it. It was like this big. It was like this big. And I remember her like being like, "Oh, we got this big cell phone that you could take with you in your car and everything like this." And they never used it. But we always had the landlines. I remember that. Like, and then cell phones came. And then the internet came. And then social media came. And I mean, listen, I say this all the time, too. Thank goodness that there wasn't any social media when I was in college.
Yeah.
And there wasn't camera phones when I was in college because I probably would have been in trouble. And a lot of us would.
Somebody said AI sports championship games will be created, but your team wins every year.
You could do that. You could do that?
Yeah.
Like, think about what the Immaculate Reception. Like, you could rewatch that game and feel like you're there, and then all of a sudden he just drops it.
I'm sure Raider fans would be happy about that.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
There you go. Good talk, House.
Sure.
This was deep. This is great. We got Bucks and Pucks, man.
Yeah.
Bucks and Pucks. It's almost hard to figure out where to start for a second. And then you think about it. You're like, oh, if I'm going to do a radio show today and I could choose between the Bucks winning or the Penguins winning, I think you know what direction we need to go in. What's more significant? We'll start there in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Dickerson, Callis here with you on the Fan Morning Show, as I said earlier. And every Wednesday, we have Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette. He will join us at 8 a.m. And Doug Whaley, as he does every Wednesday, will join us at 9. I don't think Doug is going to be in studio still. I think he has one more week out. He will be on the video call today, Callis. But, man, yesterday we had another exciting night of Bucks and Pucks. We had it 2 nights ago. Didn't go as planned for the Pirates, but the Penguins, man, oh my goodness. Unbelievable. My main question yesterday, and whenever you do shows and you're talking so much, you kind of forget what you say and kind of forget the questions you ask, and you remember the significant things, but things that that you keep rolling about, you just kind of lose train of thought of what happened. And I know that we talked to Tyler Kennedy yesterday, but I don't remember if I asked him the question that with the win 2 nights ago, could the Penguins have found something? Like, is that the true Penguins that we saw 2 nights ago? Can they transition that and move that into last night's game? What's the confidence level like with the Penguins? I'll answer my own question. Yes. Yes, they can, because they did. They did. They took the win 2 nights ago, rolled it into last night against the Red Wings, a home game that, as important as the Islanders game was, I believed that last night's game was just important because you could solidify so many different things. You could solidify a main thing. You can look around the league and look around the division and see what's going on if you put yourself in good position. And damn it, the Penguins did that last night. They did that last night. 5-1 over the Red Wings. Took care of business. 2 nights in a row. The word that we've used for weeks now about this team is guts. Is guts. You can never count the Penguins out all season long. Some things don't go as planned. That's sports. That's professional sports. The issues that have been risen in the last couple weeks, I feel like have been settled. The main issue all season long was what? The shootouts. That has been settled a little bit, right? We haven't seen one in a couple days, but that has been taken care of. You kind of got over that hump. The Penguins, man, they're playing. They're playing some hockey right now. And it's not just one guy. It's not just 2 guys. It's every single guy. Every single guy on that team has contributed to them playing at the level that they're playing at. 5-1 over the Red Wings. They put themselves in great position. Last night, Chinakhov, goal. Mantha, goal. Mantha 2 nights ago, 2 goals. Brazeau, goal. Achari, goal. Raquel, goal. Crosby, assist. Malkin, assist. Soderblom, assist. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you, and I don't need to tell you because you guys are smart, and most of you listening right now are and have watched the Penguins for many, many years. I've been blessed to watch the Penguins when I was a very little kid in the 90s, in the early 90s. I was very blessed that my parents were flight attendants and my mom worked the charter for the Stanley Cup in the 90s. She got a jersey signed for me. And we framed it. Peter Nedved was on there. Kevin Stevens, Mary Lemieux, Jaromir Jagr, Tom Barrasso. All the guys. They were on that jersey. We framed it, and I put it in my room. I've been a Penguins fan since I was little. We know what winning is. We know what losing is as well. What we have seen the last 2 nights is what the Penguins and the recipe that they've cooked up can be in the playoffs. That's what it's supposed to look like. They've really done an unbelievable job this year. I give them so much credit. I give Cal Dubas so much credit. We'll talk about him next. And Dan Muse, man, I give him, I can't even explain how much credit that I give to him for this season. There's not one person that thought that they would be in this position right now. If in the beginning of the season, not one person thought that they would be in this position. But the way that they have done it, the way that they are doing it, is the way that it's supposed to be done. I just routed off the people who contributed last night. That's what it's going to look like in the playoffs. The confidence that is steaming through that locker room, steaming through PPG Paints Arena, steaming through Cranberry. I could feel it, and I'm not even there. I can feel it. I know you can feel it. This has been an unbelievable turnaround, or I don't even want to say a turnaround, but this has been an unbelievable situation that they have played their way into most likely a playoff spot.
I think you could call it a turnaround. They missed the playoffs the last few seasons.
There you go. Unbelievable turnaround for what was at stake. You have a new coach.
Significantly younger players.
Significantly younger players. Significantly older players. You know? Yeah, we can't call it a turnaround, Cal. Good job. Yes.
And that's the big thing. Like, I mean, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, too, but, like, Dan Muse is doing a great job of making a plan around the players, not forcing the players to mold to the plan.
Yes. Yes. And that's the difference. That was the difference between Sullivan, and you'll get that whenever you have a winning coach. They want to do things their way because their way was the winning way at one point. I get it. It just wasn't working. And the Penguins went in a different direction, and it has worked out thus far. It really has. And the Islanders lost last night. The Blue Jackets lost last night. The Flyers lost last night, and the Senators lost last night. And clearly, the Red Wings lost last night. So everything falling in favor for the Pittsburgh Penguins. To me, it is the way that they are doing it. It's the fight. I could call some of these guys role players, but I don't know if that's the correct word. I feel like everybody is a role player. Even Crosby and Malkin to an extent. I think everybody is just out there just trying to win hockey games. There isn't one guy that's carrying the team. There isn't two guys that are carrying the team. It's everybody. It is really beautiful to watch. Like, I would entice anybody that isn't a hockey fan to put on a Penguin game, at least in the last two nights, obviously. We'll see how it goes from here on out. I mean, they only have, 7 games left. We'll see how it goes, but at least the last two nights, if you want to learn hockey, especially at this level, like, you watch the way the Penguins play. No, not everything is great. Not everything's going to go well. That's sports. It's understandable. But the guys that have contributed to this team is everybody. Whether it's Shelovs, and, sometimes, he doesn't have great games. Whether it's Skinner, sometimes he doesn't have great games. But everybody has contributed to a high level and to put the Penguins in this position. And it is fantastic to watch. It's fantastic to be a part of, to be in the city, to experience. Having the feeling whenever you head into the season and you're a guy like Sidney Crosby or Evgeny Malkin, and you're at the end of your career and you don't know how it's going to go, but you know what the thought process and the vision is, and it's not to really win, it's to rebuild. That's a weird feeling. That's not a great feeling. That kind of sits with you. After you have won so much and you're regarded as one of the best, and you're still playing, you're still capable of playing at a decent level, even though you're getting older, knowing that time's ticking, it's not a good feeling heading into a season. So they took it upon themselves. Dan Muse took it upon himself to make this a winning culture immediately. A lot quicker than people thought. So I can't express how much credit I give to these players, to this team, of putting themselves in this position to compete for a playoff spot. Something that we are going to experience and haven't experienced in a long time, in years here. It is beautiful. It is beautiful. I just love the way that they play. I love the guts that they have. I love how they play together. I love how they know each other very well, where each other's going to be. I mean, there was a backhander yesterday where I forget who it was. Backhander right towards the goal and knew that a Penguins player is going to be there. They didn't score, but it was just beautiful to watch, to know how the camaraderie is between this hockey team. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. A lot of credit to the Penguins, a lot of credit to the players, a lot of credit to Dan Muse. But coming up next, we got to give a lot of credit to somebody else that is a part of this organization. We have been, but I mean, it's becoming more and more evident as we watch each game, knowing that the playoffs are right around the corner. We got to give credit to this person. Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll talk about that next, but first, to Cal's headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Pirates winners yesterday over the Cincinnati Reds 8-3 in a big breakout game for a few different players. O'Neal Cruz being one of them. He hit 2 home runs in the game. Also, Brian Reynolds had his first home run of the season hit in that one. So there's now a rubber match in the series. Game 3 is today at 12:40. It's a game you can listen to over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show over there begins at 11:45 this morning. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Less than a week after his arrest for a DUI, Tiger Woods is stepping away from golf to seek treatment. Treatment is the word in the headlines. A synonym for treatment is help. And I'm glad that Tiger realizes that he needs help, and he's not afraid to take the steps necessary to get it. This feels like a life lesson that's a little bit larger than golf. I wish him well in whatever this process entails. I'm Denton Day.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Spring means warmer weather, blooming flowers, and a whole lot of pollen. Don't let your automobile turn into a pollen-mobile. Stop by Tidal Wave Auto Spa for a top-of-the-line wash starting at just $15. In no time, you'll be driving away with that clean car happy feeling and a brilliant shine. Plus, every wash includes free vacuums, microfiber towels, and interior cleaning spray to keep your whole car looking its best. Tidal Wave Auto Spa makes it fast and easy. Find a location near you at TidalWaveAutoSpa.com.
When it comes to protecting what matters most, you deserve more than just a policy. Root for Your Insurance is a family-owned agency that takes the time to understand your unique needs, whether you're protecting your home, business, employees, or the people you love. They don't just sell insurance and disappear. They explain your coverage, offer guidance, and help you make confident, informed decisions. Root for Your Insurance. Insurance services that go above and beyond. Visit rootforyour.com today and experience the difference a trusted partner can make.
Here at Whalen Exteriors, we've been waiting to get back at it after one of the roughest winters in a long time. We're starting to learn just how bad the last few months were on roofs in the area. So, if this winter wreaked havoc on your roof with all the snow and ice, trust the leading roofing company in the greater Pittsburgh area, Whalen Exteriors. We've extended our spring offer through the end of the month. Learn about it at whalenexteriors.com. Whalen Exteriors. No mess, no stress. See why we're the pros with the 5-star Google reviews. whalenexteriors.com.
Rally House. Shop every team in town. College and pro. Come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House. Rally House. It's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
Cold shower? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
This is the story of the one.
As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Cloudy with showers today, the high 64.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
And it's a wet morning as you try to head out for the rush hour on this Wednesday. Traffic dealing with a couple of accidents. One of them on the inbound Parkway east of a couple of miles before the Penn Hills interchange. Also one on northbound I-79 around the entrance to the Southern Beltway in South Fayette Township. If you're traveling the parkways east and west, getting heavier into their respective tunnels, HOV lanes open along the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
It's the sound of another savvy driver rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. No hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
And more shows brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Kyle, did you watch the Penguin game last night?
Yeah, I watched both games, actually. I had the double screen setup going on. Did you not see my one from Monday on X?
No, I didn't.
I posted it.
Did you?
So I got my Nintendo Switch so I can play the show, just handheld.
Yeah.
I had for Monday, I had the Penguin game on the big TV because that was a bigger game.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had the Pirate game on my laptop.
Nice. That's kind of what I did too.
And yesterday I had it switched. So I had the Pirates on the big TV and the Penguin game on the laptop.
Mm-hmm. It's a good setup. It's nice. I think Crowley, he had two TVs going at the same time.
Yeah, this picture looked weird, though. I don't know, because the one didn't look like a TV. It just looked like a box with a picture. So I don't know what he was trying to portray there. Yeah. Yeah. But it was interesting yesterday. I think O'Hearn and Reynolds went back-to-back as Raquel scored the first goal for the Penguins.
That's right.
And that was awesome to just, pivot my head and be like, holy cow.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we're going to have an interesting month of April. I mean, with a lot of reasons. I mean, clearly we have Easter this weekend. Want to bring that up. We have Easter Sunday. We're going to have the NFL draft. We're going to have probably the Penn's playoff game. We're going to have the, obviously, Pirates game, the Pirates home opener on Friday. There's a lot of stuff going on. A lot. It's a great month.
Yes.
I'm excited.
Yeah. Sports.
Yes.
That's what we do. We're going to be, so the rough plan, right? We're the PNC Park, the Riverwalk, is supposed to be open that week for the draft.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're doing radio shows from the Riverwalk. You guys will probably be down there.
Oh, yeah, we'll be there. We're going to do Thursday, I think, and maybe Friday.
That's going to be great.
Yes.
Oh, man. Or not. It's going to be a disaster as well.
Yeah, it'll be insane. Insane.
Tremendous chaos.
Yeah. There's going to be, 800,000 people here? Oh, my gosh.
The only situation that we're discussing is, like, what's the shuttle situation going to be like for the hosts? Because I think you guys aren't going to drive.
No, we can't.
That's
There's
not
no
the
way.
right. There's no way you could find parking or like even get down there with all the traffic it's going to be there. But like even with the driver, how long is it going to take to get through the city and back?
At this time in the morning, like whenever before our show, I mean, getting back.
You guys
like,
are going to be getting there is going to be fine.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like when you transition from you guys to Starkey, how's Starkey gonna?
Oh, he's going to leave it he's going to leave now.
That's
He's
crazy.
going to leave
to
at
think about.
7.
Yeah.
Just in case, right?
I'd agree because I don't think you can get down. Think about that though. Like this is usually a 10-minute trip down. It's only like 5 miles to the city from here, and it'll probably take more than an hour to get through all that. I mean, just thinking about it.
It's going to be
projecting
insane.
it. Yeah,
it's going to be wild. I'm happy. Like I said last week, I'm happy for the city. I'm happy the city's going to make money, and you could put the city on a big stage. But I'm not too excited about having to go down there.
All of the National Football League's fans are going to experience the engineering of a landscape of hills and valleys and rivers that converge.
Weather. Who knows what the weather's going to be like?
That's true.
Probably going to rain, snow, and it's going to be sunny and warm with those 3 days. 100%. Hey, Pony tweeted this last night, and I said I wanted to give a lot of credit to this person, and you guys know who it is. It's Cal Dubas. Pony tweeted this last night. Mantha, 30 goals. Kendall, 17 goals. Brazo, 17 goals. Chinnikov, 15 goals. That's 79 goals brought in by Cal Dubas at a combined of $7 million. That is an amazing job by Cal Dubas. Pony tweeted that last night, so I'll give him credit. An absolute masterclass by Cal Dubas to bring in these quality players, knowing that they'll fit Dan Muse's system, and for them to perform. I mean, Mantha is just unbelievable. And I heard Pony and Mueller talk about it yesterday. Like, do you even try to pay Mantha? Like, are you now getting the best version of Mantha? And would it be wise to pay him what he's going to command this summer? So, I kind of agree with him. I do think that you're probably getting the best version you'll ever get of Anthony Mantha this year. Like, will he ever repeat that for the amount of money that you would have to shell out? I highly doubt it. And for the term, I think it's like 5 years. I think that's way too long for a guy that's 32 years old. So, if it was shorter and a little bit, obviously less money, I don't even know if money really is even a factor in my opinion, but I think it's more of the term. If you could get the term down, yeah, absolutely. You try to bring back Anthony Mantha, but I don't think that you're getting the Anthony Mantha that you're seeing this year. But oh well, like we'll think about that later. We'll talk about that stuff later. The way he's performing right now is unbelievable. You got Kendall, who's the young stud, just playing at a high level in his first season. I can't express enough how great everybody has done in that Penguins organization to put a winning product on the ice. Night in, night out, and to be able to watch a Penguins series in the playoffs, first time in a long time, it's gonna be unbelievable. And Callis, I mean, do you remember a series that you've ever watched with the Penguins, like that you were engaged in?
Yeah, I mean, the Stanley Cup in 2009 was pretty solid. I remember 2008 as well a little bit. And then I went to Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals back in 2017. I remember following that series, and then it was super exciting to watch them win a Game 7 like that after like 3 overtimes. So, yeah, I'd say so. Hockey, honestly, I feel like I haven't paid enough attention to, though, during the regular season. But it's one of the sports that once I went to a game in person, I'm like, holy cow, this is actually
right.
This is a solid sport.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the deal with hockey. Like, you have to, you kind of have to attach yourself to a player or an organization, which we've been lucky to do here in Pittsburgh, in order to really be engaged with it. But playoff hockey is just something else, man. And for us to be able to experience that right now would be awesome. Right in the throngs of it right now. 7 games left for the Penguins. They have the Lightning tomorrow night, but they've taken care of business these last 2 nights. They've absolutely more than taken care of business. I mean, they went out there and they scored eight. What was the first game? How many goals they score? 7?
It was 8. 8-3 was the final.
8. You've scored 13 goals.
I just realized that. Holy cow! The Penguins score from
the same
Monday
score
as the Pirates score from
same
yesterday.
Score. That's what I was thinking. That's why I was confused a little bit. I was like, wait, am I confusing it with the Pirates score from last night?
Nope, they're the same.
That's the same.
Same score, 8-3.
That's doing a heck of a job, putting themselves in really, really good position. We'll flip over to the Bucks coming up next. But first, a Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins were winners yesterday over the Detroit Red Wings 5-1, and several other teams of interest lost. The Penguins are now have the 5th best point total in the Eastern Conference. They now have 92. The Columbus Blue Jackets on a 4-game losing streak. They're down to 88 still. 4th in the Metro. The Islanders still in 3rd in the Metro with 89. Penguins only have 7 games left on the regular season schedule. Their next game is going to take place tomorrow on the road against the Tampa Bay Lightning. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
McCarthy in that picture, and then especially on video, you said, Mike, you can do one thing in the world right now with no repercussions. He say, let me loosen that tie. Let me give about 2 or 3 shakes of the tie, unbutton the top button, and let's kick back and have a few.
Almost ready to explode and hit somebody in the first row of that press conference.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in that spot before. That top button was screaming.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. In one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them. Or go to COMERcross.com.
Baseball is finally back, and the Pirates are set to open their season at home against the Baltimore Orioles April 3rd through the 5th for opening weekend, presented by Giant Eagle. It all starts on Friday, April 3rd, when the Bucks take on the Birds for the home opener. Plus, all fans that day take home a 2026 magnetic schedule. Then Saturday, the Pirates take on the Orioles for Game 2 of the series at 4:05. Then we close out opening weekend with some Sunday afternoon baseball at 1:35. Get your tickets now at Pirates.com.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins. Friday, July 17th, the Pavilion at Star Lake. The Crew celebrates the 20th anniversary of Carnival of Sins. Motley Crue, with performances by Tesla and Extreme. Tickets on sale now at LiveNation.com. Motley Crue, part of the Minutemen Workforce Solutions Concert Series.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
One, two. Strike three call. Suarez took the slider, and Soto finishes it up. And the Pirates even the series. 4 home runs tonight, 2 by Cruz, and they beat the Reds 8-3 here this evening.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And right there was the final call of the Pirates-Reds last night. Pirates win 8-3. Jeez, came out on fire. Got a little shaky towards the end. Bases loaded, things of that nature, you know, how baseball goes. But they finished. Listen to this, Callis. Listen to this. Mangum, lead off. He got a hit. Cruz, 3 hits, 2 home runs, 3 RBIs. Ryan O'Hearn, 3-run home run. Brian Reynolds, solo home run. Look at that. Brandon Lau, 2 big defensive plays. Gonzalez, 2 hits. Ramirez, key relief appearance. And Bubba Chandler, 6 strikeouts. That is from Jason Mackey. He tweeted that last night after the win. But I believe that I think I called Cruz to have a breakout game. I can't remember.
You did.
I had Cruz. Did you have Reynolds?
No, I had Ozuna.
You had Ozuna. But all in all, man, like that is exactly what you're looking for, right? I mean, that's exactly what you're looking for. And in my opinion, Callis, if we go back and look at the lineup yesterday, that's what the lineup should look like all the time. Like that should be the starting lineup, in my opinion. Now you could sub and you could switch Henry Davis for Joey Bart, in my opinion. But the lineup to me should look like it looked last night. That was the perfect lineup. You have Reynolds in left field, Cruz in center, Mangum in right. O'Hearn at first. I mean, Horowitz hasn't really done much. O'Hearn at first, that's his natural position. Lau at second. Gonzalez at short. York at third. I mean, even York went in there and had a sacrifice fly.
Mm-hmm.
He did more than Triolo has done.
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, that's the lineup. That's the way the lineup should look. Now, Ozuna, he's been struggling. But I heard you talking about, and I agree. I feel like it's only a matter of time, I feel like, with Ozuna.
So what I'm noticing from him now, too, after watching that game yesterday, you ever notice that, like, his right foot, his back foot when he's in the box, comes up off the ground when he swings. And some of the biggest power hitters that commit to a power swing will have so much force transferring from their back foot to their front foot that their foot will come off the ground. Bryce Harper has that swing. Babe Ruth had that swing back in the day. He's selling out for power. He can't run.
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking, I'm like, should he even go for like a more contact approach? And I'm like, maybe not, because how well is he going to be able to run even if he puts ball in play? You know, so can he run into one? I think he's going to get there, but I've just noticed like he is trying so hard to hit for power, and it's very evident. Like the swing looks uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's getting twisted around so much that back foot's coming off the ground, and he looks all out of sorts after he takes these swings. But even at that, he's still putting the ball in play. It's not like he's striking out at a crazy rate. The ball's still being put in play. So like, I guess we'll see. It just looks awkward right now.
It does look awkward, but with the guy that has played so much baseball and has done it at a very, very high level, I think it's only a matter of time for him to start striking the baseball. He's just a little bit behind right now. But do you agree with the lineup? I mean, the way it was constructed yesterday, like guys were moved around a little bit. I mean, O'Hearn was batting second, Mangum first, Reynolds still at third, Ozuna at fourth, Lau at fifth, Gonzalez sixth, Bart seventh, O'Neal Cruz eighth, and York ninth. Like that seemed to work.
Yeah, I mean, and it was extra interesting as well. Something I noticed too is, I mean, Cruz got 2 of his hits, one the home run, and the other one I believe was a single, but it was off of left-handed pitching.
Yes.
So now I don't know if was he more relaxed because he wasn't leading off.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yeah, that's a good point.
Maybe, but like with how poor his numbers were last season against left-handed pitching, it is a bit surprising that just yesterday he had solid success.
Well, it's something he's been working on that we've heard in the spring.
I guess so. So I mean, I don't know if I'd keep him all the way down at 8th, but I mean, if it's working right now, I wouldn't be too inclined to try to fix it. I mean, but I was like, when they released the lineup, I mean, I even posted about it. I was like, this is interesting. Like, I'm interested in this.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there's a very real chance that when Connor Griffin gets called up, that you just move Nick Gonzalez to third base and have Griffin play short and have Griffin at the bottom of the order to start and then see how he does.
Yes.
I'm not opposed at all, though. I do like the lineup.
I absolutely love it. Like I said, I can, interchangeable with Joey Bart and Henry Davis, and I probably would bat Henry. I probably would move O'Neal Cruz up, maybe bat Henry at 8th if that was the case.
Who was the leadoff hitter again?
Mangum.
Yeah, he needs to play.
Yep.
Like, I mean, there was a play, I remember there was a pop-up, and it was just beyond the infield dirt, and he ran and called off Lau and made the catch, and Lau smiled and was like, I was right there, but that's fine.
Yeah,
a little shrug of the shoulders, right? Like, Mangum is so good defensively, and he's not terrible at hitting. He's putting the ball in play. He even walked once, too, so he was on base twice in his plate appearances. So I like him. I liked him before the season started. And I've said that, too.
Mm-hmm.
And when you got, like, after you guys talked to him in Bradenton, you had the interview with him in Bradenton at spring training, I just kind of had a feeling. I'm like, he seems relaxed. He seems calm. He seems poised. He seems grateful. He'd be a guy.
Yeah.
And so far, when he's gotten his opportunities in these 2 series now of the season, he's made some of those opportunities worthwhile.
I'll tell you what, Nick Gonzalez is playing like a guy that doesn't want to be out of the lineup whenever Connor Griffin does come up.
So he needs to keep playing third, but he is hitting the ball well, too.
Yes.
He's putting the ball in play. He doesn't look like a detriment.
He made great plays yesterday at shortstop, too. I mean, I
was surprised by that. I was. Pleasantly surprised.
I mean, I just don't understand why they just didn't start the season with him at shortstop and Triolo at third.
Because Jared Triolo needs to...
But Jared Triolo is a pretty good third baseman, defensive third baseman.
Here's what I think they wanted to do. I think that they know that Connor Griffin is coming up.
Mm-hmm.
And Nick Gonzalez, who has not had major league experience at third base very much,
right,
was going to start the season there and get reps there to prepare for Griffin coming up, because I truly believed and still believe that they're going to have Gonzalez play third when Connor Griffin gets called up.
Over Triolo.
Exactly.
That's the smartest thing to do right now.
So they planned that, but now seeing how uncomfortable Triolo looked at shortstop on some of those plays, and the fact that Triolo can't hit, put Nick Gonzalez back at his natural position, give Nick York opportunities since Jared Triolo can't hit, and then when Connor Griffin gets called up, either move Gonzalez back to third, or maybe Connor Griffin will start the season, start his major league portion of his career at third base. That's less likely, but I'm just saying those are the 2 most likely possibilities. But my point is, Jared Triolo does not factor into this equation anymore. And they tried to have him factor into it, but he just
didn't work.
No.
And I'm happy that they actually didn't just roll with Triolo. Let's roll with him again. Let's try to get his confidence up. Maybe he'll get out of this rut. Like, they're like, no, it's not working. We're gonna switch the lineup up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like with Shelton would have rolled Triolo out there yesterday again.
Oh yeah, that's what Shelton did. He was develop and see kind of guy.
That's the thing. Whenever I look at this lineup, that's where I was like, okay, like they are trying different things, seeing what works, and if something's not working, they are willing to move it around and get guys out of the lineup. Now, even with O'Hearn and Horowitz hasn't been hitting well, and he pinch hit yesterday and it was awful. You take him out of the lineup, you put O'Hearn, somebody that can play first base and who has been smoking the ball. Clearly, he had a home run yesterday, absolutely matched it. You put him at first base, and you try to make this lineup as best as possible. I feel like Ozuna is probably the next guy that may be taken out. I don't know, but he's the one that hasn't really, if you look at this lineup, he's the one that really is the odd man out that hasn't been hitting at this point.
Yeah, maybe if you have a right-handed pitcher, or maybe you give him a day off and either have O'Hearn DH or let Horowitz DH, and either one of them could play first, so that would make more sense to me than not. I mean, we'll see that, because you look, I mean, we wanted Brian Reynolds to get sat down after talks yesterday, and I mean, he ended up hitting a home run. He looked comfortable with his swings. He was putting the ball in play pretty well. So, like, I mean, maybe patience is okay with some hitters. Jared Triolo shouldn't have patience for, so I'm glad they took him out, because he has a consistent track record of not being able to hit. Reynolds is streaky and heats up in June. Cruz is streaky, but when he hits the ball, like we saw yesterday. So I'd say be patient with Ozuna. I'll say that.
Yeah.
But everybody else, I mean, there's a short leash for a lot of these guys that have established that they're not consistent. And Triolo is one of those guys. Horowitz is becoming one of those guys.
It was just, you love to see that yesterday.
But you know what else, too? Just speaking of some of the struggles. You know what's different about this team than the last few seasons? Notice how Brandon Lau did not get a hit yesterday. He looked a little off. He was getting fooled. But notice how when your strongest hitter now, we considered him a strongest hitter after all the home runs he's hit so far, he had an off day. Well, you know what happened? Cruz had a good day.
Right.
Reynolds had a decent day. O'Hearn had a clutch hit. He was the one that made it from 1-0 to 4-0. Yep. So when you have guys that are off some days and you have other guys who find their stride on those days, you have an overall stronger lineup. And nobody's complaining about Brandon Lau going 0 for 4.
Right.
Because the other hitters in the lineup compensated.
Picking up the slack, baby.
And that's what this lineup was expected to do, and that's why I'm pleased with them.
This is exactly what it's supposed to look like. Yesterday is exactly what it's supposed to look like. More than for how they won and the win, it is exactly what it's supposed to look like for many reasons. And we'll talk about the other reason coming up next, but first, the Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Pirates have tied the series with the Cincinnati Reds after a win yesterday. 8-3 was the final score. A lot of big offensive outputs highlighted by O'Neal Cruz hitting 2 home runs in that game. So now the third and final game of the series, the rubber match, is going to take place today at 12:40 in Cincinnati. And it's a game you can listen to over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Their pregame coverage begins starting at 11:45 this morning. And that is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Crew still dealing with a couple of earlier accidents. One on northbound I-79 around the Bridgeville Rest area and the entrance to the Southern Beltway. So watch for delays there. Also one on the inbound Parkway East, partially blocking the right lane about a couple of miles before the Penn Hills interchange. Watch for slowdowns there. Once you do get by it, you're in line again at Greensburg Pike down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West, you're jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Route 28 delays past the 31st Street Bridge toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off windows. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
You could file your taxes on a basic free service, which is fine. But are you okay with fine? Because when it's your money on the line, do you really want to guess if you missed a credit or hope the math is right? Get the confidence of TurboTax for free right on the Intuit Credit Karma app. Free Fed and free state for simple 1040s only. Around 37% of filers qualify. See details at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for EITC, CTC, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Council, are you excited for the home opener?
Yes, of course I am.
Well, I have a little, I guess it would be a theory.
Okay.
I think that it's just going to be me and you that's going to go because Crowley's going to say that he is still under the weather.
He can't.
That's what he's going to do. I know him by now. I know him very well. I know him better than anybody other than his wife.
He can't. What's Wayner going to say?
We
we talked to Wayner on Monday.
That's going to be his excuse. I know how he operates. That's going to be his excuse not to go. He's going to be like, oh, wow, sick. Like, I'm still sick. And he'll still, he'll be coughing on Friday. He'll come back. He'll be coughing a little bit tomorrow and say that he doesn't have a voice. And he's like, oh, I'm too sick. I can't go. He's already planning it.
Of our show, do you know who the most consistent presence is at anything at any time? It's me.
Your consistent presence?
Yeah.
Of what?
Like when we go places and there's events and there's special events and stuff, or there's like weird things to do. Like you guys didn't go up in the basket at Bowser.
Right, yeah. I mean, because, you're young.
When we were doing the 5-alarm marathon, I went up in the basket on the fire truck.
Yeah, you're young. You're trying to establish yourself. I feel like that we're a little bit more established at this point. Don't have to do those things.
Got kids and stuff. Families.
Yeah. Just established in general, You kind of, at first you always do the most. Right. Talk to me about 3 years from now. You'll be rating our boat. Not doing anything.
Hopefully I'll be a more established voice in 3 to 4 years.
That's what I'm saying.
That's true.
And you won't be going up in ladders.
I do it for
all kinds of different events.
I do it for the love of the game. I love attention. I don't know if you've ever realized that.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I love attention.
Yeah.
I love when people look at me and go, oh man, look at that guy. I have an opinion on him.
Yeah, I can see that.
I hate being forgotten.
I can see that.
That's what people are like, we ever heard the expression, there's no publicity, there's no bad publicity?
Right.
I feel that way. I just don't want to be not talked about.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Have you always been like that?
Yeah. That's just some of my upbringing. I've always been like, you know what, pay attention to me.
I feel like doing this job, I think everybody has to have a little piece of that.
You gotta have an ego.
You got to have a little bit that you want to be heard or you want to be seen, you want to be thought about. But I will say, I don't love attention all the time.
Yeah,
Some people love it all the time. Bechtold loves it all the time.
Yeah, but I'll do the things. I don't sit here and go, oh, you should be interested in me just because. I do the things that make you want to go that guy,
Different.
Right, I do the weird and random things,
Mm-hmm.
Like, again, I still hold a grudge with Austin because he didn't participate in Quiz Callus. I think that would have been a great opportunity for him to grow and to smack me down, and he didn't do it.
Yeah.
And that's the difference. He likes attention on his own terms.
Correct.
I will go out of my comfort zone to try things that make people go, wow.
Yeah, but I think Austin was being intelligent in that situation in a way because it would have been a lose-lose situation for him.
Why?
Because if he beats you, he beats Callus in Quiz Callus. Like people are like, you beat Callus in Quiz Callus. Okay, good job, Austin. But if he loses,
again,
oh my God.
Again, he's opened his mouth before, and Donnie's opened his mouth before about things I've gotten wrong on Quiz Callus. So if it's such an easy quiz, you do it too.
Yeah.
And if you're not participating in that quiz, and shout out to Amanda King too, she deserves a lot of credit for stepping up and giving it a shot. If it's such an easy damn quiz, and you two are sports producers on this station, and we are equals, we are all full time. Do the quiz.
Right? So now we got to bring Donnie in on this.
Yeah, because he made fun of me one time too. He called his mom.
So you're calling out Donnie and Austin to do a Quiz Callus?
Yes, because I when I got the Penn State conference question wrong, when I didn't know what conference Penn State was in, Donnie called his mother and recorded it because she knew, and he posted that on X, and he taunted me. And Austin has taunted me on the Pomp and Joe show before about that quiz, which is why I'm especially mad at both of them. Because they're taunters, but they won't play the game. And if they're so smart, that's my whole point. If they're sports producers on this station, they talk about sports, they do their part-time host thing. If they're so smart, play the game. So I don't think it's a win for Austin to not play because, again, if he's so smart and he can taunt me, play the game.
No, he knows it's a lose-lose.
But that means he's not confident that he'll know all the answers,
right.
And that makes us equals in intelligence as well.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they step up. We'll see if they come.
Yeah. Bottom line, though, I try things.
Do you want to try to get them on tomorrow or next week?
Let's try for tomorrow. Why not? We got time.
They're going to say no. Donnie might say yes, but I think Austin's never going to do it.
I have confidence Donnie will step up. We might have to have him on video or something. I wouldn't expect him to come in. He does the afternoon show.
We'll effort that. What I was going to say is that's the way it's supposed to look like for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Is you have your batters on fire like they were yesterday. Obviously, the new guys doing a lot of the work in the first couple games, but yesterday, obviously, Cruz, Reynolds, O'Hearn. Your batter's on fire. Bubba Chandler goes in there, 6 strikeouts. I thought he looked pretty good, in my opinion. And then you roll into a Skeens day. Like, that's how it's supposed to look, right? Like, that's the confidence that you're supposed to brew. Like, that's in my mind what I expected the Pirates to look like week in and week out. It's like, okay, you got Bubba Chandler who could throw 100. He goes in there. He mows people down. Your batters step up. You kind of smoke a team. And then the next day, you roll into a Skeens day where you're ultra confident. I mean, I know that Skeens had a not so great outing his first time, but I'm willing to bet that my man is going to be ready to go today. That's what it's supposed to look like.
I'm excited that we don't work in the afternoon.
Me too,
because I get to watch.
I know. I'm excited to see how he responds. But do you like? That is exactly the setup for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Is what they did yesterday to roll into a Skeens day to almost automatically know that you have a chance to win. It's pretty good. If they can continue that, it's pretty good. They'll be in a good spot.
I feel like he's also extra determined.
Yeah.
Considering that the first start did not go
correct
as planned at all.
Correct. He's going to be ready to roll. It's going to be beautiful. I don't know who's pitching for the Reds, though. Do you?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
So it's a lefty or righty. We'll see what that will be. But, yeah, I'm excited for a Skeens day. We'll talk to Doug Whaley a little bit about the Pirates and the Penguins coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. But coming up next, we gotta talk about the football and the owners' meetings. And McCarthy was there; he spoke. Art II, he spoke. There's a lot of things going on right now, and a lot of things that we've already known that are pretty clear and obvious. But we'll talk about that, and we'll hear from McCarthy coming up next. First, Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. KDK-TV has your weather.
The
This morning, periods of heavy rain continue through this afternoon with high temperatures in the upper 60s. Rain showers through overnight with lows into the upper 50s. Thursday, scattered showers and thunderstorms possible, high temperatures near 80 degrees. And overnight Thursday, a few showers likely with temperatures in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDKA First Alert Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. And right now, new FanDuel customers can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every day for 10 days. Let me tell you how it works. Place any bet with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge using your Bet Reset token. And if it doesn't win, you'll get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 straight days. So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up today. We've got the national semifinals now in college basketball. The point spreads are out for those two games. And here's what we've got. Connecticut, a 2.5-point dog against Illinois, plus 114 on the money line for UConn. Michigan, a 1.5-point favorite against Arizona. Arizona minus 105 on the money line. The Buccos also starting a series in Cincinnati. Going to play there for 3 games. Skeens is going to pitch on Wednesday. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Bonus bets are now withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy 1 Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Nothing but net. Nice shot. Man, I miss playing basketball. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
Lower testosterone?
Yeah, men just lose their edge after 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
Nugenix, the testosterone booster.
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula. It skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours and boosts your body's free and total testosterone in just 2 weeks. Since I started taking it, my energy is way up. I feel like I did back when we played for Coach Mac, and it's even spiced things up with my wife.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text SPIRAL to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPIRAL to 215-215. That's SPIRAL to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crew still dealing with a couple of earlier accidents. One of them on the northbound side of I-79. This is in South Fayette Township, near the entrance to the Southern Beltway and the Bridgeville Rest area. Give yourself some extra time. You will definitely find some slowdowns there. Meanwhile, an earlier accident being cleared from the inbound Parkway east around the Penn Hills interchange. That is causing slowdowns as well past the scene. Once you do get by it, you're going to be putting on the brakes again at Greensburg Pike to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Meanwhile, Route 28 jammed at the Route 8 at the bypass down toward the north side, Parkway West over the top of Green Tree Hill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
Bean burrito for lunch.
you have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
2006 was my first time doing this, and the first question was about a veteran quarterback, whether he was going to come back or not. So it was a big deja vu. It's going good. It's been very positive, and we'll just continue to talk. So we talk regularly.
Were you confident then, and are you the same level of confident now?
That's a great question. It was a different tone then, because I was just a youngster, and the questions, your questions were a lot more, were very polite compared to the way the questions were asked back then. So, but yeah, I'm confident. But at the end of the day, it's a personal decision. So.
Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. That was Mike McCarthy. He's at the owners' meetings in Arizona talking about Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers. Last time he was a head coach, talking about Brett Favre's situation. Is he coming back? So I bet you things are, just very familiar with what he is going through. And Mike McCarthy has talked a lot about the Aaron Rodgers situation. He really has. And we're not used to that. With Mike Tomlin, he was so secretive, and, he just, he tried to outsmart people, try to act like people didn't know what was going on. McCarthy's a straight shooter. McCarthy's like, look, guys, I have nothing to hide. And he really doesn't. At the end of the day, there are some things in the NFL and in professional sports where, it stays in-house. There are things. And the media thinks that they know what's going on. Sometimes they do. Most of the times they don't. But in a situation like this, I feel like it's kind of easy to read, right? Or am I just tripping? I feel like it's kind of easy to read. McCarthy said that they basically talk every week. They talk a lot. They go back and forth. What do you think they're talking about? They're not talking about their favorite Pittsburgh restaurants. Well, maybe that was brought up at one point. Maybe the first initial call from McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers, whenever McCarthy was hired as the head coach, was, Hey, Aaron, what restaurants did you go to last year whenever you were here? I got some good ones. Big Jim's, and Fatheads, but you know what? Can't go there anymore because they're closing down after, being around for 35 years, 30 years. So, but I'm sure that they had that conversation, but that's not what they're talking about right now. They're talking about plays. They're talking about schemes. They're talking about situations. They're talking about they're talking about how so much time probably has passed since they've been together and how the game has evolved since they've been together. And some of the things that they did in Green Bay that got them to championship caliber, I guarantee the conversations now are about, are we still aligning with our vision? Because everybody knows this in life. The older you get, things change. You change. Our thoughts change. We mature. We think of things differently. I operate way differently now than I did 10 years ago when I was 28 years old. I look at things way differently. Now, I still have friends that I grew up with, but we still are, we think differently than we did whenever we were in our 20s. We all have kids now. The responsibilities have heightened. The order of, of my checklist of what I want to do on the weekend has changed. I can't just go hang out with my buddies all the time. I have to go to basketball games, baseball games with my kids. Things change. So I guarantee the conversations between Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers are, do we still align like we did in the past? Or is our vision still the same? And I think that Aaron Rodgers is in a situation where he wants to figure that out. He doesn't want to put himself in a situation where, it sounds good on paper, and it was good at one point. It kind of stalled out after a while. I separated from this situation, and then now I'm infusing somewhat the same situation, but it's in a different realm. It's in a different time period. And it's in a different city and a different team. Like, will it really work out again? Are we still the same people? No, we're not. So I guarantee that Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy to an extent, but I bet Aaron Rodgers is really picking Mike McCarthy's brain and Brian Angelico's brain and Frank Cignetti Jr.'s brain, guys in James Campen's brain, guys that were with him in Green Bay a decade ago, to see if things are still the same or has things evolved. Do we still think the same? Because Aaron Rodgers, I don't think at this point in his career wants to put himself in a situation where it's different. And he has to learn a lot of new things, and he has to adjust to people who have changed. I understand, and this is why I think that he's thinking this way. And it's very thoughtful, and you should probably think this way because you don't want to just put yourself in a situation because it looks good on paper, because it looks good on TV. Whenever McCarthy and his group from Green Bay gets hired for the Pittsburgh Steelers, yeah, that all sounds great, and we can link that to Aaron Rodgers as we should, and more than likely Aaron Rodgers is going to be the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. He is. But I think this time period, which is what is taking so long, is Aaron Rodgers is trying to figure out if they have the same mindset as they did before. Or have they both evolved and changed over the period of time that they haven't been together to a place where they could compromise and it could work out? It's like going back to high school, right? And I mean, not that like you're going backwards or you're going to being younger again, but it's like if we all like in our 30s had to go back to the high school that we went to, like I wouldn't know where certain classrooms are because things change. It's still the same school, but things change. Classroom could be down in a whole other end that they built 5 years ago that I didn't even know about at West Allegheny. I wouldn't be able to find it. I think that I could find it, right? You think that you go and you're like, oh, I remember my history class being here. That's probably where it's at again, my senior year. No, it's not. Weird way to go, weird analogy there, but that's kind of what I'm getting at, is I think Aaron Rodgers is trying to surface through some of those details of seeing that could he picture it actually working this time around. And I give him, I listen, I respect that. I do believe what Art II did say, that it will be before the draft, but I also do believe at the end of the day, even though that Rodgers is trying to filter through some of these little minor details of will it work again, that they know that he is coming back. He's just trying to iron out some things to make sure things go as smoothly as possible now that he is, 42 years old, and Mike McCarthy is now his head coach again. I don't think it was crazy terms that they ended on. I don't think it was like super bad or anything. It definitely was, I think, time in Green Bay for them to part ways, or for the Green Bay Packers to part ways with McCarthy. So I think that there's not probably friction there, but there are little things that Aaron Rodgers, how intellectual he is, that is probably wants to iron through, that is going to take some time for him to actually sign on the dotted line to come back as the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, Charlie Batch, obviously, I love Charlie Batch, saying that Aaron Rodgers potentially wants $30 million. There may be some truth to that. I'm not going to say Charlie is wrong, because Charlie knows a lot. But I don't think that is what's causing the delay. And I don't think that Aaron Rodgers is going to get $30 million, but I'm not saying that Charlie's wrong, and there may be some validity to it, but I don't think that he won't come close to that number. Maybe 20, maybe a $20 million contract, which would be a $7 million raise, maybe that, but not $30 million. There's no way that that'll ever happen. But in my opinion, what's taking this long for Aaron Rodgers to sign on the dotted line is that he's trying to iron out the minor details to see if it could actually work in his brain, to see if it could be as smooth as possible, the transition. Not necessarily the schemes. He probably knows the schemes. Things have changed. McCarthy has probably changed some things up. I mean, verbiage-wise, Aaron Rodgers is very smart. He'll pick up on that in a second. But it's a little bit less. It's probably like 80-20 personal relationship between Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy and the coaching staff. 2020 football of what they've been talking about. That's just my opinion. That's just what I think is going on. And if I were Aaron Rodgers, I would want to know some of those things. Is it worth coming back? Is it going to be, how much different is it going to be? Is it going to be the same? Should it be the same? Do we look at football the same way still? A lot of people, I mean, Charlie Batch looks at football way differently than I probably look at football, but it's still the same, but it's still, it's still very drastic ways that we look at football. So if you're going back with somebody that you were with before, how do you look at the game now? What are we going to do? What's our method? What's your method? What do you want to accomplish? What do I want to accomplish? Stuff like that does take time, especially for people that are like Aaron Rodgers. But I do believe that he will be the Steelers quarterback and signed on the dotted line before the NFL draft, just like Art II did say. I do actually believe that. It's just going to take a little bit of time, which is fine. It is what it is. It's not like he's going to participate in OTAs. I mean, he might, because he probably wants to knock a little bit of rust off, but he's not going to get the bulk of reps. That's going to be Will Howard is going to get the bulk of most of the reps in the OTAs. He's going to participate in minicamp. Will Howard will still get the bulk of reps there. He's going to participate a little bit in training camp. Will Howard will get the bulk of reps there. So it's not really the on-the-field thing. Aaron Rodgers doesn't necessarily need to be here right now. So he's taking his time, and I respect that. I do at the end of the day. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Callis, yes.
We have a development.
What happened?
So I reached out to our guy, Donnie Football. He's a very nice man.
Mm-hmm.
And I gave him the option to participate in Quiz Callis tomorrow. And Donnie has accepted the invite. He will participate on video. So how about that?
Let's go. Now that puts the pressure on Bechtold.
Yeah.
It puts the pressure on Bechtold. Now, I don't know how we would do that.
No, we're not doing it three-way.
Okay.
It's me versus someone.
Okay.
And Austin lost his opportunity. Austin's had an opportunity for a month. So now we'll give it to Donnie.
We'll give it to Donnie, and then if Austin wants to participate next week, then the invite is open.
Mm-hmm.
But the pressure is on him. We have Amanda King that participated. Now we're going to have Donnie. Austin, the ball is in your court, brother. Good job, Callis. Yeah. We'll see how that goes.
Let's go.
I got to cook up a good one then.
Now I respect Donnie.
Yes.
Now I respect Donnie.
Of course he would take the challenge. Donnie's not scared. Does
that mean Austin is scared?
Right now he is.
There you go.
He's shaking. Listen to Pop and Joe every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contest run every Wednesday through Friday at 12 p.m. at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Coming up next, Mike McCarthy did speak about the wide receiver position for the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll hear from him coming up next. But first, a Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Penguins played yesterday and won 5-1 over the Detroit Red Wings, and several other losses around the league have helped the Penguins secure further position in the standings. The Penguins right now at 92 points after that win yesterday. The Columbus Blue Jackets in the middle of a 4-game losing streak, so they don't move at all. They're still at 88 points in fourth place in the Metro. The Islanders are in third, still at 89 points, and they've lost 2 consecutive games. Penguins have 7 regular season games left on the schedule, and the next one coming up is a road game against the Tampa Bay Lightning tomorrow. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Kelly and Dennis needed to sell their home in Moon Township and reached out to Gina for help because they were selling their home under a constrained timeline while they were trying to purchase a home. They relied on Gina's expertise to make it all happen. In their 5-star review, they said that Gina's pricing strategy, expert marketing, and impressive negotiation skills delivered results quickly, and she was able to coordinate every detail perfectly. Gina will sit down with you. You grant a price. You grant a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. She doesn't do her job at any point. You're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Kickstart your day. From world champions to a total apocalypse. For an unfathomable third straight time, Italy is missing the World Cup, playing with 10 men after a first-half red card in a penalty shootout loss to Bosnia and Herzegovina. No former winner has ever missed 3 consecutive tournaments until now. I'm Drake Toll.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Vehicle safety starts underneath. That's why the pros choose Napa for undercar solutions that stop safety issues before they become costly problems. Go further with complete repairs that restore stopping, steering, and stability. Then grow your business through trust and repeat visits. With premium rotors, pads, struts, and wheel hub assemblies, Napa has everything you need to keep undercar under control. That's Napa know-how.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
And you thought today would just be another day on the job. But then you heard these words. Your new floor and decor is coming soon to Bethel Park. Pros have never had a partner like this. We're getting ready with job lot quantities of tile, wood, and stone in stock, and a dedicated pro team to get you in, out, and back on the job. Get ready. Your new floor and decor is on its way. Don't miss our grand opening coming soon to Bethel Park.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
And you've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West inbound delays near the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass all the way down to the north side. Out of the South Hills, Route 51, traffic light delays at the intersection with Library Road, again at Nobles Lane, then heavy approaching Bousman Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Car accident? LGKG. Work accident? LGKG. Dog bite? LGKG. Med mal? LGKG. Born and raised in Western PA. That's us, LGKG. We try cases, and insurance companies know it. A 90-year reputation. LGKG.com, where your case becomes our cause.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Ben Moore Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. So Donnie accepted the challenge, Kals.
Yep.
Did you reach out to both Donnie and Austin?
No, because Austin already said he wouldn't do it.
He already said he wouldn't do it.
Literally,
okay.
We asked him over a 2-week span if he would play. Why would I ask him first now?
Yeah, true.
Are we going to get a different answer? Am I going to waste my time? No.
How did it go yesterday with you and Austin? I wasn't able to listen.
I was complimented for my baseball insight, and somebody even said, callous sounding intelligent about sports makes me smile. And I think I get a bad rap because Adam likes to taunt me a lot.
Did Austin taunt you at all yesterday?
No, but he made an argument that the Pirates should have kept Andrew McCutchen as a bench player. And my counter to that was just stop talking about this because no established athlete wants to come off the bench. And in baseball, when you come off the bench to take at bats once or twice every 2 weeks, you're not going to produce at the same rate. It is hard to pinch hit. Players have their success by gaining a rhythm by playing every day.
Mm-hmm.
So why would Andrew McCutchen have come back to make $2.5 million to come off the bench?
Well, that's what he initially did with the Rangers, right?
No.
A minor league deal.
But that's a tryout. He got a tryout in spring training. If they would have cut him, they wouldn't have had to pay him. That's all the minor league contract meant. Like if he didn't perform and he didn't make the major league.
So you're trying to say that Andrew McCutchen had a tryout. If he made the tryout, and if they were like you're going to come off the bench, that he would have turned that down?
Well, maybe not. But I don't think he wanted to come back to the Pirates
at that
to
under
do
those
that.
terms.
If he was going to get any opportunity, but I think he chose the Rangers because A, they gave him the opportunity, but B, that they knew they were going to need his bat if he could play well enough to be on the team. And now he's playing every day.
And he's doing well.
Yeah.
Very well.
I don't think he would have had that same production nor been as happy being somebody. Austin was like, oh, yeah, have him bat in like 2 games over every 2 weeks. And I'm like, no. The bench players on a team are supposed to be younger players that are waiting for their opportunity.
Yeah.
You're not going to have a 16-year MLB veteran want to come off the bench.
Oh, I mean, if he's making $2.5 million, he would.
I mean, does any professional athlete aspire after having so much experience in a league to sign somewhere just to be an off-the-bench guy? I guess baseball's a little different because you constantly have these one-on-one matchups.
Mm-hmm.
Like football's different because you can have a depth chart. You could have different players playing on different plays over sequences of drives. But basketball bench players are essential because that's a sport.
I mean, like Joe Flacco, in a sense, he's signing contracts to be come off the bench if needed. If you want to relate it to football terms.
But like, is Andrew McCutchen going to be the Pirates' backup DH that only gets into 1 to 3 games every 2 weeks? Like, is that really going to help this Pirates team?
Yeah, but I mean, no, I don't know. I don't know if it would or not. But
and I think he's much happier being the everyday starter over there with the Rangers.
Yeah, because he earned that. So, like, if he came off the bench and did well, like, he would obviously not come off the bench all the time with the Pirates. Like, if he went in there and is doing what he's doing now, he'd probably be DHing.
Right. And Austin even admitted, too, he was like, well, yeah, if I had a choice, I would have still chosen Ozuna in the offseason instead of McCutchen. And I'm like, then what are we talking about?
Yeah.
Well, it's just, I think it's an irrelevant point.
Mm-hmm. No, I see where you guys are coming from. I do.
It's been beaten too much. The conversation should be over. Stop hanging on to the past.
Yeah, and you know what? We'll see at the end of the season. Obviously, it'll probably be brought up again to see and compare Ozuna and McCutchen, but I think it's going to fade away very quickly about the whole McCutchen deal. He's doing well and good for him, and Ozuna's not doing that well right now, and we'll see if he gets out of his slump. Mike McCarthy did talk about the wide receiver position for the Pittsburgh Steelers at the owners' meetings, and as much as they've tried to transition the room and enhance the room, they did with Michael Pittman Jr., the room still needs filled out. So here is Mike McCarthy.
You know, I do prefer the bigger targets. You know, I think it's common sense. I mean, you look at completion percentage. You want your quarterback north of 70%. You want the ball distributed. You know, you want 55. You know, combination of completions and rushes to be 55 plus a game. So those are things that I believe in, of how you're going to play on offense, and that's why, you know, tight ends, big tight ends, the target. You know, it's easier to throw these passes than the ones out there. So those are common sense practices that I'm you know, I keep in touch with. And so the bigger receivers, outdoor climate, the ability to be nasty in first and second down in a run game, because, you know, we sat through the meetings there with was that Sunday, and they talked about the big plays. You know, the statistics. I don't know if everybody here, you get copies of all that, but the big play numbers are down. So I mean, that's something, as a coach, you're always looking to try to enhance your big plays opportunities on first and second down. It obviously comes off of the run game. So bigger receivers definitely help in that area.
Now, If my offense looked like it did right now, and I was going to go first-round pick, wide receiver, first-round pick, like, I would try to find a slot receiver, somebody that could do multiple things, that can move around, that could be a factor in the return game as well. The punt return game could be my punt returner, maybe my kickoff returner. I would look into that, but hearing McCarthy, it's going to be a bigger body receiver. I do believe that they're still going to draft a receiver in the first round, but I would pay attention to the bigger body receivers. He's in love with that, clearly. I mean, that's what he's talking about. You need bigger receivers to, you know, obviously have the target area, and to be able to dominate a football game, you want to have the bigger guys, and especially in the red zone. And he brought up the tight ends as well. So we will talk about later what Jerry Dulac put out there about maybe a target in the first round for the Steelers that at first didn't make any sense to me. It made zero sense to me, but now hearing Mike McCarthy speak about the receiver position, it may make a little bit of sense. It may make a little bit of sense. Bear with me. But he does like the bigger body receivers, so expect them to go that route. Who's ever out there, if you're paying attention and you're scouting, you're doing your own scouting and doing your own mock drafts, pay attention to the size of each receiver that could be available at 21. That's probably what the Steelers are targeting in the first round. But now, literally as I'm speaking right now, something is creeping into my mind, which would make a lot of sense. Maybe we'll get to that a little bit earlier, but we'll definitely get to that at some point in the show. Mike McCarthy also talked about the running back position. They have two guys. One guy, I'd love the signing of Rico Dowdle, but you obviously have Jaylen Warren. We'll hear from Mike McCarthy coming up next about the running back position. But first, the Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates and Reds playing the rubber match of the 3-game series, which will take place today at 12:40 in Cincinnati. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show over there begins at 11:45 a.m. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
If you're involved with the youth sports team around Pittsburgh, baseball, softball, football, cheer, any of it, and you're looking for a simple fundraiser, you should check out what the guys are doing at Keystone Custom Apparel. They've created something called a fan club fundraiser. Each player gets a custom shirt with the names of their supporters printed on the back. Supporters donate $20. Go online, type their name, pick the player they want to support, and that's it. No collecting money, no order forms, and Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. Most teams raise around $2,000 to $5,000. Check it out at KeystoneCustomApparel.com or give them a call, 724-206-0285 to get started today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by 2 Men in a Junk Truck. Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Okay, here we are. Weather is heating up, so start to think spring, think summer. Get the Schultz Ford. Maybe you want that convertible. Now's the time. Grab it now. That convertible Mustang, and man, are they sharp. You're going to go on vacation. Maybe you're driving. Maybe you're the driving type, right? You want to drive to the beach? How about that Expedition? How about that Explorer? Load in, and the family could take all they want to the beach. Yep. Check it out, SchultzFord.com, right? All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. The customer service, spectacular. Hey, you need your car serviced, pickup and delivery. They have that option. Also, mobile service, something small. They'll come right to your driveway, get it done for you, and you don't even need to leave your living room. That's fantastic. So get to all the locations, and if you just want to browse around, check it out online. Always open at SchultzFord.com.
When your money's on the line, are you okay with a basic free tax service? Get the confidence of TurboTax with free Fed and state filing on Intuit Credit Karma. Around 37% of filers qualify. Simple 1040s only. See details at TurboTax.com/free.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to power your progress, so you can give everything you've got, all for just 1 cent down. Whether you want to get the most out of our best-in-class equipment or go all in with free fitness training, our trainers are ready to help you get stronger than ever before. Take your workout to the next level at Planet Fitness. Join the club today for 1 cent down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, April 10th. You ready? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See Club for details.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like healthcare, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-566-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on April 10th, 2026. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hot water fast. Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I love the fact that their play styles emulate each other. So that's what I was real excited about with Rico, having to work with Rico. A big thing that I think is very important for running back, the first question I always ask in the evaluation process, can he play all 3 downs? We all want 4-down players. If you're looking to build a scope of, particularly the running back position and linebacker positions, for value, these guys both can play all 3 downs. And that's important. It's real important for a play caller. You want to push the envelope, get in and out of, personnel groups. You also want to be able to stay on the field, go right from 2nd down to 3rd down, go right from 3rd down to 4th down, huddle type things. And so having backs that don't have to come out of the game on 3rd down, that's something that I put a lot of value in. And I feel that we got 2 guys we can just go play tomorrow with.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. 1st down, 2nd down, 3rd down. We got running backs that could do both. We could running backs that we could go play tomorrow on 2nd down, 3rd down. Mike McCarthy's full yinzer, man. Full yinzer. No, I do like how they complement each other, at least on paper for right now. I've been a fan of Rico Dowdle's for a long time, since he was in Dallas with Mike McCarthy. He had a good year last year in Carolina. I do think that he fits what they want to do on offense. Not to say that Kenneth Gainwell couldn't do that, and obviously Kenneth Gainwell was, a pleasant surprise and one of the best players on the Steelers last year and really kept them into games, and he was a big-time receiving threat. But Rico Dowdle was a really good signing. For what Jaylen Warren brings to the table, Rico Dowdle can basically do the same thing. So you have a good 1-2 punch at running back. You do. And I know some of you that have been following along with the owners' meetings and Mike McCarthy probably have seen the quote that he had out there about the Catholics and being a clean slate for Caleb Johnson. That was pretty hilarious, but Caleb Johnson right now is the 3rd back. I bet you that at some point in the draft, seeing what and maybe thinking what they may do with the picks and all the picks that they have, if they don't trade some of the picks away, I could see them drafting another running back and competing with Caleb Johnson. It is a clean slate in a way, but it's also like you have to prove yourself again. Now, I know the general manager and the front office and those things are the same. The people that drafted you are the same. But if you don't fit the scheme of an offensive coordinator and you're a young player like Caleb Johnson, like every day is a prove it day. Because they will go out there and they will find somebody that fits better. Somebody that they've been familiar with, maybe been around, that was a backup in Dallas. Don't know who that could be, but somebody that it could be familiar with Mike McCarthy's offense better than Caleb Johnson could come in here and be the 3rd running back on the Pittsburgh Steelers. So it's a big opportunity for Caleb Johnson. I know that he was a 3rd-round pick. They thought that he would fit Arthur Smith's scheme very well. He didn't. Had a rough rookie season. But every single time he gets an opportunity, OTAs, mini camp, training camp, and preseason, he's going to take advantage of that because it's not a done deal that he's going to be on this roster. It is not a done deal. But the first 2 guys, I love the 1-2 punch. Love what they did there. 2 kind of bowling ball, explosive running backs. That's what they envision their offense being, is kind of being able to control in the run game and, the passing game, having the bigger body physical. I mean, this is just a physical offense. You can see the way that they're trying to set up. It's trying to be, a physical beat you down type offense. And the signing of Rico Dowdle was very good in my opinion. And I think he's going to do very well here. But Caleb Johnson he's going to have to prove himself. Definitely is a clean slate, but at the same time, sometimes a clean slate isn't a good slate. Sometimes a clean slate, you got to do so much more to reprove yourself. You already had to prove yourself last year, being a rookie, being a 3rd-round pick. Weren't able to do that. Now you have to reprove yourself to somebody new, but also the same people. That's a tough situation. It's a very tough situation. 93.7 The Fan trading cards are brought to you by Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have picks and stats of the fan hosts, and you can pick them up at Baseball Cardcast on Cranberry or anytime we're out in the community. Kels, how you doing? You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You're back there making some noises during the break. I didn't know what you were doing.
Yeah, you've heard my de facto horn before, my like car noises, like the horn. That's one of my favorite sounds I can make.
Is that a car?
Yeah, doesn't it sound like one?
A little bit.
The Penguins score!
That sounds like a horn.
You got
any other ones?
No.
No?
Oh, I could do like a trumpet horn too, like.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. You like April Fool's Day?
I don't really think about it. And my dog died 6 years ago on this day.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Wow.
Adam actually asked me, I remember we were alone on his show. I don't think you were here. And he was talking about it with me. And I was like, yeah, my dog passed away on this day. So I don't really think about it like that. It's just another day mixed with that rough
You've
event.
never played a prank on somebody on April Fool's Day?
I did stupid stuff when I was a kid that my parents kind of taught me. They were like, haha, that's funny. Like I told a joke or something, but no, I never played a prank. Somebody on the early morning show called and said that his kids would mess with him, and his wife apparently would mess with him. Like they taped the faucet one time.
Yes.
At the nozzle there,
Yes.
so when he turned it on, it sprayed him.
That's a good one.
And then they said they were giving him a Tootsie Roll the one day, and it was actually dirt.
That's no good.
It was just dirt kind of moistened and packed in together, and it looked like a, yeah.
That's no good.
No, that was, no. I was like, that's extreme. I actually haven't heard anything quite like that. That dude's got an extreme family, but I don't really think about it. No, I don't.
I remember April Fool's Day, like in like high school and like growing up, it was like you had to be ultra cautious, like about everything.
Well, considering how much you enjoy antics, I feel like.
Yeah.
Like you scared Crowley in this booth before. I feel like you find fun in that. You're a big poking guy. You like to poke people.
Yep.
I feel like you would enjoy this. And I thought Adam was playing a prank on us, too. I thought he called out sick, and he was just going to show up at like 5:40 or 6 and be like, ha-ha.
Well, I think Adam doesn't prank because he doesn't want the retaliation of the prank. So there was a part of me that did think that for a second, but I was like,
well, how would we retaliate, though? I'd actually find that would have been more of a pleasant prank. Like, oh, surprise.
That would have been a pleasant one, but he just,
my presence is here. Yeah, I guess that's true.
He gets really worried. He probably thought that we would conspire against him and try to prank him in a way.
Maybe that's why he's not here.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's like Doran, always concocts some stuff.
Yeah. I haven't played a prank on anybody in a long time, actually. I think about it.
Not your kids?
Yeah, I prank them every day. I mean, like every day.
Well, then that counts.
Every single day. It's to the point now where they're so used to it, like the pranks are not even fun anymore.
Yeah, that's why you got to limit it. You got to keep it rare because anything could lose meaning if you're oversaturated with it.
That is true. That is very true.
Except for us. Listen to us every day.
Yeah, listen to us.
We're part of your routine.
Yeah.
Don't go away.
Yeah. And you're going to be facing Donnie tomorrow. Are we going to have Bostic? I think he's out of town.
Really?
I think so.
You think Adam's going to return tomorrow?
Like I said,
if he misses the game on Friday.
I'm telling you. I know him very well. This is what he's doing. If he misses tomorrow, he's definitely not going to the game Friday. But if he comes in tomorrow and he's kind of like gutting through it, how he says he has all these ailments all the time, like his chest, he laughs so hard that his chest breaks and stuff like that. Like he's going to make excuses why he can't go to the game on Friday. 100%.
That would upset me so much.
It's going to happen.
You guys are like my only friends.
So it'd be me and you.
Exactly.
Yeah. So me and you, let's plan to go together because he is definitely not going. There's no chance. Yeah. Yeah. All right, coming up next. I predicted this. I'm going to give myself credit. I predicted this. I predicted it was going to happen. Look at me. You should listen to me all the time about predictions because it happened yesterday. We'll talk about that next, but first, the Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates winners yesterday over the Cincinnati Reds. 8-3 was the final score of that game, and an offensive highlight was O'Neal Cruz going deep twice. He hit 2 home runs in that game, went 3 for 4 in total, and raised his average significantly early on in this season. Pirates and Reds will now play in the rubber match of the 3-game series, which will take place today at 12:40. It's a game you can listen to over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. The pregame coverage of that begins at 11:45 a.m., and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Adam, ever start a project thinking, I'll just do this myself?
Oh, yeah, but famous last words.
Exactly. That's why I like this. Guardian Protection is offering free professional installation with a new security system.
And you're getting emotional about it, so you don't have to figure anything out. They handle it for you.
Set up right, working right, protecting your home from day one.
We're talking intrusion, fire, cameras, the whole deal.
Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today.
Terms and conditions apply.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Mr. Water Heater, 2 Men in a Junk Truck, Tri-State Office Equipment, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Joe Ball GMC. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West inbound delays over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound delays starting at Green Tree toward Carnegie and then jam from Roslyn Farms out toward Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East stacking at Churchill down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while Route 28 jammed approaching the Route 8 at the bypass all the way down to East Ohio Street and the North Shore Expressway. Driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com. I'm Greg McAtee.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
This report brought to you by Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off windows. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
Old Stonewall Golf Club's award-winning course is now open. Take advantage of off-season rates through the end of April and see why the region's best course is just minutes away. Visit oldstonewall.com to book your tee times now.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Raj.
And I'm Kaylee.
And we're a Henny couple. I'm so happy I chose Henny. Our sales associate, Megan, was patient and kind during the whole process, and she helped me pick the perfect ring to give to Kaylee. I'd recommend Henny to anyone looking to find that special ring.
Raj proposed on the beach in Cancun, and the ring is absolutely perfect. Thank you, Henny.
Check out Henny Jewelers on their website at hennyjewelers.com or follow them on social. Henny Jewelers, they're the jeweler for life.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
3-1. Swing and a drive deep out to right, and there's no doubt about this one. It's way out of here. It is halfway up the seats in right field by the smokestacks, and Cruz with his first home run, and again off a lefty. He's 3 for 3 this year. That's 444 feet, and it's 6-1 Pirates.
I said it yesterday. Cruz will catch one. He'll catch one. He'll be the first to get out of the slump. Now, I do believe that Brian Reynolds was the first to get out of the slump, But Cruz, he had 2 home runs in yesterday's game. That was very good to see, Callis, and Brian Reynolds too. That's exactly what you need. Like, that's how you draw it up, in my opinion. And looking at the season, going into the season, a lot of excitement around the Pittsburgh Pirates with the new guys. Ozuna hasn't performed at all lately, but I do believe that he's going to get out of his slump at some point. But in order for the Pirates to win this year, we all kind of rested on, the new guys are great, but the guys that were here that need to be big-time players, that we expect to be big-time players, that haven't been big-time players, need to step up and do that this year. And it hadn't been that case for the first, 3-4 games. And yesterday we've seen the guys that we were talking about, Brian Reynolds, O'Neal Cruz, be those guys. If that could happen, that's exactly how you draw it up. You have Bubba Chandler on the mound, throws 6 strikeouts. You have your offensive, players doing their thing. You got the guys from last year contributing, the new guys from this year doing their thing as well. And I know Lau didn't have a hit, but everybody else stepped up, as you said earlier, Callis. That's the difference in this team. But you have a day like yesterday, and you roll into a Skeens day like today. You roll into a Skeens day where, nothing's automatic. A win isn't promised, but you feel pretty damn good about possibly getting a win today with Skeens on the mound.
Can I be completely honest with you?
Yes.
Because the offense has let us down so many times, and I actually am going to stop taking the Skeens days for granted and getting super pumped up for them. It's nice to see him play, but my perspective on it now is we watched Mitch Keller pitch against the Mets on Saturday, and he threw 6 scoreless innings.
Yeah,
and the Pirates didn't win because the offense was leaving many runners in scoring position. So I think it's time to simmer down a little bit. You can feel good going into the game. I feel like the Pirates are so well constructed with their roster, they will have a chance to win most games this season. Unlike how we felt in the past before. I don't even remember much of the game from opening day last season because we all just felt it was off. Things were off. They weren't going to win many games. This season, I'm Skeens or not, Skeens will give them a chance to win, but the offense will equally give them a shot to win if O'Hearn keeps producing or Cruz hits more missiles. I want it to be more team focused this season, more so than being Skeens is going to win us the game, because there have been so many examples now, and we already have an example from this season. That it's not guaranteed you're going to win.
It's not. But you feel better about it than just a random person on the mound. You feel pretty good. It'd be like me being able to pick a partner for a 3-point contest, and I got to pick Steph Curry. It's not an automatic, but basically it's close to an automatic that we would win. But I feel pretty damn good about my chances that I have Steph Curry on my team.
You're more likely to. You feel like you're more likely to win than not. Right. He's going to give you a solid chance to win.
Mm-hmm.
But if the offense doesn't do what we expect it to do, it doesn't matter. So I think that's the mentality I'm keeping this season. We've had roughly 2 seasons now of Skeens. This is a season now where the season will be made or broken by how the offense performs.
Well, that's exactly why,
I'm just not going to take it for granted. I'm going to appreciate watching them pitch.
Don't take it for granted, but that's exactly why I kind of set up this segment of this is how it's drawn up. This is how it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
With yesterday.
That lineup was tremendous. We talked about that.
It's tremendous.
Earlier.
Yesterday leads into today. Now, if you could transition what you did yesterday into today, and you have Skeens on the mound, you're feeling really good.
Yep.
You set up today being a big opportunity to win a series.
Yep.
By what you did yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And alongside that, setting up to win a series today, you have the best pitcher in baseball on the mound.
Yeah.
It feels pretty good. Right?
I agree.
It feels pretty good. You feel like you have a pretty good chance. No, we don't. And I see where you're coming from. Let's not put all of our eggs in the basket of the Skeens basket. And be we have to rely on Skeens to go out there and win us the game. No, but it does set up a pretty good chance for you to win a series against a divisional opponent early in the season after what you did yesterday. The feel goods are the feel goods right now, I'm sure, in that locker room. Right? You're feeling pretty good as a player, and you're all right, let's do it again. Let's do it for Skeens. Let's do it for us. Let's hoist that cone. You know what that means? Hoist the cone?
I think it was, from what I understand, it was printed on a shirt, and it was just a thing. And I don't know if it was a mistake or not, but It was just a thing that this T-shirt company was trying to do, and it became a ritual.
Yeah, I kind of like it.
How about the steel mask as well, that helmet?
That too.
That, I love that.
Yep, that too.
And when Brandon Lau hit his home runs on opening day last week, they made a GIF of him already.
Yep.
And it's a nice one. You just got him lifting up the first set of glass by the eyes, and there's just another set. He's just, his eyes are peeping out behind the gray solid steel mask.
It's great. No, they should feel good about the performance yesterday and rolling into today. You know, you should feel pretty decent, I guess. I think that you should, with Skeens on the mound, and hopefully they can replicate.
You should feel good, but also keep the expectations of the offense out there.
No doubt.
And there's no guarantees this season.
No doubt.
We all got to expect that the offense will also pull its weight.
Coming up next, Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette. He will join us. We'll talk some Steelers. But first, Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, high of 68, low of 55, 95% chance of rain. Tomorrow, high of 78, low of 55, 75% chance of rain. Ray Fitt coming up next on the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
Precision Door, a name you can trust.
Attention Greater Pittsburgh. Are you tired of dealing with a garage door that just won't cooperate? Locally owned and operated Precision Garage Door in Imperial at 8179 Steubenville Pike and their McMurray location has a fantastic offer. For a limited time with approved credit, you can enjoy 12 months same as cash financing and pay nothing for a full year. When you need a new door, call Precision, America's largest residential garage door repair and installation company. Precision trucks are loaded and ready to go 24/7. Their expert technicians will ensure your garage door operates smoothly and efficiently, regardless of brand. All that plus this amazing offer. 12 months, same as cash. Call 1-844-345-4737 now. On the web, it's pittsburghgaragedoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can
Contractor
trust.
license PA 060566.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Nothing but net. Nice shot. Man, I miss playing basketball. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
Lower testosterone?
Yeah, men just lose their edge after 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
Nugenix, the testosterone booster.
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula. It skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours and boosts your body's free and total testosterone in just 2 weeks. Since I started taking it, my energy is way up. I feel like I did back when we played for Coach Mack, and it's even spiced things up with my wife.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text SPIRAL to 215215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2. Text now
now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPIRAL to 215-215. That's SPIRAL to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West jammed inbound over the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Ford Pit Tunnels. Outbound heavy from Green Tree to Carnegie, and then jammed from Roslyn Farms out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays approaching the Route 8 at the bypass. Stop and go all the way down toward the North Shore Expressway off-ramp. And that is also jammed heading over to and across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Dickerson Callis here with you on the Fan Morning Show. And joining us right now is Ray Fittipaldo of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Ray is brought to you by LGKG, Western PA Super Lawyers. They try cases in insurance companies. Know it. Ray, good morning. How are you?
What's up, guys? I'm doing well.
Doran, real quick, did you see that Ray posted a video that a picture that he found with Bob Pompiani?
I did. I didn't realize Bob was in radio and doing his thing while you were in high school. Was that a high school picture, Ray?
Yeah, that was from the fall of 1990, and that was like KKA used to do like this extra effort award, I guess, and they would come to the school and they would do an assembly. And if you look at that picture, I have like a goatee in that picture. And my mom was trying to get me to shave before I went to school that day. I was like, Mom, I'm not shaving. I am not going to shave. And I guess it was like some kind of surprise assembly. So I had no idea it was going on. But yeah, I don't know. Pretty impressive goatee game for a 17-year-old.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you were shaving in high school. I was hoping to just grow some chin hair in high school. Jeez.
Yeah, I was an early bloomer, Doran.
Jeez. No, that was a pretty cool picture. I mean, to see. I mean, Bob's been doing it for a long time, and that was crazy to see. And then you ended up going to Holy Cross, right?
Correct.
Holy Cross.
Yes.
Playing offensive line. That's right. All right, 30,000-foot view. Mike McCarthy speaking at the owners' meetings, Ray. And what are your thoughts? What's something that has stuck out to you that Mike McCarthy has spoke about?
Man, I don't know, Doran. If you're like me, the draft has to get here soon, because everything he talked about in Arizona, I feel like we've heard it like 1,000 times before. Like the Aaron Rodgers stuff, right? I mean, there's no resolution to that, so there's no news in that. He talked about Roman Wilson a little bit. I guess they kind of want to get Roman Wilson on track, and the Will Howard thing, we've heard that. I mean, how many times? The Caleb Johnson thing was interesting. I guess there's some acknowledgement there that Caleb had a rough rookie season, but he's going to start with a new slate. So, yeah, I mean, if you want to find something new, I guess the stuff about Roman and Caleb is fairly interesting, but we need some news to happen. We need some new things to happen on the Steelers beat, because all this stuff is just being rehashed from from the combine.
Ray, how much validity do you put behind Charlie Batch came out and said that it's a possibility that Aaron Rodgers is taking this much time because he wants around $30 million. Now, love Charlie Batch, not saying that he's wrong, but how much validity do you put behind Aaron Rodgers actually wanting that price, $30 million, and that taking this long?
Well, I mean, it is interesting that it's not done yet. And so what's the holdup? And I guess when Rodgers went on the McAfee show, he made a point to say, well, I haven't seen a contract yet. So, I don't know if Charlie is putting two and two together or what. There's a lot of speculation about, what the holdup is. No one really knows. I guess the Steelers have come out and said that, the money isn't the issue. For me, Dorn, I would be surprised if he wants $30 million. I mean, he came into last year, basically accepted 12 plus some bonuses, got him up to 15. I think, I think 20 million is fair. I don't know about you. If I'm the Steelers and he actually does want 30 million, I'm kind of thinking twice about that. I might want to just move on and say, okay, Will Howard, Mason, let's get the future started. But we'll see what happens. The other sort of news to come out of this past week is the Steelers expect an answer from Aaron before the draft. And, I would hope so. I mean, I think if there's one thing Aaron can do for the franchise, it would, at the very least, let them know before, they have to go out and make their picks on the 23rd, 24th, and 25th.
I do believe that Aaron Rodgers deserves a little bit of a raise, and I would go max $20 million, but there's no chance if I were the Pittsburgh Steelers, I would pay him $30 million. That would set us back so much that I don't believe that for what he did last year, earned $30 million contract for a year. I would give him some money, but not close to $30 million. Ray, Mike McCarthy also talked about the receiver position and how he likes big body receivers, big body, obviously tight ends, their threats in the red zone, blah, 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 all the football stuff. Yeah. But from what he said there, do you think that will be the target maybe in the first round? Like if we're identifying the receivers that are available in the first round and who's left in the first round, would you look at the guy that was 6'4" over the guy that is 6 foot because of what Mike McCarthy said yesterday about the big body receiver, even though they already have two?
Yeah, if you're the Steelers, and I'm sure they won't do this, but I think you have to be careful not to just pigeonhole yourself into saying, okay, we got DK Metcalf, we got Michael Pittman, two outside receivers. We absolutely need a slot. And I don't think they'll do that because Mike McCarthy likes guys who can move around. He wants all of his receivers to know all three different positions, and he wants those guys to be interchangeable. So I think, on the surface, would it make sense to get that smaller type receiver, that guy who can separate and, get some yards after the catch? Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. But Doran, DK Metcalf in a couple of years, I don't know if he's going to be the same player that he is now. So do you turn your back like on a Jordan Tyson or a Lemon if those guys are available at 21? I think you have to go out and get the best player at number 21. Now, listen, if they take a guard or if they take a safety at 21, and then there's a great slot receiver like, Jeremy Bernard sitting there at 53, then that would make all the sense in the world. But when you're picking in the first round at 21, I don't think you could just say, yeah, we need a slot receiver. Let's get a slot. You got to go out and get the best receiver on the board, then make them fit into your offense this year, and then, project where he goes in a couple of years. I think Jordan Tyson, Lemon, any of those guys can be number one receivers within a year or two. And that might be perfect, given the contract situation of DK Metcalf and Michael Pittman.
Ray, if you were to predict right now, how many third-round picks will the Steelers use in a couple weeks? Like, how many of their 3 third-round picks do you think that they'll use?
Well, those are nice to package. If you want to move up in this year's draft, you definitely want to get a player who you think might not be there. Or you could package in if you want to move down. I'm going to write about this later in this week. If you want to move back into the 2027 draft, maybe you have to part, with one of those picks as well. So we'll see how it works out. This is a good, this draft, Doran, it's already being talked about, and it's not as good as next year's draft. And it's certainly not as good as next year's quarterback class. But this is being described as a good depth draft. So, those guys who are going in the second and third round are really good players, potential starters. So if you did want to use all those picks, the Steelers got some holes on their roster. They could certainly use all 3 picks. So I'm not exactly sure what they're going to do. I'm not even sure the Steelers know what they're going to do yet, but having those 3 picks in the third round, I think is pretty valuable this year, because I think if you stay locked in and you use all 3, I think you're going to get starting caliber players in all 3 of those spots.
Yeah, we're talking about so many positions, and there are a lot of holes, Ray. It's just hard for me at this point, knowing that we're getting closer to the draft and seeing the depth chart of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and not think that they would be in the realm of drafting a tackle in the first 3 rounds. Like, I know that Dylan Cook played well for the games he was in last year, but can you really rely on him? Can you rely on Broderick Jones? You don't know if he's going to be healthy or not. I have a strong feeling that there's going to be a tackle taken pretty early for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
And they brought in they met with some guys at the combine, and they brought in some guys for top 30 visits who are like in that day 2 range, like that second and third round range. So that would make sense. Not a guy. Let's say Broderick is healthy, and that's the best case scenario. Broderick comes back, then you get a developmental tackle that you need, right? Because you lost Calvin Anderson to that knee injury, and you had to cut him. He wasn't going to be available or healthy until October or November. So you need that swing tackle, and I think Dylan Cook is a really interesting prospect. But it's hard to view a guy like that as like the next guy when he's 28 years old, right? Like It's taken him a while to develop. He did really well in that short amount of time. I'm intrigued by it. Like I want there to be a competition there, but to your point, you don't really know. So third round would be the perfect spot. You got 3 picks there. I would not be surprised at all if one of those was made on a tackle.
Ray, I appreciate you. We'll talk to you next week, man.
All right. Talk to you guys next week. See you.
Thanks, Ray. There you go. It's Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette joining us. And, there hasn't been that much news with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Mike McCarthy obviously did speak at the owners' meetings yesterday and a little bit the day before in the Pat McAfee show, but it's been pretty quiet. And as I said earlier, I do think, in my opinion, that the time right now that Aaron Rodgers is taking is due to the process of figuring out the vision of Mike McCarthy now that it is years later since they've been together. And he wants to surface through that. He wants to filter through that to figure out if it's going to work. Figure out if it's going to actually be a smooth transition of him coming back for his final year and it being what he potentially expects. And has things changed that Mike McCarthy, has his thought process changed, the way he coaches football, the way he looks at football, all those little things. I think Aaron Rodgers really takes that into effect whenever, he's taking some downtime and thinking about the game of football and what he can bring to the table. So I think that personally it's not to do with contract. It's more to do with the little details of how things are going to go and what it's going to look like moving forward. Coming up next, Jerry Dulac of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. He put something out there yesterday that the Steelers could be interested in a certain position in the first round. At first, I balked at it. I was like, no chance. But I'm going to play a clip for you coming up next. It kind of makes a little bit of sense. I see where Jerry's getting at a little bit. We'll hear that next and hear from Jerry and his thoughts of who that and what that position is coming up next. But first, a Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Pirates won big yesterday over the Cincinnati Reds, 8-3. O'Neal Cruz had 2 home runs in that game. Also, Ryan O'Hearn and Brian Reynolds went back-to-back in the middle of the game to separate the scores early. In that one, it was 5-1 after Reynolds' home run in that game. Now the Pirates are split with the Reds in that series. The third and final game, the rubber match, is today at 12:40 this afternoon. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Coverage over there begins at 11:45 a.m. with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
If some jag up at the big box building suppliers is holding up your project, making you look bad for your customer, well, that's your fault because there's a better alternative. And now you know of Reed Building Supply. My guy Aaron Reed, who I've known for over half my life, has built Reed Building Supply from the ground up and has earned the trust of some of the biggest corporations and builders in the city. Fact is, Reed Building Supply is trusted to help build Pittsburgh and to keep it thriving. And you should trust them too. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
From eyeing the Masters field to eyeing a DUI charge. Tiger Woods has pleaded not guilty to said DUI charge after a rollover crash, but according to police reports, he was found with opioid painkillers in his pocket while sweating profusely. And now, the 15-time major champion has officially announced he's stepping away from the game to seek treatment. I'm Tariq Toll.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
You've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. In one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them. Or go to COMERcross.com.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage, it just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability. Restrictions and terms at Lowe's.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it.
Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews checking reports of an accident now on Sawmill Run Boulevard. This is near the intersection with Stewart Avenue. Watch for delays around that. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Outbound delays stacked approaching Parkway Center down to Carnegie and then approaching Roslyn Farms out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Eating less is one thing. Knowing what to eat when the scale hits pause, that's different. If you're on the weight loss meds but feel like you're missing something, add Awaken 180. Free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Dickerson, Cal's here with you on the Fan Morning Show. So Crowley is out today. Says he has a little cold or a cough or his throat is raspy, something like that. I don't think that we believe that, right, Callis? I think that he is just nervous because of what day it is today and didn't want to get pranked. You know how he has anxiety and is freaking out all the time that we're going to scare him or we're going to prank him. I think that he called off today because he's scared of today. And you have evidence.
I forgot that we had one of the more awkward conversations about why we both don't like April Fool's Day, and I just remembered this conversation from 2024. Do you want to hear it?
I do.
Here we go.
Today is April Fool's Day, and I hate this day. Got done with classes for the day. My big fat roommate goes, "Bad news. Someone broke into the house. They stole your PlayStation from your room." I go down to my bedroom, which was in the basement. My entire room's turned over. Every single drawer was pulled out, clothes thrown everywhere. The whole room got turned over. Oh, April Fool's, then he left. That's not a joke. That's a pain in the ass. Callis, do you like April Fool's Day?
No. My dog passed away 4 years ago on April Fool's Day. Yeah.
Were you there when it happened?
Yeah, no.
So,
we actually sent him for a haircut. And
he died getting his haircut?
Yeah.
What? Oh, God, that is terrible.
He always walks his way into things like that.
Oh, man. And then he started asking me questions. I was like, oh, man.
You don't want to really relive that.
Were you there? What?
No. Gee, you're not, man. Wow. Yeah.
But his roommate just wrecked his whole room and left.
Uh-huh. Yep.
He's not, I mean, I don't think his logic is wrong, though. Because he also had mentioned, I didn't put this in the excerpt, but he was like, oh, yeah, you know, my wife's roommates, they stitched their underwear together. You know, that happens. But now I got to put my room back together. It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I think that he just didn't want anything to do. He's probably locked himself in his bedroom all day just so something doesn't happen. I can see him doing something.
Can you imagine when his daughters are of the age to, like, recognize how terrified and anxious he is as a person?
It's great.
He's going to have
his wife does it to him all the time. All the time already. So she's going to, I mean, she has 2 more teammates that are going to team up on him. It's going to be unbelievable whenever they get older. Oh, my goodness. Listen to the Fan Morning Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. Jerry Dulac of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette strongly hints Steelers are interested in first round tight end. A tight end in the first round. Now, that was not on anybody's board. Nobody thought that the Steelers could possibly go that route. It's obviously receiver or even guard for the Pittsburgh Steelers. In our mind, rate right up until Jerry put that out. That was the route that I thought the Steelers were going to go. But then I listened to this clip, and I played this clip earlier, and I'm going to listen to it even more intently now. But I was listening to it, and I was like, wait a minute. Jerry might be onto something here. Listen to this clip by Mike McCarthy talking about the receivers yesterday.
I do prefer the bigger targets. I think it's common sense. I mean, you look at completion percentage. You want your quarterback north of 70%. You want the ball distributed. You want 55. Combination of completions and rushes to be 55 plus a game. So those are things that I believe in of how you're going to play on offense, and that's why tight ends, big tight ends, the target. It's easier to throw these passes than the ones out there. So those are common sense practices that I keep in touch with, and so the bigger receivers, outdoor climate, the ability to be nasty in first and second down in a run game, because we sat through the meetings there with was that Sunday, and they talked about the big plays, the statistics. I don't know if everybody here you get copies of all that, but the big play numbers are down. So I mean, that's something as a coach you're always looking to try to enhance your big plays opportunities on first and second down. It obviously comes off of the run game. So bigger receivers definitely help in that area.
Bigger receivers obviously help in that area. On first and second down, you want your bigger receivers, your playmakers, to be nasty in the run game. Bigger receivers. And then Jerry Dulac puts out that he strongly hints the Steelers are interested in first-round tight end. And the first-round tight end this year is none other than Kenyon Sadiq, the player who broke my 40-yard dash time at the Combine. He ran a 4.39. I ran a 4.4 flat. He is 6'3", 245 pounds. I was 6'2", 235 pounds. This guy is a receiver. Kenyon Sadiq is a receiver. He's a big receiver that can block at times. He is not a tight end. He will be listed as a tight end. He is not a tight end. He is a receiver. If the Steelers were to go that route, that's exactly what Mike McCarthy is talking about. He's essentially a wide receiver. Now, I know that all of you are going to say that we have Pat Freiermuth, we have Darnell Washington. Well, listen, he said clean slate for Caleb Johnson. Mike McCarthy did. It's a clean slate for everybody. And Pat Freiermuth is, an awesome guy. Love Pat Freiermuth. But he offers one thing, and that is being a receiving target. Now, he's a good receiving target, but he is not the complement tight end, explosive tight end that a Kenyon Sadiq could be or a Darnell Washington could be. So, you need 3 tight ends. They only have 2 right now. If you draft one in the first round, that could be essentially a wide receiver. Now, I know we tried to go down this path last year with Jonnu Smith. It just didn't work out. It didn't fit into Arthur Smith's offense. But I see where Jerry's coming from here after listening to Mike McCarthy talk about the wide receiver position. A big body, a big target, nasty in the run game on first and second down. Then he talked about the actual tight ends being big bodies on the outside in the red zone, things of that nature. It's all pointing to Kenyon Sadiq. That's if there's a receiver that has gone off the board whenever the Steelers pick and Kenyon Sadiq is still on the board, you damn well know that the Steelers, I damn well know that the Steelers will absolutely draft him if he's still available and the guys that they want are gone. And they will have him as a move guy. Mike McCarthy talks about guys playing multiple positions, moving around on the offense, playing here in the slot, outside, inside. That's what Kenyon Sadiq can do. I ran a 4.39 at 245 pounds. Listen, it makes sense to me. It makes sense to me if there's a player that they were very, very interested in that they wanted to draft is scooped up before that they pick at 21. I could see the Steelers drafting Kenyon Sadiq and making him a tight end wide receiver in this offense and being a dual threat type player. Everybody wants to cloud on Jerry, and Jerry hasn't gotten a lot right in recent, but I think he is absolutely on to something here. I really, really do. And that's not me being biased, but it makes a lot of sense just from what Mike McCarthy said in that interview that we just played. Makes total sense. So we'll see. The draft needs to get here. There's not much news that have come out with the Pittsburgh Steelers, but this is another This is another angle to it that I didn't even think about that could be a possibility if Kenyon Sadiq is still on the board and or one of the players and receivers are not on the board whenever the Steelers pick. I could definitely see the Steelers going this route. Coming up next is your favorite topic. Mike McCarthy talked about it. We talk about it. You love it. And we'll hear from him coming up next. But first, the Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates and Cincinnati Reds playing the second game of 3 in this series. Sorry, it's the third game of 3. It's the final game. The Pirates won the second game yesterday by an 8-3 final score. Game was highlighted by O'Neal Cruz hitting 2 home runs. You can listen to the game right here on 93. Nope. Jeez, I'm all off. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA this afternoon. It's 12:40 start time, and coverage over there begins at 11:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Dorn.
We have a couple nationally televised and some other pro basketball games on tonight. Let's take a look at the latest pro basketball injury report presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. And if you're like me and you love prop betting, pay close attention to this early injury list. We have an Eastern Conference matchup tonight between Boston and Miami with tip-off at 7:30. For Boston, Jason Tatum sat out Monday's game. Boston is being cautious with Tatum to avoid re-aggravating his Achilles injury. He'll be a game-time decision. For Miami, Norman Powell is day-to-day dealing with an upper respiratory illness. Miami has lost their last 7 of 8 games and have dropped to the 9 seed. Later tonight, San Antonio plays Golden State. Quentin Post and Will Richard were out on Sunday and are listed as day-to-day. San Antonio is a juggernaut. They've already clinched and will likely enter the playoffs as the 2 seed in the West. They have no injuries listed for tonight's game. That's today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatics Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. Winning hits different with Fanatics Sportsbook, and now that we're heading towards the playoffs, every game carries a little bit more weight. So don't wait for that what-if moment. Switch to the only sportsbook that protects all pro basketball player props across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half injury. That's right. If betting player props is in your playbook, whether it's points, assists, rebounds, steals, or blocks, Fanatics Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some sportsbooks protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing, but not at Fanatics Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every basketball game night. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. Others copy trends. We set standards. Fair play keeps every first half protected. So bet with the sportsbook that will always have your back. Fanatics Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
You like that song Love and Marriage from Married with Children?
Yeah, it's a good song. And they go together like a horse and carriage.
Can you finish it?
This I tell you, brother, you can't have one without the other.
Yeah!
Let's go.
You can't have one without the other.
Your dad loved that show, didn't he?
It's like his all-time favorite.
I think
sitcom.
loved implies that he no
Al
longer
Bundy's
loves it.
his all-time favorite character.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
No hot water? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater. Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs change, kids grow up, new memes come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what the X67 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in 5 minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
As we emerge from a tough winter, it'll certainly mean a ton of home repairs this spring. But there's good news. Great home equity loan rates at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union have already blossomed. It's Dan Zangrilli. I've been a member for a few years, and right now you can get a home equity loan for as low as 5.25% APR. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions and to see if you qualify. It costs just $5 to become a member member at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, an equal housing lender.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Camlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Camlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Spring is here. How about a fresh start? Baseball is back, the excitement of the draft, and sunlight finally filling your home again. Pella Windows and Doors welcomes the season with energy-efficient windows that brighten your space, elevate curb appeal, and keep your home comfortable all year long. And right now, get 55% off installation or 0% APR for 48 months. Call 855-77-PELLA or visit PellaPittsburgh.com. Pella, Pittsburgh's trusted window company.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Dickerson, Cal is here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Crowley is out today. Called out to win 2 tickets to the night before on April 22nd. 412-928-9370. 2 tickets the night before. Jason Aldean, April 22nd. 412-928-9370. Caller number 2 wins the tickets, gals. Caller number 2. You got it. We'll see if luck is in your favor. Caller number 2. 412-928-9370. All right, your favorite topic. This is Pittsburgh's favorite topic whenever it pertains to football. Will Howard. Will Howard. We want to see Will Howard. Will Howard won a national championship at Ohio State. Will Howard, he's going to be the next greatest quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Will Howard. Will Howard. Well, Mike McCarthy, yes. He spoke about Will Howard yesterday.
I think the biggest thing with Will, and it's probably consistent with young quarterbacks, they got to win from the pocket. At the end of the day, 9-10 games a year are going to come down to the 2-minute drill. That's what the stats tell you. That's the way we train. So his ability to win from the pocket, because I think he has everything else. I mean, people get caught up on what round he went in, but if I was drafting players that year, he wouldn't have been around in the 5th or 6th round. I mean, I valued him higher than that based off Kansas State. I thought he jumped out of the TV set during the college playoffs. I mean, what is there not to like about that? I think he's definitely a real prospect as a starting quarterback. I believe that when he came out. So you can talk about his throwing mode. You can talk about some things throwing the ball. I think there's a lot of growth with his feet. Like a lot of these guys. The challenge I see in college football is so scheme heavy when you're running these quarterbacks and their schemes are diverse. There's not a lot of training in the footwork. So throwing the ball and you got the best guy in front who's ever done it in Aaron Rodgers. I mean, you look at the way Aaron throws. I mean, just watch his feet. Watch the ground force, explosion that comes up to his feet through his hips in his throwing motion. So my point is there's room for development. I think there's a lot to work with. Well, I'm excited to work with him.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of validity behind Mike McCarthy liking Will Howard, and he immediately said that in his press conference whenever he was hired. And, he brought up Will Howard, and I believe that there is a lot to like with Will Howard. I just haven't seen it yet at the NFL level, and none of us have. That's just all I know. I know what he did in college. That doesn't always translate. The winning stuff, like that doesn't really translate. I mean, look at Tim Tebow, but the traits do translate. Like if you're a big guy and you could throw, if you're accurate, if you could run, if the leadership, stuff like that, that stuff does translate. And then whenever you're Will Howard, that is a raw talent, and you have a Mike McCarthy, and he comes in, he's looking around the quarterback room, you see Mason Rudolph, you see Will Howard, it's like, all right, give me that ball of clay, let me try to mold that. That's a nice project for me to work on, and plus I have a staff that I can dedicate to developing Will Howard. So there's a lot to like with Will Howard and what he brings to the table. We just haven't seen it yet. Just haven't seen enough. And, his teammates obviously have seen it and know what he's like. And I've talked to some of the guys that have been around him, and they love him. He's an awesome kid. He works hard. He does everything that you want your quarterback to do. It's just he hasn't done it in a game yet. So, I could see where Mike McCarthy's coming from for sure. It's just I don't – like if Aaron Rodgers does come back – like he's not going to get the starter regular season opportunities. Clearly, Will Howard isn't, but he is going to get very quality reps to get him prepared for if he does have to go into a game. And we talked about this yesterday. Like, I mean, if it's Mason Rudolph, if Aaron Rodgers comes back and he gets hurt, and Mason Rudolph and Will Howard are there, I'm going with Will Howard. I'm sorry, I wouldn't go with Will Howard to start the season. Like if Aaron Rodgers doesn't come back, I understand that. Like I'm not going to just put all my eggs in the Will Howard basket and say, like, you're my starting quarterback, even though you have never played it down in the NFL as a 6th-round pick. And I know Mike McCarthy said that, if he was around back then during Will Howard's draft, that he would have scooped him up before then. So his evaluation is obviously higher than a 6th-round pick per McCarthy, but I just wouldn't do that. That's where I would have Mason. But if it's, if it's a 6th, 7th, 8th game in the season, something happens to Aaron Rodgers, like I'm going with Will Howard. Like, to me, he'd be seasoned enough by that point that I would put him in, and hopefully he could go out there and, catch a spark and maybe win us a game. And if not, he's still getting valuable experience. So we'll see. We're going to see a lot of Will Howard. Hopefully he stays healthy this year. But we're going to see a lot of him, and we're going to get the test of what Will Howard could potentially be and, what he's capable of in the NFL. But to this point, I just don't know. Yeah, and I think that's an okay place to be. Like, as a radio host, like, you want to pick sides, blah, 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 but I have no idea what Will Howard can do. I have no idea. Mike McCarthy probably does what he can do, but he's never seen him in the live game either in the NFL. He's probably seen practice clips. He's probably talked to him over the phone or in person, but we have yet to see him do anything in an NFL game setting, even a preseason setting. For me to say what he can be, I hope he's great. I hope he ends up being a starting quarterback in the NFL, but there is a lot of intangibles to like with Will Howard. I mean, he brings a lot to the table. He's got good size. You can work on the mechanics and, like McCarthy said, with the footwork and things of that nature. Learning from Aaron Rodgers is big. He can run. He's a leader in a way, and I said that the national championships that doesn't translate, but leadership does to the NFL. Yeah, sure. If I was McCarthy, I would love this situation to happen to Will Howard so I could mold that ball of clay and say that I made him into being a starting quarterback in the league, just like he kind of helped Aaron Rodgers and molded him into being one of the best quarterbacks to play the game. You can go back and look at Aaron Rodgers' throwing motion whenever he first got into the league. It was ridiculous, and McCarthy has a lot to do with that. Has a lot to do with Aaron Rodgers' success, and hopefully he can get the most out of Will Howard, and we'll see what happens. We'll see. We'll definitely see what Will Howard is capable of coming in about in August. About how many months is that away? 4 or 5 months. 4 or 5 months. We'll see some Will Howard in live action. Coming up next, got to have each other's back. Got to have your boys back. Got to have your teammates back. Your players back. Don Kelly did that. And we'll hear from him next. But first, the Cal's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins were 5-1 winners over the Detroit Red Wings yesterday, and there were some crucial losses around the league as well that have helped secure the Penguins further into second place in the Metropolitan Division. The Columbus Blue Jackets are in the middle of a 4-game losing streak. They're still at 88 points in fourth place in the division. The Islanders still at 89 points. They've lost 2 consecutive games. They're in third. The Penguins are 8 points back at the Carolina Hurricanes for first place in the Metropolitan Division. Penguins' next game coming up is tomorrow at 7 o'clock. They play the Tampa Bay Lightning, and that is one of the final 7 games the Penguins have on their regular season schedule. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews on the scene of an accident in Green Tree Borough, the 700 block of Mansfield Road near Noblestown Road. We also have some down power lines. This is in Mount Lebanon, McNeely Road at Pierce Road, so watch for delays there. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg, down past Edgewood Swissvale. We do have reports of an accident there as you head down into the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28 jams at the Route 8 at the bypass all the way to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Craig McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Today is the day you heard these words. Your new Floor & Decor is coming soon to Bethel Park. We are getting ready to help make your dream space a reality. With a huge selection of tile, wood, and stone, we've got the latest looks that reflect not just where you live, but how you live. In stock, ready to go, and we won't be beat on price. Get ready. Your new Floor & Decor is on its way. Don't miss our grand opening coming soon to Bethel Park.
Hey, it's Pony for McVeigh. Warmer days are right around the corner. Is your cooling system ready? Now's the perfect time to schedule your AC maintenance with McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Stay ahead of the heat and avoid costly breakdowns before summer hits. And if it's time for a new system, you're in luck. For a limited time, McVeigh is offering 0% financing for 60 months, equal monthly payments on Bryan equipment, making comfort more affordable than ever. Call McVeigh today or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule online.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Dickerson, Callis here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Tyler Kennedy's appearance is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar. Meet me at Mike's. That was yesterday. Tyler Kennedy was yesterday, not today. But last year, I think he was today, not yesterday. But yesterday was Tyler Kennedy's day, not today.
Did we have him on yet? We didn't have him on yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
Did we?
Yeah.
We did?
Yeah.
I thought he was on Wednesdays, though.
Last year, I think.
No.
I think
we
we
messed it all up.
No, I think we switched it.
I have to look at this now.
Wait, did we? Yeah, we had him on yesterday.
I got to look.
Yeah, we did, 100%. 100%. Because he was laughing about the porn that was retweeted. Remember?
Yep, there it is. He's right there. You're right.
Yeah. That's right. It was like, oh, you don't want to let your finger slip like boys.
Again, we established that's not a slip though, because when you share on X, it's 2 buttons. When you share anywhere, it's 2 buttons.
That
Facebook's the same way.
That is very true.
Instagram, same way.
It's very true.
You got to press more than 1 button.
You do. And you know what?
Yikes.
Don Kelly's buttons were pressed yesterday, and he got ejected from yesterday's baseball game.
I didn't appreciate that Jordan was in our dugout when our guys are pulling for our guys, and that's something we're going to do all year long is have each other's backs, and I'm going to have our guys' backs, and I expect them to have their teammates' backs. And I think that, when you get a call like that in a big situation, we talked about last year, we're fighting for respect every single day, and that's going to be all year long that we continue to do that. We need to pull for our guys, and we need to get we didn't think that the call was right, and I'm never going to tell our guys to not stand up for our team, and I'm not going to stop standing up for our team.
I love that from Don Kelly. You do. You have to have each other's backs, and in that situation, Callis, you saw it yesterday. I mean, Suarez definitely swung. I mean, if that's not a strike, I don't know what a strike is, and that was ridiculous. I mean, how far did he extend across the plate, and then he called it was a safe call? Like, what?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, they called it a no swing. It's the interpretation of the umpire, which is, I think, a rule that is perceived wrong. A lot of people think it has to do with the plate. It doesn't, but I think the opinions of many watching the replay could determine that he did commit to the swing.
Yes.
And now the issue I think that Don Kelly had that I had, and I saw Don Kelly, I could read a lot of his lips through this interaction that he had, but he said, watch the game. Watch the game, I could see him saying before he got ejected, and that just meant like the home plate umpire was kind of listening to them chirp from the dugout. And I've never understood why umpires confront that unless their ego is huge or their confidence in making calls isn't high. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean the home plate umpire was just like staring and saying like he was just staring.
Right.
Looked like he was just staring, maybe saying like enough or whatnot, but like you shouldn't be staring at a dugout for more than 5 seconds. Just like looking for something to be upset about. And I think that's what home plate umpire Jordan Baker kind of, I think, overstepped. And that's why Don Kelly was like, watch the game. Don't look at us. Because you don't have a problem with the home plate umpire anyway. The guy that made the call was the first base umpire upon appeal. So, if anything, they were chirping at the umpire down the first base line. So, I think umpires overstep a lot. And I think with all this replay, now that we're getting in these challenges, I think a lot of them
are sensitive.
They're getting sensitive.
Yeah, they are.
Now, Jordan Baker, he hasn't been. I haven't heard very many stories about him, so I don't know. I'm sure he's pretty respected. I just think that was it wasn't cool to just stare at the dugout. You can't be doing that as an umpire, looking for that conflict. And some of them, I think, get in this demeanor where they like thrive under the conflict, and that's
What inning was that? Do you remember?
It was the 6th or 7th. And it was crucial because, I think the Reds had the tying run come to the plate after that.
That's right. And then he hit. He got a base hit.
And that led to the tying run coming to the plate. He would have struck out on that check swing, but since he did check it and it wasn't called a committed swing, then then he ended up getting a hit, and it became a much more dangerous situation. And and I like that. that's a situation where, like, he's going to stand up and he's going to encourage the team to defend each other and earn that respect, because little calls like that, like, I mean, I've heard this said before, like, you could change 5 or 6 pitches in a game.
Yeah.
And the outcome will be completely different. Because it all depends on, does a batter get out versus get on base somehow, right? And yeah, you alter 5 or 6 different pitches in a game and you could get a completely different outcome. So it is important to defend every single call like that and fight for your right to be respected on every single call, because you never know how a game could swing.
It is
quickly.
Yeah, I love that with Don Kelly. I love that. And, you know, you did say it's a crucial situation, but the Pirates were up in the game, and they were up, I think, 5 runs at the time, right? Something like that.
They were up by 5, and then they were down. Then they were only up by 3. In that situation, it was 6-3. And so once Suarez gets on and the Reds get something together, there were 2 runners on base with the batter up to the plate. So a home run ties that game, and you can't afford to have that when you could have had an out. And you should have had an out. So it could have changed everything. So I love that Don Kelly did that. And I love that Don Kelly is fighting and encouraging his team to fight for respect, because they haven't deserved respect over the last few years.
Yeah,
and it's time to be assertive.
Yes, and early too. I mean, it's clearly early in the season, and he's trying to make a point. I absolutely love that he went that route.
And not to put up with an umpire that is nosing into the wrong place. There's no need to stare at a dugout for any longer than 5 seconds.
No, I'm with you. No, that was great. I love that by Don Kelly. You got to have each other's backs, and they went out there. They performed yesterday. Hopefully they can perform for Skeens and themselves today. Coming up next, Doug Whaley. He joins the show as he does every single Wednesday. First, Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, high of 68, low of 55, 95% chance of rain. Tomorrow, high of 78, low of 55, 75% chance of rain. Doug Whaley, next. Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Rally House. Shop every team in town. College and pro. Come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House. Rally House. It's your city, it's your house. It's a Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
West Shore Home makes bathroom remodeling easy and convenient. And right now, their Spring into Savings promotion means free installation on your remodel. And if you've always thought that tile was the only way to go to get a luxury bathroom, well, you can think again. West Shore Home's brand new modern composite wall systems give you that high-end tile look without the grout, the cracking, or the maintenance. Right now, get free installation and save an extra $500 just for being a fan of the show when you schedule your free consultation at westshorehome.com/fan. See the website for details.
Spring brings brighter days and more time to show off your Cole styles. School drop-off, a chance for your outfit to shine in the morning rays. The sun filtering through your windows, practically a personal spotlight. And family walks, all perfectly timed for golden hour. Shop Kohl's for 15% off and make the most of more daylight. Your outfits deserve it. Select styles. Offer ends April 4th. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
right, North Van Township crews checking reports of an accident now at the intersection of Seabright Road and Sovereign Court. Also an accident in Mansfield Avenue at Noblestown Road in Greentree Borough as crews remain on the scene there. And an earlier transformer explosion still tying up the intersection of Semple Street and Bates Street in the Oakland section of the city. Parkway West, you are jammed at the top of Greentree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays just past Carnegie all the way out toward 2230. And if you're traveling on Route 28, those delays there from Shaler Waterworks down into the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Corrigan Moving and Storage.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. It's Wednesday with Doug Whaley, the Fan's football executive insider. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Tri-State Office Furniture, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money. For you, Dickerson, Cal is here with you on the Fan Morning Show. List of upcoming ticket drops for the night before featuring Jason Aldean with John Morgan and Shane Profit at Rivers Casino on April 22nd. April 2nd from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. Sensi's Pizzeria in Cranberry. Sensi's Pizzeria in Cranberry for the next ticket drop. Doug Whaley, he's with us on the Fan Morning Show. Good morning, Doug. How are you?
I'm well. How about yourself, my man?
I'm doing pretty good. It's April Fool's Day. I just scared Kale half to death. He just started crying basically in the bathroom because I popped out and scared him. But I do like days like today. Adam is off because he doesn't like days like today. He's probably hiding somewhere, but I think it's fun to be able to prank people.
I look at it this way. You got to face your fears. We got to have Adam be able to understand, one, there's a difference between playing hurt and playing injured. If you're sick, you're hurt. You're not injured. Right. You got to be in the hospital. And two, the only way to overcome fears is to face them head on. So we got to get in his ear and start coaching him up.
No doubt. No doubt. We need to toughen him up a little bit. Doug, I want to play a clip for you. I played it. This will be the third time I played it because after playing it the first time, I read something about where the Steelers might go in the first round. And at first, whenever I read this by Jerry Dulac, I was like, probably not. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. And then I heard this clip from Mike McCarthy, and I want to know what you think about it whenever you hear this clip. He's talking about the wide receiver position. Take a close listen to what Mike McCarthy had to say about the receivers yesterday.
You know, I do prefer the bigger targets. You know, I think it's common sense. I mean, you look at completion percentage. You want your quarterback north of 70%. You want the ball distributed. You know, you want 55. You know, combination of completions and rushes to be 55 plus a game. So those are things that I believe in of how you're going to play on offense. And that's why, you know, tight ends, big tight ends, the target, you know, it's easier to throw these passes than the ones out there. So those are common sense practices that I'm you know, I keep in touch with. And so the bigger receivers, outdoor climate, the ability to be nasty in first and second down in a run game, because you know we sat through the meetings here with was that Sunday, and they talked about the big plays. You know, the statistics. I don't know if everybody here you get copies of all that, but the big play numbers are down. So I mean that's something as a coach you're always looking to try to enhance your big plays opportunities on first and second down. It obviously comes off of the run game. So bigger receivers definitely help in that area.
Now, Jerry Dulac of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, he put out an article yesterday. Jerry Dulac strongly hints the Steelers are interested in a first-round tight end. A first-round tight end. Now, Jerry, you know, he gets stuff right, he gets stuff wrong. Okay, that's all well and good, whatever. But at first I balked at it. I was like, there's no way the Steelers go tight end in the first round. They're probably going to go receiver or guard. But then I started thinking that if Kenyon Sadiq, the guy who broke my record, ran a 4.39 at the Combine, if he's still available, doesn't that make sense for the Steelers to go that route after hearing what Mike McCarthy just said about big receivers? Kenyon Sadiq's basically a big receiver.
Right, and I can definitely understand what you're thinking because, one, when I unpack it, Mount Washington, I think, from what he's saying, is probably a little more valuable than Freiermuth because what he said, you need to be nasty and run the first and second down runs. So he's going to be that blocking tight end that also can give them something in the passing game. Freiermuth is not going to be devalued, but I just think they're going to put Mount Washington out there earlier and for the running experience and ability to block. Two, when I'm unpacking this, does not sound very good for Roman Wilson because he's not a big target. And three, I could see them going for that receiving tight end a la Freiermuth, but a little more dynamic, the Sadiq guy that has the speed, but so he could be your de facto number 3 slot, but also gives them a lot of flexibility of what to do with formations and personnel. They could go 13 personnel and then be a mismatch, which we thought was going to happen last year with Arthur Smith in their collection of tight ends, but it never did. So this is kind of something that, is it going to be foreshadowing, or is McCarthy doing a Mike Tomlin, dangling some carrots out there and say, look over here, and then backdoor us during the draft? So this draft's going to tell us a lot about how Mike McCarthy approaches press conferences, how truthful he is, and how much he wants to let the public underneath the hood of the car to see what they're doing and how they are thinking about a player acquisition.
How much changes within a month whenever you're in the front office? Like, say you start today, it's April 1st, and you're like, all right, we're going receiver. Like, how much can change up until the draft, which is 2-3 weeks away, to be like, all right, we're going a totally different direction? Like, does that happen a lot? Or are you guys just set into yep, we're receiver all the way? Unless guys aren't on the board that we like, we'll go a different direction. But are you guys set right now?
Here's how you look at the offseason. When the season's over, when your last snap is taken, you take a couple days. The coaching staff evaluates each of their positions. They rank their positions. They will also rank the guys that are coming up with free agents, meaning this guy's contract's about to expire. The front office will say, okay, out of these contracts that are expiring, these are the positions that we will focus on in free agency in the draft. So then we'll give those coaches a list of free agents and a list of college guys for them to evaluate. And then for free agency, we say, okay, stack your position. Now slot in those free agents. Where will they rank? And then that's how you get your free agent targets. Once you get done with free agency, which I know the Steelers did a great job of really filling most of them with not all, if not all of their holes, so they can go into the draft picking the best player available. The one thing you don't want to do is say, hey, we have to get this in the draft, because once you start putting it that way, your eyes, as I say, you get daddy glasses. The dads that think their kids are going to be all pros at 2 years old. Every player in that position is going to look a lot better because it's a need. When you start drafting for needs, you start pushing guys up the draft board, and that's where you have a higher propensity to make a mistake because everybody looks good when you need something. A Ritz cracker, if you haven't eaten for 10 days, looks like a Ruth Chris steak. So that's what you got to be careful of. And that's where I think they've done a good job. I believe they've done a good job this year of fortifying that roster where they can give themselves latitude to go any position. Me personally, though, when you look at this roster and what they've done, they've really put it to, they've had a proven starter at every position to me, except offensive tackle and offensive guard. You've had some guys play, but you don't have proven starters. So to me, I understand how people would want another receiver, but if I'm in the first round and there's offensive lineman, I don't see a guard that's worthy of 21. But if one of those tackles are there at 21, I would rather throw a tackle in the mix because, like I said, you roll that ball out there today, you have 2 productive wide receivers that have produced in the league. Your tight end position we talked about has been productive. Your running backs with the free agent Dowdle signing is productive. Defense, everywhere, there's not a position there that you're like, at least you have somebody that has produced in the pros. The only 2 positions I think are tackle and guard. So for me, I'm leaning those positions first, if there's somebody worthy.
It's 9:12. Time to step up to the plate and call Bio Insurance 724-443-5610. Do you expect them to make all 12 picks in the draft?
No, I don't. My bold prediction would be they're going to take some of those picks and trade them for next year pick, because I think they need to get a multiple of picks in next year's draft to give them the most flexibility to, if they want a quarterback, be able to maneuver and get the quarterback they want. So I foresee maybe 2 of those 3rd round picks, trading them for maybe 2nd rounders in 2027.
Yeah, I mean, that would make a lot of sense. Knowing that, if that quarterback class does pan out the way we thought this year's class was going to pan out for next year, I mean, that's clearly the draft that they're going to target their quarterback. Coming up next, Doug, Adam Schefter shared his thoughts on Aaron Rodgers in that situation and the timing of it and what's going on as the latest of Aaron Rodgers. We'll hear from him and we'll get your reactions coming up next. But first, a Callis headline.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Penguins were winners 5-1 yesterday over the Detroit Red Wings, which pulls them up in the standings, continuing to create some distance to teams below them. The Penguins have 92 points, and some significant losses from yesterday around the NHL have given the Penguins more protection. The Columbus Blue Jackets are on a 4-game losing streak, for example, so they're still at 88 points. The New York Islanders, 2 consecutive losses for them. They're at 89, so the Penguins 3 points ahead of the next best team in the Metropolitan Division. That is the New York Islanders with those 89 points. Penguins have 7 games left on their regular season schedule, and their next game comes up on, tomorrow. They play tomorrow at 7 o'clock on the road against the Tampa Bay Lightning. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Learn more with Robinhood at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Did a head coach just say he wanted to chest bump a referee? After UConn's miraculous comeback over Duke, cameras caught Dan Hurley pressing his forehead against referee Roger Ayers. While the internet screamed for a technical foul, Hurley said that the moment was to celebrate with a chest bump. I'm Drake Toll.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty. Or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too. You know, if you could drive a cake. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
Doran, I watched a 10-minute video on how to install something at home. Took me 4 hours.
And at least 2 trips to the hardware store, right?
Minimum.
That's why Guardian Protection is offering free professional installation with the new security system.
So no guessing, no rewatching the same video 5 times, just experts who set it up right.
And it's protecting your home from day one intrusion, fire, cameras, all of it.
Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today.
Terms and conditions apply.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes?
Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi to announce Pittsburgh's #1 draft pick, Mike's Beer Bar. With 80 taps dedicated to local beers, you're sure to find a winner from their draft beer options. Mike's has over 500 beers and the best craft beer selection around with food that over-delivers. Their steakhouse quality burgers, famous Yinzer wrap, and signature steak on a stone are just a few of their tasty food options. So, make Mike's your #1 draft pick. Get a great meal and watch all your favorite sports action this spring. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep, now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Parkway West delays near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays from I-79 out past Settlers Ridge. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. Meanwhile, crews working to clear an accident in Bellevue at the intersection of Clinton Place and Star Avenue. We also have one in North Fayette Township on Seabright Road at Sovereign Court. Also one in Carnegie on Mansfield Avenue near Jane Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off windows. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Dickerson, Callis, Doug Whaley here on the Fan Morning Show. 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team in 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. Adam Schefter, he spoke on the McCarthy-Rogers situation yesterday, and has there been any movement? Do we know anything new with Aaron Rodgers?
He
and Mike McCarthy have been talking on a regular basis. That would lead people to think, if they're talking that often, why are they even talking if Aaron Rodgers is not serious about coming back?
Right.
That would tell you that obviously he's strongly entertaining the idea of coming back to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I think everyone right now within the Steelers organization is cautiously optimistic that he'll be back. We never fully know with Aaron Rodgers, but that much activity and conversations and talking about what the future could look like clearly is an indication that he's serious about playing. My understanding also is it has nothing to do with a contract that should not be difficult to work out. This is Aaron Rodgers waiting to announce whether he will or won't play. And again, I think it's a positive that he's been as in touch with Mike McCarthy as he's been recently.
Doug, Adam Schefter just says there that it's not about a contract. It's just more about figuring some things out. And that's kind of what I touched on earlier. I feel like that their conversations have been about, look, we've been together. We were together years ago. Like, do we still look at football the same? Like, are things going to be smooth, the transition? Do we have the same thought process? Because I think Aaron Rodgers at this point in his career wants to make sure he's not getting himself into a situation that is totally different than what it was before. So I think it's along those lines, maybe some schematics. I would say like 80-20, 80%, what's Mike McCarthy's vision now as a head coach, and what is my vision now as a quarterback, and then 20% probably schemes and routes, things of that nature. But I think that that's what's been holding up, the time a little bit. And people are like, when's Aaron Rodgers going to sign? He's taking his time to get as many details as possible to see if this could be a smooth transition coming back to the Steelers and playing underneath McCarthy, in my opinion.
Well, I concur with your opinion. I believe what they are doing is, hey, Mike, when we were together, this is your foundation. Like you said, this is how you looked at defenses, how you wanted to attack. How have you evolved? Has there anything changed? Okay, well, from my time being away from you, here are a couple things that I picked up that really fit with what you believe, but have evolved with the way the game has evolved since we've been together, and just the whole NFL in general. And make no mistake about it, we all know Aaron Rodgers is about Aaron Rodgers. So Aaron Rodgers is going to announce his decision with at some point where it's the highest impact to have everybody in the NFL ecosystem, in the media world, look at him, and it's going to be an Aaron Rodgers day. I think it's going to be very shortly, if not the day of the draft or shortly before, so everybody in Pittsburgh can have an elevated sense of excitement going into the draft, and especially being in Pittsburgh. Aaron Rodgers is coming back, so they'll have maybe that Wednesday, Aaron will announce, Thursday have the draft in Pittsburgh, and it's just he's a very good, astute media darling.
How much truth do you put behind, there were reports from Charlie Batch that Aaron Rodgers could possibly want $30 million. Now, I know Adam Schefter said that this situation right now with Aaron Rodgers has nothing to do with contract, but how much truth do you put behind Aaron Rodgers possibly wanting that much money? And do you think he deserves $30 million from the Steelers?
See, to me, if he was talking to the Steelers saying, hey, I want $30 million, then I think there'd be a lot of more contentious talk coming out of the Steelers camp or around this whole situation. Like, hey, I think Aaron Rodgers wants to come back, but they're in a contract dispute. They're not seeing eye to eye on his value. So, but you're not hearing anything like that. So I think that he may want that, but he also may say that's not what's best for me, because one, his options are out, and two, if he does want to continue playing, this is the best spot for him because of everything that's out there. Familiarity with Mike McCarthy, familiarity with his teammates, familiarity with the city, familiarity with management and ownership. So I don't think that he's going to really throw that hard line in the sand of $30 million or I'm walking away, but he definitely deserves a pay raise, especially because the Steelers have backed themselves in a corner. If they don't give him a pay raise for what he's done from last year, what he can do, and how Art Rooney has said, I don't want to give up on a year, and he's the best chance for them to compete for a playoff spot. So they backed each other almost as in we all played our hands, and what we're trying to do, We know each other's cards. So I think that, to me, points to that. They're both on the same page, and it's just a matter of time and timing of when Rodgers announced he's coming back.
Doug, how about this replacement official situation? Like, this could get ugly this time around. Like, the officials situation and the referee situation in games is already not great. Like, if they don't get something done, what is this going to look like? Like, they're going to have replacement officials, and I feel like the game is just going to look awful this coming season if they don't get something done.
Oh, no doubt about it. And I just read something today where Roger Goodell said that technology is going to help these officials. And he wasn't talking about the regular officials. If there's replacement officials, he believes the technology is there so the quality doesn't dip. I highly question that because think about the last time they had replacement officials. They went through, I think, a game or two, and it was actually Aaron Rodgers in Seattle, and that Hail Mary.
Yep.
And soon after that, those officials came back. So this, to me, is a very interesting game of chicken because the NFL is at the highest they've ever been in society and even penetrating the markets of international waters. If you start messing with the quality of the game, and people are already skeptical of officials, so you bring in lesser, not valued, but lesser accomplished officials to officiate this game at the highest level. And you know as well as I do, jumping from high school to college is a jump. College to pros is a Mount Everest climb. So the speed of the game for people that haven't been there before is astronomical. And it's almost one of those things where it takes a year to two for it to slow down. And you're talking about thrusting these, no, I wouldn't say unqualified, guys that haven't been able to make that step yet into the spotlight on a national stage and so much money involved. That's a big risk that the NFL is taking. But obviously this is a negotiation tactic, and this is something that they're going to go out there and say, we believe the technology's there to help any new referees if that it comes to that.
Doug, have you ever been to a draft? Like, I know that you've been in war rooms, you've been, at the facility and covering drafts, but have you ever been to like a draft? Like, will you go down to downtown during the draft in a couple weeks?
No. No. I'll tell you the two most overrated things I think are drafts, because you, especially that first round where you have so much time in between picks, and then award shows. I went to a SAG award show once in LA. They are so boring, and they're definitely made for TV. I wouldn't advise going to either one of those.
Yeah, I mean, we have to do shows down there, but I would love to steer clear. 800,000 people here in Pittsburgh just doesn't. I can't even see it. I can't picture it. That many people here in Pittsburgh.
And I know a lot of people that are older. You go full circle. When you're young, you're like, where's the crowds? I want to be around the crowds. The older I get, the less crowded I want. If I go in and see a restaurant with two people, that's great. I'm going in there. Give me some service and keep me away from people. So great for the city of Pittsburgh. Great for fans and enthusiasts of the football world to be able to highlight our city of Pittsburgh and everybody like that. But for me, not my type of party at this time in my life.
I totally agree. Coming up next, Doug, we're going to get into some Penguins. The Penguins are hot right now. On a playoff push, playing some good hockey. We'll talk about some Penguins coming up next. But first, the Cows headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Pirates won yesterday. They won 8-3 over the Cincinnati Reds in the second game of 3 in that series. So the Pirates can now win the series. The rubber match of the series is today at 12:40. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA. Coverage over there begins at 11:45 in the morning this morning, and that'll be with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Illinois is seriously ratchet up their D this NCAA tournament, allowing only 0.935 points per possession and 29% from three. Additionally, Danny Hurley's dudes rank a bland at number 157 Ashley, an effective field goal percentage offense since March 1st. Put it all together, and I'm on the UConn under 68.5 team total points at -110. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, it's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Here at Whalen Exteriors, we've been waiting to get back at it after one of the roughest winters in a long time. We're starting to learn just how bad the last few months were on roofs in the area. So, if this winter wreaked havoc on your roof with all the snow and ice, trust the leading roofing company in the greater Pittsburgh area, Whalen Exteriors. We've extended our spring offer through the end of the month. Learn about it at whalenexteriors.com. Whalen Exteriors. No mess, no stress. See why we're the pros with the 5-star Google reviews. WhalenExteriors.com.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Dickerson, Whaley here with you on the Fan Morning Show. Nicholas Harry Cows behind the glass. Cows, how you doing? You doing all right?
Yes.
What's going on? Anything good in your world?
At this second, this is my crunch time hour. You know, I got to get all the stuff done so I can go home as soon as possible.
Nice.
But I'm also interacting with the YouTube chat. And some guys being mean. And he also imitated my handle, and I'm not too thrilled with that. And I'm just wondering why people are trolls. Like, who sits there and goes, you know what, I've anointed myself the person that's going to say the thing.
People who have no significance. I've learned that anybody that has any type of significance in society, like, you're not going to see business owners taking the time to troll people.
No.
You know, anybody that has zero significance want to troll people who have some type of significance.
In all seriousness, though, I love the YouTube chat. I love being in there because my presence makes everybody react. And that's the goal, because the more they react, the more views we get. The more views we get, the higher our ratings are.
Correct.
We're very popular.
Correct.
Tell them, Callis, hate me or love me, takes the same space in your head.
There you go. Look at that. Whaley words of wisdom. Doug, the Penguins are hot. I mean, you know, they beat the Islanders. They won last night. They're 3 points up in second place in the Metro Division. Andrew Filipponi tweeted this last night. Anthony Mantha, 30 goals. Kendall, 17 goals. Brazeau, 17 goals. Chinikov, 15 goals. That's 79 goals brought in by Kyle Dubas at a combined $7 million. I mean, you got to give Dubas a lot of credit. And, you know, I'm sure that you've talked to GMs of other sports and especially hockey. Like, you know, what he is doing is a masterclass, getting the most out of these players, some young, some older. I just give him a lot of credit. And to be able to bring in the type of guys that can fit Dan Muse's system, I think that is something in hockey where it is almost a must. In some other sports, you can bring in certain athletes and they'll fit And, in basketball, you can bring in a certain type of player and he'll just fit because it's basketball. In football, you could do that as well. But in hockey, if you want to win and have a winning product on the ice, I feel like it has to fit. The GM's mind has to be melded with the coach's mind of what type of player could work in which system. And I obviously give Muse credit, but Dubas is he's putting on a masterclass right now, man.
Oh, absolutely. And I'll be the first to admit that I was wrong. I would have back when Dubas first got here, with what he was saying, let's build this for the future. I would have got as many assets as I could from the big three. So for him to be able to keep those guys here, implement a plan to rebuild, but have that foundation of the triumvirate and to be where they are now. If we would have taken a poll at the beginning of this Penn season, everybody thought they're probably not going to make the playoffs,
right,
but we want to see some strides. We want to see some steps. We want to see something that we can say, point to the future. So where they are ahead of schedule, and they're in such a good financial situation because of what you said, the astute moves and the production he's brought in with not a lot of cash outlay, not a lot of cap space eaten up by these guys that are performing at the highest level. So to me, being a former GM, to be able to do what he's done, to bring in a whole new class of players that can be a foundation to move this franchise forward, to start continually competing for championships, and to be able to protect the old guard and have them be able to see on their twilight of their career to have a nice little run going forward. I think it's a great just accolades to Kyle Dubas for what he's done and how he's done it. And I'm looking forward to the news he's going to make going forward. But also you brought up a great point. Dubas bringing in Muse, they are in lockstep. And Dubas probably said, hey, this is how I'm looking at it, and this is how I want to play. And Muse is saying, I get it, and I subscribe to that same theory. So those guys are in lockstep. And when you have that lockstep, then that foundation and the organization, everybody has that same mindset, and no one's trying to pull in a different direction. Everybody's rowing in the same direction.
How far do you think they can go? We got to this point, and you nailed it, and we've said it a bunch of times. Like, there's not one person that thought that they would be in this position. There's not one person in the beginning of the season that thought that they'd be in this position right now. But now that they are in this position, how far can they go in the playoffs? Like, you think about Crosby, he's 38 years old. Malkin's 40 years old. Letang's 40 years old. You got the older veterans. You got some younger players. You got some guys in the middle. Everybody's kind of pulling their own weight right now as a team. And whenever you watch them like last night and you watch them on Monday night against the Islanders, like, how far do we think that this team can go? Now, goaltending is going to take you as far as you can go. I think we know that about hockey. But as a team, like, I honestly don't know. Like, I feel like we've already been so surprised with how they played this season. I feel like that there's something up their sleeve that they can surprise us again in the playoffs.
I totally agree with you, because you have a nice mix. You have that veteran leadership of the triumvirate that has been there before, done that has won cups. You have guys in the middle that may have had a little taste, but are hungry to set themselves up to be able to go further. And then you have a group of young players that are just out there playing and aren't going to be starstruck, or they don't know that they don't know. So that nice mix and meld, the triumvirate can sit there and say, hey, guys, this is what you need to do. But the young guys aren't going to be so overwhelmed that they're going to just freeze. They're just going to say, okay, whatever you say, because what you've told us before is working, and we're seeing evidence of how it can work because we're in that position now. So I think it's one of the things, like you said, they can go as far as they can take it. Now, what's going to really set me up to see if they can make it past a round or two is how they respond in the playoffs in overtime. What can they do? Because that's been their Achilles heel. If they haven't won in the regular season, but in regulation, then for some reason that overtime and those shootouts, if they can get over that hump, sky's the limit, I think.
Yeah, I think that they're onto something. You know, I was going to ask the question yesterday. I think I did. I can't remember. To Tyler Kennedy, like, after that game on Monday against the Islanders, like, are they onto something? Or is this kind of like a flukish type game? And clearly they were onto something last night after winning in the fashion that they did and just kind of dominating, having control of that whole entire game. And you know the saying in hockey, like, if you don't make it to the playoffs, you're on the golf course, right? Like, it's like pick up the clubs, it's time to go to the golf course. And I did want to ask you about Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods is not going to probably participate in the Masters. Like, I mean, what is he worth? $1.2 billion. Like, how come he doesn't have a driver? Like, what is he doing at this point? It's kind of sad, honestly.
Yeah, it's a bad cliche. I mean, especially in today's society, when you have Uber, you have Lyft, and like you said, when you're of that wealth, then you should be able to have ways and means to not put yourself in situations that can cause harm to you or to somebody else with making stupid decisions. So I think we all know what went down and why he did it, because it's undefeated and I know what he was doing, but you just, at this stage in his life and everything that he's been through, it's just not, you'd think he'd make a smarter decision. And it's an easy decision to make. It's not a hard decision.
Right.
It's an app on your phone, or you call up somebody and say, hey, come pick me up. Or guess what? You come over and visit me. I'm not moving anywhere.
Yeah, it's sad because I was looking forward to possibly seeing Tiger in the Masters. I mean, this month of April is going to be fantastic. You got the draft here. You got the Masters. You got Pirates home opener on Friday, and you got the Penguins in the playoffs. That's going to be a good month of sports watching, at least for us in Pittsburgh. Coming up next, we'll wrap up the show with Doug Whaley, but first, a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates have the rubber match of the 3-game series tonight today at 12:40. The series is tied 1-1, so this will determine who wins the series today. And Paul Skeens is on the mound for the Pirates. You can listen to that game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Their coverage begins at 11:45 this morning, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Still lots of problems on the roadways. This report brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. Crews checking reports of an accident now in the Ferrywood section of the city, 200 block of West Prospect Avenue near Broadhead Fording Road. Meanwhile, we do have delays concerning some other accidents still being cleared. One of them is on Seabright Road at Sovereign Court in North Fayette Township. Parkway West, you are stacked right around Parkway Center. Outbound delays from Roslyn Farms out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 has cleared out, so is the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a big law firm with no continuity?
That's not LGKG. Don't care about having access to a named partner?
That's not LGKG. Prefer working with those who have no clue of what makes Western PA people tick?
That's not LGKG.
Don't care about courtroom reputation?
Then don't call LGKG. We're not for you.
Pros, get ready. Your new Floor & Decor is coming soon to Bethel Park. With job lot quantities of tile, wood, and stone in stock, and the brand names you trust, Floor & Decor is on its way. You ready? Coming soon to Bethel Park.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. I just got married, and I had this moment when I picked up my suit about a month ago. I'm standing there thinking, this is pretty wild, because I could have worn this same suit a couple of years ago. Seriously, that's what hits me most about Awaken 180. Not just that I lost the weight, it's that I never put it back on. Not a pound. In fact, I've lost a couple of more. So when the wedding came around, I wasn't scrambling. I wasn't trying to crash into shape. I wasn't looking for some last-second miracle. I already had it handled. Awaken 180 helped me lose the weight, feel good while I was doing it, and actually keep it off. No meds, no starting over, no panic, because a big day is coming up. I got to go into my wedding feeling good, comfortable, confident, and just enjoy it. And honestly, that's what people want. Not just to lose it, to know that it's gone and that it stays away. That's why Awaken 180 worked for me. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Tired of sitting behind a desk? Join the moving team at 2 Men and a Truck. Great pay, incredible tips, and a sign-on bonus. We're hiring now. Apply at careers.2men.com.
Have you looked up in the air lately? And no, I'm not talking for the bird, plane, or Superman. I mean to check your chimney. Old man winter finally may be moving out of here, but with the thaw comes all the damage. Chimneys, mortar joints, your bricks, retaining walls, well, now they're just starting to show how damaging that a rough winter can be. So call my friends at Precision Pointing, awarded Best of the Best from the Trib as the #1 masonry company in the region. Precision Pointing did right by me, they'll do right by you. So visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
When it comes to protecting what matters most, you deserve more than just a policy. Root Fior Insurance is a family-owned agency that takes the time to understand your unique needs, whether you're protecting your home, business, employees, or the people you love. They don't just sell insurance and disappear. They explain your coverage, offer guidance, and help you make confident, informed decisions. Root Fior Insurance. Insurance services that go above and beyond. Visit rootfior.com today and experience the difference a trusted partner can make.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Doug, do you see Fatheads is closing after 34 years? Fatheads in the South Side. I know that you you had to have been there a couple times, working in the South Side for many years. Is he on, Callis? Doug, sorry.
I'm sorry, I got distracted.
Yeah, Callis didn't put you through. Did you see that Fatheads is closing after 34 years? I'm sure that you've been there a bunch of times.
I saw that. Oh, man. They had a nice run, but, man, I don't know if it's because of just the South Side or is it something internal with the restaurant. Did you hear?
No, but, I mean, I could speculate. I mean, South Side isn't a pleasant place anymore. You know, it's not what it used to be like whenever in our heyday going down and you working with the Steelers and in the 2000s. Of just hanging out in the South Side. It's way different now, and a lot of businesses are closing up shop. It's a shame because Fatheads was a staple. I mean, during the day, you go to Fatheads, have a couple pops and have a burger or some food, and you just roll on with your day, and that's kind of where you started.
Or the grilled wings.
Or
Their grilled wings were fabulous.
Man. Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame that a lot of these stores are closing up, but I guess, you know, you gotta fix.
We all have an expiration date, I guess.
That is true. The Pirates, they won yesterday, and you know they had a different lineup, and they rolled out the lineup initially for the first batch of games where Gonzalez was playing third base and Triolo was playing shortstop, and Triolo has been absolutely brutal. He's been awful. Yesterday they moved Gonzalez to shortstop and Nick York to third base, and it seemed to work out a lot better. Now, Gonzalez has been playing pretty good baseball. He's been hitting the ball very well. But don't you think it's time to call up the young buck? I mean, he's down there raking in AAA, Connor Griffin. I mean, you obviously have an issue where you can't find a serviceable shortstop right now. Triolo isn't the guy, and you know Nick Gonzalez can be the guy for right now. But what are they doing? Like, why not just bring up Connor Griffin at this point?
And you know, being in that locker room, those players know that Connor Griffin should be there. And when I was listening to you guys when you were there, to a man, everybody you talked to was talking about how closely knit that locker room was and how everybody was on the same page and everybody didn't have a different agenda other than to be the best they can be to help this club win games. And if the management and don't get me wrong, Don Kelly's been doing a great job, but if he missteps on this, there's a chance that's going to fracture that locker room because they're going to say, we're putting our butts on the line and doing our part, but you guys and upper management aren't going to put the best player that can help us win and help us attain these goals, and we're sacrificing, but you guys have some other different agenda, then how can we not start saying, well, then that agenda that you're preaching to us isn't what you're following through with your moves. So put the best players out there and let everything else, it will figure itself out. Because when you win, it takes care of everything.
Do you love or do you like the ABS challenge system so far?
So far, I do because I like it because of the quickness of it. It's not something that the challenge system in the NFL where it's going to take 2 to 3 or 4 minutes for it to happen. It's very quick. It's succinct. And when you have the technology to get it done, you might as well get it done.
All right, Doug. Appreciate you. We'll talk to you next week.
I will actually be in studio next week. I've just finished my 6-week bid in Arlington, Texas, ready to come home to the Berg.
There we go. And we got a lot of draft talk to cover. Doug, thank you. We'll see you next week in person.
All right. See you, fellas.
All right. There he goes, Doug Whaley. We'll be in person next week. Callis, what's up, man? You doing all right?
Yeah, somebody took a hold of our 93.7 The Fan account on the YouTube chat and just started banning people. And I don't know if it's an April Fool's joke or not. But I got banned.
You got me.
I was joking with I don't know who it is, but I was joking. I was like, you can't ban me. I'm in charge of this chat. And then I got banned. And several other people got banned. And I wonder who's controlling this account right now.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, TK just came in and just made a face at me, so maybe it's TK. You think that he has access to the account?
You got to have special access to the YouTube account. But all the producers, I think, have access. Craig. Could be Craig.
Yeah, it might be Craig, actually. Like, I don't know how to use YouTubes. Boys, listen. Like listen. All I could do is type. I have a typewriter. Maybe you'll be unbanned soon. I know that's your thing. You'd love to do it. But good job today.
Yeah.
I'll see you tomorrow. I don't know who's on next. I know TK's here. I mean, I guess he's on next. I have no idea.
We're not done yet. We got like another.
What?
We got like 3 minutes.
3 minutes? What do you mean?
We don't have enough commercials. Well, people always complain about the commercials.
That's somebody else's problem.
It's my problem. I don't want it to be my problem.
We're done.
All right.
Who's on next? Is Austin producing or is he doing the show?
I don't know. I didn't hear anything.
Oh, jeez. My goodness. Just sit here. I mean, I got places to be, Callis.
So do I.
Where you gonna be?
Home. Pirate game starts in 3 hours. 2 hours. 3.
2.5.
3. Almost 3.
240.
Just less than 3.
What's Skeens do today?
He's going to strike out 1 million hitters.
I think so, too.
But they're all going to be like the drop third strikes, so they're all going to reach base, but they're all going to count as strikeouts.
What's the weather like there? Hold on.
It is,
let's see.
I think it's supposed to rain in Cincy as well. Not like heavily, but it's going to look a lot like it will here, I think.
Hold on. Let's see. Cincinnati. It's going to be sunny. Well, until 3.
Yep.
And then it's going to rain. So maybe we'll get some of it in. Maybe we'll get all of it in. I guess we'll see.
Or none of it. Maybe it'll come early.
Yeah. I don't know who's next, but I think that we're good now, right?
Yep.
All right, cool. Don't know who's next, but TK's here somewhere doing whatever. Callis, good job. We'll see you tomorrow. Quiz Callis with Donnie football tomorrow, too. I'm going to put together a good one.
Take that, Austin.
We'll put together a good one. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, high of 68, low of 55, 95% chance of rain. Tomorrow, high of 78, low of 55, 75% chance of rain. Thorne Dickerson, I'm out. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Jared Triola will be a 3-win player in 2026.
That's just so fascinating.
I didn't say it was fascinating. I said it was bold.
Unbelievable.
This is great. Good job.
That's great.
That's awesome.
That's crazy.
This is great. Anything else?
Just this text. Harry might hate Adam more than he hates a salad.
Yep, you're banned. It's Doran and me for the next 2 minutes.
Man.
Adam's banned from the microphone.
The Fan Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. The Pirates open the season at home on Friday. Join the Fan as we broadcast live on Federal Street before the Bucks take on Baltimore. Coverage of the Pirates opener is brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread, the official hamburger and hot dog bun of the Pittsburgh Pirates. This draft season, make your first round pick the furry kind. Edgar Snyder and Associates is sponsoring 4 pet adoptions each week at Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh during the month of April. Visit the shelter and draft your new best friend today. Edgar Snyder and Associates and Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh, because every animal deserves a second chance. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint shipping railings. Get your railings safe again. Call 412-515-6575. Schley Deck and Fence. SchleyDeckCompany.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Need water heater experts? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Ready to sell your home? You can get it sold guaranteed with the Guaranteed Home Sale Program from my friend Gina G. and Peach over Reback Select Realty. Gina guarantees to sell your home or she'll buy it. To find out more, go to GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Rally House. Shop every team in town. College and pro. Come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House. Rally House. It's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the pickle today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, and with a 10-year limited warranty, 2 years of free paid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside assistance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for warranty details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2.
When Ron was there with you, during the conversation you would have with Ron, at the end of every conversation, many times you would go, all right, Ron, and you would move on. My wife's granddaughters were with me, and every time they were here, I'd listen to the radio with you. And when they went home, they started saying this to their mother, all right, Ron. And nobody wanted to tell you this for months, and now the whole family's doing, all right, Ron, when they don't know what to say.
Yeah, or when they want to move on. I love that.
Funny
thing about this is?
Yes.
Every time that I leave the booth and Donnie comes in at the end of the day, I say, all right, Ron. And Donnie says, all right, Ron, right back.
The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Pump and Joe Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
So we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
It's a Paul Skeens day in Cincinnati as the Pirates will play the Reds. Rubber match 12:40. As Andrew Abbott will go to the mound for the Reds in his first start on opening day. 6 strong innings, didn't allow a run. We know how Skeens' first outing went. Going to try to come back and fight back from that after he did not even get out of the first inning and allowed 5 earned runs. A couple of misplays by O'Neal Cruz in there as well. As the Bucks 2-3 battle the Reds 3-2 on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA. 12:40 first pitch. Right around 11:30 is when you'll hear pregame coverage. It's all presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's a Wednesday, Pump and Joe.
Good talk radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's the Pump and Joe Show. Austin City limits, he's behind the glass, he's on the border, man, he is. And they're ready to go. Talking Steelers, Penguins, Pirates, Pitt, Penn State, and so much more. It's the Pump and Joe Show. The Pump's not here. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Nobody knows. They're ready to roll. Taking callers 10 to 2. Talking all things 412. Talking 412. Talking 412. It's the Pump and Joe Show. 412. It's the Pump and Joe Show. 412.
Yes, it is. It's the Pump and Joe Show without Joe. Austin is here.
Hello, Bob.
Nice job yesterday filling in for Joe, who
Thank
is
you,
out with a sickness all week, so he won't be here. I love that song.
A sickness that I did not give him, by the way.
Well, that's the dispute, whether or not you did.
Well,
it.
we know
Quite
what the
frankly,
sickness is. I did not give him this
I agree
sickness.
with you that you can't do it the way he described. When you're with a bunch of people, you never know what you're going to get. And, it is what it is. You just get it, you get it. Right? Tyler Kennedy will weigh in right now on sickness and how to prevent it.
And Joe's a germaphobe, right?
Totally.
He
Yes.
comes in here, he's wiping his shoes off. He's wiping down so much. That's why it
doesn't work, apparently.
It doesn't work. Knock on wood, I'm going to get sick, saying this. And my wife's a germaphobe too. And it don't work. You need to build up that immune system to germs. Like you can't not.
This is why I also believe in the, how everybody says when you drop like a blueberry or eating a cracker or something, you drop it, 5-second rule. Listen, I do the 20-second rule. Where I come from, we were eating things off the foot. It didn't matter. So your immune system builds up, right? The 20-second rule.
We were in a hotel and a popcorn dropped, and I ate it off the ground at a hotel. It was rough. It was quick, though. My wife, I think she had a heart attack. She still hasn't kissed me. But I don't know.
Well, anyway, we're here today Talking 412, and I love that song, Austin.
Great song.
They did a great job with that one, and it's kind of a theme song for the program. We're here today. We have a lot to get into in the next several hours at 412-928-9370. Want to remind you that Off the Top is presented by JP Roofing and Siding. A rundown of what we have today. We're going to have Matt Clement on a little bit later. Jason Mackey. Pirates get a big win last night, but we're starting with the Pittsburgh Penguins. Tyler Kennedy. And, man, you know, the Penguins have always impressed me this season, and I've said it over and over, that they're going to have the resiliency to bounce back from very negative situations. They had come off a streak where Colorado beat them, Carolina beat them, and then it was Dallas. And people were wondering, all right, this team is – and I thought they were going to, once again, reach back. I didn't know it was going to be like this when they outscore the Islanders 8-3 and 5-1 last night on two teams right behind them, chasing them hard. They've played some of their best hockey. Overall, what a performance in these last two games, back-to-back games. And I got to give it all to Dan Muse and his system and how those guys adapt to and buying into the system.
Yeah, Kyle Dubas, Dan Muse. And the coolest thing is when we pick up guys that are kind of like no one really want. Like Chinakhov, Columbus didn't even want him, right? He comes here.
Which makes you wonder about what they're thinking.
Yeah, they got to be having can't be happy. Even Soderberg, like, he has been unbelievable. I thought the way he's playing right now, dropping the gloves, scoring goals, hanging on to pucks, like what I find when I played is when I got traded and a coach gave me some belief, give me ice time, and just talk to me and wanted to hear my voice. That's what I think Dan Muse does, and that's why guys play so hard from another guy that's completely changed his game, everything, is Carlson. Like, Carlson is...
He's the MVP of the team, is what he is.
100. He might be the Norris, right? Like, the way he's...
Too late for that.
Too late.
He's put on such a stretch, but I think Makar or somebody like that. But, I mean, he is playing, you're right, at Norris level. Absolutely.
Level. And that is unbelievable. Like, the scrap, the dog in this team. Like, there's so many times where they get down by 2 goals, and Dan Muse does not vary off his plan. He's still playing the third and fourth line.
Mm-hmm.
He's still playing the young guys, and they get a goal from a guy you'd never think would score, right? You think of the game on the island. They're down by 2. Your fourth line gets a huge goal. Then throughout the game, they get a goal from a defenseman. Then they get a goal shorthanded. When we talked in the summer, Bob, I think the biggest thing was like, who's going to help Sidney Crosby of Getty Malkin? Like, the depth in that team and the scoring weapons. I can't even believe I'm saying that right now. Throughout the lineup is so impressive. I'm so excited for the rest of the year into playoffs.
No question about it. And I think if you look at this season, I don't know of a general manager in the last 10 years who's been able to do what Kyle Dubas has done, starting with his reluctance to trade certain guys. I think everyone here thought, okay, well, they're going to trade Carlson, move on from Merkel. It's a rebuild. They'll do that and get whatever they can get. He determined that's not going to happen because you have Malkin and Crosby and Letang and keep that. But what we're going to do, though, is go out, figure out who we can sign in free agency. And when you get a guy like Mantha for $2.2 million, he has 30 goals. When you get a guy like Brazeau, who, you know, didn't show this sort of ability to score this many goals, although he did in junior way back when. Again, cheap price. And then the acquisitions of Chinakhov, Soderblom, as you said, I thought was really good. And his fight the other day just took the wind right out of New York Islanders' sails. I think Mayfield, you know better than me how this works. It wasn't a shh moment like Max Talbot. It wasn't one of these.
Right.
But what he was trying to do, Mayfield, was get his team engaged. And he figured I'll pick on a fight here because he's a big boy at 6'4". Well, pick your opposition very carefully because 6'8", 250,
right.
He's coming at you. And Mayfield could not get a punch in because of the reach difference.
Well, like, he's just so big, right? And Mayfield, I think, like 6'2", but he still got 5 or 6 inches on a guy. If he learns how to fight a little bit, like I was like, if he can learn 2 or 3 techniques from a guy like Jay Caulfield, who's a real big guy that's fought a lot and learned how to like string guys out and throw punches, like that just adds to your toolbox where, okay, when we look down the lineup, what can we do to, like, who can we put in the lineup that's going to add a spark, add a physicality to the lineup, add some toughness. Like the last guy I'd ever think is Soderberg, but like the way he's playing, he's starting to add that sandpaper. And when you get a guy that does something that he's never done before, it shows me that he wants to stay in the lineup. He loves being in the lineup. And that's what you want. You want that camaraderie inside the room, fighting for positions, everyone trying to bring their best so you stay in the lineup. And it's starting to happen now with the Pittsburgh Penguins. They've got a wagon, and they are heating up, Bob, at the right time. Let's see how long this goes, but the way they come at you, the depth, even I thought Skinner was great last night. I'm interested in their whole plan with going, one goalie then the other, but they've got these guys buying in the right way. And the team was always, for the last 20 years, Sid and Gino had to do so much of the heavy lifting. And now there's so much less pressure on those guys to put up all the points. And it's got to make those guys feel good too, because
no question,
less pressure going into games, let them play, a more buy-in type of play instead of trying to make that extra play to get that extra goal. That helps those guys. And they're playing good right now because they're not getting, the 25, 30 minutes a night throughout the year, kind of like Sullivan. Sullivan rode the wheels off them, and the wheels came off at the end of the year.
And there was one of the big differences, I think, with a guy like Dan Muse. He trusts guys, and he's not afraid to keep trusting them even when things are going bad. In the case of Ben Kindle, nobody thought he'd be able to come right here. He wasn't a top 10 pick. He was, I think, 12th overall, whatever he was. So, yeah, he's a talented kid, but no, he's 18. He's not. He trusts him. He saw him. He put him in there. He stuck with him. He plays him in the heavy minutes and shorthanded at times. He puts him in. He's not afraid. He's a good defensive player. When he went through his 18-game goal drought, did he bench him? Did he give him? No. He just kept relying on him and trusting him. Yep. Trust, same thing with Chinikov, same thing with Sutter, Blom. They have guys who have not been trusted with other organizations, who have been entrusted here to do the job they're supposed to do, and they're doing it. And it's amazing what you get in return from that. So I think trust is a key word from him. I have to believe at this point, I'm looking at these different teams because there are certainly worthy candidates here, Tyler. But when it comes to MVP, I think we discussed it. It's hard to say Mantha isn't as a 30-goal scorer, but it's definitely Carlson in my book. Yeah. But beyond that, let's talk about Executive of the Year and Coach of the Year. I know this is a provincial opinion, I guess, because we see it. But tell me who's done a better job than Dubas or Muse around the league. There are some good stories out there. Buffalo, Lindy Ruff certainly has to be considered because of where they've been. First 100-point season since 2010. And he took over a team that was spinning its wheels. And now here they are, maybe a number one seed potentially. I'm sure he'll get consideration. But, man, given what the expectations were, those two guys have outperformed everyone, I think, in the executive level.
I completely agree with you. Like, before the year, I don't think anyone had them playing the type of hockey they're playing right now. And to get a first-year coach, to get a guy like Carlson to buy in, that's unbelievable. Another thing I see as a former player, when I see a coach, like, does Ben Kindle play perfect? No, he throws some cross-ice backhand sauces. They come down, but he keeps putting them out there and letting them learn from his mistakes. He doesn't sit him on the bench, and that is so huge for a coach to do that for a player, because that player, he's not going to make that same mistake just because you give him that confidence to go out there. They're down by 2 goals. They throw the fourth line out there, and sometimes I look at Jay we're trying to get back in the game, and then next thing you know they pop a goal in. But that's confident. That's a coach that's got everyone buying in, and that's hard to do. And when you think of Buffalo, their feel-good story, but I always felt like going into the year is this going to be Buffalo's year to take the step? And it was them moving forward. Our whole thing was us moving back, but we've actually made steps forward. That's why I think Muse and Dubas might have a little bit more votes or whatever of why they should be Coach of the Year and GM of the Year, just because of the expectations of how the Penguins and how the past has gone.
This is always an expectation vote. If you're expected to do well, Chuck Noll never won Coach of the Year of the Steelers because they were always expected to be a Super Bowl contender. So he was never going to be in that consideration, even though he was a big part of it. I think, if you're a team like the Penguins and had low expectations, although I thought they'd be a playoff team from the beginning, I did.
Really?
Yep. I said it, didn't I, Austin? That's one thing.
Yes, you did.
And I believe that after talking to Muse a little bit, after listening to what he said and how he was a four-line guy, and he's not, all these little things that I thought, that's refreshing to hear because I think Sully at the end of it got to be a two-line guy, and so anyway, I think Joe Quenneville is doing a good job in Anaheim, but Anaheim loaded up on talent for the last couple of years, and I think people expected that to blossom at some point. But take nothing away from him. He's a very good coach, of course.
Right.
He's won Stanley Cups with the Blackhawks. So,
know what I like about Muse, too? I feel like he's so relatable.
Yes.
Right? Like, the NHL hasn't got to him yet. Like, you can tell, like, he doesn't have the Showtime suits. He talks like a coach, not
I like how you said the NHL hasn't gotten to him yet.
Yeah, like,
in that position, you're right.
Right. Because, like, sometimes, they come in and they're a certain way. They're like a grinder coach. They know they have to have a good year. Where those veteran coaches, they got the fancy suits. They say the exact right thing. This guy talks like me and you, when he talks about the game, very knowledgeable, but he's so relatable and so likable because, can I say he's not Showtime? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he's not.
Nose to the grindstone. He's here to try to show you what he's got, and his biggest attribute maybe his ability to coach guys up.
And Vincent Trocheck, we're sitting at the pool at Nevillewood, and I was asking him about Muse because he was assistant in New York, and he goes, "You'll love this guy. You'd be surprised how many guys buy into this guy because he's so good at working with guys and developing guys and making sure they know what they have to do to get in the lineup. He gives guys confidence. He goes, this guy, you'll never beat him in the rink. He'll never be there after you, and that's what you want to say." And I was like, really? And I'm like, I was saying, well, good luck kind of getting Carlson and those guys to buy in. But, he's definitely done all that great stuff. But again, I think he's such a likable guy and relatable because he dresses he just dresses normal, not normal, but that kind of
right.
stuff.
He's not interested in that overall.
Yeah, you see
look.
some guys like it is like Showtime,
and that's fine too. But the bottom line is that reflects his personality. Is what I think you're trying to say there. He's a guy who's just low
just
key,
loves hockey. He's a great coach.
Yeah, he's a guy who's again makes his living on trust of players. He has a system. Trust me. Trust that. You go and I'll trust you if you continue to try to. I think Carlson has been totally unlocked here based on what we've seen. But I also think if you look back to the Islander game, they had come off all these losses. They were struggling. They fall behind 3-1. And you have Ilya Sorokin, the other at the other end there, who's really good at what he does. That shorthanded goal by Rickard Rakell on the give and go with Rust changed everything. And you could feel it, I suppose. If you were in that building, you could have felt it like, oh, my God, there could be 4-1. It could be a 3-goal deficit if they score on the power play. And then they come down and do that, and Rakell had never got a shorthanded goal. Again, a willingness to put guys in that situation. Put them on the ice, see what happens.
Yeah. Again, they're having different guys step up, right? They're having guys that are taking bigger leadership roles. The Manthas, the Rakells, the Brian Russ, not that you're seeing you are seeing the next generation of Pittsburgh Penguins, and you're starting to see not that the page is flipping and turning, because you still have Sidney Crosby and Malkin and Letang that are unbelievable, but they have help. They have other guys that are coming in like Rakell, like Mantha, that are help pulling the rope, help creating offense, and it's unbelievable how good Brian Rust is too. I think he's so underrated, and he does
he's going to end up with 30 goals. Of course, he missed last night. I don't know what happened there. He was a late scratch.
Yeah,
but if he's in there, he'll get 30 goals.
Oh, he's been around. He reminds me a little bit of a Kunitz, a little bit, because you know exactly what Brian Rust brings to the lineup every night. He goes wide. He plays the right way. He works hard. You know, there's nothing fancy about his game. Just he goes to the hard areas to score, and he makes his teammates better, right? You see that play. They need a play. He does it great. They do a scissor at the blue line. He draws two guys. Raquel goes to the net, and what a pass.
Oh, that was amazing. You could tell the chemistry of those two guys.
And you can feel the game turning, right? When that happened.
Oh, change everything. And then immediately they get another goal by Shea. Sorokin doesn't know, as Mike Lang used to say, whether to cry or wind his watch. You could tell he was a little bit rattled there, and they just kept pummeling him, which is awesome. And so then the Islanders lost again last night. I think they felt the effects of that game. They have a tough schedule, so does Columbus, which is going to lead to a very interesting possibility, which we will get to when we come back from this break, because I want to ask you, Tyler, about the best matchup, if the Penguins should get in, and right now they look like they're going to, in the playoffs, because one possibility is something that not many of us thought would happen, but it may happen. We'll get into that when we continue. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia and Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And Tyler Kennedy is brought to you by SaveYourSettlement.com, helping injured people and their families plan for the rest of their lives. Also, I should tell you the fan hotline. You could call it at 412-928-9370. And limits, we'll take some calls right this hour. If people want to talk to TK, let's do it. 412-928-9370. It's brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And I want to tell you about West Shore Home. We've gotten a lot of rain here. There's times in spring where you're thinking about changing things in your house and, upgrading, whatever you want to do. West Shore Home is your place to be, and that is who you should call because they're bringing you huge savings on your bathroom remodel. With a spring into savings promotion, you will get free installation on your bathroom remodel. Think about that. Free installation, and you can save an extra $500 just for being a fan of our program here when you schedule your free in-home consultation at westshorehome.com/fan. West Shore Home makes bathroom remodeling fast and easy, from the free consultation to the professional installation that's completed by their teams of highly trained employee installers. They got your back from start to finish. And if you're one of these people who always thought like tile is the only way to get a truly luxurious bathroom, where West Shore Home is about to change your mind. You might say blow your mind, because their modern composite wall systems give you the high-end tile look without the grout, without the cracking, without the maintenance that comes with it. It's available in 6 distinct colors with a UV protective finish that keeps things looking sharp for years to come. This is affordable luxury, so don't wait. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. Schedule that free consultation. Lock in your savings today. West Shore Home. See the website for details. And now it's an Austin Bechtel headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Bucks win, Pucks win. Pirates yesterday 8-3 winners against the Cincinnati Reds. Bubba Chandler pitched 4 1/3 no-hit innings, but he did walk 6. That's not good. Allowed 1 unearned run. It was initially ruled a base hit for Ke'Bryan Hayes, then changed to an error as there was miscommunication between Brian Reynolds and O'Neal Cruz. 6 strikeouts for Chandler. Dennis Santana and Gregory Soto closed it down after Hunter Barco gave up a couple of runs. And the game was led by 2 home runs by O'Neal Cruz. One in the top of the 4th, a 2-run shot in the top of the 9th. Brian Reynolds also hit his first of the year. Ryan O'Hearn, a 3-run shot in the top half of the 2nd after a Nick York sac fly, made it a 5-0 Pirates lead in the 2nd. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
So we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Ross Park Mall, and Broken Bow Records.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
I give Tiger Woods a ton of credit for stepping away from the game of golf and stepping out of the public eye in order to seek treatment for his well-publicized issues. If Woods had been defiant following his arrest this past Friday for his involvement in a car accident, that would have signaled that he doesn't want to change, that he doesn't want to do better. This shows that Tiger understands the seriousness of his situation, and I think he deserves a lot of credit for it. I'm Nick Custom.
SpringFest means more sun, more fun, and more free at Lowe's. Keep your yard in line with an additional free Ego 56-volt battery when you buy a select Ego mower, trimmer, or blower. Plus, keep landscaping fresh with Stay Green 1 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for $10. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Shoot your shot on Prize Picks and get $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Prize Picks makes every dunk, every dime, and every board that much more exciting. So don't miss this chance to get started on America's #1 app for sports picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use the code ROAM. Get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code ROAM on Prize Picks to get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 bonus credit in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's going to be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
As we emerge from a tough winter, it'll certainly mean a ton of home repairs this spring. But there's good news. Great home equity loan rates at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union have already blossomed. It's Dan Zangrilli. I've been a member for a few years, and right now you can get a home equity loan for as low as 5.25% APR. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions and to see if you qualify. It costs just $5 to become a member at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, an equal housing lender.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565. Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Spring brings brighter days and more time to show off your cool styles. School drop-off, a chance for your outfit to shine in the morning rays. The sun filtering through your windows, practically a personal spotlight. And family walks, all perfectly timed for golden hour. Shop Kohl's for 15% off and make the most of more daylight. Your outfits deserve it. Select styles. Offer ends April 4th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
We're back here with Tyler Kennedy, Stanley Cup champion, and a man who knows a lot about hockey, and that's what we're talking about here at 412-928-9370. But as we move forward here, if you would like to call in and chat with us about anything Penguin related, we certainly would appreciate that. So call limits at 412-928-9370. But gentlemen, I want to start this segment, and let me know if there are calls, Austin. But I want to start with what the best matchup would be for the Pittsburgh Penguins. And again, I'm not trying to jump ahead here, but, you know, here we are 7 games removed, whatever it is, until the playoffs, and I think they're in a pretty good shape, especially when I find out the Florida Panthers are pretty much, Paul Maurice said their team, a lot of guys aren't going to be back the rest of the year. But that's dangerous as well. So let me start there. They got 2 games back-to-back against the Florida Panthers on Saturday and Sunday. When you first saw the schedule, you would have thought, man, that's not exactly what you need. First of all, home and homes normally are not 2 in a row at home. I don't know how this schedule came to be like this. Yeah. But just because you may not see Marchand, just because Barkov's out, just because some of their big players may not play, doesn't mean they're going to be an easy out. They have guys who want to play and guys in their system. But you would think that's in favor of the Pittsburgh Penguins, right?
Yeah, if they play the right way. And I think by that time, those games might not mean that much, depending how the next 5 go. But when you don't play your stars, you start calling guys up from the minor leagues, AHL. Those guys come up and they play so hard. They add that jolt to your lineup. Those are the scary teams. Like when I was in New Jersey, we were in playoffs. We had all these guys coming up and they're flying around. They're fighting. They're doing whatever it takes to try to make an impression for their next contract. And that's a little scary. But if the Penguins play the right way, you know, they got some toughness, right? Dewar can fight. You know, they have some guys.
Yeah, we saw that last night.
Yeah, guys can answer the bell. But back-to-back, same team at home, it's very odd to me. But it's very nice being home your last 2 games, especially if you play at home in the first round, which they might not. But at least you're home. It's like you feel good. The travel takes a lot out of you, no matter when it is, but especially at the end of the year. So to have the last 2 games at home where you're not going anywhere and you're trying to get ready for playoffs, that's huge.
Well, let's talk about matchups here, because I think it always comes down to that. And whether or not you believe, that the Penguins would be better off against one team or another, that's what we talk about all the times. So I want to get into this wild card situation. And when I look at it right now, the best thing to do is avoid the wild card, right? I think you don't want to take on either Buffalo, Tampa, or Carolina. Although of those 3, I don't know how you guys feel. I think if it was one of those 3 teams, I'd rather face Buffalo than Tampa or Carolina. Just because Buffalo's new to this.
Yeah.
Tampa's a team loaded with talent, with Kucherov at the top of his game, and Carolina, just for whatever reason, is a tough matchup, although they have a lot to prove. Which one of those three would you feel better if the Penguins fall into a wild card?
I would say Buffalo, too. The other two have too much playoff experience. They've got depth. They've got high-end scoring. They're younger. They can, Carolina, you can't take a penalty against them. They'll smoke you. You take a penalty. Yeah. Same with Tampa. I think Buffalo would be young. Yeah, they'd come out of the gates hot and excited to play. But if you can play that veteran game where you kind of keep it simple, let them make the mistakes, I think Pittsburgh probably has a way better chance of winning versus Buffalo.
Yeah, of those three. You agree with that, Austin? Those other two I don't want to deal with. That's not to say the Penguins can't beat them in a 7-game series. What I'm saying is the matchup would lean heavily toward the other teams.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I feel like I definitely don't want to see Carolina. I would not want to see Tampa Bay. If you get a chance to play Columbus, if it works out that way, or even the Islanders, I would feel better about compared to the two previous that I mentioned.
So right now it would appear as if it's going to be Islanders at Penguins in the first round, 2-3 battle of the Metropolitan. However, that can change because the Islanders lost 2 in a row now, and they only have 6 games left. Behind them, Columbus 1 point behind, but all of a sudden these teams are now available. And this is why I think potentially the Penguins could win the 2 seed, second spot in the Metropolitan Division, and have, of all teams, the Philadelphia Flyers sneak up to them. Because the Flyers have been hot right now. They still have 8 games left. They're only 3 points behind the Islanders, and they have a head-to-head with them. So how about if Philadelphia ends up as the 3 team in the Metro, and it's Pittsburgh-Philly with home ice to Pittsburgh?
I would just like to see that because of the history against Philly, the Battle of Pennsylvania. I think that would be fireworks because the attention on it, just all the history, all that stuff. I think that would be such a better series to match compared to the Islanders. But that also scares me because when you have a team that sneaks in at the end and they make a hard push, kind of like the Penguins are doing right now, they're like playoff tested, playoff ready, right? They've been playing the Philadelphia's been playing playoff hockey the last 10 games, right?
And they've won just about every game. Yeah. That's how they got back into this.
So they would be a little scary, but I'd love to see that matchup. Getting Talks back in Pittsburgh against them.
How about that, Rick Tocchet?
Yeah.
Coming back. But also the one good thing about this is that Trevor Zegras cannot be a shootout guy in a playoff. So we don't have to worry about him because he's tremendous in that department. Every time he gets the puck in that, he somehow scores. But they got a lot of young talent on that team. Denver, Barkey's a guy who made his presence known the last time they played. Of course, they have Tippett, they have Konechny, they have a lot of talent.
Yeah.
I'm not sure much about their goaltending, but bottom line is, if that is what it is, then so be it. How about Pittsburgh-Columbus? Columbus moves up and takes over for the Islanders. Would you rather have the Islanders or Columbus as your opponent?
Islanders.
Really?
I think Columbus is pretty deep. I think Columbus has a pretty deep team. I think when you think of their fourth line, they've got a solid fourth line. I think they've got their D-core are mobile. Lewinsky, all those guys, I think they're better than the Islanders, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the matchup it'd be a great rivalry game in that it's close. You could drive there in 3 hours. And certainly if you're in that position, man, you want to. If you're a Penguin fan, you're going to have a lot of people from Pittsburgh in that nationwide arena. I don't know how many people would make it from there to here, just given the fact that the tickets would have to be available. But, I think it'll be very interesting. Other than that, the wild card situation may change. Boston's a dangerous team that's still in it right now in that regard. Ottawa has, I think they faded a little bit. Maybe the Penguins had a lot to do with both the demise of the Ottawa Senators and the New York Islanders because they won both of those games. And, man, that Ottawa game going back to last week was something. It could have gone – the overtime was incredible. Back and forth, both goalies making tremendous saves.
Yeah, that Ottawa team's a high-flying, skating, fast, run and gun. Let's see who can score more goals. Like that was – I feel – like that playoff, the overtime would probably be like playoffs. That game would be so fast. It would be a very exciting. Yeah, like a lot of teams actually scare me. Even Boston. I think Boston is another team the Penguins definitely do not want to run into because of the toughness, right? I think their toughness is unmatched. And when you think of playoffs, the grittiness, all that stuff, they're so good at getting guys, a piece of guys. You know, they run guys. They do all the kind of the playoff details in their game right now. So after Carolina, Tampa, Boston's right behind them with teams I don't think the Pittsburgh Penguins want to play.
Yeah. Here's another team that I thought for most of the season they were dead. But Ovechkin scored another hat trick the other night. The Washington Capitals are within range here. And the Penguins have back-to-back games against Washington before the season is over. So that could be a preview of a first-round series, potentially, depending on how things work out. That would be interesting, although I'd rather, Ovechkin's last ride, potentially. Malkin back. I mean, there are a lot of subplots to all these things.
How many goals is... See, how many
he's
goals?
30 goals again for how many years in a row? Like 20 years in a row. I mean, he's unbelievable what he's been able to do.
Like, he's just a shooter, right? Like, you see him out there. He doesn't even
He's a
skate.
sharpshooter. He's just, it's coming and you can't stop it. Chinakhov has that kind of trait,
Yes.
I think. When you eat, like last night, that little shot he put on was so quick. I don't think Gibson had any chance to react to it because he hadn't seen the speed before, maybe.
Yeah, they catch the goalie off guard with how quick their release is.
Yeah, no question about that.
But him being his last year and having imagine your last year scoring 30 goals, you're like, I'm retired. I'm done. Like, that's a career year for Mantha.
That's like Bettis walking off the field as a champion.
Yeah.
Even though it almost never happened because of the fumble in Indiana.
And Ovechkin's going to play every game. He hasn't done that since the Cup year.
So
in
maybe
2018.
he's not going to retire. Maybe he's going to keep. Why wouldn't you? I mean, he's got over 30 goals again. It's incredible.
Yeah, 31.
He looks slow out there. Do you see him, though?
I don't care how slow he is.
Sure,
It's
he's
like
still got
O'Neal
30
Cruz
goals.
playing center field. If he hits 35 home runs, I'm taking him. We have a phone call. And Austin, who do we have here?
All right, let's go to someone who calls himself Spears, Bob.
A hockey term. Are you spearing Spears?
Hi, Bob and Tyler. No, this is Jill from Spears.
Oh,
that makes a lot more sense.
Austin, what are you putting a Spears from Jill?
Hello, Jill.
Hi, Austin. Anyway, I want to thank you guys for talking about my favorite sport. But I called because I love Blake Lizotte. He plays so hard. I mean, that's probably why he got hurt. He's like Brian Rust. I mean, they just kill it every time they're out there. And I thought the Penguins' fourth line was the best in hockey. And the penalty kill was great, okay? But now Elmer's in there doing a nice job. But Lizzo might come back for the playoffs. So I wanted to know, Tyler, your thoughts on this.
Well, that's a great question. You still got to go back to Lizotte just because he's hurt. You got to give him an opportunity to get in there. Just on the penalty kill,
yeah,
the special teams in playoffs is huge, and he is unbelievable at it. That's probably the biggest reason why I'd put him in there before Elmer, But Elmer, he's making a case for himself like a lot right now. But for playoffs, you need guys that have different tools, right? And a tool that Lizotte brings is his energy, the way he plays that fourth line. He's like a water bug out there. But the one that puts him over the top for me is the way he can kill penalties. And having a great penalty kill in playoffs is a game changer. That can win a series for you. So I'm going back with Lizotte.
Well, thank you. I agree.
Yeah, Lizotte's been not only good in that, he's scoring goals, he's doing everything. He's got a pretty good backhand when he gets it on. So they miss him, and hopefully, he'll be able to get back there. Thanks for the call, Jill. We appreciate that at 412-928-9370. All right, I'm going to play a little game here, Tyler, before we go. And Limits, you got to be on this too, because I want to do, and the Penguins always give out team awards at the end of the year, right?
Oh, boy.
So we're going to start with Rookie of the Years. This is a slam dunk, correct? Ben Kendall.
Pretty easy, yeah.
I mean,
it's funny when you see him, he looks like he's 16,
I know, and yet he's not shy about going into areas that he could get
plays
hurt.
hard.
He's undersized in terms of his weight, but he's what do you think his ceiling is, by the way? Ben Kindle, he has 17 goals this year. And, I mean, that's tough as an 18-year-old to do what he's doing, but he's doing it. What's his is he capable of being first-line center and score 100 points or more? Or what do you think his best ceiling possibility is?
I think he's going to be a solid 25-goal guy. I think he's going to be he might not be the man, but I also think he's going to kind of be a Brian Russ, where he's going to be unbelievable to play with a star, like off a star. You know, I think that's his ceiling. First or second line, playing off a guy that can feed him the puck, that can help him do the heavy lifting. So I see him as a solid top 6, 25-point guy.
All right, next category. Austin, we'll start with you here. Best newcomer for the Pittsburgh Penguins. Now, we just gave Kindle the Rookie of the Year, so I'm going to take him out of that.
But it's got to be Anthony Mantha, right? You come in and scoring 30 goals at just over $2 million with the expectations being pretty low.
But the good thing about
performance career year for him
is that they have about 3 or 4 guys you can make this claim.
Yeah, you know,
Chinakov's certainly done it. Even Brazeau. Walter, you know, he's another guy we don't talk about a lot, but Mantha has to be it, which leads to this question then, Tyler. Mantha's going to cash in. He's making 2.2 with incentives. But he did that because he had ACL surgery. He had shoulder surgery. He was banged up for 2 years in a row. He had to show that he was back. Well, he's back. So if you're the Penguins and you want to bring him back, I'm assuming from 2.2, he's going to go to 5 or 6 million, maybe more per year, which does not concern me. I'm okay with that. The biggest item here is term. How many years is he going to want or offer? And can the Penguins afford a 5-year, $30 million deal? The money's fine. It's just the term, to me, would be too long.
Yeah, I would be willing to give him $6 million. I think 6 for 4 makes sense for him. I don't know if he'll score more than 30. I think he's more of a 25 goals consistently kind of guy. But what I love about him is I think he's very happy here. I think he's part of he's coming more into a leadership role. But I think 6 for 4 years is a fair deal. And the one thing, it's not that he's never put up 25 goals before. He is a goal scorer. I know he's had some down years, but the guy can put the puck in the back of the net no matter which way you think about it.
Yeah. So I don't know if I'm going to go that long. I just think you have so many young kids coming up 4 or 5 years down the road. 3 I would do in a minute. I don't think he'll settle for 3. So what do you think, Austin? He's not going to end up here, I don't think.
I don't either.
I'd love him to, because I think he has a great part of this franchise right now, what he's been able to do.
And the Penguins also have the most cap space in the NHL going into the offseason next year. So they will have some money to spend. Where they want to allocate it is the big question. And if they do bring Malkin back, that's another $7 million or so. But they still have plenty to work with.
I think Malkin will take less than that.
Way more.
Yeah.
Way less, sorry.
Yeah. But again, you have a lot of older guys. That's my point here. 5 years from now, you know.
You don't want to overpay guys just because you have money, too. Right? I think we've done.
Well, the lessons learned with Ryan Graves and Tristan Jarry, and then they had to get out of that contract. All right, next category, Tyler, unsung hero on the Pittsburgh Penguins. Who would be their unsung hero? And you can think about that for a while. So we'll.
I kind of you can't say Carlson because it's not you know what I mean. I would say
he's
a star.
Yeah.
You know. Probably Noah Akari, Akari, whatever,
Achari, he's
Achari, yeah.
That whole line. I can give the whole line that, right? Because it's unsung. I think Dewar has been really good. How about you, Austin? Who's your unsung hero? If you had to limit it to one person, that whole line is unsung, and they get the job done.
Yeah, that whole line. I would even consider Justin Brazeau in this. Now, he had a very good start to the year. Has still been good, but not the same level of production at the beginning. But he has been somebody who has been able to bounce around if they ever. Well, actually, no. I'm going to change it to Chinakhov. And now, maybe he's not the most unsung because he's performed so well. But when he was brought over here, he was a change of scenery candidate who needed out of Columbus to be able to find his footing. What were the expectations when he got here? There weren't many put on him. There really weren't. So for the way that he's been able to perform, does he have 15 goals since he's come over to the Penguins, or at least right in that range? Yeah. He fits the category, at least for me. Maybe he is somewhat outside the box.
But he's like a first rounder. You know what I mean?
See, I'm going to go with Parker Wotherspoon because I don't think anyone thought much of that deal when he came here, and he has been rock solid. He hasn't been somebody who you look at every night and say, wow.
He's a modern-day Brian Dumoulin.
Yeah, he is. He's just one of those guys who does a good job. You don't notice him, which is a compliment to him. So, all right, MVP. I think we all agree it's Carlson, or do you have a different opinion?
Carlson.
Yeah, it's Carlson.
Normally, a 30-goal scorer would get my vote, but in this case, it's got to be. All right, player's player. I think I have a good answer for this. Someone who is in that locker room revered. I'll start with mine, and it would be Stuart Skinner. Ever since he came here, he has this personality that's infectious, and I think he's really, because of his experience, what he's gone through, he seems to be that. Now, they have probably a lot of candidates for this category.
I'm going to say Brian Rust.
Good one.
He's been around. I think he's got I think when you think of a player's player, a guy you can go up to and ask questions as a young guy, as a veteran guy, I think Brian Rust is going to be very honest and open with you, and that's why I pick him. I love Brian Rust.
Yeah, Bob, how about the Stu chance last night as well?
He made some big saves. He made some really big saves.
You think Stu Skinner, you think he's like laughing with like how good he feels here, how he's playing, and then you look at Edmonton.
Kyle Dubas is laughing more.
True, but he's got to be like, wow, did I ever get out of that, storm pretty quick.
All right, one more for you, and that would be the one they call the Badger Bob Johnson Memorial Award. And this goes to someone who has character, total dedication to his teammate and his community. So this, the good thing about the Pittsburgh Penguins is they have guys who are always involved in community stuff. And so, I mean, you can give that every year to Crosby, I think. A lot of these you can.
Crosby.
And so, I don't know who it would be for you, but certainly Crosby's on my list for that.
Yeah, you can give it almost Sid every year, right? The stuff
you can
he does.
give everything.
Every year. But I'm going back to Brian Rust. I know he takes kids, like Brian Rust has a stutter, and that's probably not easy to live with.
Right.
But he takes kids after that deal with the same thing, quietly and helps them through it, right? He started that little foundation with the guy from Anaheim. And he even talked, who's the guy, who's their stud?
From Anaheim.
The young guy,
No, Celebrini.
No.
No, I thought it was Celebrini. He, by the way, he's
at the Sharks. 19.
Oh, that's right. I know who you're talking. Seneca.
Yeah. I guess he has the same thing, and I guess Brian Rust talked to him.
Right.
But
that's a good young player too. By the way, for them.
But I like whenever you get a guy that deals with his own stuff plus takes on that, I think that's pretty huge. But my guy, maybe I'm just a Brian Rust fan right now. But
who's not? I mean, the guy gives it every time he's out. That's why he gets injured, because he plays at a level that puts himself in harm's way. Right.
I can't believe how fast the game is. Like when you watch on TV. And then when you go near the ice surface, it's like the Indy 500 or whatever, where they're just flying. Like the pace is so fast. It's something special to see it at ice surface in an NHL game.
Yeah, just the hand-eye coordination, everything comes with it. Unbelievable. All right, so next up, it's going to be a trip to Tampa on Thursday, back-to-back against Florida on Saturday and Sunday. I'm assuming these other teams behind them, somebody's going to pull into a good win streak here and put some pressure on the Penguins. What do the Penguins have to do here on Thursday at Tampa and then back-to-back with the Florida Panthers over the weekend?
Just win one game. But I think the biggest thing is more of how you play in these last games. I don't think it's about wins or losses. I think it's more about making sure you're playing the right way going into playoffs and but making sure your line's clicking. This is when the coaches kind of solidify the lineup, right? Mm-hmm. Like you don't move off your line from here on in with even goaltending, right? Like you can't go switch back and forth in playoffs, right?
No, I don't think that's the way they're going to go in the playoffs. Just because if you're somebody like, for example, if Skinner throws a shutout in the first game of you can't just say, okay, I'm going to go to Sheelas because it's his term. You could do that in a regular season. And I think it's helped both.
Do you think Skinner's a starter?
I think Skinner. Do you?
Yeah, I agree.
I think at this point, just because of the experience he has, so I would do that. But
the calmness he has, right? Like you said, in the room, he's got like that air about him where it calms everyone down. He's like, hey, boys, relax. We're good. You know what I mean? Like we haven't had a guy like that in a while.
Yeah.
When's the last?
Especially in goal like that. Who could be that
like when's the last?
Force.
When's the last guy we had a guy speak to the media and just speak in the dressing room like that? I can't really remember.
Well, whatever it is, he's been a big part of what's happened. So even though his numbers don't specifically if you looked at the numbers just by themselves, you wouldn't say much. But if you watch his game and some of the big saves he makes at critical times, I think that's where he excels. Tyler, thank you very much as always. Great talking to you on Thursday. Is this today? No, what is today? Wednesday. You're normally here on Thursday. What do you got going on?
I got a little something, Bob.
Something, okay. Yeah. something going on. Maybe it's another TikTok dance. I see you. You're doing these things now.
I hope so. We'll see. I can't get the dances down. It takes too long.
Tyler Kennedy is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar. Meet me at Mike's. And we want to remind you to listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contests runs every Wednesday through Friday at 12 p.m. And we'll have that coming up. Even though Joe's out sick today, I'm sure he has a choice on this. You can do it at 937thefan.com contesting page. And today, I don't need to tell you this, but it's rainy. It's been rainy. What a terrible night it was last night. A lot of rain. It's going to continue. High of 67 today. That's Ricard Raquel. Low of 57. Montravius Adams.
About that, Bob.
How about that? Actually, for a short amount of time, he was pretty good here, I thought, when he played. Ben Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Coming up, we're going to do some Pirate Talk after a big win for them. Jason Mackey joins us. Tyler, have a good weekend. Take care of that something tomorrow, and we'll talk to you next Thursday right here on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Bob, here's the General.
Oh, we're doing it now.
Oh, yeah.
I thought we did it next hour.
No.
All right.
There he is. Look at the General. He's at the Card Castle.
General. Or you could see all the stuff behind
Gentlemen,
him.
good morning.
Uh-oh, what do we got there? You're holding up something.
Got to add some Tyler Kennedy cards today.
Tyler Kennedy cards. How about that? They are precious.
Got a handful.
There they are. Stop over and see them. All right, General. Let's talk about this week. I thought we did this at noon for some reason. So, Austin, who's your choice for the card of the week? Then?
I think an Anthony Mantha card makes a lot of sense after his 30th goal of the year last night, Bob.
I'm going to say O'Neal Cruz for 2 home runs after the shaky weekend he had. So that's it. So, General, what do you say?
Good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for having me. A lot going on in sports this week. We got March Madness could have been represented. A lot of Pirate action. Ohtani could be the card every week. Crosby could be the card every week. But we're going with Anthony Mantha. 30 goals.
There we go.
Good guess.
Austin always gets these things correct. That's a good choice.
Well,
you could have picked a lot of them.
This could also be the Kyle Dubas Award instead of the Starkey of the Week.
Yeah.
Because we're also going to throw in an Igor Chinnikov rookie.
Wow. I bet you get a lot of play for that, don't you?
To go along with... What's that?
You get a lot of play on Chinnikov, I bet. People come in looking for it.
His stuff is really good, yeah. The only problem is he has nothing in black and gold yet. Everything is in Columbus colors. But people do seek out his rookie card.
How important is that to have the right uniform on the guy at the time?
A ton. And it's really hard to explain to people that aren't, like, day-to-day in the hobby. People will come in and say, could I have a Jerome Bettis rookie card? And you pull one out and it's a Rams card. And they're like, no, I want a Steeler. Well, there is no Steeler rookie card, right? So there is nuance in each of the card. And when Chinnikov gets a new card, it'll be exciting as a Penguin.
Yeah, I bet you. Did you have your event where you had Ben Kindle down at the place?
Yeah, we did. We
How did
had
that go?
hundreds of people. It was awesome. Ben Kindle's awesome. Not only is he a great young player, he's a great human being. And we had literally hundreds of Penguin fans show up, and very orderly, very friendly. Ben treated everybody great. He gets an A++ as always, and we were very, very pleased. Penguin fever.
Do you have another one of these coming up? Want to promote it?
It didn't hurt. No, not right now, but it didn't hurt that he scored the game winner the night before, Thursday night, with the overtime goal. That was awesome.
In Ottawa, yeah, that was awesome. All right, General, thanks as always. Appreciate it.
And don't forget, we're throwing in Tyler Kennedy today, too.
We got Tyler Kennedy. What uniforms is he in?
All Pens.
All Pens?
I got 3 different Penguins cards. Yeah.
There we go.
There is only one uniform.
I know. All right. Thanks, General. Appreciate it.
Have a good week.
That's the
All right,
baseball
happy Easter.
Card.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, you
Happy
too.
Easter. Thanks, Jeff.
Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Again, contests run every Wednesday through Friday, 12 p.m., 937thefan.com contesting page. Austin has a headline. We'll come back with some Pirate Talk with Jason Mackey next, right here on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins in a back-to-back Won both. Yesterday against the Detroit Red Wings, a dominant performance, 5-1. That was coming off of trailing 2-0 to the Islanders, but outscoring New York following that 8-1 to win at 8-3 on Monday. The Pens, in their 5 goals from the Red Wings, saw Anthony Mantha score his 30th of the year. Ricard Raquel, his 20th. Igor Chinnikov, his 18th. Justin Brazeau, his 17th. And Nola Chari, his 11th of the year. Stuart Skinner made 22 saves on 23 shots and won his 10th game as a Penguin. Pens will be in Tampa Bay on Thursday before playing the Panthers on a back-to-back, both at home, Saturday and Sunday. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Get ready to be wowed. Your new Floor & Decor is coming soon to Bethel Park. We've got the latest looks in tile, wood, and stone in stock and ready to go. Get ready. Your new Floor & Decor is on its way. Don't miss our grand opening, coming soon to Bethel Park.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98 Twins. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, it's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
Here at Whalen Exteriors, we've been waiting to get back at it after one of the roughest winters in a long time. We're starting to learn just how bad the last few months were on roofs in the area. So, if this winter wreaked havoc on your roof with all the snow and ice, trust the leading roofing company in the greater Pittsburgh area, Whalen Exteriors. We've extended our spring offer through the end of the month. Learn about it at whalenexteriors.com. Whalen Exteriors. No mess, no stress. See why we're the pros with the 5-star Google reviews. whalenexteriors.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health.
Rally House. Shop every team in town. College and pro. Come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House. Rally House. It's your city, it's your house, it's the Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, True Green, Chestnut Ridge Golf Course, and Omni Bedford Springs. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, day game for the Pirates. They will be playing in an hour and a half in Cincinnati, trying to take 2 out of 3 from the Reds after a victory last night, 8-3. 2 home runs for O'Neal Cruz, first 2 of the year for him. Brian Reynolds with a solo home run. Ryan O'Hearn is second of the year, a 3-run shot as the Pirates put together 5 runs in the second inning to get some run support for Bubba Chandler, who didn't make it out of the 5th. But Pirates pitching was able to bounce back after Hunter Barco allowed 2 earned runs. And the Reds tried to keep up, or catch up, I should say, in the 8th inning. But the Pirates were able to get those 2 runs back in the 9th for the victory. Paul Skeens' day in Cincinnati. He makes his second start, looking to bounce back from the rough opening day outing that he had, not getting out of the first inning, surprisingly, the worst outing of his career. Listen to the game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Jason Mackey joins next.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We are back. Pomp and Joe Show here. Hour number 2 of the program. Austin Bechtold is behind. I can't get my chair moving here.
Yeah, I was going to say, you all right there, Bob? It's not like there's just air moving
It was like in a pothole or something, which is typical this time of year around here. Joe Starkey, unfortunately, is not with us today. He is sick. So, Joe, hope you're doing better, and hopefully we'll see you later in the week. Take care of yourself. In the meantime, we're talking about the Pittsburgh Pirates, who were winners last night in a big way. And they got some offense going after it was sort of in short supply in that Mets series. And with us is Pittsburgh Pirate insider, does work for MLB.com. It's Jason Mackey. Hello, Jason. How are you today?
Hey, Pop. Great to talk to you, man. Greetings from Cincinnati.
Yes. The first question is, what's the weather like? Because it's been raining a lot here. I have no idea what it's like in Cincinnati.
It's nice so far, Bob. It was supposed to get in at like 3, which caused some concern, but they pushed it back to about 4 or 4:30. So Fingers crossed. I think we're going to have baseball today. I hope.
All right, I want to ask you one question before Austin will ask you a follow-up to this, but it's about O'Neal Cruz. I know that he's a lightning rod for criticism, of course, because of some of the things that have happened, especially the worst-case scenario for him, Jason, I thought, was on the first game of all things. Skeens pitching in New York, big market, and then it's on national television for the first time, and that first inning happens. So that didn't do him any help. But, he's in there for his bat, and what we saw last night is another indication of why he's so intriguing as a player and why he has to play. People want to immediately bench him at times. There's 3 games into the season. So talk about just his mindset now, especially after hitting those 2 home runs last night.
Yeah, Cruz last night, I don't know what got him there, but looked like a different hitter. It looked like he relaxed a little bit. Maybe it was just connecting with something. Maybe it's confidence. I don't know. His first at bat to me was notable. Him sort of sticking his bat out there and just getting the bat on the ball and getting a little fillet single. Like, I don't know. Maybe that lightened the load a little bit. He's a tough player to figure out, man. And to talk big picture about it, like the Pirates made this commitment to him. Well, you can disagree with that, but like they've signed up for the whole year. They're going to see this through. They're going to play him. They're going to figure out what they have. Like, that doesn't mean he has to play every day. It doesn't mean they don't have to address things when they go awry, like you're talking about with opening day. But you're not going to DFA him. You're not going to bench him. Like, there's just so much there that you need to figure out. You need to see improvements. I thought it was interesting talking to Ben Cherington on the show we do now on Sundays, him talking about the World Baseball Classic sort of disrupting some of the progress Cruz made. Tony Beasley's been working with Cruz, talked to me about the same thing. It was great that he went to the WBC, but I do think it disrupted his spring training a little bit. I say all that to say we just need to have a little bit of patience here. And I know that's very hard, and I know that he does things that make you want to rip your hair out. I get it, but he has to play. The only way for him to get through that stuff is to play and become better for it. And last night, the play with him and Reynolds, man, that's not on Cruz. That's the center fielder's ball. Reynolds needs to get out of the way there.
So you don't think that people have criticized Cruz for saying that there is maybe a lack of focus, at least with the plays in the outfield? You disagree with that?
No, I don't. I mean, if I look at opening day, like, you got to have sunglasses on, man. That's a lack of awareness. It's plain and simple. But last night, I mean, they're all different plays, Austin. The low line drive, I could have lived with that if he would have caught the other one and he had sunglasses on his head. It's the fact that didn't happen. I mean, that is a tough play to read. And he's a relatively new center fielder. I'm not making excuses for him. Both plays need to be made. I'm just trying to talk through this a little bit. And like last night, again, the center fielder has priority on all those balls to his left and his right coming in. Like, there's a hierarchy of on a baseball field who has priority in certain plays. And so I don't blame Cruz for that one. But in the past, has there been a lack of focus? Has there been a lack of consistency? Absolutely. That's a fair criticism. And he needs to put that to bed this season.
But I think people will be more willing to understand if he has, he's a shortstop who's been moved to center field. And I want to see exactly what you said, just awareness, and engagement more, I guess is the word I'm looking for, Jason.
Yeah.
But if he brings you 30 home runs, 40 stolen bases, and he does the thing that has been in such short supply here, which is power on a team that needs it. I mean, I'll look the other way at times, even though I think his professional awareness has to be out there every single day, and he has to know where to throw the ball. I thought he made a nice play to get the guy in the 10th inning, Lindor in New York the other day. It's a play that has to be made. I think we analyze it because it's him after the first game, but that's just a play you got to make, and he made it.
You know what I find fascinating about the Cruz discussion, Bob? We can look at somebody like Jake Mangum and say, oh, he's a great player, he's fun, he's an energy guy, he does this and that, and you sort of love up Jake Mangum. Jake Mangum improved a lot in his late 20s. And in the same conversation, Pirates fans will say O'Neal Cruz can't improve in his late 20s. Who came to that conclusion? He can improve in his late 20s. It's also true to say he should make some of the plays that he made. It's also true to say he should have sunglasses on his head when the sun's an issue. Mm-hmm. Like, it's a much more realistic approach. Like, I'm not saying the guy shouldn't be criticized. I'm not saying that, he has been a great center fielder. He is not. It's just I'm not reaching a definitive conclusion on the guy. Right now, for $3.5 million, to me, that's a bet worth making, given his upside. And you can't make that determination based on 2 series. And the only way to make that determination is to play him in games. And I want to see what's going to happen. Is it going to be the guy that we saw last night who hits 2 monster home runs, or is it going to be the guy on opening day who wasn't very good in center field?
Right.
I don't know, but I need, a larger sample size than 5 games to figure it out.
So he's in there in the lineup today against a lefty, Jason, Andrew, against Abbott. So what I'm surprised by in today's lineup is Brandon Lau, their best hitter, and Ryan O'Hearn, who hit another home run last night. I know they're playing a lefty and both are lefties, not in the lineup. How can they do that and have both not playing in a getaway game with an off day tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, awareness of guys going through stuff and have it be a long season. I mean, that's a hard explanation. I understand. You see the lineup. You want to see the guys who were productive the night before or have been productive. I don't think that Don Kelly wants to wear either guy down this early in the season. A lot of this stuff is scheduled. So, it's not,
But they're scheduling to have their 2 best hitters so far not play the same game with Skeens on the mound? How does that happen?
I mean, I can assure you they did not go into this saying, how do we lose this game? How do we incense the most people? Like, what they're doing is taking a feel for the longevity of a season, what guys are going through, who feels what, try to keep everybody fresh, try to keep guys productive, look at splits, look at what this guy throws, how's this guy faring against these pitches, what do I know personally about what this guy's going through? And it's all reaching some sort of conclusion. And I say all that to say I'm as old school as they get. I wish guys played 162. I wish we didn't have to have rest days. That's not the way the world is right now. So, I mean, that's kind of where they're at. They're trying to balance all of those things. I understand that it's going to upset people. I understand those guys have been good, but I can guarantee you they didn't scratch out that lineup thinking, how do we make everybody mad?
But if I had to make a bet on which left-handed hitter would be in the lineup and which wouldn't, I wouldn't have thought Cruz, but he's off to a 3-for-3 start. Is that right, against lefties, where last year he had like 100 against them? So I think that's encouraging for him to be in there, knowing that he's had some success.
Yeah, he's been good against left-handers, Bob. He's been good against left-handers going back to spring training. And I'm largely fine with what Cruz has done at the plate dating back to spring. And I'm actually mostly okay with what Cruz has done in the field pre-WBC. When he came back, it was pretty bad. His finish up of spring training and then, early on. But ideally, he has to be able to hit left-handed pitching. So I don't have any problem keeping him in there. I want to see him in more. I mean, I can understand the criticism of Lau and O'Hearn being out. Like, if I'm a Pirates fan, I'm looking at this and I want to see those guys playing. I want to try to take a series in Cincinnati, and I want to come back on a 3-3 road trip going into opening day, and you got Skeens on the mound. You want your horses in there. I get all that. But as far as Cruz goes, like, I don't have any hesitancy about putting him in there against the left-hander. That's part of needing to learn all you can learn about O'Neill at this point.
Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And one other thing I want to tell you about before we go back to Jason, 93.7 The Fan trading cards are brought to you by Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have pictures and stats of the fan hosts here. You can pick them up at Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry anytime we're out in the community. So, Jason, I want to ask you about a very unusual line last night for Bubba Chandler. I never saw 4 1/3 no-hit baseball. They scored a run anyway. It was unearned, that play in left center field. But then 6 walks and 6 strikeouts. There's a lot of good and there was some bad in that one.
It all relates back to Bubba Chandler's fastball command, Bob. And it got sloppy later in the outing. And I'm not going to criticize Bubba. I thought it was a really good outing. And I thought we saw what Bubba Chandler can be when he has that fastball command. And it looked like the same Bubba Chandler in his first couple of starts of spring. And what happens is he gets really amped up. And I think it's part of just being a young pro with him, where he wants to throw the ball through a brick wall. And I don't think it would be the worst thing if he just dialed it back a tad. And I'm not saying, like, go down to 95 or 96 miles an hour. The velocity is part of what makes him special. But it's just learning how to harness that velocity and throw more strikes. And Chandler knows that. He talked about it. You can't walk 6. I don't even want him walking 3. But, somebody with the stuff like him, and I really liked his changeup last night. I thought that was an excellent pitch. I think that's how he got 3 of those 6 strikeouts, if I'm not mistaken. But rely on that more. He's throwing a lot of fastballs, which I get, but I want to see him throw the breaking stuff a little bit more. Both of those are very good pitches. But he needs to throw more strikes. He needs to command the fastball more. But it was still a very good outing, and just unhittable. Like the only the only mark against him was the strike throwing. It wasn't anything the Reds were doing, that's for sure.
What's your concern level, Jason, with Hunter Barco, who allowed 2 runs last night? He wasn't great in his first outing either, coming out of the bullpen. Is that a role that is okay for him, that can suit him?
Yeah, I have some minor concerns about that. I don't think Hunter Barco is taking to it the same way we saw Braxton Ashcraft and Bubba Chandler take to it. I think he's a starter. I think he needs to probably be in position to start games. The Pirates need a reliever. They have some guys at AAA they could call up here and have them take the ball. Even like an Evan Sisk is probably just a more reliable first lefty out of the pen, somebody who can handle that situation a little bit more. I'd maybe give Barco another look, but if it looks the way it did last night, and I don't think he pitched bad, but he's just not experienced in that spot. And if you have somebody like Ashcraft or Chandler who's making easy work out of that and then telling you that they can take on more, cool. But if it's going the other direction and they're struggling, I'm not sure that's what you should be doing. The end goal needs to be Barco starting. And what I'm seeing is it's probably more beneficial to start Barco in AAA and let him accumulate innings and have another reliever up here to cover innings. But we'll see. It wouldn't surprise me if they give him another look. But, I share some of those concerns, Austin.
Jason, the one thing that keeps popping up every single day, and until he's up here, it's going to keep popping up, is Connor Griffin. For your best information and understanding of what the Pirates are doing here, what is a timeline for him, realistically?
All over the map, Bob. I've heard a lot. It's I still go back to an extension. It would make sense. I don't think, I know that they haven't shut the door on it, that Griffin's camp has not shut the door on it. If that lines up and we're seeing that become more of a thing, players getting money before ever playing in Major League Baseball, that changes the calculus. I think you probably went into this season hoping them to have a little better performance on the left side of the infield. That has not happened. Right now, shortstop's been a major deficiency for them through 5 games. So, if you want to win and your best option's Connor Griffin and he's performed well in AAA, I think you gotta speed that up. So, they sent him down with no definitive timeline, and that's not bad. That's just saying, go play, go be you, and we'll figure it out. So, I still think there's a possibility of it being sooner, Bob, but I think that would probably have to be tied to an extension. And maybe it's, the only other way I guess I see it happening is just shortstop is not a productive offensive position. Griffin rakes in AAA, and eventually you say, you know what, we got to make this move because we need the best guy in that spot.
Is an extension a lot less likely now than it was 2 weeks ago?
I don't think so. I wouldn't say that. I don't know. I'm not saying it's more likely either, Austin. I'm just saying, I don't think that because it didn't happen 2 weeks ago that, it's done or impossible. It would still make sense. I go back to the discussions from the offseason. You look at somebody with his ability and makeup and, you're looking at projectability and what's a safe bet. So, no, all of those things are still true. And I think conversations will probably continue to happen. I've gotten no wind that they're, unproductive or that they've gone nowhere. Obviously it hasn't resulted in an extension. I get that, but no, I wouldn't say it's less likely.
Do you feel that those talks are productive and are moving in a positive direction where it will in fact happen?
I know you're trying to paint me into a corner to say the extension will or won't happen. I don't think either side's closed the door. I think, there's probably a path forward on a compromise that I think is a reasonable contract. And I think it depends on, where the Pirates are willing to move to and what Griffin's willing to move to on his side. That's probably true for every negotiation ever. And if he wants to get to the big leagues, then the best thing I can tell you, man, is that he really likes being here. They really like having him. It would make a lot of sense. I can't predict that a contract's going to come together. But, there are a lot of signs there that said this would make sense for the organization and for Connor Griffin. I mean, for his certainty. I mean, he can be a free agent again at 28. He can make, whatever, $100 million or $110. Yeah, I mean, he can. That kind of certainty would, at least for me personally, would be very tough to turn down. But I also understand negotiations and making the best deal possible, and it has many more layers than just saying yes or no. So probably depends on those layers.
Yeah, and there's a lot of risk both ways. There's risk on the team. I mean, I remember when O'Neal Cruz was first coming, people wanted him to get one of those 8 to 9 year deals. I saw yesterday where Colt Emerson, and Seattle has a lot of young prospects, Jason. He's another kid, very similar to the Connor Griffin story, I guess, because he's a shortstop. I think he's 20 years old. And they signed him to an 8-year, $95 million deal, sight unseen, basically, in the majors.
Yeah, I mean, it's becoming a trend. It is a trend. A lot of it just depends on what your comps are. Roman Anthony's been somebody that's been thrown around a lot in the Connor Griffin discussions, and, he's at about $135 million. If Griffin was willing to sign on the dotted line for $95 million, I think we'd have a deal. I think that's, sort of the problem or sort of the holdup there. So it's just appraising his value. And I think part of what makes this unique, guys, is, you can talk about Colt Emerson. We can talk about Jackson Chorio. You can talk about Roman Anthony. Like, Connor Griffin's a different cat. Like, he's extremely young and he has extremely high upside. And so I understand his camp's belief. Like, they don't want him to sign a bad contract. They don't want him to go for nothing. They don't want to ruin precedent or whatever. And I understand the Pirates' standpoint. Like, their idea is, if we're going to inherit all of this risk of an 8-year contract, we want value. And they should want value. There's nothing wrong with that. So, I mean, there are just two things that both of these sides are really clinging to. But that's why I go back to my previous answer of saying that there is incentive for Connor Griffin. There is incentive for the Pirates. Oftentimes when that happens, two logical parties will come together and get something done. So I know what Austin asked earlier, and I mean, I want to see something get done. I feel pretty good about getting something done. I just have a tough time projecting it because, you just never know with that stuff.
Yeah. Jason, why is their confidence level in Jared Triolo, like, if you stacked 5 Clemente walls on top of each other, it made it like 80 feet high? They love themselves some Jared Triolo, don't they?
You want to do that math again, buddy?
No, math is hard.
Clemente walls, 80 feet high.
Want to be 100 feet high, 105 feet high, whatever.
Come on, you can do it. There we go.
Yeah.
I mean, they like Triolo for his defensive consistency. They think there's more in his bat than he's shown. I'm explaining to you. I personally don't totally understand, but like, he's a really good third baseman. I'm not sure how much value he's providing at shortstop. I can understand a little bit more him playing third base, and then you just live with what you have at shortstop. But, I also understand. I mean, they're coming at it. They're saying Jared Triolo is our best defensive shortstop, so we're going to play him there. A lot of times when we're looking at lineups, we're looking at ranking like 1 through 9, who's their best hitter. It's not like that. Like, it's strategy. What they're trying to do is avoid pockets of left-handed hitters. So a lot of these lineups that people are reacting to, you're seeing like, maybe O'Hearn or Lau in the 5 spot and then Horowitz there. Like, you're not going to stack those guys 5, 6 and then hit Triolo 7th because it makes it an easier deployment for an opposing team. So you sandwich Triolo in there. That's not saying he's a better hitter than Spencer Horwitz or somebody like that. It's saying it's strategy. We don't want to give him a pocket of lefties. But, yeah, I mean, I see the belief in Triolo. Like, this guy over 52 games last year had, a 775 OPS at 275, something like that. Like, it's in there, and they're not going to react based off of 4 games, nor should they.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. When the rest of the offense is struggling early in the season, gets magnified. But the at-bats, I've watched the at-bats too. And you need to take a pitch, what he did on Monday night. I can't defend that.
Especially after 8 straight balls. That's just, you don't do that.
You have to. He knows that.
Yeah. The only thing, I mean, to me, in an ideal situation, he's a very good guy to have as a bench guy playing a lot of positions. But the one thing about these lineups, and I realize that they are challenged in some ways, Jason, but I think always it's much more productive. And I look at the Atlanta Braves just because they typically have the same lineup every single day. And down the road, to me, that has got to be one of the, because if you're a player, you get used to wherever you're batting, what slot that is. But if it's a constant mixture, leading off, batting eighth, batting sixth, batting fourth, we saw a lot of that last year. To me, that's a situation that leads to more failure, I think, in terms of overall team offense.
I agree with you, Bob. Baseball players are creatures of comfort. You guys know that. I think in an ideal world, that's where the Pirates get to. I think early in the season, they're a little bit more mindful of things like rest, not overextending guys. I do think the team puts more weight into that stuff than people externally think about. So I understand that players are, high-priced assets anymore. They're not human beings, it seems like. So you're going to try to preserve health, but I agree with you. It's the human component of the game. Guys like hitting in a certain spot. They like getting comfortable, and if they're productive, you probably shouldn't mess with them, and you should let them get into their routine. Now, if they're unproductive, then that's going to change. But I think over time we will see this lineup kind of, gel or settle, however you want to say it. I just think it's tough this early in the season when you're not scoring runs. Like, you're going to see change. And what we're reacting to in that situation is removing Lau and O'Hearn. But I think you're trying to play it a little bit slow coming out of the gates.
Mm-hmm.
Jason, will you be in the dugout hoisting the cone if the Pirates hit a home run today?
I will not be in the dugout hoisting the cone, but I'll tell you who will. Billy Cook. He's the conehead. It's great.
I remember David Cone. When I saw that in New York, David Cone is back.
Are they just going to take that cone from Cincinnati and just take it with them on the road and give Cincinnati like $20 and say, here, buy a new cone?
So, very interesting question, Austin. I don't know. I was actually asked by somebody else via text, say, what are the Pirates going to do with the cone? Are they going to take it home? I will find out the answer after the game, I suppose. I think you got to take it home, right? Like, if you've got to buy that cone from somebody, you just buy the cone.
Yeah.
Pay for the cone.
Lucky cone at this point.
Yeah, whatever works.
No, you're going to steal it. Yep.
Joe Block just tweeted the Pirates lead the majors in home runs, right?
Who would have thought? And we're sitting here complaining about their offense.
Well, that's what happens when you hit 4 in one game, as they did last night. Jason, thanks very much for the time. We appreciate it. Have a great day today as Paul Skeets is on the mound.
All right, guys. Take care. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Jason Mackey, and that game will come your way on KDKA AM 101 FM, right?
Yeah, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Right, that's where that game will be, and Skeens will be on the mound. A lot of people want him to be held back. You just can't do that. Opening day is opening day. It'll be a big day no matter what, and you stick to the rotation, especially in this kind of situation against Cincinnati, a team in your division. You want to win 2 out of 3, and he's the best opportunity to get there. Over and under, and how many innings he goes today? More than 2/3?
Over.
Yeah, over.
Knock on wood this time, Bob.
I think he's going to go 7 today.
I think he'll go 6.
Something like that.
6 scoreless, maybe 1 run.
Hey, I want you to know that if you're a Jason Aldean fan, this is for you because you could win 2 tickets to the night before featuring Jason Aldean at Rivers Casino on April 22nd with John Morgan, Shane Profit. It's all powered by Bowsler Chevrolet. Winner must be 21 or over. Is this a call-in thing that we're doing? So if you call now, you can win 2 tickets to the night before featuring Jason Aldean. And he always puts on a great concert. That's at the Rivers Casino the night before the NFL Draft Round 1.
Caller number, Bob.
Caller number. Give me a number. How about 57 in honor of Mike Merriweather? No. Caller number 6.
All right.
How about that? Caller 6, call right now, 412-928-9370. We're back with more, and we're going to get into some Mike McCarthy comments from the NFL owners' meetings coming up as we continue Pomp and Joe right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
1 hour away from the game, 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDK is where you can hear it as the Pirates will play the Cincinnati Reds. 12:40 first pitch. Pre-game coverage underway right now. Go check it out. As Jake Mangum leads it off, Nick Gonzalez will bat second. Brian Reynolds batting third against the lefty Andrew Abbott. O'Neal Cruz in the lineup playing in center field. Jared Triolo back in the lineup after an off day yesterday. No Lau, no O'Hearn on a getaway day with an off day tomorrow. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And Joe Starkey has a message for the people about JP Roofing and Siding.
What a man, what a mustache, and what a company. Listen, after this winter, you might need roofing and siding. projects at your house, this is the place to go. $500 off your first roofing or siding project, I might add. It's an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Company, JP Roofing and Siding. Not an easy designation to get. Only 1% of them have it. He has it. So give him a call. 412-829-7711. That's 412-829-7711.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Or it's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is brought to you by Moon Golf Club, Lynch Golf Club at Pine Creek, Collie Resort and Golf Club, and Suncrest Golf and Grill. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, forthepeople.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
A national story has been released saying that Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts changes too many plays at the line of scrimmage and that he's been reticent to potential changes within the offensive structure. And while all of that can be true, I don't care about any of it. Hurts is 57-25 as the Eagles starting quarterback. Won a Super Bowl, could have won another. I think you take some of the nonsense if you win as many games as Hurts has. I'm Nick Costos.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Cold shower? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Cloudy with showers this afternoon. The high 64.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
All right, we are back with more Pomp and Joe Show. Joe Starkey is sick today. Wish him well, and hopefully gets over the sickness and be back soon. In the meantime, Austin Bechtold and I will continue as we talk now about the NFL owners' meetings, which are taking place in Arizona. They do a lot of stuff with regard to some rule changes. Nothing earth-shattering this year as we've seen in the past. And they also individually talk about their teams, and the coaches and general managers are available, all of them in one central place. And Mike McCarthy was holding court the other day for the first time as Steelers head coach. Austin, he had a lot to say, and I'm not, the topic of Aaron Rodgers is old for me, and there's nothing more to say because really there's nothing more to say. The narrative remains the same. They all think he's coming, he should be back, he's gone, blah, blah, blah. Until we see it, we really don't know. But there are other issues like wide receivers in the draft. A lot of people have now, and I don't know how you feel about this, but because of the uncertainty with, Sayamalu moving on at guard and with Broderick Jones being injured and not sure what that is, a lot of people have switched their emphasis from wide receiver to offensive line. Are you one of them, or do you stick? I always thought wide receiver was still a need, even though they have two of them now. Down the road, one of them could be a cap casualty if the money's too big and the performance isn't equal to the money, and then you have young guys ready to take over.
It is still the number one position that I would want the Steelers to acquire in the first round.
Me too.
If Tyson's there, I don't think Cardell Tate's going to fall. He's likely going to be a top 10 pick. He would be the dream scenario, even if there was a trade-up scenario, because you have 12 picks, to go get Cardell Tate. He is that type of difference maker where you build up your wide receiving core like Tampa Bay did last year. And I know the Bucs didn't have much success. They also were often injured last year. Mm-hmm. But their receiving core at one point was Godwin, Evans, Ibuka, McMillan before he was injured in that preseason game that you called against the Steelers.
Yeah.
That's kind of how Mike McCarthy wants to play, right? Think about the receivers that he had with the Packers when it was Donald Driver and Greg Jennings and Jordy Nelson. They didn't draft wide receivers in the first round, but they had multiple options and multiple threats to be able to use. So just because, and I haven't heard anybody point that out, but because Green Bay never picked a receiver for Aaron Rodgers in the first round, that was always such a problem. I don't think that was a McCarthy thing, more of a front office thing. I don't think that's something he'll have so much influence where they won't pick a receiver in the first round. If Tyson is there, if Denzel Boston is there,
one of those
I think
guys.
they go with one of those two.
I think it's interesting and I'm not going to talk about Rodgers here. The only way I'll talk about Rodgers in this sense is that if he doesn't come back, now you have a situation on your hands where they have talked up Will Howard, and I would expect him to be the guy. But then it opens the door for a potential pick of a quarterback. And it may not be Ty Simpson in the first round. It may be somebody else down the road. But if Ty Simpson, just play a game with me, if Ty Simpson is the guy that they somehow pick because he's available to them, who would you think would do better right off the bat, Howard or Ty Simpson?
Man, that's a great question.
I don't think it'll come to this, by the way. I'm just bringing it up as a talking point, I guess.
I think it would probably be Simpson, but I think you're splitting hairs there. And I'm not a huge Will Howard guy.
But how it goes is he's a number one pick. Number one picks get treatment. They're the guys. That's who and I don't know about that because I haven't seen enough of Ty Simpson in college. I've seen a little bit. I've seen a bigger body of work on Howard at Kansas State and Ohio State. So I would be leaning in that direction if it results in Aaron Rodgers deciding not to come back.
Yeah, Simpson's only had 15 starts, and maybe he is – I kind of feel this way about Simpson. He's a prospect where he showed some flashes. He did some good things. He's not great, not a top-of-the-line talent where you know he's going in the first round. He will because there's a quarterback-needy team that will overdraft him. I feel like he's more of a prospect that's been so talked up where people, maybe it's scouts, maybe it's just NFL analysts, said, well, somebody else has to go in the first round, right? Who are we going to talk our way into that? Like when Matt Corral was in the Kenny Pickett draft, Malik Willis, you knew they weren't all great prospects, but quarterbacks often get taken in the first round. And then it was shown that none other than Kenny Pickett actually did. So maybe that does happen with Simpson.
If you have a take on this, call us at 412-928-9370. But let's hear Mike McCarthy talking about wide receivers, since that seems to be the topic that most people agree would be the Steelers' top priority.
You know, I do prefer the bigger targets. You know, I think it's common sense. I mean, you look at completion percentage. You want your quarterback north of 70%. You want the ball distributed. You know, you want 55. You know, combination of completions and rushes to be 55 plus a game. So those are things that I believe in, of how you're going to play on offense, and that's why, you know, tight ends, big tight ends, the target. You know, it's easier to throw these passes than the ones out there. So those are common sense practices that I keep in touch with. And so the bigger receivers, outdoor climate, the ability to be nasty in first and second down in a run game, because, you know, we sat through the meetings there with was that Sunday, and they talked about the big plays. You know, the statistics. I don't know if everybody here, you get copies of all that, but the big play numbers are down. So I mean, that's something, as a coach, you're always looking to try to enhance your big plays opportunities on first and second down. It obviously comes off of the run game. So bigger receivers definitely help in that area.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. He also mentioned tight ends in there, so I would think that if you're Pat Freiermuth, you perk up to hear that. I know Washington's a guy they really like. He could do multiple things. He's almost like an extension of your offensive line with how big he is, and he enjoys doing that. That's kind of a rare thing among tight ends today. So, yeah, I agree with that, and I think big targets, and that's why Michael Pittman was a good move by Omar Khan, Andy Weidel and company, just to bring him in here. I think at a good price. He has a history of making big plays, and you know, I think that's where it starts. But you can't have enough of them. And I think we've seen that over the last 2 years where the Steelers have gone without a legit number two, and it's hurt them. All right, I know people want to talk about this, Austin, so what do we got?
Let's go to Emmanuel and Carnegie to start us off.
Hello, Emmanuel. What's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah, first of all, I hope Joe gets well. And, yeah, I think the Steelers should try to build around their future quarterback for next year, and that is maybe get an offensive line to protect them. We saw what Cincinnati did, you know, and they had a Chase, and they had all these weapons, but they didn't have a line to protect Joe Burrow. So I'll still go with the offensive line in the first round, and then try to build elsewhere in the second round. Remember, they got all these top 3 picks, so we can definitely move back in. It's a deep receiver draft, so I definitely go with the offensive line first.
Thanks, Emmanuel. Appreciate that. You know, to me, they've drafted offensive and defensive linemen in the first round or second round much of the last couple of years, and I understand why. But they also do have needs in other positions. I still think if you're looking defensive line, you can never have enough of those people. I understand why you would be interested in a first-round pick as another guard or tackle. That could be very real. But they also, I think, down the road need complementary help at cornerback, eventually safety. There are a lot of things to go, and it's an incomplete situation right now. So they have a lot. And I wonder if these 12 picks, Emmanuel talked about moving up in picks, how many of these picks are actually going to utilize to move up? You're never going to draft 12 people. You don't want to draft 12 people. I would imagine some of those middle rounder, you can move up in the second round to get a higher second round pick, you know, almost like as if it's a late round, first round pick, you know, Austin, like they did with Joey Porter. If you can get into 30 somehow in the second round, that would be a good move if they can make it by using the draft capital to get there.
Yeah, in terms of drafting a guard high, unless it's Venga Ioane from Penn State, who's basically the number one guard in the class, undisputed, and is the only projected first-round pick, I would stay away from offensive line, partly because you can still draft a guard in the second round, and I would feel okay with it. Where wide receiver, yes, it is a deep class, but if you want one of the maybe not elite, but borderline very good to elite receivers in this class that can make a difference for you. Like Jackson Smith and Jigba was picked in the 18 to 20s range. You can still get good wide receivers in that spot. And I understand the point of, well, if you don't have anybody to block for them, how can you possibly get the ball there? I do think the Steelers' offensive line, the way they've constructed it, is much better than Cincinnati's and better than probably half the league, at least on the right side of it. So you're holding your breath on Broderick Jones. I would rather build up for a young quarterback next year and also for Aaron Rodgers because they already get the ball out of the quarterback's hand so quickly. You're not having that much pressure because of the way that they develop the offense.
Mike McCarthy inherits a team that has two guys who are picks that many people thought would be regular players, or at least people contributing all the time. Caleb Johnson last year didn't get much time at all. Of course, had a bonehead play in special teams that everybody remembers. And then, Wilson at wide receiver is a guy that everyone thought would be making a move at this point, and that's just not happening. So I wonder what Mike McCarthy has to say about those. Does he have something about the running back and Caleb Johnson's role? I'm sure he's not going to say, well, he doesn't have a role, but what is the role? Who has what, and what does Caleb Johnson do?
Yeah, it's not looking great for Caleb Johnson, but based on what Mike McCarthy had to say, maybe it's a clean slate for him.
This is like a Catholic operation. You go to, say, 3 Hail Marys and increase pressure. Everybody's got a clean slate, so let's just get to work. I mean, you have to do that with young guys. So I'm looking forward to. I understood what happened, with him on special teams, and so I've heard on that. But he's a young man that obviously, his draft value is what you think of him, and I can't really answer until I get my hands on him. And but I'm going to challenge him to be a 3-down player. Challenge him to be a special teams player, and so all those things are part of being a young running back in this league, especially with the 2 guys in front of him.
Yeah, I suppose, but that sounds to me like, just coach speak, and you have to speak that way. He really hasn't worked with him. I believe they think he's talented enough to get a role, but it's hard to see that happening with Dowdle in there now to go with Jalen Warren. Where's he going to fit in? And the same holds true for Roman Wilson. Roman Wilson's a player who I thought would have a lot bigger impact. Now that Austin's out of there, they moved on from him. He signs with the Giants. Is that who he went with?
Yes.
Does he have a role in this? And if they don't draft a wide receiver, or at least someone in the first round, where is his role come into play? And do you think under a new head coach that he'll get an opportunity?
Man.
I don't.
Probably not, no.
I mean, I think, the limited time we saw him, he made some big plays. And for whatever reason, they never went back to him a whole bunch after some of those plays down the field.
No. Regarding Caleb Johnson, they also signed Travis Homer, too, and maybe he'll play a little bit more on special teams than in a running back rotation. But that's still more depth in that spot. When you talk Roman Wilson, you already have Metcalf, you have Pittman, you're likely going to draft somebody high in the draft. Ben Skoranek is still there. Those are just 2 third-round busts that the Steelers have made over the last 2 years.
Well, so far it looks that way. We'll see how it goes. With a new administration coming in, that may change, and maybe it will. Maybe those guys are going to get legit clean slates, and they'll do 5 Hail Marys and make it work that way. Let's go back. Oh, I was going to go back to the lines, but apparently
somebody
he dropped off. All right, well, bottom line is those meetings continue to go on. Roger Goodell spoke. One of the things that did come up was with Art Rooney, and he did an interview concerning a new field that they're going to have at Acrisure Stadium. Of course, every time you talk about Acrisure Stadium, that topic comes up. And, with some of the report card stuff you've seen, players don't like it, whatever the case. So they are going to make a change. And it's a grass surface that a lot of other teams have utilized and gotten good grades on. So I wonder, what that all means. They seem to be reluctant to go with the so-called field turf or stuff of that nature. But if they get the kind of, turf, field, whatever condition that they're going to bring in, I think that could certainly help because they get criticized a lot for it. But we'll see. I mean, they're also putting black seats in some of the upper deck that I saw, huh? Black.
Yeah, why are they? And Art Rooney said that they're just doing it sporadically. So they're just picking random areas to put the seats in? It should
I'm not quite sure. I've seen pictures, so.
They look very random.
Yeah, but maybe it'll look good.
Why would they not spell out Steelers?
Well, that's
the seats.
You see a lot of that at like even over here at Highmark Stadium for the Riverhounds. Hounds is spelled. I don't know. That's
Why don't they do that?
Well, we'll see. It's in the early going of its of the process of changing. We'll see what it looks like at the very end. Also, you'll notice more and more if you're driving around the North Shore, all the work that's being done on that draft area. The staging of it's a big time effort, man. They're putting a lot of time and money into that. It's going to be very nice, and we can only hope the weather cooperates. We don't want to see the kind of weather we're seeing right now because it's outdoors, and a lot of people don't need rain or disaster or anything like that coming their way. So hopefully it'll be good by the end of April. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. Want to tell you that you can listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. The 93.7 The Fan and Pittsburgh Pirates went to visit your teams in action for the Youth Baseball Softball Showcase. Parents and coaches send an email to the station here, youthsports@937thefan.com. Register your 12 and under team. 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparels. Details at 937thefan.com. Today's weather is not encouraging. Rain most of the day. We saw a lot of rain. I know some people lost power last night. Hopefully most of it came on. High of 67, Ricard Raquel, and low of 57. It is Mike Merriweather this time around. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. When we come back, Matt Clement joins us, our Pirate insider, who has a lot of information on what we've seen so far through the first 5 games of the season. That's next, right here on Pomp and Joe.
But first, Joe.
Selling a home can be a little stressful, so it's important that you choose the right real estate agent that can make the selling process simple and stress-free. Anna wanted to sell her home in the South Hills, reached out to Gina and her team for help, and it's another 5-star review for Gina because Anna said Gina and her team walked her through the entire selling process and took away all the stress of selling her home. It can be very stressful, as you know. Anna said Gina and her team quick to answer any question in an honest and professional manner, years of experience, knowledge of the market. Gina and her team were able to sell Anna's home for over $800,000. You can't lose. Gina sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. So if you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to sell your home or buy one, call my friend Gina of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. Google G.M. Petro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates take on the Reds. Paul Skeens on the mound. Listen on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. We are under an hour away from first pitch. Pre-game coverage currently underway on KDKA. It's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines there are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with a Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation.
Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julian Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Spring is a great time to open your windows. And wait, your windows won't open? They leak? Are cracked? They need repainting again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book your consultation today.
Old Stonewall Golf Club's award-winning course is now open. Take advantage of off-season rates through the end of April and see why the region's best course is just minutes away. Visit oldstonewall.com to book your tee times now.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Thor Dickerson here. Looking for an easy way to raise money for your youth sports team or organization this season? Keystone Custom Apparel has a brand new fan club fundraiser designed specifically for sports teams. Each player receives a custom shirt featuring the names of their supporters on the back. Supporters simply donate $20 per name, enter their name online, select their favorite player, and check out. No collecting money from parents, no complicated order forms, no headaches. Most teams raise $2,000 to $5,000 with this program. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com or give them a call, 724-206-0285 to get started today.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcast. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pens won, Pirates won yesterday. The Penguins 5-1 winners against Detroit. It was the second part of a back-to-back after they destroyed the Islanders in the second period, 8-3 after the Islanders had scored 2 goals to begin that second period, which was 8 total in the game. Penguins respond with an 8-3 win. They beat the Red Wings 5-1, and they'll play the Lightning on the road on Thursday. The Pirates will play against the Reds with Paul Skeens on the mound, trying to bounce back from his first game performance, the struggles that he ensued with that. You can listen to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show right now, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Matt Clement joins the show next.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Welcome back. It's the Pomp and Joe Show. Want to remind you first that Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line is provided by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Now we have Mr. Moneyman with us here, a man who knows all about baseball because he lived it for so many years in the majors. Mr. Clement is back with us here for another chatter of Major League Baseball specific to the Pirates and then beyond. How are you, Matt?
Doing well. It's amazing as up and down as this first 5 games have been. You have Skeens on the mound and can come home 500 against a division opponent you struggled with last year and one of the better teams in the National League with the Mets.
And who would have thought the Pirates, as Joe Block tweeted out, would lead everyone in home runs this, after that start in New York, where they really could have lost 3 of them. And that one in extra innings was crazy, as it turned out. We're getting a runner at the plate, and O'Neill Cruz started that relay there. Have we gotten to the point with him where even routine plays are celebrated because they're so rarely seen from him?
Yeah, I think it's such a dynamic with O'Neill Cruz out there. And the start to the year, as bad as it went with those first 2 fly balls with your ace on the mound, it really was. It's put him in a spot where it's just polarizing, and everybody's watching it. And I've got to think about this a little bit. And, I checked out like 6'7" outfielders that played center field in the history of baseball. And the only one that there was 2 that came up. One was an old timer. I didn't write down. Sorry. The other was Aaron Judge, who's probably played there for probably less than 100 innings, if even that. And I think that's why some of the routine plays sometimes don't look routine, because it's you see him standing beside Jake Mangum out there, and he's like twice the size of him. And it's a different look out there. He's built more like a right fielder if he's going to play the outfield. And I thought last night's play is just like when things aren't going well, that happens. And it was him in the right spot, him yelling for the ball. And Reynolds kind of got in his way trying to make an over-the-shoulder catch. But then it's all over Twitter that, like, look what O'Neill Cruz is doing again.
That was not his fault.
No,
that was the center fielder's ball. And maybe he didn't hear him. I don't know what the situation was, but that led to a very unusual line by Bubba Chandler. 4 1/3, no hits, 1 run unearned. So he gets a 0.00 ERA, but he walked 6 in this game. And if there's one criticism of his, if his game is command, he's got to be, spotting that ball a lot better. You can't get away mostly against any major league team with 6 walks and 4 1/3.
No, that performance sent me down memory lane last night. It's unfortunate when I'm going to like former things that are the same as my career. It's usually something negative, I guess. But
wait a minute, you had almost 100 wins. What are you talking about?
I had an outing I had to look it up, on September 10th of 2003. It was in Puerto Rico when the Expos were playing games in Puerto Rico, where I went 5 innings, gave up 3 runs, no hits, 5 walks, and I think 5 strikeouts. So
how did that happen? 3 runs with no hits?
I don't know how that happened. And they were earned runs too. So he made it out a lot better than I did. but I remember back, like one of the weirder times when you end that game, because I heard you guys talking, and even some of the people post game saying, like, what's he feel like when he goes into the locker room after that? And you just aren't sure. But wow, is his stuff electric? And it just really is. And he seemed to be having, I don't know if I didn't listen post game to his comments, and he probably wouldn't use it as an excuse. Seemed to be having some trouble with the mound. It seemed like later in that game. And but the stuff's so electric, and they weren't hitting the fastball, that it was like, how do you go away from the fastball? But there were some pitches he threw in there. It's just honestly, like the sky's the limit for this dude. He is. It's easy. It's electric. There's going to be days like this. You know, he's such a talented pitcher. There's going to be a lot of swing and misses, deep counts, so walks are going to happen with him. But like the changeup he threw to Suarez to punch him out in a big situation, the play he made in the field, like it's really exciting for the Pirates if that's your fifth starter.
So you've seen all five go through here. I think we all know what Skeens is. What are your and you just commented on Brother Chandler. What about the other three? Keller was just what I expect from Keller. He's efficient, especially early in the season where he comes out of the gate and he looks pretty good. And then the other two, Ashcraft and Majinski, who I thought was more impressive than anyone because I don't know what my expectation level was for him.
You know, I just got into this business, and I actually was a little nervous when Majinski pitched because I was touting him a little bit during the preseason.
You were.
And to see, you know, I'll start with him. You know, what a impressive outing by him to go through the first three hitters. You know, Lindor, Soto, and Bichette, strike them out both times, the first two times through the order, and I think that was the difference in him was like he's throwing the high fastball with the split finger underneath the zone. So he's commanding the top and the bottom of the zone with his other electric stuff, like the curveball, the slider, everything else. It's electric. And I think, like, you know, for me with Majinski, I think the point we're getting to here is, you know, the whole time the broadcast is going on, we talk about it in here. It's the second time through the order. It's the third time through the order. He can't get past the fifth inning. Like, I'd like to see the Pirates, and they couldn't the other day. They made good decisions when they took him out. Like, let's rip the Band-Aid here. Let's you know, send them out. I had an incident when I was with the Cubs where I was that guy. I was Majinski. Maybe that's why I like him so much. Like, I was that guy. Like, I couldn't get through that order the second time. I was out after five and dive, too many walks, whatever the case may be. And Don Baylor walked out to the mound the game against the Reds early in the year, my first year at the Cubs, and he said to me, "You're not coming out of this game. You're going to learn how to do this. No more five and dive, no more five out of the game. You're going to learn how to do this." And I think if he gets that chance to do that, he has a chance to really make this happen because the stuff is as good as anybody's. Like, we have some electric stuff on his staff, maybe not like top-end Skeens, top-end Chandler, but overall stuff, it's really good. So I was impressed with him. Keller, I think he's going to be steady, head in the zone. Got ahead early. Changeup was good. Two-seam was good. Pitched ahead. Pitched efficiently, and Ashcraft too. I think the one thing you're starting to see out of Murphy is the pitching coach, and now these guys, the improvement I see, they're flipping the first pitch curveball over, getting strike one, and you hear Caps talk about that on the broadcast. First pitch curveball, get them ahead, make them guess, turn things different, finish them with hard fastballs or whatever the case may be. But impressive, but a shame that the 2, 3, and 4 stars wouldn't get a win out of any of those great outings.
Yeah, that's how it is early in the season. You know, I think Chandler was in a position to get one last night. He'd just gone through that inning, and he didn't. But I really was encouraged by his stuff. Let's talk about Jared Triolo, also a lightning rod, only because he is victimized here because there is no Connor Griffin yet. But he's a guy who's a good player. I think my interpretation of Jared Triolo is he's a good guy to have on a team. He's a winning baseball player who can play well defensively if you need him. But I think you also start seeing some of his limitations when you see him every single day. This lineup, for example, every day changes. From your point of view, is that hurtful to everyone involved when you're batting first leadoff one day, then eighth and sixth and fourth? And last year we saw quite a bit. How does that affect the team? Because ideally, I would imagine you'd want to have everyone slotted into a particular system they're used to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that early on, because I was kind of frustrated that after Cruz's rough first day, and a day off, that he wasn't in the lineup the next day. And you know, it was almost like, you know, was he being punished or like, let's get him back out there and let him, you know, we're going to go with him. They've committed to him. And then I heard the comments from Donnie Kelly that some of these guys have been off for a lot of days in a row, coming off of spring training, and they're trying to get certain guys, make sure they're fresh and getting at bats and seeing pitches. And that was the explanation. Because to me, like, Cruz is a guy you only bat, you only take off when it's Chris Sale. Oh, you know, Nick Kurtz is off today because Chris Sale's pitching. So, like, if Nick Kurtz is off, that's the day you give Cruz off. Don't put him in a situation to make things worse. But, like, you know, the Peterson that was pitching against him, the guy last night, you know, Abbott's a pretty good lefty today. But no, he's a righty, I'm sorry. But the guy last night, the lefty, you know.
I think Abbott is a lefty. Isn't he a lefty?
I just saw righty on the board, and I thought he was a lefty also.
I thought he was a lefty.
Oh, maybe they had the board wrong because he is a lefty.
Yes,
yeah, he is a lefty.
That's where I was with it, and it was just on the board, and I caught myself. But, you know, And I think that they're mixing and matching. I don't know if I like Lau and O'Hearn being out of the lineup today. It's making
so quickly with a day off tomorrow.
Well, to finish this series, finish this road trip 3-3 is just huge. And you have Skeens on the mound. You're in a good situation here. I'd like one of them, especially how O'Hearn's hit the lefty so far. But to Triola, the point, like that's the way they're rolling. Like Griffin's down. They only have Gonzalez and Triola on that side of the infield. You're going to see a lot of them. I know he's catching a lot of criticism for the bunt the other day. The non-bunt the other day. 8 pitches.
Swinging at that pitch that was 5 feet outside the strike zone.
Right. And I've had a lot of people ask me about that play. And this is like as an older school baseball person, hard to get through this. And you see it in high school. I see it in high school now, right? You see people swinging in a 3-0 pitch down 2 to lead off the last inning of a game. Well, I think the thought process of letting him swing there is guy just threw 8 pitches in a row.
He's going to be in his zone. Right.
He's going to throw a cookie here, and this is going to be the best pitch to, especially one of my lesser hitters, can hit. And unfortunately, threw the strike 3 slider, and it made it look bad, and then it made it look worse, and people complained a little bit more about Triola. But I think in the grand scheme of things, you're going to see Connor Griffin. When, I don't know. At some point, you're going to see him. And it's going to be beneficial to me that Triola's had all these reps, because you are going to need him. Injuries happen, things happen, and he's a big part. If this is going to work this year, he's a big part of that left side of the infield.
There was an over and under bet this year on how many ejections Donnie Kelly would get, and he got his first last night, and I thought it was well worth the ejection. I don't know what, and we have this now, ABS, where you can challenge. Something like that. Why is that not challengeable? For whatever reasons, the check swing, and even Suarez knew he swung. He was head down, heading back. Then all of a sudden, he didn't swing, but he knew he did. I thought that was a good time to argue, and it stands up for your pitcher. But why can't you challenge a play like that? Are you all in on challenges? Do you think just about anything should be at least available to be challenged?
Every one of these new rules I've been slow to warm to. I really love the strategy behind this ABS system. I think it's great. Like the Reds ruined their game last night by first pitch challenging early in the game, a ball right down the middle. And it's an asset to the game to help you guys, help the players out, help the offenses out. I think why the Suarez one you'll never see challenged is there's not a definitive what's a swing and what's not a swing on a check swing. You didn't
think that was definitive last night?
Oh, I thought it was 100%. But as far as you can put the box there, you can put the computer on it. You aren't going to be able to do that on a check swing. Oh, it was a full swing. I mean, he would hit it, would have been a double. He would have made contact. Like it was a full swing. And I'll take the over on Donnie's ejections for sure.
Absolutely.
Whatever
you don't even know what it was, and you're going to take the over.
Whatever the number is, because I think he used that tool really well last year to show his passion for. He's behind his players, and I think coming from the Shelton regime where he wasn't as demonstrative, not that he didn't care as much or wasn't behind his players, I think that was a tool that Donnie used really well to show the toughness of Pittsburgh. He's behind his players. But the call last night, there's no way I'm not getting ejected on that one. And I thought he was going to make his way down to first base and go after him also.
Well, he chirped a little bit, but he stopped short of going there. But I thought he would too, because it was the first base umpire, not the home plate umpire. Why would he be arguing with the home plate umpire? It's not his call.
Well, the home plate umpire tossed him. So he's the guy that threw him out. So that's why he came out. And then he kept
But he was chirping to the home plate umpire. That first base umpire is the guy who made the call.
Well, the other point too, though, is he's saying the home plate umpire should have called a swing also. It was that definitive of a swing. That should have been I'm ringing him up on that play because I saw that also. So, and he just didn't get to first base, but I was waiting for him to get to first base. It would have been a lot more fun.
It certainly would have, but I think that's good about Donnie Kelly. And it's funny. He goes from being a bench coach, and I want to hear what you have to say about bench coaches. This is something that, it's sort of like the guy that is your right-hand man in there. You're the manager. You got to rely on someone. Gene Lamont was brought in late last year, and I think he's had a wealth of experience that probably helped Donnie Kelly's going through this. What is that role like when you have a guy who's a bench coach? I mean, other than having the ear of the manager and all, every decision that's made, what else does a bench coach do?
Well, I'd say one of the things that people don't realize is he runs the whole spring training. Like from
really?
Yes, like the schedule on the board the whole way through, from stretch to what fundamental we're going to do.
So he's like a chief of staff almost.
Yeah, like he's in charge of like, now the pitching guy takes his pitching people when it's time, but like when it's a team fundamental, we're doing pop-ups and relays, we're doing bunt plays, we're doing first to third defenses. So he structures how the day is going to go every day. The bench coach does, and then basically he is that guy. He's in Donnie's ear and giving ideas and making sure, probably, I guess now that's different from my time, is he's hearing the analytics. Hey, this guy's this against lefties. Don't forget that, whoever Triola really is 0 for 10 with 5 strikeouts against this guy in the bullpen. If he comes in, we might want to switch. I think he's like, maybe he's the guy, I'll say it is, he's a step ahead. Like he's always keeping Donnie a step ahead. Donnie's managing the game and seeing everything that's going on, and he's always keeping Donnie a step ahead of what could happen.
Yeah, like a sounding board too. And if you have something you want to say, just like in NBA, I know you're an NBA fan. We talked about that, and I may have to drift into the NBA conversation since you're a big basketball fan, and we're a good player back then too. But a situation where you have to keep on. There's so many things going on in a game. I would imagine it's hard to remember everything, and you have to. And he's going to remind him about stuff that he has to do, about challenges. How many you got left? Is this worth challenging? Whatever the case may be. So I think it is a pretty complicated role that not many people think of. All right, Matt Clement is here as our special guest all the way till 2 o'clock today. So he's going to do some double duty. Austin will be here for the second part of that, as I have a meeting I got to get to. But we will continue this conversation. I'm going to throw some NBA talk your way. I think it's refreshing. Austin, you like the NBA, don't you? You like basketball.
I do. Big
You like
hoops
college
guy.
basketball, too.
Oh, yeah.
We can talk a little bit about that because Matt has expertise in that as well. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. The next ticket drop for the night before, featuring Jason Aldean with John Morgan and Shane Profit at Rivers Casino on the night before the NFL Draft, April 22nd, is here. April 2nd from 6 to 7 at Sensi's Pizzeria and Bar. That's 3005 Fairport Lane in Cranberry Township. It's 16066. You can pick up those tickets there. Right now, though, I want to tell you about West Shore Home because they're bringing you a huge savings opportunity for your bathroom remodel. It's called their Spring into Savings promotion. You can get free installation on your bathroom remodel right now. And on top of that, you'll save $500 just for being a fan of the program when you schedule that free home consultation at westshorehome.com/fan. That's where you have to go. West Shore Home makes bathroom remodeling fast. They make it easy for you as a consumer. You got your free consultation to the professional installation, which, by the way, is completed by their team of highly trained employee installers. They don't use subcontractors. It's all their people, which means they got your back from start to finish. And if you always thought that tile was the only way to get a truly luxurious bathroom, well, think again. West Shore Home is about to change your mind because their modern composite wall systems give you that high-end tile look, but without the grout, without the cracking, without the maintenance that comes with all of that. It's available in 6 distinct colors and a UV protective finish that keeps things looking great for years to come. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what is affordable luxury. Don't wait. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. Schedule that free consultation. Lock in your savings today. It's West Shore Home, and see the website for details. Austin.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
A couple of notes around sports. Tiger Woods announced that he is stepping away from golf to seek treatment and focus on his health after being involved in another motor vehicle incident over the last week. The Lions are signing former Steelers safety Chuck Clark to a 1-year contract as well. And the NFL owners have approved a competition committee proposal for 1 year only, allowing the NFL officiating department to correct clear and obvious misses made by on-field officials that impact the game in the event that replacement refs are used for the 2026 season. There was also a rule implemented that will allow the NFL to communicate with refs about things that go on off the field, a la the DK Metcalf situation, still during a game atmosphere, but the Metcalf incident occurred right by the stands and at the bench. The NFL can now interject on things of that nature. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Profit. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
Y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at Y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Call McVeigh today.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? The NFL draft a little more than 3 weeks away. Don't discount the Dallas Cowboys potentially trading up from the 12th overall pick. It's possible by the time Dallas gets on the clock, all the blue-chip defensive prospects will be gone. Dallas needs to make sure it gets one of them. I think Dallas could trade up in the first round. I'm Nick Custos.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Who says vaping is safer than cigarettes? Science does not support that belief. Vapes can contain a variety of chemicals, flavoring agents, cancer-causing elements, and other harmful substances. High levels of nicotine in some vapes can be more likely to lead to addiction, and chemical ingredients are not always listed accurately on vaping packages. Vaping can also damage your DNA, your heart, your lungs, and even your smile. Enough with the puff. Learn more at ul.org/vaping.
Sponsored by Underwriters Laboratories.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Hi, I'm Jansen.
And I'm Michelle.
And we're a Henny couple. From the moment I walked into Henny, I felt so welcome. There wasn't any pressure, and sales associate Debbie's top priority was to find the perfect ring for Michelle that was in my budget. Once I had the ring, I proposed earlier than I planned because I was too excited to wait.
Jansen proposed in front of our closest friends on a day that is incredibly important to me.
I'm thankful to Henny for the experience and how special they made us feel.
Check out Henny Jewelers online at hennyjewelers.com or follow them on social. Henny Jewelers, they're the jeweler for life.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to power your progress, so you can give everything you've got, all for just 1 cent down. Whether you want to get the most out of our best-in-class equipment or go all in with free fitness training, our trainers are ready to help you get stronger than ever before. Take your workout to the next level at Planet Fitness. Join the club today for 1 cent down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, April 10th. You ready? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See Club for details.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3,000.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
Flying out of Pittsburgh? Don't settle for crowded airport parking and long walks with your luggage. At Globe Airport Parking, valet means you pull up, hand them the keys, and step right onto the fast shuttle, just minutes from Pittsburgh International. While your car just sits in airport parking, at Globe, they put that time to work for you. Professional wash and detailing, plus oil changes and other maintenance while you are gone at reasonable prices. Skip the stress of finding a spot at the airport and upgrade your routine. Reserve your spot now at globeairportparking.com. Globe Airport Parking. Valet convenience, premium care, and a better way to park.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Bob Pompiani back with you. Austin Bechtold behind the glass, and in front of me is Matt Clement as we're talking baseball, and we're going to get into some basketball because Matt was very good at basketball back in the day and could have gone in that direction if he wanted to. Instead, he ends up with a very nice career. Especially with the Chicago Cubs. But first I want to get into this whole Connor Griffin situation because we keep hearing conflicting times about when he may be called. Everyone knows he'll be up here at some point. The question is when, Matt. And most people seem to make a connection between his, being promoted when he gets a contract extension, which doesn't have to happen. It may not happen. We saw yesterday Colt Emerson of Seattle, a really good young player who's 20, also plays shortstop. Not nearly the same prospect level as Griffin. He got $95 million plus more incentives guaranteed for 8 years. He said yes to that. What do you think most likely will happen if you were to advise Connor, based on what you've gone through, based on what you see? I'm sure he wants to play regardless, right?
Yeah, and I think the stakes went up for the Pirates yesterday. Like if you don't get something done, like Colt Emerson, 8 years, $95 million, drafted the year before. Griffin's numbers last year significantly better. home runs were close, but significantly better. Like the 65 stolen bases he had last year. That's the thing everybody forgets about. Like, that's the Mike Trout comparison where it comes in. And I'm going to guess Colt Emerson isn't the size or the massive body type that Griffin is. Also, I haven't seen him play. But I think that, like, it really gets interesting when people like this start to sign, because I don't think Emerson is on board. Like their shortstop, Crawford's hurt right now. You know, he's coming back to play shortstop this year. Emerson isn't, unless it's a long-term injury that I don't know about. And I think that, like, Griffin right now, it changes the stakes a little bit. I think this whole PPI up by April 9th is what clouded this whole contract coming with him being up. You can only buy into that if he's up. We talked about that last time I was in. So you know, I think the hard part where the Pirates do have some leverage, you know, you take a 19, 20-year-old kid who, you know, you're throwing $90 million or $100 million, and maybe this is what the Pirates are playing a little bit, and I don't blame them. I do the same thing. Like, how do you say no to it? You know, how do you say no to it and risk it doesn't go? It's a small risk. He looks like he's a for sure prospect, but there's been a lot of for sure guys that don't turn out. And I can cash that money in, have generational wealth for my family. That's a piece that I think that the Pirates have some leverage that I don't think people are talking a lot about. If I'm him, I'm trying to get every dime out of it for sure and protect my years after. But, you know, if I want to comp a major league guy, you know, if I want to comp a major league guy that he could be, that's a little bit ahead. So Bobby Witt was 10 years, I think $277 million was his contract. Now, he had 2 years of service time when he got it. And so that's a big difference because he already had 2 years in and he was close to arbitration. He had shown what he could do. So I don't think Griffin asking for more is wrong based on what, you know, everything is. But at some point, does Griffin just say, hey, I want to know I have this. I want to be this person. I'm going to just go play. And if I'm I look at it as if I'm as good as he looks like he's going to be, age whatever it would be, 27, 28.
You get another one.
I'm going to get another one. And if I'm not, I took all the risk out of it if I'm not.
Right. I mean, you're exactly right when it comes to a 19-year-old kid. I mean, that's kind of money that you don't see very often. You have a chance to get it, yet his agent would have another thing to say about that, I bet, given, you know, the years we're talking about beyond arbitration.
Well, because you would also be talking about, I don't know, roughly another $40 million that he would get because he's not making 3 years of pre-arb, and then the first year of arbitration, maybe the money is a little bit different. What really fascinates me with the whole entire idea of a Griffin deal is why not offer him the Roman Anthony contract right now, like not even thinking about the Emerson deal or the Churio deal, just to blow him away, and it's not that bad of a contract. You know this guy's going to hit. So why even risk one day in the majors he comes up and, let's say in his first week, hits 3 home runs, something similar to that he did at the start of spring training, and then you're pricing yourself out. I don't know why the Pirates wouldn't just blow him away now so that they don't get blown out themselves of a potential deal. That makes sense.
I don't disagree. And like, I would be, I think another factor in this is like that I keep going back to every time Connor Griffin comes up is the guy who's pitching today. There hasn't been long-term contract talks with him. You know, maybe it was floated and he didn't want any parts of it or whatever the case may be. But like this, so there's a little gray area in there with like the dude who's pitching today. He's the one that deserves that contract. And I've had a couple people that I've reached out to in that side of the business, and they're like, well, are they really going to go Griffin before they get Skeens at least attempted? At least Skeens says no. Or
what would be a starting point for Skeens, though?
Well, I think Skeens is completely waiting to see what Skubal gets. You know, Tarek Skubal, 2-time Cy Young winner. He's going to be. You're going to be looking at I think Skeens. The longer you wait, the more he's going to get in the Ohtani stratosphere, in my opinion.
No, that's a stratosphere they will never enter.
The Pirates won't enter anywhere near, which like I you know, and I'm not saying that's because Ohtani is he's on a different level of everything because he's
does both.
He's doing both. But I mean, I'm thinking Skubal is going to be commanding, I would say, a minimum of $250 million. It's probably going to be closer to $400 million if he's healthy at the end.
Garrett Cole got over $300 million, so I would imagine the price only goes up, right?
And unless they price themselves out or everybody kind of stays away because they don't want to. They changed the philosophy, we'll say, where we're not going to pay one person that and we're going to go pay 6 or 7 elsewhere. Otherwise that. So I think that the Scooble contract is what Skeens is definitely waiting for.
And we don't know what that's going to be because there could be a work stoppage before it ever gets to that. He's going to go to free agency. I think that's pretty clear. Detroit has him here. They've also brought in some other pitchers to help them, because they think this is the time to strike. This year is an important one for them. They could win. But then after it, he'll be a free agent. Sure, he's going to get a lot of different contract offers and money's going to keep going higher and higher, but we may not have baseball either. So how much does that factor into this whole thing?
I could factor into all of them trying to sign this deal right now at this point. Like it really could factor into all of them. Like, is it, hey, let's get this done and know I have it, or do I wait?
Right.
I think Scooble, it's just going to be what do the Dodgers offer, right? or what are the Dodgers going to offer him? How much is going to be deferred, and how much are they going to offer him? Because that's going to be the Dodgers or the Yankees. I could see the Yankees. They haven't really opened up the paybook on somebody recently that was a free agent. Like, I could see this being the guy that they go get.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Austin.
Well, no, something piqued my interest thinking about this. What was it like as a player? And I know that the money now is not what it was 20 years ago, but watching what the Dodgers can do and just buy an entire roster, the Yankees do the exact same thing. If you're playing for a club like the Pirates or the Reds or Cleveland like that, like what do players think when they see other guys and the stacked rosters the stacked rosters that the Dodgers have compared to those other franchises?
Well, I got to give the Dodgers credit. Like they've beat the system with this deferred money stuff. Like they reached out to the overseas market, and they're making probably way more money from the overseas market they're getting from Ohtani and Sasaki and Yamamoto and all those guys. And like, as much as I want to complain about it and say this is unfair, like, hey, you're allowed to defer money. They're willing to defer it. They want to win championships. Why would we stop? And, to answer your question, Austin, it can be a little bit deflating in that situation, but it also can be a rallying call too. Like you can be, it felt like it should have been the rallying call in the World Series last year with Toronto, but then Toronto was the 3rd highest payroll. So it really didn't feel like it. It didn't feel like it. But like when when the Rays are trying to win the division against, the Red Sox and the Yankees, that's when it can be like a rallying call for a team like the Pirates or whatever the case may be, that you're paying all this money and we're beating you right now.
I think deferred payments are a stroke of genius by the Dodgers. No one ever did it. I mean, the Bobby Bonilla thing comes to mind, of course, because that was just a way of them pushing money down the road. This is a strategy. This is a strategy so that they can spend even more money to try to build up their roster day in and day out. I wonder why more people don't do it.
And I think the Dodgers are saying, hey, you don't like it? Stop us. Like join us in. Show that you're willing to put that money up front. Like, so I can't fault them. It's within the limits of the system. They're willing to take that risk. But I think the key part of what they've done is they've hit that overseas market with a lot of it, and then they're just running with it. The money they're making from overseas and all the marketing and everything else from it is huge.
No question about it. Matt Clement in studio here. And Matt, beyond baseball, which of course is what he spent a lot of time doing and winning in the major league level, he also has a basketball background. And because of that, I want to ask you some things. Number one, you saw the end of that game with Duke the other day. So you're a coach too. How much of this is on John Shire? And the only reason I ask it is because he had a timeout in his pocket. After they make the second foul shot to make it 72-70, UConn's down 2, but they don't have the ball. You're underneath your own basket. You have a lot of young players, freshmen on the court. You may have told them this earlier, but do you have to cement it in their head about what happens? Because to me, I just thought, okay, it's easy. They're going to get the ball, get fouled, go to the other end. And then I started blaming UConn for not fouling anyone. So what is someone to do in that situation as a coach? Because you do this.
Well, I would say genius by Hurley by not fouling. It probably looked stupid at the beginning, but it ended up being like a pretty good move. Duke not having, I'm pretty sure Duke didn't have their point guard on the court for that part, which he was their worst foul shooter. I think that's why he wasn't on there. And to not use the timeout at the beginning as I'm probably I criticize myself for is I like to hold on to my timeouts. So I use that timeout to set something up, and then I can't get the ball in. I like to have that. I'd like to have that timeout if I can't enter that ball and that inbound pass right there. So kind of a couple thoughts on it, but like, gosh, I feel for as much as it's easy to root against Duke if you're an anti-Duke person and the boozers and all this stuff. Like, you feel for the guy who made the pass. You're excited for the guy that made the shot. I'm shocked they didn't foul, and you're right, they should have fouled. It just was that's why sports are great, man.
Oh.
It really is. Like, to have that scenario play out that way, you would have thought of 20 or 30 other scenarios than that scenario happening. And for Caravan to get the ball and not just like do the instinct, just launch it up there and throw it to the guy beside him to take the shot. I mean, there was just so many cool parts of that.
And I think what worked to Braylon Mullins' success was the fact that it was so helter-skelter. He had not shot the ball well. They, in fact, the whole game were terrible from three. All of a sudden, it just happens. You throw it up. You rely on your instincts. You don't think about it, and it goes in. I mean, I've seen some crazy endings. To me, that's one of the more bizarre endings I think I've ever seen in an NCAA tournament.
And that's a great point about Mullins. It's funny because I at the end, the last few years of my career and coaching, I'll leave people open. I'll leave people open and guard the better. If I feel like I'm an underdog, and I'll guard some people different ways, and people criticize me, they yell at me from the stands or whatever the case may be. Why are you leaving that guy open? And every time that it's an instinct catch and shoot, it goes in. And that's what he had right there. But if it's a catch, look at the rim, I'm open, I'm going to shoot this ball, it never goes in that situation. And the instinct to just catch, shoot, it doesn't matter what I did so far. I had to shoot that ball. All the instincts kicked in, and he made a great shot.
Is it UConn's to lose right now just because they're there, and I don't think they probably thought they were going to be when they were down 72-70, or do you think the winner of that Michigan-Arizona game is the team to beat?
I think the winner of the Michigan-Arizona
I'm disrespecting Illinois, by the way. I didn't even mention them, but they're pretty good.
I think that Illinois can beat UConn. I really do, but UConn obviously is flying high, and they have the pedigree right now with winning. I think it's 2 out of the last 3 they've won. They're going for 3 out of the last 4. And those two teams on the other side, I think UConn and Illinois got to look at it. They're going to beat the heck out of each other because there's a lot of physicality with Michigan, a lot of physicality with Arizona, especially inside. But I think that their size, the size of those two teams is just so enormous compared to the size on the other side of the bracket. But it's no Cinderellas, which kind of is a bummer, but you get the best teams playing, which is kind of cool. And so it's been a good March Madness, especially with a shot like that.
So you make it sound like you're really in favor of Cinderella, even though most of the time Cinderella doesn't get, midnight comes way before they don't get to where they need to go. But it's always a good story. The Sister Jeans of the world, we pick up on that, and it becomes, when you hear that name, you know exactly what we're talking about, and that is a product of some of these Cinderellas. But at the end, you're getting pretty good basketball, too, And that's why I always wonder, do you want a Cinderella, knowing that Cinderella is never going to be able to get the glass slipper on?
Yeah, it's true. And I think like the basketball purist loves this, that we're seeing all the blue bloods matching up.
Yeah.
But then it's kind of like if you go back to the bowl championship in football, right? The James Madison and, sneaking into that and getting demolished in the first game. Would you rather had like one of the teams on the outside that didn't get into
point,
it,
yep.
that didn't get in? And I think that that's again the great part about sports. People are always gonna argue those scenarios of it. But I think it was really cool. Like you're seeing these matchups, and that's what everybody wants to see. They want to see these matchups. It's cool to see one get through, maybe a couple rounds, whatever the case may be, like the High Point win and stuff like that. I think we had a little bit of Cinderella. But now you're getting the real guys playing at the end of this.
Matt, I want to ask you also about the NBA. Being a basketball coach, you're engaged in this, I'm sure. A big topic that will come up. Who hit a home run?
Cruz again.
Cruz off a lefty.
There goes
Look
the
at
cone.
Look at the cone.
There it is. The cone's coming. Cruz has been.
Yeah, Matt, I think it's safe to say that O'Neal Cruz has found it. I
How
tweeted
about
that last night after he hit the second home run.
You look up and you see this cone moving around.
Hoist the cone, Bob.
And then Cruz. So how far did that one go? It's over my shoulder, so I can't see it.
Do you know the story of the cone, Bob? It went 407 feet out to right.
407.
So
my goodness.
I
Cruz
talked to
again.
somebody that said that they had spoken to some people that tried to do some digging on the cone, on what hoist the cone means. And they found out that it's kind of an initiative that baseball is trying to make to get younger fans involved in the game. So I guess seeing at first it started with hoist the cone. What the heck could this possibly mean? As a T-shirt that was on, I think, like maybe MLBshop.com. And now it's become...
Is that a 3-run home run yet?
Yeah, 3 run. All with 2 outs.
Against a lefty.
Reynolds
so that
singled.
means he's 4 for 4 this year against lefties.
Yeah.
Is that what that means?
That's what that means. I wonder how many hits did he have Austin last year against lefties?
He hit like 102.
Yeah,
I mean, boy, if and this is why, getting back to that conversation, he has to play. People want to make it, react. Everybody reacts real quickly about whatever happens, and I get it. The first game was on national TV. Everyone saw it, big ratings, blah, blah, blah. And that's where you see what you saw. And so immediately, well, put him at DH. You shouldn't have brought in Ozuna. Put him at third. He can't play. All these options which we go crazy about, but this is why you play him every day. To me, especially if you get lefties like that.
Yeah, it's just he's a talent, and I was starting to question. It's funny because I was starting to question like this new approach because he was taking a lot of pitches, he was slapping some balls, he was almost like trying not to strike out, and then you watch Ellie De La Cruz go up there and unload on every swing, and then just when I started to question that home run hit last night, and it's almost like he needed to see that athletes are creatures of habit, and confidence goes a long way. He needed to see that first one, and now let's hope. It's funny, I people were trying to run him out of town 3 days ago, and now 3 home runs and 4 at bats. It's pretty awesome. It's exciting for Pittsburgh, especially coming home for the opener.
Here it was.
Now behind in the count. Here's the pitch. Swinging a fly ball, deep right field, and Cruz has done it again. A long home run to right. A 3-run shot in the first inning. Another home run for O'Neal Cruz. 3-0 Pirates in the first.
Wow. And when he hits them, they're out. Even in that ballpark where everything goes out, but even not. I mean, he's such a talent. And the Pirates, again, lead the majors in home runs, and they just added to it right there. So still batting in the first against left-handers. I mentioned, just because I want to complete this thought here, MVP of the NBA. To me, Wembanyama has done everything that you could possibly have asked for. Doncic has had a great year. Jokic is the guy everybody wants, and he deserves. I mean, a lot of these guys deserve. SGA, who, by the way, gets the foul line way too much. I cannot stand that every single play's called a foul, and he's there every single. It was almost like Bam Adebayo the one night where how many did he have? So, what's your thought? Who would it be? Who should it be?
I think it's Wemby, and I'm not sure he'll get it because it seems like the writers group likes to make somebody like really earn it before they get it, and there's this tendency with the MVP vote that you have to do something to lose it, and I can't say that SGA's done anything to lose it, number one, but what Wemby's done is like this team's in the mix to like be one of the favorites to win the whole thing, and they weren't supposed to be. Like the time frame moved up real quick with them. And all of a sudden, like he's leading a team that wasn't supposed to be led in this way, and it's interesting. Honestly, it really is. I think one of the guys that had a chance for it was until he had the collapsed lung come up was Cade Cunningham. What he was doing for the Pistons,
really good.
What he was doing for the Pistons, like he was having an MVP caliber year, and it's a shame that happened because I do really like the role that you have to play a certain amount of games because it takes away from sitting out for no reason. But then when something like that happens, to a guy that is an MVP candidate and he's going to miss too many games, it's kind of a bummer he can't be in the mix for it.
Jared Triolo just had a hit.
The big tree.
Stop the press.
How about that?
Real quick before I let you go here, and you'll continue with Austin for the next hour, load management. Big issue because there are a lot of people who go to games expecting to see, and they pay good money to watch, whether it be Wemby, whether it be Curry, or any of these guys. How do you... I mean, it's a long season, yes. But when you're just sitting out because the coach says, well, I got to rest him for the next couple of weeks, and you pay as a paying customer, how do you feel about that, Matt?
Well, I think when it's a couple of weeks, that's one thing. But when you show up at the game and he gets scratched at 6:30 for a 7 o'clock game, and you wanted to watch Wemby play, and they're like, hey, we're making sure he's, we're making sure. I think that's the unfortunate part because that's the part you go back to Michael Jordan, like he played every night. And you heard him in interviews say, like, I have a responsibility. People come to see me. They're paying money to see me. And I think that's where the load management gets a little bit crazy is, like, these late scratches. And another topic for maybe another week is it's kind of turned into the tanking on the tanking for the draft picks to go with it. You're getting load management with tanking combined, and it's turned into a crazy world the NBA has.
It certainly has. All right, want to remind you here, that the Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service. It's Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And today, the weather forecast, which is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, looking to retire soon? Well, let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Going to have some rain, some partial clearing here and there, high of 67, which is Ricard Raquel, and a low of 57, Sam Davis. We've mixed up the 57s all throughout the day.
Yeah.
Good job with that. So that's your forecast. You're going to have a little turbulent weather all week long. Pirates, on the strength of an O'Neill Cruz 3-run home run, have a 3-0 lead as they go to the bottom of the first in Cincinnati with Paul Skeens coming to the mound. Matt, thanks for your time. I know you're going to continue here. I'll see you again next week.
Hey, thanks for having me, as always.
It's always good to talk to Matt Clement, who knows a lot about it, and he has the most copious notes and handwriting I've ever seen, which I like. Old school right there, baby. All right, Austin will be back with you for the final hour. Joe, hope you get better, and I'll see you here tomorrow on Pomp and Joe, back in a flash on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
3-run home run, O'Neill Cruz, bottom half of the first inning, Bucks with a 2-out rally. Brian Reynolds with the base hit, Marcelo Ozuna with a walk. O'Neill Cruz with a 3-run homer, listed on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 22 days till the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the Pickle today.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
When you see a Gravely mowing the grass, you're looking at over 100 years of ingenuity in action. You're seeing a rugged, durable machine professional lawn service companies have relied on for generations. Or maybe you see a homeowner who demands the best, cutting their own lawn like the pros, whether mowing or on a trailer between jobs. When you see a Gravely, you're seeing greatness at work. Take your lawn mowing up a notch with a Gravely. See the full line at your local dealer.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Here at Wayland Exteriors, we've been waiting to get back at it after one of the roughest winters in a long time. We're starting to learn just how bad the last few months were on roofs in the area. So, if this winter wreaked havoc on your roof with all the snow and ice, trust the leading roofing company in the greater Pittsburgh area, Wayland Exteriors. We've extended our spring offer through the end of the month. Learn about it at waylandexteriors.com. Wayland Exteriors. No mess, no stress. See why we're the pros with the 5-star Google reviews. waylandexteriors.com.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Flying out of Pittsburgh? Don't get stuck in overpriced, overcrowded airport parking, dragging your bags across the lot. At Globe Airport Parking, hand them the keys and step right onto their fast shuttle, just minutes from Pittsburgh International. While your car just sits in airport parking, at Globe, they put that time to work for you. Professional wash and detailing, plus oil changes, brakes, and other maintenance, all while you travel at reasonable prices. Why pay more to get less at airport parking? Reserve your valet spot now at globeairportparking.com. Globe Airport Parking. Skip the airport lot and treat your car right.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Looking for health insurance for employees in multiple locations? UPMC Health Plan National Access has you covered. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network for employees outside of the service area. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Hey, it's Pony. Imagine a world where you can leave the house and take your home Wi-Fi speeds with you. Thanks to Xfinity Mobile, it's not just a fantasy. Just picture it. You're at your kid's soccer practice, streaming the other game in 4K, just like that. In the airport, download a cozy family comedy in a snap with Wi-Fi Power Boost. What if the places you had to be felt more like everywhere you wanted to be? That's the magic of Xfinity Mobile. Reliable Wi-Fi and 5G when you need it. Xfinity, imagine that. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus regular rates for 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience. More Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter as of 2/10/26. Taxes, fees extra. After promotion, regular rates apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Leadoff walk issued by Paul Skeens, but he strikes out the next 2 batters and induces a ground ball, force out at second base. So a clean inning for Paul Skeens after the 5-run outing in New York in the first inning. This time, just faces 4 batters and no one crosses the plate. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Matt Clement back with us next.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan. Trading cards are brought to you by the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. We heard from the General earlier. It's your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have pictures and stats of the fan hosts, and you can pick them up at Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry or anytime that we're out in the community. And 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your team in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send us an email. Email us at youthsports@937thefan.com. That's youthsports@937thefan.com. To register your 12 and under team, and 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. It's all brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details, 937thefan.com. Bob had to run for a very important meeting for TV. Joe is out with an illness that kept him out yesterday, kept him sidelined for today as well. Austin Bechtold with you. Matt Clement back with us, our MLB analyst, as we just watched Paul Skeens walk the leadoff batter, Matt, but followed it up with 2 strikeouts, induced a ground ball. That has to be somewhat of a sigh of relief for a pitcher, right, after the previous outing, allowing 5 runs, not getting out of the first inning, to be able to have that clean of an outing, even if you're Paul Skeens, right?
Yeah, I mean, Paul Skeens is on another level, so I think that I don't know if he thinks that way. I would be thinking exactly like you said. Get me to just sigh of relief. Let me get out of this first inning. I think the bigger sigh of relief probably for him was the 3-run homer, to get that lead early and to know I'm pitching it with a lead when he didn't pitch with a ton of leads last year. But, I don't think – I feel like Paul Skeens isn't the type of guy, I guess he is human, that is worrying about getting through that first inning. But after last time, maybe a little bit.
Velocity on the first couple of fastballs were at 97. Is that something that you can legitimately look at this early in the season and say, oh, well, Skeens consistently throws 99. Maybe his velocity is down a tick or 2. Is that any type of concern? I mean, he was back to 98 a couple of pitches later.
Well, yeah, and I think that sometimes, like, the thing on the screen tries to tell you 4-seam or 2-seam or split or whatever the case may be. And, the 2-seam tends to be a slightly lower than the 4-seam, and maybe they mix that up sometimes when they're getting the pitch call in there. I don't think that I think more, he'll tell you, it's more location. And he's probably graduating to be that pitcher where I'm going to save that extra little bit of juice when I need it and use it in certain spots. But everything's really hard, and I think we're threading the needle pretty tight when it's between 97, 98, and 99. But as long as he's in that area code most of the time, I think he's probably feeling pretty good.
There's been a lot of attention so far paid to Brian Reynolds and O'Neill Cruz, of course, as the key holdovers in the lineup from a year ago. And now they're starting to hit. Reynolds a hit today, Cruz the home run, both homered last night. The one guy who really, that's a bigger name, not counting Horwitz, he's kind of borderline on this. Marcell Ozuna has struggled in the early going. Have you seen anything in his at-bats that makes you understand why that might be?
Well, I'll say this. He benefited from all the Cruz talk because nobody was really paying attention to what Marcell Ozuna was doing.
Right.
And then you look down and he's off to a slow start. I think these guys are professionals. These guys have played, 8, 9, 10 years and been successful year after year after year to some extent, sometimes more successful, sometimes less successful. There doesn't seem to be any panic in him. I don't see anything technically. Like, I'm not a hitting expert, but I don't see anything that he's like doing. He's not chasing a ton of pitches. He seems very patient. He's worked himself into good counts. It just hasn't happened yet. And it's funny because if I go back to prep him to come on the show today, where I was yesterday at this time, Cruz was there with him and Reynolds was there with him. Yep. And now all of a sudden, that's how quickly this can flip. And I think a small sample size right now, and he's going to do it probably when least expected at the moment. But all eyes being on the other people right now, he's probably benefited because it's kept eyes off of him during the slow start, but I expect it to happen soon.
Does it mess with players' heads when they're constantly moved around the lineup? I know Brian Reynolds at Pirate Fest a couple of years ago said, I want to consistently hit 2 or consistently hit 3rd, and I just want to know where I'm going to be penciled in every day. If you were to move a guy like Ozuna around, or we see Cruz against the lefty today batting 5th, clearly didn't impact him today, but can that be a little bit of a mental grind for a player?
Yeah, I think that some players just like to hit where they are. And if I'm the 2-hole hitter, I'm doing certain things. I got the power behind me. I'm seeing different pitches. The next day, if I move down to 5, I have nobody. I don't have as good of a player behind me then. So I'm seeing
different type of at-bats.
Yeah. So each at-bat, it becomes way different based on where you're located, especially in those spots in the lineup. And just because of who's behind you, who's in front of you, how pitchers might attack you. And, 2-hole guy, first guy gets on, I got to get him over. I'm used to doing that and move down to a different spot. First guy gets on, they need me to hit the ball out of the yard this time, not necessarily get the guy over.
Yeah.
So I think it can mess, but at the same time, I can't blame Donnie Kelly when people struggle moving them down, or when if you have absurd splits. And what I mean by that is, like, I'm awful against, like, Cruz last year against lefties was 102. I'm not going to leave him in the 1 or 2 hole when he's against Chris Sale when he's 102. I'm going to move him down. So some of the splits and how you do against some of those players is going to dictate where they put you in the lineup.
Kind of to veer in a little bit of a different direction, just to the pitching side. So last night, Hunter Barco, in his first outing, allowed multiple runs. Last night allows 2 runs. It ends up being a close enough game where Dennis Santana has to come into the 8th. How difficult of a balance is it for a guy that has started his entire career, maybe has, pitched in some relief outings, just whether it's spring training or just he's dealt with a lot of injuries in the minor leagues, to be able to adjust to pitch in the type of situation like that, 6th, 7th inning, 7th, 8th inning, when sure you might have a large enough lead, but it's a different ramp up and preparation period, right?
Absolutely. And I think you're seeing a little bit of that from him right now. I was fortunate enough in my career to have two only minor league and major league relief appearances. The first time I pitched in the big leagues and the last day of the 4 times I pitched my rookie year. So I never had that. And if I put myself in his situation, I'm not going to lie. Part of the reason I retired at the end of it was if I figured out a way to get back from the major shoulder surgery I had, it was probably going to be in the bullpen. And I didn't know if my reconstructed shoulder would be able to bounce back and pitch back-to-back days.
Yeah.
I was so used to having a certain amount of time in between to get into my, similar to being in what spot you are in the lineup, right? Good segue to that. Like, I was used to having that time off. I think with Barco, there's just why I didn't think he'd be in the rotation early, but I think he will be in the future, is just because you have some younger guys in the rotation. So to add another guy that you're going to take care of in the rotation, even though the one thing he has that none of them have is he's throwing left-handed. So I think that's the part where people thought he would be in the rotation.
Yeah, so did Majinski.
And I really believe that Barco deserves to be here, should be here, but I think we're going to see him get some starts in AAA at some point. And some, when the bullpen gets taxed or used too much, I think you're going to see him in a situation where like we need to bring up Sisk, or we need to bring up somebody else from down there because we need bullpen innings that we can throw right away. But it's good for him at a young age to learn how to do this. And, this is the big leagues. He's a young rookie pitcher learning how to pitch in the big leagues in a role that he's not used to. So that's a lot to put on him. And he's done a fine job so far, honestly, being in that role, if you think of it from that perspective.
It worked for Ashcraft. It worked for Chandler, at least in the early goings of those sample sizes. I just wonder, can you really, even though it works for a couple of guys, Matt, can it just that be the carbon copy blueprint to work for everyone? That's where I was just a little bit surprised that they didn't have Barco start in AAA, where it seemed like it was their same theory continuing on with him.
Well, I think it worked for Chandler because it was later in the season. It wasn't
the start of the year.
It wasn't
Same with
from the
Ashcraft.
start of the year. I think there's a big difference to starting the year in this position as to, hey, I'm coming up. We're going to use you out of the pen sometime. I'm going to say this. I'm going to keep saying it unless there's major injuries. I think when Jared Jones shows up, that's what you're going to see Jared Jones doing. He's going to start in the pen. If everything goes well with this rotation and everything's on par, just to kind of save his arm a little bit, save him some innings, ramp him up to this. He's going to throw minor league games. He's probably going to start minor league games. He's going to build up to be a starter in minor league games.
Yeah.
But, now that next step of adrenaline from minor league to major league is going to change, and kind of to protect that arm, protect the investment. I think in a perfect world, that's on their mind that they would like to do that. Now, a couple guys are hurt. That gets thrown out the door, and you're trying to win a pennant and whatever the case may be. But I think he could start in the pen, maybe catch fire with it, and maybe at the end of the year use him as a starter, or just leave him in the pen the whole way through and let him throw his 102 miles an hour.
Yeah, you could keep him in as a super reliever type of player. We're starting to see guys that are maybe they're converted starters or just. I always come back to Andrew Miller. Why? Maybe because those Cleveland teams and that Cubs World Series against Cleveland in 2016 was just so awesome. And Miller was the type of guy that can give you 1 2/3 or give you 2 solid innings. And Jones, with just his frame, I worry about him in the rotation long term. Just isn't that repeatable of a delivery. But if you throw him in the bullpen, just like Carmen Majinski, you can have good outings as a starter, but is their value great enough in those late innings where you can maximize it there, especially with the depth of starting pitching, albeit they're healthy right now? It's intriguing, man. It really is fascinating to have Jared Jones come out of the pen, even if it is like a 7th, 8th inning role, if your bullpen's taxed, or you're in a big spot in the 6th inning with runners on base and you need him to come in. That would be hard. It'd be a tough adjustment. I think he'd be up for the task.
I think he's definitely up for the task. I think it definitely could kind of throw a curveball to say into what everybody thinks they're going to do. But I think most importantly, from his standpoint, you're coming off a surgery. And that's an easier way. It's an easier workload to work coming off that surgery. You can control it with less innings, less pitches, which the Pirates are set up in this pitching side of the thing for a lot of years right now, like many years going forward. And to be able to control one of these guys as they're coming off an unfortunate injury, to get him back up to speed, I think is really attractive in my eyes. And I think it's an option. He's a starting pitcher to me. Like, he's going to be a starting pitcher. I just think that this year you have some wiggle room with what you have as far as the rest of the guys.
Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can interact with us on the fan text line. We'll read your text at 412-928-9370. Text line is brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Talking to Matt Clement, our MLB analyst here on the Fan. Austin Bechtold with you as the Bucks will play against the Baltimore Orioles home opener on Friday, PNC Park. What are home openers like for a player?
They're a lot of fun. I mean, especially when they're a lot of fun because there's a lot of hope. And at the beginning of the year, no matter how bad you're supposed to, I mean, even the Rockies, like their home opener, even though they're probably the worst team in baseball, it's fun because it's like a new beginning and you aren't out of it and you have a chance. But like, I think this year is even more special for the Pirates because there's this buzz behind them. That's why I think last night's win and hopefully today getting a win is just huge momentum coming into this.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun. You're for these guys, if you think about it, they went right from spring training to New York. They haven't slept in their own bed forever. They're going to see their families and everything. So they get the day off tomorrow to kind of get home tonight, actually. Get the day off tomorrow to get acquainted with what's going on. There's going to be excitement at the park. It's really going to be exciting. And again, as important it is to come home from this road trip 3-3, I think it's important to keep that momentum going. I think Donnie will stress this, to start this season at home the right way in front of your fans, to keep them coming and keep them hungry and keep them believing that some of these expectations are possible.
Well, think about at the start of last year, would they go 1-5, return to home, and the Yankees just beat them around in that home opener game? And it led to the demise of the Derek Shelton era and the change to Donnie Kelly. So we are close to a full year of Kelly being the manager of this team. What is the biggest takeaway that you've seen in just his managerial style that's different from Shelton?
Well, I feel like his personality comes out a lot more than Shelton's did, and that's kind of honestly that's just each person. Everybody's different in that way, and Shelton can be a very successful where he is now. At the same time, doing it the way he does. There's been a lot of managers that have done it his way. I think one of the things that stuck out to me with Donnie right away last year is how he uses the bullpen. I think his use of the bullpen was so much better when he got the job. Guys you could tell guys were comfortable with their roles. They knew their roles were consistent. And I think that like that's a part that's the part that nobody likes to talk about. That's the winning part of baseball in today's day and era when you have pitchers going 5 innings.
Yeah.
And he kind of I feel like those guys have confidence in him and what he's going to decide to do, when he's going to do it. And I think the fire, I think some of it's probably intentional. The intentional fire that you saw last night, you saw it a lot last year, right, when he got the job, getting thrown out of some games. Players love that. Players want to see that. Fans love it, right? And again, especially some like this Pittsburgh town that is a tough blue-collar town, they love the fact that he's out there fighting on a call or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, even though it was a 3-run game, I think at that point, but still an egregious call that the umpire might actually have not been looking at the plate for. Like, legitimately, I don't know how that happens, but
yeah,
it didn't seem like the first base umpire was not looking at the plate for the call and just kind of got caught flat-footed and was like, no, typically the batter doesn't actually swing, so that'll just be my call.
And that was Barco on the mound, correct, at the time?
I believe it was.
Yes, and how about this? He's mad because he knows Barco's like kind of in a jam.
Yeah, rattled.
We want to get this young kid, like Donnie remembers what it's like to be the young kid, right? And how that first swinging bunt single I got was like, I got a hit. So from a pitching perspective, I'm going to get him through this inning. That's a big call in this inning. He just punched out Suarez, their best hitter, on this play. And then and you heard KY say it on the air. Guarantee he's not striking out now, and he's probably getting a hit. And boom, there's the hit. And then and I think that, like, whether it was Barco or whoever else it may have been, that's sticking up for your pitcher in that spot, more so than just getting after the umpire. That's sticking up for your pitcher, because it's hard to pitch in the big leagues. It's hard to get outs, especially when you're a young guy.
Yeah, and you're on the road and you're fighting back. I keep coming back to opening day and the thought of what it's like being at Wrigley on opening day. That just seems like a different experience. Like, I've never been there before. I've been to Fenway. I've been to Cleveland's Park. I'd like to try to go to all of them, but kind of have to start on that pilgrimage pretty soon. Would like to hit Wrigley this year if possible. It just feels like a party at a baseball game, in a way.
Yeah, Wrigley's the best. I always say PNC is the best new park, but Wrigley was my favorite old park, although it's gotten renovated since I played there a lot more. But it's a party every day. The fans, I used to really enjoy, like, during BP when they opened the gates, the bleacher, because those seats aren't assigned. The bleacher people.
The bleacher seats.
Yeah, at least at my time they weren't assigned. They probably are now. They would come down and stroll in and fill the rows and be talking to you during batting practice and every. Oh,
you're talking about, like, the actual outfield bleachers, not like the Wrigley rooftop.
Yes, I'm talking the outfield. Yeah, the outfield bleachers. Like, how excited Yeah, like when that thing, they would be running in there to get that front row at the time, at least when I was playing, and it was a party. I got to pitch opening day there one time. It was awesome. A blizzard the day before.
Next day was probably 79 degrees.
No, unfortunately. Okay. Fortunately, I guess for me as a pitcher, because when it's cold, the wind blows in. And I've told this story once more on the air, so I apologize if I'm repeating it to you. But great game for me. The front office actually, the day off before, were shoveling the bleachers, the snow off the bleachers. Had a win, faced the Expos. Vlad Guerrero rolled up against me in, like, the 6th inning with a 30-mile-an-hour wind blowing in from left. No batting gloves. No sleeves on, and hit a line drive home run through the wind is my one run I gave up. But it was Wrigley. It was always a party, and it was really a party. I wish I could have won the championship there. I got as close as you can get with the Bartman incident and all that happening. But, like, that era where they wanted the winner before they won was when you were good or even close to good. Like, that was so exciting, and I think that's what you have a chance for at PNC this year if they stay in this race. It's been so long that they're so excited, and you stay in this race, you're going to get a different kind of atmosphere here, maybe like a Steelers-type atmosphere, especially if they're in the race.
Could give a 2013, 2014, 2015 kind of vibe. The wind at Wrigley is always something that's massively talked about. That's a real problem for pitchers?
It's a mental problem for pitchers, number one, and it's funny because I lived in a high-rise. I had a townhouse in a high-rise when I was there. I rented when I was there, and you could wake up in the morning and I could hear the wind, like when I'd wake up and I'd be like, oh no, especially like the day I was pitching. And then you'd kind of go outside and, like, you'd sheepishly, like, look out. I'd look, like, out the window to see which way it was blowing, because it could be ugly real quick. And it was had some of my best games with the wind blowing out.
How?
I took this. I always tried to play mind games as a pitcher, and my mindset with the wind blowing out was, especially I was on some really good Cubs teams, but I was on some Cubs teams that didn't score a lot of runs, and I thought to myself, well, hey, the wind's blowing out. I might get some more run support today. So I'm going to take that mental edge with this and figure out a way. And one thing I did learn with the wind blowing out, it makes your slider a lot better. It makes a breaking ball, at least the shape of mine, became a lot better with the wind blowing out. So it's a lot of tricking yourself and tricking your mind, and that was one of the ways I tricked myself.
Do you think that hitters are more conscious of pitchers, like, for example, let's say Skeens? Would they rather be, if you're looking at the lineup card and you see, okay, who's pitching today, and it's Skeens versus Greg Maddux, completely different skill sets to themselves and just how they pitch. Who do you think hitters would rather face? Just the pure heat? Or let's say, like, let's use Kyle Hendricks as another example. It's just a crafty pitcher. Would you rather face a Skeens that's just, he'll throw the fastball right at you at 99, good luck? Or would you rather go up against the guy that will mix it up a little bit, not throw as high of velocity? You ever pick hitters' brains on that and ask around about that?
Well, I would say this, like, it's unfair to put Skeens in this equation because he's like the Maddox version of throwing hard. He's painting the corners. He's changing up the speeds.
That's why I threw Hendricks out there, because the more I talked about it, the more I was like, maybe it's not the best comp.
But I would say somebody like some of the young pitchers, like you go through our rotation right now, the Pirates. Like, would you rather face Bubba Chandler or would you rather face Kyle Hendricks? And I think that I honestly think if you pick the brains of some of these hitters, because they feel like they can catch up to the velocity, where they get very frustrated with all the slow speeds. And that's why you see some of those guys hang around that can perfect it. Now, on the flip side, the ceiling for the Bubba Chandlers is like off the charts. It's not like they like enjoy facing him. You're putting the two extremes of not enjoying in place, like Chandler, Hendricks, the slow throwing annoying one, or the guy that's throwing 102 miles an hour.
Yeah, mostly just fastballs.
Right. And I think that the hitters, the less that they have to think about, they'll take their chances because, they're getting in the cage the day before the game. And even though it can't replicate what Chandler does because it's so amazing, they're going to put a gun on 102 high in the zone like Chandler likes to pitch, where when they're facing Hendricks, they aren't putting a gun on 88 with a changeup and trying to front door sinker you as a left-hander and all the other stuff.
So we talked about Chandler a little bit earlier. What is that happy medium of, obviously he went 4 1/3, no hits, 6 walks. Is it delivery? Is it just kind of mental for Bubba Chandler because walks have been a problem for him in his minor league career, and they were in spring training. That was always a problem for Tyler Glasnow. Once he made the majors, finding the zone. The stuff was always there, and clearly the Rays were able to find it, and he's had a really good career for himself, World Series champ multiple times now with the Dodgers. Chandler has that type of potential. How do you harness it?
It's funny because you bring up Tyler Glasnow, and that was somebody that I had written in my notes to talk about with the Cruz. Like, everybody wants to get rid of Cruz. Yeah, you got to watch what you wish for when Glasnow was, to me, that's the closest comparison to Cruz, even though it's a different position.
Yeah, he always had it.
He just couldn't figure it out. He was throwing 100 miles an hour, and then he goes somewhere else and he's successful. So as far as Chandler, I just worry, to me, the pitching coach, Murphy, the pitching coach, is really thought of well, and he's helped Valdez and Javier and some pitchers with the Astros. This is going to be fine with Chandler. The worry for me with somebody like Chandler is because you hear I've heard Kurt Schilling talk about he throws too much max effort. That's why this is happening. Everything else. Is Kurt wrong? No, but I worry like if you try to do something different, that's how Chandler throws. And you might take completely away from what makes him really good by trying to ease off him. That might be a project that happens in the offseason at some point. You just got to let him go. And the walks were really, like when he was up last year, the walks were really good when he came up last year. They weren't bad. You're just going to have to take the good with the bad. There's not a lot of contact against him. He threw a lot of fastballs last night. They didn't make a lot of contact on them. So you're going to continually get swings and misses, deep counts, walks. And I say this all the time, like if I'm facing Skeens, I'm to a fault taking a ton of pitches because I want to ride that pitch count out and get him out of the game. They're going to do the same thing with Chandler because this is a fastball that he's telling you is coming. It has so much high zone rise on it at 100 miles an hour still late in that game. They want to get him out of the game. So people are going to go after that, whether he's wild or not. And some days it's going to turn into 14 strikeouts because he's pinpoint. And some days it's going to turn into 6 walks and 6 strikeouts.
And he was just angrily grunting off the mound at times. You could just see the look and the snare on his face, like, damn mound. Like, his footing also looked pretty poor. But you referred to Schilling. His quote was, or his tweet was, when you are a max effort guy, you have a day like Bubba Chandler had today. That was at the very beginning of spring training. He could take the same stuff 5 days from now and no-hit someone, like he did yesterday. But the max effort thing will keep him from the Hall of Fame career that his arm could bring. I thought this was interesting at the end. Hashtag pitching is broken. Is pitching broken, Matt, or is it more so just kind of redefined?
Well, Kurt being a former teammate of mine, he has some valid points, but he's, I feel like we're not looking at the whole picture of this thing right now. This is how they're teaching it. And that's probably what he's talking about. He was him and Maddox and even Clemens, these guys were so smooth and repeatable in their mechanics. Andy Pettit, his era of the great pitchers in his era. Randy Johnson was kind of the outlier who he pitched with and teamed with as one of the great rotations. but they're so smooth. And now it's you're teaching 12-year-olds to throw like Bubba Chandler is right now, because by the time you're 16, a college isn't looking at you if you're not throwing hard enough. So that's the new era of what people are doing. To him, that's broken, right?
Yeah.
To him, to Kurt Schilling, that's broken. Does he have a point there? Yeah, I think there's a medium that the Pirates are going to get Chandler too, and he's still going to be throwing 100. I mean, you can look at Skeens. Skeens is pretty fluid. He does it pretty fluid, and like, but this is Chandler's still a young kid. He was going to Clemson to be a quarterback. All of a sudden, he's in the big league rotation with people that can't hit his fastball. Like, give him a little bit of time. I think it's going to come. But I understand Schilling's point. It's one way to look at the situation. But I think that the point where he says pitching is broken, that's the way it's being taught. That's the way it's being taught. You throw your slider that way. You throw everything that way. That's why now we're seeing. He's punched out somebody last night on a 94-mile-an-hour changeup. That was like my max velocity I threw in a game.
It was unreal.
It was 94 like one time. So it's all relevant to the situation.
I can't watch Jared Triolo play anymore, Matt. I'm sorry. I just can't. Just lined into a double play. He did have a single in the first inning. Good for him. I'm just waiting for. I was somebody who was completely fine with Connor Griffin starting the year in the minor leagues and let him get the experience, let him get the at-bats, 21 games in Double-A, whatever. He, so far, is hitting .500. He was 2 for 4 in last night's game for Triple-A Indianapolis. He's probably ready now. We saw the spring training numbers. He only slugged like 100 miles an hour on fastballs, or 100 points on fastballs, whatever. It was not good. But Triolo, I have a bad, sneaky suspicion that they're just going to bump him over to third because they love his defense. And they even proved that defense isn't nearly as important for them by having a first baseman play right field, a right fielder play left field, a shortstop play center field, and their third baseman play at shortstop, and their second baseman is playing at third base. Did you get all that?
Yeah, it's when your offense was as bad as it was last year, like that's my number one concern with this Pirate team going into the year. And it's easy to think I'm smart right now, was defense, because of where everybody was. And I think that the chance that Griffin has of being an elite fielder could really bolster this. I think everybody's got to stay patient with Griffin, and I think Triolo is going to be a role player that's really needed and on this team on that left side of the infield. It just doesn't go smoothly the whole way through, and he's kind of the whipping boy right now because everybody wants that shiny new toy that's in AAA.
Coming up next, is there one pitcher in this Pirates rotation that is underrated enough that he might end up being the number 2 starter by the end of the season? That's coming up next. Matt Clement with us here on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
3-0 lead for the Pirates in Cincinnati, going to the 4th inning. Listen to the game, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDKA. Paul Skeens on the mound has not allowed a run yet. Ducks on the pond for the Buccos as O'Neill Cruz hit a 3-run home run and a leadoff base runner to start as well. Penguins, I should say, 5-1 winners against the Detroit Red Wings yesterday. They've won 2 in a row. It was a back-to-back against the Islanders and the Red Wings, and the Penguins won by 5 against the Islanders, 4 against the Red Wings. Will play against the Tampa Bay Lightning tomorrow on the road. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Call McVeigh today.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
He's arguing with the robots. Well, C.B. Buckner probably is. The MLB umpire is under fire again after missing a call so obvious, even the announcers were laughing. Brewers' Jake Bauers was called out at first after hitting an infield single. Milwaukee challenged the ruling to find that he was obviously safe and that Buckner wasn't even looking at first. This is an embarrassment for MLB umpires. I'm Addie Bates.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. I know a couple of people on GLP-1s, and I get why people are now starting to add Awaken 180 into their program. Because at first, great, appetite's down, you're losing weight, now it feels like, all right, here we go. But for some people, it can turn into, oh man, I thought this would go faster, my results have stalled, my stomach's off, I don't feel great, now what? And honestly, that makes sense. If you didn't really change what you eat, just the amount of it, that's only going to take you so far. And trust me, I get why people go on GLP-1s. I'm not anti-GLP-1. What I'm saying is, if you're on the meds and you want to feel better, keep the results moving, and teach you how to keep the weight off after, talk to Awaken 180. You've already got momentum. You took a step to get healthy. Now add in the part that helps you finish the job while enjoying the ride. Free support for life with the solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Adam, ever start a project thinking, I'll just do this myself?
Yep. Famous last words.
Exactly. That's why I like this. Guardian Protection is offering free professional installation with a new security system.
So you don't have to figure anything out. They handle it.
Set up right, working right, protecting your home from day one.
We're talking intrusion, fire, cameras, the whole deal.
Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today.
Terms and conditions apply.
You could file your taxes on a basic free service, which is fine. But are you okay with fine? Because when it's your money on the line, do you really want to guess if you missed a credit or hope the math is right? Get the confidence of TurboTax for free right on the Intuit Credit Karma app. Free Fed and free state for simple 1040s only. Around 37% of filers qualify. See details at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for EITC, CTC, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty. Or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too. You know, if you could drive a cake. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
All right, bottom half of the fourth for the Buccos. No runs have come across the ledger for Paul Skeens today. Much better than the first outing that he had in New York. Austin Bechtold with you, joined by our MLB analyst, Matt Clement. Pomp and Joe Show rolling along, leading into the PM team. Social media's biggest loser is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. social media's biggest loser. Right now, we might just flip it to Oneil Cruz as the biggest winner because he was social media's biggest loser for really the latter part of the last 3 or 4 days. But a home run today, 2 home runs yesterday. He has had a significant uptick in his just overall play where he went from hitting right around 120, 130 to now 300 and an OPS of over 1,000. What's Cooking is brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester. Thank you very kindly, Mr. Hester. And Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Well, let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Currently, the weather is 62 degrees with a high of 66 today. Rain in the forecast, 50% chance of rain at 6 o'clock. There's a 50% chance of rain for the home opener, but it looks like it's going to be in what could be the latter portions of the game. 6:30 is when rain is expected in the forecast. It was originally supposed to be at 4, so keeps getting pushed back and pushed back. So that could be good news for a 4-1-2, 4-12 first pitch for a game that you can hear right here on 93.7 The Fan, as Mitch Keller will be on the mound for the Buccos against the Baltimore Orioles. Matt Clement with us as we tease to a guy who had a really good first start, Matt. Braxton Ashcraft, who I think can truly be a pitcher for them that explodes in a way where solid fastball, not 100, but still throwing right around 97. I didn't know he had that type of stuff in him. Good curveball, good delivery. I don't see why his upside can't be as a number 2 starting pitcher in their rotation, even having the high upside of a Bubba Chandler and the types of arms that they have with Jared Jones coming back and the sustained success of Mitch Keller.
Yeah, he was very impressive, and I think what really got him going is, and we talked about this in the first hour, he kept dropping the curveball in for strike one, and it wasn't a bad curveball. It was I wouldn't call it a get me over curveball, but it was one that was consistently getting him ahead strike one. And then, it's funny when you say 97-mile-an-hour fastball is like a normal fastball in today's day and age. It's kind of scary, but like he's throwing hard enough. The pitch selection's there enough. These guys are built. They look like starting pitchers. They look like they can be horses for like the whole year. And I think that, this is how winning teams are built. Somebody like Ashcraft could end up being your number 2. Even if he's your number 2 for 2 months of the season, we'll say. Like he pitches like an absolute stud for 2 months of the season. And then maybe it's Chandler or maybe it's Keller or whoever else takes that spot.
Ride the hot hand, whoever the alternate is.
Yeah, they don't have to be in the right order, but like somebody is just like every time you give him the ball, he's going six innings, he's going 7 innings, he's going 8 innings and getting them deep in games and saving the bullpen and when they get a lead, he wins the game and finishes it off. And he's a very impressive first outing. I'm anxious to see the next one as it comes along.
He went 6, 3 strikeouts, 4 walks, 4 hits, allowed 2 runs against the Reds, both runs coming in the 4th inning. That was on Monday in that game. He has the potential. This whole lineup, this whole rotation pretty much has the potential to make this, I would say, a top 5 rotation in the game.
Absolutely. Just because I think you have Barco and Jared Jones that are in this rotation too, in my eyes. So the depth, you have depth also. You aren't sitting there with 4 who we're going to throw in the 5th slot each time. Maybe we'll skip the 5th guy. You have legit like 7 starting pitchers that you can use in this that gives you some depth, gives you a little bit of flexibility if an injury goes down. And, I think that like Keller and Majinski are just like the perfect guys to just go out there, get their 5 or 6 innings on an okay day, get deeper on a better day, and then having the upside of Ashcraft and Chandler at the end of it. Like there's going to be a time where Chandler has a chance to be the Rookie of the Year. There's going to be a time where Chandler just goes off for a 3, 4, 5 starts in a row that you're going to be like, he's even better than Skeens, which is hard to even believe to say. But like for a small period of time, you can see that happening.
The leaders in the clubhouse, according to DraftKings, for Rookie of the Year, Sal Stewart of the Reds right now is number 1, followed by J.J. Weatherholt. J.J. Weatherholt go up against Butler a couple times, I'm sure.
Yeah, we saw some J.J. Weatherholt throughout some seasons there. And Sal Stewart's off to an amazing start. He's batting like 670 last night or something I saw.
Connor Griffin, who hasn't even debuted yet, plus 600 odds. He's 4th.
I like that one. Who's third?
Nolan McLean.
Which makes sense also. Yeah, which makes sense also. Good team, starting pitcher there.
But I don't even see Bubba Chandler on this list. And I know some people from MLB.com even picked Chandler to win Rookie of the Year.
Well, that's he has the stuff. And I guess probably one of the, if you're making odds on this, which is they do a professional job of making odds, they're probably thinking at some point the Pirates aren't going to let him get to a ton of innings and put himself in a position where he has the stats to do that unless some of the other people falter. There's with Weatherholt and Stewart and Griffin. Griffin should be right where he is there. Like those three guys are going to be hard to beat because it usually does come down to a hitter if there is a hitter that does the whole year.
Andrew Painter, who debuted this week for the Phillies. Chandler 22-1. He's currently situated, I think, 10th in the odds. So that's some good value for bettors out there. All right, a former number 1 overall pick that is playing a lot in the lineup. He's Paul Skeen's personal catcher, Henry Davis. Do you think his at-bats have looked better than what you've seen in the past? He's definitely done a good job commanding a pitching staff, and his defense drafted as basically a hitter, and we hope that you can defend and try to pitch frame, to now your pitch framing is elite. You're throwing out base runners. You know how to command a staff, but you can't hit better than 167. How does that happen? Like, seriously, how does that possibly happen for a guy drafted for his bat, the best player in the entire draft, being drafted 1-1 at least, that's what it claims, you're drafted number 1, to then not be able to hit it all in the major leagues?
I believe Golden Spikes winner too that year in
I think
college.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah, Louisville.
And you aren't Golden Spikes winner by not hitting. That's for sure. He's the type of player. I give him a lot of credit. On one hand, give him a lot of credit. Like, the question was his defense. Now everybody's talking like he's an elite defender. So I can't imagine how hard he's had to work. You become 1-1 because catching is such a commodity in the draft. Like, if you are a catcher and you are good, you're going to get drafted pretty high, probably higher than somebody else with similar stats or projectability, because it's such an elite position. It could affect both sides so much, defensively helping your pitchers, but also offensively. We talked before. I think to start the year, I think the ABs have looked a lot better. Again, we're talking small sample size. Like, Cruz went from batting 1-something to 300 in 1.5 games. Henry Davis had a double to start his first at bat, and I think the third at bat of that game, he hit a ball that he hit way harder than the double that Bichette made a good play at third base on. And sometimes luck plays into it. He's a guy that you'd love to have a little bit of luck to get rolling and see if that momentum can carry him somewhere.
Yeah.
But I feel like, with him platooning with Bart enough, I see him getting over. If you gave me the over-under 200, I'm going over. And I'm hoping for him, I'd
hope he'd go over. I mean, you're in the major leagues.
But it hasn't been, right? It hasn't been. And I think he has the potential to be like somebody that goes 225 to 240 with double-digit home runs. I really do. But he just needs to see something break the right way. I'm sure he is paralyzed by input from people on what to do to fix his hitting, though. I can't even imagine how many people have told him what to do or how to fix it or what he needs to do or who he needs to go see or how to do this or that. And he probably sifting through that right now is a big issue as just going up there and just forgetting about and hitting.
Yeah, how do you determine who you listen to and who you don't on different opinions, different types of advice? Because you could probably write down and make a chart list of, okay, maybe I should try this, maybe I should try that, where it just becomes information overload.
Absolutely. And I would bet right now, if you go through his time since he stepped foot in the big leagues, the amount of input he's gotten from former college coaches, hitting people, his agent's friend, somebody else that used to play, along with all the Pirate people. The Pirates have all these different hitting people. And honestly, I think there's got to be something that clicks for him that he goes with. And I really feel in times like this, as somebody that heard a million people tell him how to not walk people. Like the Bubba Chandler thing that we joked about, my one outing I had with that was me all the time. It was always like, hey, you won the game, but you walked 6. You won the game, but you walked 7. You won the game, but you walked whatever, or you hit 3 guys, and you got I got a lot of advice on it, right? I do this, do that, whatever the case may be. It's hard to sift through that. You got to find that person you trust. And maybe it's a O'Hearn, maybe it's Lau, maybe it's somebody that's in that clubhouse, maybe it's a coach, maybe it's a former coach, but go with it. And honestly, he just needs to be able to. I think the toughest thing to do as an athlete, the toughest thing to do as a coach when teaching people is you're telling them what to do. You're trying to help them change the habit, make it better. But when you go in the batter's box, you can't think about it. When you go to throw, you can't do it. When you go to shoot a jump shot, a three-pointer, you can't be thinking about that form. And being able to take what you're doing and work. Obviously, he works to improve as a defender, right? He works hard. So he's working at the hitting. I guarantee he's working to the point where his hands are bleeding. But then go in the box and just see the ball and hit the ball and trust that those habits are changing by all the work he's doing.
We got about a minute left. What's the one storyline in baseball no one's talking about right now that they should be talking about?
Wow. I would say the one storyline that's kind of off the board, the Phillies maybe. The Phillies have been kind of really bad right now in baseball.
Schwarber's not hitting very well.
No, the lineup hasn't hit well. They've had some good matchups. DeGrom got scratched on, I think it might have been Saturday. DeGrom got scratched against them, and they put up a dud against the guy that was just making a spot start. That's a team that, like, I picked them to win the American League. I mean, the National League East, and them getting off to such a rough start is a surprise. But again, like we're saying about the Pirates many times today, it's still early.
Matt, great having you. We'll see you again next week.
Thanks, man.
PM team. Coming up next, Pomp and Joe Show. Signing off on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Listen to the Pirate Game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Bottom half of the fifth inning. Bucks in the lead 3-1. Paul Skeens heads back out to the mound. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you get the look on sports. The Spurs play the Warriors tonight, and I'm expecting the San Antonio offense to continue to erupt. Spurs are the #1 rated offense in the NBA over the last 15 games, and they have a massive size advantage over the Dubs, so they should get into the paint at will. Their team total is 120.5. They've got over in 5 straight games, and this is their last-ditch effort to catch the Thunder for the 1 seed in the West. I think the Spurs go over their team total points again tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
For over 60 years, Neophis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance to help protect what matters most. From the car you drive every day, to the home where your family lives, to the business you've worked so hard to build. Neophis Insurance Group offers reliable coverage backed by the strength and stability of Nationwide. With local service and trusted protection, they're here when you need them most. Contact Neophis Insurance Group today and see how their experience can help protect your future. 412-364-3388 or neophisinsurance.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi to announce Pittsburgh's #1 draft pick, Mike's Beer Bar. With 80 taps dedicated to local beers, you're sure to find a winner from their draft beer options. Mike's has over 500 beers and the best craft beer selection around with food that over-delivers. Their steakhouse quality burgers, famous Yinzer wrap, and signature steak on a stone are just a few of their tasty food options. So, make Mike's your #1 draft pick. Get a great meal and watch all your favorite sports action this spring. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like healthcare, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-566-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on April 10th, 2026. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. The Pirates open the season at home on Friday. Join the Fan as we broadcast live on Federal Street before the Bucks take on Baltimore. Coverage of the Pirates opener is brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread, the official hamburger and hot dog bun of the Pittsburgh Pirates. This draft season, make your first-round pick the furry kind. Edgar Snyder and Associates is sponsoring 4 pet adoptions each week at Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh during the month of April. Visit the shelter and draft your new best friend today. Edgar Snyder and Associates and Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh, because every animal deserves a second chance. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint shipping railings. Get your railings safe again. Call 412-515-6575. Schley Deck and Fence. SchleyDeckCompany.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage, perfectly. In one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer and Cross's great offer right now. The gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer and Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them or go to COMERcross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, the Penguins in a great situation now after their win last night and the rest of the carnage in the Eastern Conference. So, a 6-game cushion between them on the team that's on the outside looking in for the final playoff spots.
6 point or 6 games?
6 points. They travel to Tampa. Thank you, Mulsey. Tomorrow to take on the Lightning. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Wednesday edition of the PM Team.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
You get back-to-backs especially, I think it's an opportunity to kind of, obviously we liked our game yesterday, and I really liked our back half. It was a strong effort for us, and we wanted to keep building on that and take another step, and that's the opportunity. That's not an easy one though. So it's a credit to the players to, you got to travel and you get in and it'd be easy to say, all right, we're a little tired, but I thought the guys dug in, and they wanted to keep that going. They wanted to keep that feeling going, and points are so important right now. It's a huge credit to them because it's not always the case, especially on a back-to-back, but that's what you want to see, and that's what the guys brought today.
From 6% before the season started, per the hockey nerds, to now.
This is what their chances are to make the Stanley Cup playoffs.
95% are your Penguins.
And I am pleasantly flummoxed as to how this has actually happened.
13 goals in their last 2 games against teams trying to run them down and eliminate them from playoff contention.
They are +9. They outscored 2 teams desperately trying to beat them.
Pretty good.
That reflects better than almost anything on Dan Muse.
Yeah, so we could go that route, but that would be
morning
unanimous.
radio.
It's easy to.
That's morning radio, baby.
I think that's called low-hanging fruit radio.
Yeah.
To say Muse is great, Dubas is great. Yes.
Mantha's got silky mitts.
They're having incredible seasons. What I have for you today to start the show is I have 3 options. I have 3 choices. And I want you, as a man that was watching the Penguins blow past the Red Wings last night, I want you to tell me the correct answer to this. What was the Penguins' best move this year? And my 3 finalists right now that are up for consideration are the following. Signing Anthony Mantha to a 1-year, $2.5 million deal.
Pretty good start.
30 goals.
Pretty good start. And just looks like the natural goal scorer touches there, the patience. So, these are goal scorers' goals he's scoring, too. Would you agree with that? He's not scoring, he's not banging in rebounds and just, out-muscling people. These are skill goals.
The Penguins' PR, which, great job by them. I'm hearing other teams in town are making PR changes, but that's a conversation for a different day. Or maybe not a conversation at all. I don't know why I just said that out loud. The Penguins, during the Sid Malkin era, these are the guys that have scored 30 goals in a season. Sid, 12 times. Gino, 6 times. Gensel 3 times, Raquel, Rust, Kessel, Kunitz, James Neal, who had a 40-goal season, and now Anthony Mantha. He joins that pretty elite fraternity of goal scorers. First year here, he gets to 30, career high. So that's number one. You sign him to a one-year deal. He's your leading goal scorer with just a handful of games left, and you're a cinch to make the playoffs.
You fully intend for him to be traded at the deadline when you first sign him.
Yeah, it was a Pirates-like move.
Fully, I mean, and nobody blamed them because everyone thought, okay, that's like shrewd, basic hockey 101 to keep replenishing.
Choice number 2.
Okay.
Right after Christmas, the Penguins traded Danton Heinen, a second-round pick, and a third-round pick to the Columbus Blue Jackets for Igor Chinnikov, a man that is, as far as shots go, as lethal as I've seen. I mean, Sid obviously has an unreal backhander. Malkin has that spinorama goal that he dusts off every once in a while. Kessel had a great wrist shot. This guy, like with very little space and not a big windup, just rifle shots in there, man, with a high degree of velocity and really good accuracy. And he was acquired for, I'll say it again, a second, a third, and Danton Heinen, who's like turning into this generation's Lee Stempniak, as a guy that just gets kind of traded around the league and has had multiple tours of duty with the Penguins. He's just a dude.
Danton Heinen is what you would call he's a non-playable character if this were a video game. He's just there. Chinnikov, by the way, you know what he reminds me of a little bit with the just wicked, sudden shot? Alexei Kovalev, when he was here, was ultra skilled and a better, like, obviously.
And a pilot. Did you know that?
I didn't know he was a pilot, no.
Yeah, he'd fly people places.
To use my going low chops, Maverick McNeely on the PGA Tour is a private pilot, and I think he's actually maybe instrument rated, so he flies himself to tournaments.
Amanda's flown before.
The crazy Long Island ex randomly decided while I was dating her. No. She decided I want to be
a pop.
She wanted to be a private pilot and started taking flying lessons when she did not have really the money to be doing this.
Did you guys join the Mile High Club?
No, she was flying on like a prop plane.
Oh.
But my point is, do you know how quickly after doing like the classes and whatever and going up with an instructor, they send people out there by themselves in a plane? It's insane.
By the way, I do not believe that the Mile High Club is a real thing. I know we have all kind of degenerates on our YouTube chat. I know that the text line gets kind of kooky sometimes too. The size of the bathrooms on a plane, so cramped, such little space.
I feel it's a movie creation.
The line of people that usually want to use the one or two restrooms on a plane.
Yes.
It's not conducive for Mile High Club.
I generally would agree with you there.
I think it's a made-up thing.
Are there bigger bathrooms on bigger planes where perhaps...
I think it's something that Kevin Gorman is Googling. I don't think it's a real thing.
Jeez.
I think that's a fake... It's a fake fetish. It doesn't happen in real life.
I think it's actually happened, obviously, but I don't think it's prevalent where someone's like, yeah, bro, did you join the Mile High Club? Anyway.
Not a single person in your phone is a member of the Mile High Club. And anybody on YouTube who's claiming that they are is an absolute liar and just trying to flex.
Yeah,
and
I would
make
agree
up a
with
funny
that.
story that's not true.
I would agree with that.
So those are the first two.
No, so I would just say he reminds me of Kovalev a little bit with the sudden and violent shot. Not that he's ever probably going to be the player Alexei Kovalev was.
Chinnikov trade.
I can guess number 3.
Mantha signing, and then just dumping Tristan Jarry on the Edmonton Oilers and getting Stuart Skinner back, who was solid again last night. And I
thought he was really good in the third.
Is going to be
second.
Yeah, he was. I would predict right now he's going to be the Penguins' number 1 goalie in Game 1 when the playoffs start in a couple of weeks. Brett Kulak and a second-round pick, and then they flip Kulak for Girard, which so far hasn't worked, but it's not holding the Penguins back as much as it was a few games ago. So what do you choose? Jarry, Chinnikov, Mantha. Pick one. Number 1 move made by the Penguins.
I mean, I was going to submit a third one or a fourth one to be like kind of too cute by half here and a little bit extra clever.
Which is classic Mueller.
It is.
Classic Mueller is here are the three obvious ones. Let me tell you why the non-obvious one that no one is talking about is right.
I am going to submit my own and pick it. I think avoiding...
Chris, there can't be one bigger than that.
Well, no, it's a non-move. It's a move they didn't make.
That can't count.
It's a decision. That's a move.
No, I said moves. I didn't say...
If it's that, honestly, it actually is the Jari move because just that was such an albatross. He was such a drain on them, I think, mentally.
Personality-wise.
His personality sucks.
Yes, I agree. As a hockey player, I know what he's like in real
I don't know
life.
what he's like as a person. When he gets up in that locker room after games and you see him in Edmonton and he's throwing his teammates under the bus.
Donnie, what did you say about Jari?
And then by the way,
did you call him your most hated Penguin of all time? Is that accurate?
That's a statement.
Oh, he's one of them.
Well, he's just nothing about him is inspiring. He would passive-aggressively throw teammates under the bus. Meanwhile, you got Skinner. He's got that huge duster like he's in Wyatt Earp's bunch in the Old West. He's playing well enough. Jari has cratered Edmonton. He's been horrible there at last check. I think it's that one, even though Mantha, 30 goal scorers don't grow on trees. He's turned into one for basically a song. But if you'll allow me to just annoy you here, my other podium move here would be the one they didn't make. They avoided any temptation to try to go to Erik Karlsson and say, do you want out of here? We'll ship you out. Because that got talked about as something they could consider trying to do.
I'm not sure it went. I wouldn't be surprised just based on some of the things that got talked about before the season started. I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted to, but he didn't want to go because honestly, of his no movement clause.
Then honestly, then maybe you're right. You're right, because I remember reading that stuff.
He could have been a Detroit Red Wing, I think.
You're right. I do remember reading all that. So let me repackage this. It gives Dubas less credit because clearly they were trying. Erik Karlsson, I guess I would say, him as a person saying, I'm not gonna do this. Actually, I want to stay here. Ends up being a great move. He's having a total renaissance year, and he's been their team MVP, and he very well could have been on somebody else's roster.
Now, you guys are, and I'm going to say that the number one, it's obvious. Actually, it's not obvious because there's three great moves, but the Jari move is just so good. And then I would put Chinnikov second, and I would put Mantha third, because I think Chinnikov might be a prolific goal scorer for you for multiple years.
Are you changing the name here? Is it Chinnikov or Chinnikov? Here we go again. I don't know. Anyway, Sherry Sheary, yes.
Is this pedantic Mulsey hour?
No. I'm derailing the show. Keep going. Right. This is my fault.
The next thing I was going to say is this is obviously still putting the cart before the horse because they're at 95% and they're not at 100. I have reached out to the NHL on this, and I've not gotten an answer back yet. And I don't know if it's because I emailed the wrong person or if they don't want to give an answer or maybe they don't know. What happens if the Penguins start the playoffs on the road? So let me just lay this out for you, okay? Right now, they're the 2 seed. If the Islanders or Blue Jackets I don't think this is going to happen, but let's say it did happen. They get run down. They make it, but they're third instead of second. If they finish in second, there's no issue because the playoffs start Saturday, April 18th. They play the 18th at home. They'd play the 20th at home, and then they would go on the road. What happens if it's flipped? If they start the playoffs on the road, and they play game 1 and game 2, let's say on Long Island, somehow the Islanders make up ground and beat them out, and the Penguins kind of limp their way to the playoffs. I don't think it'll happen, but it could. Are we going to have game 3 and 4 here while the draft is going on? Are there even the hotel rooms available for an opposing team to come in with their staff, with NHL broadcasters and everything that goes in? I'm asking this because I was curious to what the answer would be. And I bring this up because remember a playoff series got moved around because of a Yanni concert with the Penguins and Capitals like 30 years ago? Am I the only person that remembers that happening where the team with the fewer points actually started the series, I think at home is what happened there? They flipped it because of arena availability in D.C.? I think this is a real thing.
The Pittsburgh... First off, how the hell do you know this? You didn't even live here. What is
because I love the Stanley Cup playoffs.
What is your major malfunction? Here it is. The Penguins were forced to play games 4 and 5 on back-to-back nights in different cities thanks to a Yanni concert that was scheduled at Mellon Arena.
Yeah, okay, so it was here and not Washington, so don't give me too much credit. I don't have it exactly right. So Yanni screwed up the way that they were timing out that series. I just don't know how, like, logistically could PPG Paints Arena host 2 playoff games with the draft going on here at the same time. With the amount of think about even beyond that.
You're talking about the infrastructure?
Well, like usually there's people Pittsburgh police that are working around the arena to make sure that people cross the street and go in the right places, that worry about where people are parking and whatnot. I would think a lot of that would just go towards
the draft.
The draft, right?
So you're going to say, you're basically, I want to make sure I understand this. You're almost saying the city, just from a resource perspective to put on big events, might be stretched too thin.
Yes. Yeah. And everyone's talking about how hotel availability is basically zero because of everybody that's coming in, all the money that's being generated. People are, letting their houses.
You mean they didn't build floating hotels on barges like some people said they should when they wanted to court a Super Bowl here?
I mean, would the Islanders or the Blue Jackets or whoever, if it worked that way, would they have to go stay in Steubenville or Wheeling or something like that and bus up?
How far out? Are you saying Monroeville hotels are, for example?
Yes.
Okay, so
Chris, I'm down in Washington. They literally have built a hotel down there
just because
the draft is coming. Yes.
Okay. Then I would imagine you're going to have big issues, traveling secretary nightmares. Yanni did not express apologies or regrets for what happened. He instead cited his experience, quote, as a former national champion swimmer for his native country of Greece. Quote, I empathize with the athletes competing in the NHL playoffs, and I understand the pressures under which they perform.
I mean, don't you think it's telling that the NHL hasn't gotten back to me on it?
Yeah, it tells me the last thing we thought was this crappy ass Penguins team on paper was going to be this good in a position to be hosting playoff games exactly concurrent with the NFL draft. Yes.
Not an issue when Kansas City hosted the draft because they don't have a winter professional.
They don't have a hockey team.
I don't know if the Cavs were in the playoffs when the Browns. I don't remember if they were when Cleveland hosted the draft.
How many years ago was that?
Detroit's a big enough city where if they did have Pistons, the Pistons and Red Wings stunk those years. So no, they did not.
I think the Cavs were stinking up the joint still when the Browns hosted the draft. I think the Cavs only got good the last 2 years mainly. So, yeah, this could be a potential issue. By the way, I think this Yanni thing, happened in the 08 playoffs or 09 playoffs. It happened more recently than 30 years ago.
Oh, was it 96?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Pens blog was all over it back in the day,
Were they?
apparently. Yeah.
Is that website still working?
I don't think. It says just this little story from NBC4 in Washington says, little did Ted Leonsis know that Yanni was clearly in the back pocket of the Penguins, as noted by a posting on Pittsburgh's official Facebook page. That's the man himself up top, sporting a Sidney Crosby Winter Classic jersey before a recent concert.
Does Yanni just sing or does he play an instrument too like Kenny G?
Oh, I always got the two of them confused, first off.
Well, I actually didn't because Kenny G is American and Yanni is, like you said.
He's a keyboardist.
Okay.
He's a keyboardist.
They couldn't just pay Yanni to change the concert date? There was so much excitement and so much enthusiasm in Pittsburgh for Yanni to come to town. I mean, there is there's a lot of Greek people here. So I think maybe I answered my own question.
Adam Gretz, 1 week ago. Remember when the NHL had to mess with the schedule for a Penguins Capitals series? Game 1 was in D.C., 2 and 3 in Pittsburgh. Ron Wilson said, we'll give them all 7 games in Pittsburgh and beat them anyway. Gretz, if I remember correctly, the Penguins won the first game 7-0 and then won the series in 5.
That's not the 09 series.
So that is further back. You're right. It was just being reported on when they were playing again in 08-09. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable concern to have, and I think the NHL probably never thought in a million years that they would actually have to confront a situation like that potentially arising. So I guess the NHL would be. Wouldn't the NHL be in the tank for the Penguins to make sure they finish second?
We should ask Jeff when he comes in. If Game 3 of Penguins blank was at PPG Paints Arena the same night as the first round of the draft, would he go to Steelers headquarters or would he go to the game?
He'd go to Steelers. That's my prediction. He'll say he'd
I don't
go
think
to
so.
Steelers. I think he'd go to Steelers.
I think he's at the hockey game.
Who are we sending to Steelers?
Well,
You?
No.
Steelers.
Well,
You?
No.
Why not?
We'll have Kabali and those folks there.
Kabali just, who cares about hockey?
Jeff, being the person that he is, I think would say a playoff
he would say
game is more.
he would say the game is more important than the draft.
That's why I answered it that way.
But what will get higher ratings is the old question. In Pittsburgh, the game will get higher ratings, I think, on TV. Will it?
No, I don't think so.
Because it'll be on
Sportsnet Pittsburgh.
No, you're right.
And the draft will be on ABC and
I'm doing
ESPN.
wishful thinking here. I would like to believe people would rather watch a playoff game with the home team involved. But no, the truth of the matter is the NFL draft is a juggernaut.
Taxis on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan. Text line person Law Firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we have money for you. We'll have Bucko post game as soon as it goes final in Cincinnati. So we go all access with Aditi next. She has scoop on Ty Simpson. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates trying to take the series in Cincy. They lead the Reds 4-1 in the bottom of inning number 6. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
Say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Ross Park Mall, and Broken Bow Records.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Learn more with Robinhood at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. The Lakers beat the Cavs last night, 127-113. LeBron also became the winningest player in NBA history last night. LeBron can still play. Next up for LeBron and the Lakers, can they get out of the first round of the Western Conference playoffs? I'm Chris Black.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
As a bank, PNC prides itself on being boring. But the truth is, they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic Pittsburgh community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. They have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Spring is here. How about a fresh start? Baseball is back, the excitement of the draft, and sunlight finally filling your home again. Pella Windows and Doors welcomes the season with energy-efficient windows that brighten your space, elevate curb appeal, and keep your home comfortable all year long. And right now, get 55% off installation or 0% APR for 48 months. Call 855-77-PELLA or visit PellaPittsburgh.com. Pella, Pittsburgh's trusted window company.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com.
Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, it's your city, it's your house, it's the Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
$225. Time to call Gina G and Petro. Select Realty if you're looking to buy or sell your home. On the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. She has moved up because we have Pirate postgame to get to in about an hour. Aditi Kinkhabwala, All Access, NFL on CBS reporter. Aditi, we had to run last week, and you texted me afterwards and said, hey, we need to talk about Ty Simpson. So I would like to move out of the way and allow for you to now give us what you have in your notebook on a guy who, I don't know what to believe. He's climbing draft boards.
Is he?
He just had CBS Sports, your CBSSports.com, the website you help write for and work for.
Are you getting Orlovsky-fied over there?
Steelers trading back into the first round to take Ty Simpson with a second first-round pick. That's on CBSSports.com right now. So I'd love to hear your opinion on all this.
Did you see what Ben Roethlisberger said? Did you see?
Said draft offensive line, right? Just take the best O-lineman.
He said that he thinks that if Ty Simpson is drafted by the Steelers, the pick would be booed. And he strongly advocated against using any of the Steelers' first three picks for a quarterback. And he said that is regardless of whether Aaron Rodgers is back or not.
Well, the boo conversation has been had on our radio station, which again confirms that Ben listens and usually finds out what Malsey said and then tries to do the exact opposite. But continue.
Is that how that went?
We have clips if you want to hear them.
I'm so sorry.
No. We have actual. No. I have not. I'm anti-Ty Simpson, which means when Ben hears this show, he will do another podcast and it'll sound something like this. He'll go, maybe I was getting too sold in or too bought in by what I was hearing from some people on the radio.
There was someone I heard there was a knock. Well, he played with a bunch of NFL caliber talent. Well, what's he going to be playing with now? Who did he beat NFL caliber talent teams to?
Right.
It's just that's the most ridiculous remark I've ever heard. I don't even know who made it.
It was Chris who made it.
100% me. But now that
you're giving Will Howard a chance. I know there's some people out there on the radio and stuff that are just totally against him, and I don't get it. How can you be against someone you've never seen play at this level? You just can't.
It's
just who they are.
It's just who they are.
It's just who they are is the best part.
And our listeners pointed out, didn't Ben feel that way about Mason Rudolph, who he had never seen played, which I thought was a good thing coming back at him.
Anyway, yes, but now that he knows that I'm anti-Simpson, he will become pro-Ty Simpson, Aditi. Just give it some time.
You're giving yourself a lot of credit, aren't you, Malsey?
Well, Pony's the one who's really...
It's not Malsey who is like saying this is about me. It's other people who are saying that it's about him. At least we know
it's not about me, because I certainly have been advocating for seeing what Will Howard brings and who Will Howard is, and saying that there's a reason Mike McCarthy must be talking so highly of Will Howard. I'm all in on let's see what you have and Will Howard. So I guess Ben's not talking about me right there.
And the Simpson stuff.
Cross that one off.
Let's get to that. Let's get to your Ty Simpson stuff.
So I don't, like, it feels like last week it was very much a hot topic. And I just wanted to say that this is not none of the people that are disagreeing with this take, with Dan Orlovsky's take of him being the best quarterback in his mind, none of that, anybody disagreeing with that is not necessarily knocking Ty Simpson. From everything I've been told, the work ethic, the intangibles, the way that he stuck in Alabama even when he wasn't getting the starting job, all of that speaks so highly of who he is as a person and as a positive reflection on him. He's obviously dealt with NFL concepts. You can see that he progresses through his reads. I don't know that the Steelers want to be in a position of reaching for a quarterback again, or quite frankly, reaching for any position. I feel as if we talk about this a lot come draft time, where we lock in on, okay, this is an area of need. But the best teams always take the best player available, because quite frankly, you don't know what your need is going to be. You're one injury away from any position being a position of need. So it just, I'm with Ben Roethlisberger on this one. I don't think that the Steelers should be locking in on Ty Simpson. I think Mike McCarthy's comments in Arizona at the owners' meetings were really telling in a lot of ways. And I think it's a bunch of hubbub about nothing. I'm sorry. I felt like I had a hotter take on it last week when everybody was talking about it. But now, just as most things in this time of year, it's sort of like last week's news cycle, yesterday's news cycle, last hour's news cycle.
Last 10 minutes. Yeah. Aditi, I don't know if you have anything in your notebook about this, but it's sort of a question based on a trend I've been noticing. To what extent would you agree with the notion that if maybe outside, several months ago, or when the draft talk starts in January for most people, it was Steelers are going to take a wide receiver at 21. They need a wide receiver, et cetera. How much do you think that's changed to where now it's maybe wide receiver, interior offensive line, even safety if somebody falls? Like, it feels like wide receiver, the consensus idea that they're going to take one at 21 has become much weaker in recent weeks here. Do you agree with that? Are you hearing stuff like that they're not as enticed by that position with their first-round pick as maybe they would have been a couple months ago?
It's funny. I actually was just reading Bruce Feldman's mock draft on The Athletic, and his mock draft is very interesting because this is a guy that is completely steeped in the college game, who talks to college coaches everywhere, and does a really good job of sort of projecting how a player will play in the NFL. And in his mock draft, he has the Steelers taking a wide receiver. And this is the time where you can throw anything and everything out there. But I'll again come back to this. You need to take the best player available. That's it. You need the best player available. The Steelers right now are not a team that are one position away, one player away from being a Super Bowl contender. Yeah. There are a lot of areas to fill. So if a star safety drops to you, you take a safety, even though you already have safeties. If a great fit at line is available to you, then that's what you do. What if a pass rusher drops in some way? Like, you have to be ready for who is the best player on your board, as opposed to trying to shoehorn in a player. Otherwise, then you end up in... I hate to say these names because these are really, really, really nice young men, but did you reach for Artie Burns? Did you reach for Terrell Edmonds?
Yes.
Okay.
Najee Harris.
So then instead, just take the best player available.
So this was texted to me after the show yesterday, and this is going to be me taking information and giving an opinion. I want to get your thoughts on it. So someone texted me and said, the number one thing that McCarthy said yesterday had nothing to do with what he said about Will Howard or Rico Dowdle and Jalen Warren or Jalen Ramsey, and had to do with what he said about the draft process. Apparently, and we didn't play this on the air, McCarthy said it's been hard to to juggle the draft with getting his staff ready and the team ready to practice because they have to install everything. He said he's not a guy that just throws the playbook on the table and says, learn it. He wants to install the first page and do all of that with people hands-on. And there's just not enough hours in the day for him to be as involved with that plus the draft. And this was brought to my attention, and this person's opinion was, based on that, this is going to give Omar Khan a lot more power than he's had in the previous drafts with Mike and what Kevin Colbert had working with Mike Tomlin. Do you agree with that?
If that is indeed what Mike McCarthy said, then yes.
Yeah, he did say it.
We know that Mike Tomlin and Kevin Colbert were essentially 1A and 1A, that there was so much equal input, essentially. And we know that certainly once Kevin Colbert retired, Mike Tomlin's say didn't lessen in any way. So, sure, there are 12 picks that are now available to Omar Khan and his brain trust to do. You would think, yes. I'm dancing around this a little bit, but from what you're saying, Pony, yes, it would certainly seem
Another
that
person
they have more say
texted me
than they
and
have
said,
previously had.
Another person texted me and said, other than Art right now, they think Omar has the most power in the building, and beforehand it was Tomlin who definitely outranked Omar.
I don't disagree with that.
Malsey?
Omar also can't make 12 draft picks. Aditi, do you agree
what's
with
going to
that?
happen with that,
They
Aditi?
can't bring 12 rookies into the fold here. They've got the guy wants to make moves on the old chessboard here, right? He has to. You can't bring that many rookies.
I mean, you would hope. That's a lot of capital to be able to play with. A lot. And again, the quarterback situation is still not resolved. And this is regardless of what Aaron Rodgers does. Because if Aaron Rodgers comes, he's still not your long-term solution at the quarterback position. So at what point are you saying, okay, this is the most important position on the field. We've got to have a plan here. We have to figure this out. And I thought it was really telling what Mike McCarthy said about the floor almost mattering more than the ceiling. And that was more interesting to me than the whole big hands, long arms thing. The big hands, long arms thing, to me, when you're playing outside and in the AFC North, isn't part of that kind of like a duh? Like,
well, Kenny wasn't
what's
that.
What's so amazing about that?
Kenny wasn't that, though. They drafted Kenny in the first round. He wasn't long arms, big hands.
Okay, well, it was a different regime, right?
Yeah.
That was Kevin Colbert's last pick, and Mike McCarthy wasn't the head coach.
Yep.
And it was an organization, it was a head coach that hadn't picked a quarterback. He inherited a quarterback, and then he hadn't come up with a plan at quarterback. What was the first time that Ben Roethlisberger hinted at retirement? Was that 2017, 2016?
That was after
there
the
was a
2017
long
season with us, and Ron didn't know what to say and said he was flabbergasted.
That was when he wanted to get. That was when he wanted to get Todd Haley out of there.
Yes.
Okay, so 2017 is the first time that Ben Roethlisberger sort of hints at the possibility of retirement. So you should be actively thinking, okay, and then you drafted Mason Rudolph. You figured out Mason Rudolph wasn't your guy. What did you do? Like, this is an organization that has needed to have a plan at quarterback for a long time. So now we hear Mike McCarthy say, forget the long arms, big hands. That to me makes all the sense in the world when you're playing outside and when you're playing in the AFC North. Okay, I get that. But when he said that the floor almost matters more than the ceiling, Pony Mulsey, that took me back to the Giants teams that I grew up watching. In Phil Simms and Eli Manning, you didn't have these mega superstar quarterbacks that were elevating everybody else around them. You had guys that weren't necessarily superstars, didn't make mistakes, took advantage of their opportunities, and played smart. And so when Mike McCarthy is sitting here and saying that the floor almost matters more than the ceiling, you guys are looking at each other.
No, I'm trying to center myself in the camera, actually, believe it or not.
No, I'm listening intently because that was the argument for Kenny, that he had a high floor. And that he was going to be at least a solid NFL starting quarterback.
Okay, but here's the thing on that one. And it's funny, I was just talking to someone who used to work with the Steelers, and he said to me, well, they didn't want to make the same mistake that they made with Marino. But
oh boy,
whatever he whatever his potential was, whether he was overdrafted or not, which seemingly everybody agrees with right now, whether that was too much scrutiny as a first-round pick because a first-round pick always has a target on his back. He wasn't set up to succeed. What was going on in the building was not going to allow for pretty much any quarterback to succeed. With what the offensive coordinator situation was, with the way the wide receivers were, with what the offensive line was. So it just... and I keep talking about Kellen Moore and what he set up before he put Tyler Shuck in there. That should be your you should have the infrastructure in place before you throw a rookie in.
And that's what Roethlisberger said. So you're again seeing eye to eye with him and won't be in his crosshairs. All right, Aditi, it's great to have you on video. Let's try this again next week at our normal time because I don't think Pirates
totally thought I was getting punked. Let me tell you.
No, she thought it was April Fool's. We're under strict orders. We're not allowed to do any April Fool shenanigans. Correct, Donnie? Did we get a company email about that again? Or
that
Craig
is correct.
Email?
Nothing on air regarding...
Donnie, I thought I was getting punked. I was like, why does Pony want me on camera? But
no,
okay. Thank you.
That's another...
The Cleveland Browns had a good one.
Emphasis.
Oh, yeah, they don't like that. The Cleveland Browns had a good one. They said we're going like Back to the Future, and it was the Browns helmet, their new helmet. It was going to have another decal of the Browns helmet where a logo would be. And then
they should do that.
I know. I was like, that's an April Fool's joke. That would be a very funny one-off.
All right, Aditi, we got to get to Jeff. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We'll talk.
Bye, guys.
Follow us on Twitter. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. You can watch us there, too. But right now, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
A 5-1 win for the Penguins last night over the Red Wings. Stuart Skinner, 22 saves in the victory. Chinakhov, a goal and an assist. Anthony Mantha, another goal. 30 on the season. Pens visit the Lightning tomorrow night. Puck drop in Tampa Bay, set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 22 days till the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hot water fast. Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
When your money's on the line, are you okay with a basic free tax service? Get the confidence of TurboTax with free Fed and state filing on Intuit Credit Karma. Around 37% of filers qualify. Simple 1040s only. See details at turbotax.com/free.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including international and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Tyler Kennedy did a full hour with Pomp from 10 to 11, so he will join us again next week. His appearances are sponsored by Mike's Beer Bar, meet me at Mike's, and Julian Gray Associates, SaveYourSettlement.com, helping injured people and their families play for the rest of their lives. In studio with us right now is Jeff Hathorn, 93.7 The Fan, Penguins insider, the Hawk Report.
Under the lights, Jeff. The new lights.
It's nice and bright in here.
Not oppressive, though. They're very bright, but they're not hot lights.
It was funny. I saw them installed, and then Joe walked in, and he looked like he was.
All right, Jeff.
He looked like Dracula walking out of his.
I'll just start you with the question that I posed to Mulsey before we went to break. If there is a Penguins playoff game the same night as the first round of the NFL draft, where's Jeff? Is he at Steelers headquarters or is he at PPG Paints Arena?
Well, there's cloning technology. I'll be at Steelers headquarters.
Called it. Told you.
It's the first round of the NFL draft.
How about day 3 of the draft? Game 4 of a Penguins first round series at PPG Paints Arena.
Well, if it's a night game, I'm at both.
Of course.
If it's a daytime game.
If it's a daytime game.
You're going to be bilocating like blessed Padre Pio.
It's Steelers draft in Pittsburgh.
All right, Chris,
think about it.
You ended up being right.
Think about it on these terms, too, Pony. Whether we think, I can tell with Jeff, the purist in him wants to be at the hockey game.
Oh, he's struggling with that one.
I know.
You can tell.
I know, but it's a once. When's the next time the draft's going to be here?
Another 30 years.
Right. The Penguins are on a run that we've all enjoyed a lot, but they've won multiple Stanley Cups in the time frame it'll take for there to be another draft.
Jeff,
and we'll figure out a way to get coverage of the hockey game.
Have you talked to anybody? Because
Roundtree, baby. Or Mulsey. Maybe Mulsey will go. Maybe I'll dig deep.
I sent an email to the NHL and haven't gotten an answer. What happens if they're the road team in the first round and they're supposed to host game 3 and 4 on nights where the draft is here in Pittsburgh? Can they do both?
So we were told, as it stands right now, unofficially, the NHL isn't changing their schedule.
Oh,
But like all the police people and stuff that would be outside the arena are going to be
that, but a hotel for the visiting
That's
team.
what I said too. I said that. I said they're going to have to stay in Wheeling or Steubenville or something
And
like
not
that.
even that. I mean, those places are
Send them down to Weirton to DJ's.
Maybe they could live in Mario's house, like Sid. They could put the whole team
Pony,
in there.
you have a big neighborhood. You and like King Howie and your neighbors, you should all just rent your houses out for a night or
To
two.
NHL players?
Yeah.
Now, that's as it sits right now.
What do they call it? A billet or a billet?
I think they're hoping that it's flipped in the Penguins hosts game 1 and 2, and then they don't have to worry
Which, if
about
they
this.
have the second seed, if they're
They
second
will.
in the Metro, they will.
Yeah.
They also, though, Jeff, my other takeaway was there is not an iceberg's chance in hell. Gary Bettman and crew were like, the Penguins will be in position to possibly be the road team and be hosting.
Jeff, I just don't know how you're right. I don't know how do you staff that event
right
with all the resources that are going to the draft.
Well, I know this too. A lot of the people that work inside the arena are people that work inside stadiums or will be hired for the draft.
And have been hired months in advance for it.
Exactly. And it's not like they could just say, I'm sorry, NFL, because then they would probably say, well, you know what? Your job at Acrisure is gone. I'm sure they would put the
the NFL strong arms other leagues and plays for keeps.
I mean, the businesses around there aren't allowed to be at work.
Right. They have that sphere of influence or whatever the hell they call it.
Jeff, what's going to happen here with goaltending in the playoffs? If you had Stuart Skinner's going to start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw it with him getting a back-to-back on Saturday, and then with his performance last night and his experience.
Stuart Skinner stinks in game 1. Who starts game 2?
I bet you he gets one more.
I bet you he gets one more, too.
So that's his leash. He gets one mulligan. I think he gets one breakfast ball.
Yeah, it depends. If Sheloffs plays, let's say, 2 more games down the stretch, which seems reasonable, maybe only 1, and he's really good, they maybe have a quicker hook. How much you're in that room? We don't have a chance to be in there very often. You're in that room with that team. The room.
Are you still not allowed to step on the logo? Is that still verboten?
Who would be the enforcer of that now? Dupuis saved me from Talbot throwing something at me once when I was a much younger.
Rust?
I mean, there would be a bunch of guys that would be upset. Sid would be upset, but he wouldn't say anything right there, but you would know he was really ticked that you stepped on the logo.
Yes, as he sat there with his hat that's growing mold on it.
It might be like Skinner in a joking but not joking way.
He looks like Wyatt Earp, as I told Pony, with the mustache.
I feel like his personality has been good for this team.
He's been unbelievable.
So Jeff.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean,
you sound like Greg Brown now.
His personality has been, and as Ryan Shea said last night, like, his smile has come back since he left Edmonton.
Well, that was what I was really getting at. I'm glad Pony went down this road. That trade was good enough on the merits of you get that contract off the books and everything else, and you get a goalie back, and he's played well. Jari has been horrible. Their season's collapsing. Draisaitl's done. Jari also, very notably, and people here took delight in this, was just passive-aggressively throwing his teammates under the bus in Edmonton within a week of getting there. Now that he's gone, can you tell us like what it was like after he would play a game if he had a bad game and how much that wore on those guys versus what seems like with Skinner, as you just put it, a much better vibe overall?
Yeah, I think what wore on them is their lack of confidence in him. And then, listen, when you're a goalie and like Ben Roethlisberger mastered always protecting his offensive line and never blaming them publicly. Jari was the opposite. Like, he'd rip his defenseman.
That's what I mean. I heard when they lost, and you were there, I heard when they lost that last game in Columbus and missed the playoffs, he made some comments after that game that did not sit well with people in that dressing room at all.
He absolutely was snarky. I remember that. I mean, being in there, and like, as he's saying it, you're thinking, damn.
Oh, boy.
Is it Dubas's best move to have made the Skinner deal?
That's a magician's move.
But how about the Chinnikov trade and the Mantha signing?
I mean, those are great moves, too. But to get rid of him and that salary and get something back in return.
Stuart Skinner is not a Vezina Trophy winner, but you know how we always joke about when people would say, the Pirates just need to package Tabata and one other guy for Trout. That's like the closest analog to like doing that. Hey, you want our garbage? Give us something useful in return.
I think of it this way, not quite to Fleury's standpoint because those guys came up together, but those guys will lay it on the line.
I got one more Penguins question for you before we let you run. Going back to the NHL and scheduling, have we found out why Florida is here for back-to-back games this weekend?
It's just the quirk in arenas, availabilities. It's just the way it worked out.
Okay.
Like they're and by the way, I did a run of the easiest schedules. You know, the Pens only have one team currently in playoff position.
Lightning tomorrow, and that's it.
That's it.
These last two games were their two biggest, most consequential games of the season. I think that should sew up the Jack Adams for damn Hughes. They just pummeled two
Lindy
teams
Ruff
that
might have
need
something
this.
to say about that, but
Opponents
I know.
Opponents average 81 points, whereas with Columbus it's 91.
Hold on, Pony. Those are narrative awards stuff like the Jack Adams. That's why Tomlin never won it. Belichick only won it once, right?
I'm not sure Tomlin really didn't deserve to win it any year, but
okay. He went and had a 12-4 year in his second year or whatever and won the Super Bowl. My point is they're narrative-based awards. Who wants to give it to old-ass, crusty Lindy Ruff, who's been around the block 8 million times?
The old-ass, crusty hockey writers who are going to vote on this do. That's who.
Muse has not only done at least as good of, if not a better job. I think it's a better story.
Jeff, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. Opening day right now for the Buccos. 76 degrees is the high and a 35% chance of rain. Mike Florio thinks Aaron Rodgers could sign with the Broncos. He joins us next. We'll be right back. It's the PM team.
Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. I just got married, and I had this moment when I picked up my suit about a month ago. I'm standing there thinking, this is pretty wild, because I could have worn this same suit a couple of years ago. Seriously, that's what hits me most about Awaken 180. Not just that I lost the weight, it's that I never put it back on. Not a pound. In fact, I've lost a couple of more. So when the wedding came around, I wasn't scrambling. I wasn't trying to crash into shape. I wasn't looking for some last-second miracle. I already had it handled. Awaken 180 helped me lose the weight, feel good while I was doing it, and actually keep it off. No meds, no starting over, no panic, because a big day is coming up. I got to go into my wedding feeling good, comfortable, confident, and just enjoy it. And honestly, that's what people want. Not just to lose it, to know that it's gone and that it stays away. That's why Awaken 180 worked for me. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
The problem with radio is we can't show you our new box packed with a KFC snacker, 5 nuggets, fries, and a drink for just $7. So you'll just have to trust us when we say the crispy golden fried breading will make your mouth water. You'll have to trust us when we say this is a ridiculous amount of chicken for such a small price. And you'll have to really trust us when we insist that, yes, it really is only $7. $7 box feast from KFC. Trust us. It's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary. Tax, tips, and fees extra.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins winners last night, and a bunch of teams chasing them were losers, including the Blue Jackets, the Flyers, the Senators, the Islanders. All those teams went down in defeat, so now the Penguins 6 points clear of the teams on the outside looking into the playoff. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a hump day edition of the PM team.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Was my first time doing this, and the first question was about a veteran quarterback, whether he was going to come back or not. So it was a good deja vu. It's going good. It's been very positive, and we'll just continue to talk. So we talk regularly.
Were you confident then, and are you the same level of confident now?
That's a great question. It was a different tone then because I was just a youngster, and the questions, your questions were a lot more, were very polite compared to the way the questions were asked back then. So I'm confident, but at the end of the day, it's a personal decision. So.
All right, Mike McCarthy. Time is a flat circle. When he got the Green Bay job, he was getting asked about Brett Favre, and Brett Favre would always do the rigmarole when it came to retirement. Retired, unretired, want to play, don't want to play. And now Mike McCarthy is reliving it with another former Packers quarterback, Aaron Rodgers. And we have this Mike Florio story from Pro Football Talk that came down today, and he's going to join us in a couple minutes. Donnie's going to give me the thumbs up when he's on our Zoom call here system. That the Broncos have emerged as a potential option for Rodgers. Here is what Mike wrote on his website. There's talk of the Broncos possibly bringing Rodgers in for a visit. The motivation comes from the possibility that current starter Bo Nix won't be fully and completely back to 100% when week 1 rolls around. This notion conflicts with recent comments from Broncos owner Greg Penner, who declared at the NFL's annual meetings that Nix is ahead of schedule from the broken ankle he suffered late in the playoff win against the Bills. From Rodgers' perspective, writes Mike, which team gives him a better chance to walk away with a second Lombardi trophy in his back pocket, the Steelers or the Broncos? It's all very early, and this is not an April Fool's Day gag, writes Mike. The Broncos could be turning to Rodgers at a time when the Steelers have assumed the position for the second straight offseason. My take on this, I think it lends more credence to what Batch said. If Aaron Rodgers wants a big raise and the Steelers aren't inclined to give him one, how do you get more money from your current employer? You dangle an opportunity somewhere else. Oh, all you can pay me is $13 million? Well, that's funny because here's a team that's better than you that made it all the way to the AFC Championship game that is willing to give me $25 million. So how about you up your offer? That's how I look at this.
Now,
I think it's a ploy.
The problem here is
true.
I don't run the Steelers because if I did,
you'd say goodbye.
Yeah. One, we wouldn't even be having this discussion because I would have already said goodbye and Aaron Rodgers would be drifting around out there wondering if anybody wants him. If I had had a momentary lapse in judgment and courted Aaron Rodgers to come back to my team and then I found out this was happening, I would say goodbye, see ya. When I saw one of our, I actually saw one of our chatters, Chad, talk about, he just said something. It made me go look this up right before the beginning of the show. Hey, hopefully the Broncos will take Rodgers off their hands. I was like, what? Went and looked at the story because I'd been kind of adrift all morning. Yeah. And I got very pumped up about the idea of somebody eliminating the Steelers from contention somehow.
All right, let's get to Mike Florio here, who joins us. Mike, his weekly spots with us, and he's moved up because we got a Pirates game to get to a little bit later on. They're playing in Cincinnati right now. And Mike's spots with us are brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. And he's on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Mike, your report on Aaron Rodgers to the Broncos, I just mentioned to Chris, we got Charlie Batch, who works for the Steelers and worked for the NFLPA, pointing out this week that Rodgers won't play for $13 million. And my spin on your story is, if Rodgers is trying to get more money out of the Steelers, a good way to do that is to say, hey, I might go play for the Broncos in 2026. Your thoughts?
Well, yes, but also let's look at everyone's motivations. And let's be clear. I'm not reporting that they're going to sign him. I'm not reporting they're bringing me in for a visit. I'm not reporting that they're doing anything tangible, but I had very good reason to believe he's on the radar screen. And I think the two key players in this are Aaron Rodgers and Sean Payton. Let's start with Rodgers. And let's be objective, Steelers fans. Please be objective with me. And I think many will agree with me on this. Between the Rodgers to Broncos and Rodgers to Steelers, which scenario gives him a better option and opportunity to exit with a Super Bowl trophy? Between the Broncos and the Steelers, I think it's a no-brainer. The Broncos were the 1 seed last year. The Broncos got to the AFC Championship last year. They brought back Vance Joseph as defensive coordinator. They have a very good defense. They have talent across the board. Yes, it's a tough division that they're in, but they got the 1 seed last year without Aaron Rodgers. So I think from Rodgers' perspective, walking off into the sunset with a Super Bowl championship, better chance of that happening in Denver. We'll start there. Can we at least stipulate to that basic fact?
Mike, if there are Steelers fans hearing you say this, disagreeing with you, they're probably huffing paint in their spare time, man.
Okay, so the other side of it is Peyton. Sean Payton is keenly aware of the fact that no coach has won a Super Bowl with 2 different teams. No one's ever done it. Bill Parcells got 2 teams there, but didn't win with the Patriots. Peyton would be the first. Look at the backlog of coaches to get into Canton, exacerbated this year by Bill Belichick being snubbed. It just pushes everyone back a year. Mike Shanahan, Mike Holmgren, there's coaches who should be in who aren't. How does Sean Payton ever get in? Here's a way, become the first guy to win Super Bowls with 2 different teams. And for those who would say, well, why does he want a 42-year-old quarterback? Well, when he resigned from the Saints, the plan was for him to be traded to the Dolphins, for Brady to go work for the Dolphins, and then a few months later, Brady magically unretires and plays. And it was a Tom Brady, Sean Payton partnership that they had planned, and it all got blown up after the fact when the league was investigating Brian Flores' allegations, and Brady was 45 at the time. So it's as simple as Payton making his own objective assessment. How do I get to the top of the mountain? I got all the pieces, and nothing against Bo Nix, but you got to make the comparison. You got to make the objective, rip the name off the jersey. Which guy is more likely to get me my bronze bust in Canton? And I don't think it's crazy for Payton to come to the final conclusion that maybe Rodgers gives him a better shot.
Man.
That is the part of it that has, maybe it's because I'm so biased and against Aaron Rodgers here, or I just have eyes. I'm really surprised that a guy with Peyton's level of expertise might even entertain the prospect that Rodgers is the better choice. Like, he would have seen what we all saw last year, Mike, a guy who might still have the acumen and the arm talent, but doesn't want to hang in there and make the throws.
Like, what would happen when Nix got healthy? He would just continue to, Rodgers would just keep starting and he would become a backup, Mike?
I don't think Rodgers would go there unless he had a pretty clear understanding he's going to play. I don't think his desire for another Super Bowl championship includes a willingness to be the backup to Bo Nix. Look, a lot's got to happen. But I was just stunned to hear anything beyond the Steelers connected to Rodgers. Because there's been nothing this year. Last year it was, well, if the Rams lose Matthew Stafford, who was given permission to seek a trade, if he goes, Rodgers is plan B. The Vikings and Rodgers talked. The Vikings decided to stand pat. They probably regret, in hindsight, when you look at the quarterback play they had last year, not saying yes to Aaron Rodgers. The Giants were a team that was kind of maybe in the mix. This year it's been nothing. Crickets for 3 weeks of free agency. Remember when Rodgers said, it was around week 17 or so, I think I'll have a few options in free agency. He's had none. This is the first one that I've caught any wind of. And the more I think about it, the more I talk to people about it, the more convinced I am it's at least a possibility. I know the Broncos were alarmed that it's even out there. They're trying to say it's an April Fool's joke. Look, I think that this is something that they're not thrilled got out before they were able to make, a firm and final, we're going to pursue this type of a decision, because it's all still kind of preliminary.
Mike, let's do the Charlie Batch part of this then next. He went on his show and he said unequivocally, Rodgers is not going to play for $13 million this year. He's just not. Even though he said last year it's not about the money, he said it very matter-of-factly. He's not going to play for $13 million. What's your understanding of the situation? Do you think part of why Rodgers went on McAfee's show and said, I have no contract, is the fact that he's trying to negotiate and suck more money out of the Steelers here?
Well, that would be a change from last year. Now, last year, his attraction for playing with Mike Tomlin was so strong, he was willing to take whatever the Steelers would give him. This year, the dynamics have changed. From the moment that Mike Tomlin stepped down, my first reaction was, well, there's no way Rodgers is going to be back in Pittsburgh this year. He went there specifically for Mike Tomlin.
And that's what Art Rooney said,
McCarthy.
Too. Art said the same thing.
And then when Mike McCarthy shows up, that's what introduced this idea of maybe he's inclined have a reunion. Maybe that's the right way to end his career. If you go back and read the reporting from Tyler Dunn, who was with Bleacher Report at the time, of the latter days and the final couple of years of McCarthy and Rodgers in Green Bay, it's not the prettiest possible picture. So I've always been just a little like, does Rodgers really want to do this again with McCarthy? So I don't know. Maybe the money's part of it. Maybe he's just looking around saying, hey, man, everybody's making a ton of money. They should be able to find a way to do a deal with me that would, they could kick the cap can down the road. Quarterbacks are getting paid at least $20, $25, $30 million. 13, that's not going to do it. Now, I don't know what the magic number is, but he didn't seem to be motivated by money last year. I don't know what would have changed between last year and this year.
I'm still struggling with the idea. Well, you know what? I'll forget about that. I'll ask a more direct question. If you had to break down the percentage chances on Rodgers' fate next year, I give you 3 options. How do you divvy these up percentage-wise? Plays for the Steelers, plays for the Broncos, is done playing NFL football.
I mean, look, I think this Broncos thing is extremely early. Again, I think that's why they're a little miffed that it got out. I still say for now the Steelers are the overwhelming destination for Aaron Rodgers. So I would say right now, I don't know, 75 Steelers, 15 doesn't play, 10
God,
Broncos,
I was hoping that Steelers number would be smaller.
A lower number on Broncos if I had a chance to do the math. It's just fractions and carrying the one and all that stuff. But I think that it's most likely the Steelers, option B, nothing, and then the Broncos, because beyond him having to want to go there, and remember that was one of the teams he was linked to when the reporting dropped out of the blue on draft day 5 years ago that the 49ers had tried to trade for him and the Packers said no. I remember the first round of the draft unfolding as the Broncos were getting closer and closer to being on the clock, thinking, are the Broncos going to make a move here? So it's not the first time he's been linked to them.
You just brought something up that I did want to get to here. Art Rooney said at the owners' meetings that he expected, at the league meetings, that he expected a decision before the draft. And I think people, including myself, very intelligently, if I'll compliment myself on this, pointed out that he wants a decision before the draft because of what you just mentioned. Art Rooney does not want Aaron Rodgers in the mystery and the fog that is his future hanging over this event in Pittsburgh. And so if Rodgers continues to let the Steelers twist into the wind and doesn't give them an answer by the draft, do you take what Art Rooney said this week to mean he might say at that point, hey, Aaron, you're out. We're not going to wait until May 1st this time. We're not going to wait until OTAs. If you don't let us know by April 20th, we'll start to look at Kirk Cousins or other guys.
I doubt that the Steelers would be that firm on it. Look, this all assumes that the Steelers don't already know what his inclination is. A year ago, at this moment, April 1, the Steelers knew that he was going to show up right before the mandatory minicamp. That was the deal they did when Aaron Rodgers made his secret visit to Pittsburgh. That wasn't a secret because somebody from the Steelers blabbed, and the next thing you know, it was out there. So I just think that the Steelers are hopeful, and maybe they know. I don't know. But nothing's done until it's done. Just ask the Ravens, the Raiders, and Max Crosby about verbal discussions. And, no oral verbal promise is worth the paper it's not printed on. So he still has the flexibility to do whatever the hell he wants to do. And I've had people raise the argument that they know it's going to be Rodgers, and they're going to do the big reveal in conjunction with the draft. And the wisdom in that comes from one specific argument. You got so many Steelers fans that are skeptical about another run with Rodgers. Is it possible that they're hoping that trotting him out then with this euphoria of hosting the draft, that somehow gets the fans to embrace Aaron Rodgers? I don't know, but I sense the same kind of skepticism from last year, if not greater, as to why are we, the Steelers, waiting around for a guy that no one else seems to be interested in.
That last thing you said there is like the key to me, this idea that maybe they announce it at the draft because there's that other euphoria. It's like a tacit admission. All of our fans think this sucks and is stupid and is going to go nowhere, but it's like the old Arrested Development meme. All these times, these people convince themselves that it'll work, and it never does. But maybe it will for us this time. And that's how I feel about the whole thing, Mike. I think the guy needs to not play football anymore.
Does having Rodgers under contract, or at least a loose agreement that it's it's going to be him before the draft. Does that help with the effort to avoid being leapfrogged for Ty Simpson? That would be the one strategic reason, if you can get the word out there, hey, we've got our quarterback, maybe the teams behind the Steelers feel less compelled to try to cut the line. Because that's the one reality. If they are interested in Ty Simpson, you get jumped at 19 and somebody else snatches him. Or are the Steelers at 20 or 21? I can never keep them straight. But wherever they are, whoever else below them would want him could cut the line. And if you have Rodgers, maybe someone's less inclined to try to move up.
Mike, you just brought up Ty Simpson's name again. You made waves here when you said, hey, you're hearing that the Will Howard hype is mostly poppycock. They really like Ty Simpson. Mike McCarthy went and talked effusively about Will Howard again at the AFC coaches breakfast and pointed out how, if he fixes his footwork, basically, he's going to have a good NFL starting quarterback. You were there. Do you still think it's BS what the Steelers are saying about Will Howard?
I just think it's one hell of a coincidence where the one job where Mike McCarthy lands just happens to already have on the roster this 6th-round quarterback that Mike McCarthy secretly loved. That would be a hell of a coincidence.
And said he would have drafted rounds earlier.
They've been working hard to sell this idea that they're fine with Will Howard unless and until Aaron Rodgers comes back. And we got to remember that that's part of this game. It's a combination of chess, checkers, and chicken when you're talking about the draft. You don't want the guy that you want to not be there because you were saying too much of the truth about what you really want. So the words right at this point mean nothing. They mean nothing anyone says at this point about anyone whose future could be impacted by free agent signings or draft picks matters. And you just have to look at everything through that lens.
Mike Florio, ladies and gentlemen, moved up early because we got a Buccos game and they're about to win and come home for opening day in Pittsburgh on Friday. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks, guys.
Mike Florio.
Big Pirates announcement, too, for this show.
Oh, I cannot wait to get to that.
Mm-hmm.
Rodgers, the idea that a team would go to the AFC Championship game, led by a second-year quarterback who beat Josh Allen in a playoff game.
And had to make some plays to actually do that.
And would voluntarily put that guy on ice or the back burner to court Aaron Rodgers at 43 years old. I have said a lot of times on this show when, before the Broncos started winning again, that I put Sean Payton in the rarefied air of guy who knows quarterbacks, even though he is smug and arrogant and, for the most part, unlikable. I do think he knows that position. And when we got Russell Wilson from the Broncos, Steelers fans, to try to make that move out to be a great move, wanted to undermine and downplay how much he knew about quarterbacks. If Sean Payton does bring in Aaron Rodgers, then I will take back everything.
Well, that was kind of, I should have just said that to Mike in so many words.
He's a much smarter guy than that. He has to be.
Well, I guess that maybe didn't shine through Mike's sort of incredulity about the idea that the Broncos would actually want him, which has been my main, have I made it clear? You're my co-host. Have I made it clear that I think the craziest thing about this is that these supposedly smart people keep trying to talk themselves or are allegedly connected to Aaron Rodgers? We watched him. We can see what he can and can't do anymore, man. The only way it makes sense that a guy like Peyton would want to bring him in, for real, is his ego overwhelms common sense, and he's like, with me in the fold, I'll make up an offense that this all-time great can run flawlessly even at 43. It would be ego winning out over his brain. That's it.
And I thought it was weird that before that AFC Championship game, he made such a big deal about the backup going in and how great the backup was, and I thought that was a subtle shot at Nix. But he drafted Nix. He loved Nix out of college.
He was the guy that pounded the table for him.
And Nix got them to the playoffs as a rookie when they got beat by Buffalo.
I have had to actually give him credit for Nix.
Yeah, so I thought that whole thing was strange. And then he announced Nix's injury right after that win over the Bills this year. And come to find out, Bo Nix, a couple weeks later, was hacked off that Sean Payton went into, not gruesome, but went into great detail about his injury. And then they had the tape, and then Peyton took play calling duties away from himself. I know I'm getting into a lot of Broncos talk here, but that's just because
loving this show.
I'm trying to get to the bottom of why would the Broncos appear as a potential suitor for Aaron Rodgers out of seemingly nowhere, out of the abyss. And that's the best I can do. That there's been a falling out between the coach and the quarterback there. The quarterback isn't healthy. And here comes a former MVP and a first ballot Hall of Famer to the rescue, even though he's super old.
To the rescue of whom? Teams in the Broncos division who don't want them to be good?
Yeah, if I were the Kansas City Chiefs and Los Angeles Chargers, I'd be very excited about the idea of Aaron
Do
Rodgers.
I want like this young and still rising quarterback who extends plays, or do I want old-ass Aaron Rodgers?
But I'd have to go back and look. Like when we ranked quarterbacks going into the AFC playoffs, every show on this station did it. I bet you there were shows and hosts who had Aaron Rodgers ranked ahead of Bo Nix. I guarantee you that. I'm sure we could go dig it up.
They were wrong, but yes, there were people who did. I think Nick's got put last by a couple people, and he shouldn't have been.
Not me.
Not me. I think I put Rodgers last by like a mile, is what I remember.
You had him as the absolute worst quarterback in the AFC playoffs?
I think I had him as the second worst quarterback in the entire NFL playoffs. I think I maybe put Bryce Young behind him, but Bryce Young made a better accounting of himself in their game.
I had Stroud ahead of him, but I regret that, even though the Texans won that game and then lost the next week in New England. Okay, the Buccos game is coming to an end. They are going to take 2 of 3 from the Cincinnati Reds and come home with an even record. So right now, as you flip over from listening to the game, I want to get your reaction on the Pirates at 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Paul Skeens started this game. We've got home runs by Pirates who were getting criticized 48 hours ago. All of that, 412-928-9370. And here is some added incentive. Best call on today's Pirates game is going to win 2 tickets to the night before the draft concert featuring Jason Aldean at Rivers Casino. That's on April 22nd. John Morgan and Shane Profit there too, powered by the power of Bowser. Winner must be 21 plus. You cannot buy these tickets. You can only win them. And the way to get them right now is to call in with us and talk about today's Pirates victory and how you are feeling about the Pirates right now at 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Person you love from, they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's get to Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Bottom 9 in Cincy, the Pirates hold an 8-3 lead after 4 runs in the top half of the 9th. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. And right now, if you've never, ever, ever bet on FanDuel before, new customers can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every day for 10 days. Let me explain to you how it works. Place any bet with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge using your bet reset token. And if it doesn't win, you'll get up to $300 back in bonus bets. That's every single day for 10 straight days. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up today. If you had bet the Pirates, who were a -144 favorite today with Paul Skeens, you'd be in very good shape. If you had bet like me, Paul Skeens to have more than 7 strikeouts, you would not be in good shape because even though Skeens was much sharper today than he was in Game 1, he still was not striking out a bevy of Reds. So play your game with FanDuel. You've got Penguins and Lightning tomorrow. You've got opening day coming up too. 21 plus in present Pennsylvania. Bonus bets are now withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Ticket tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Shenderovich and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The U.S. men's national team lost to Portugal 2-0 on Tuesday night. The result is off the heels of the U.S. men's national team losing to Belgium 5-2 on Saturday. The U.S. men's national team has never been more talented with players playing in Europe professionally. Is this team good enough to get out of group play? Do they have the heart to compete? Time is running out for them to figure it out. I'm Chris Black.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. And at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, like Green Car Journal's 4-time Family Green Car of the Year, the Mitsubishi Outlander. And with a 10-year warranty, 2 years of prepaid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside coverage, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence. Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Call 412-453-8035 for warranty, maintenance, and roadside assistance details.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability. Restrictions and terms at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting to see some very heavy gridlock on 79 as there are 2 accidents, one in the northbound lane right after the 79 interchange off of the Parkway West and heading southbound around the same area. On the voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Swinging a fly ball to right, and Brian Reynolds will admire this one. It's way back and gone. A long home run to right for Brian Reynolds. A 4-run ninth inning for the Pirates, and we're going to see a home at 3-3. The Bucs are up 8-3 here in Cincy.
See, Joe Block was fine with...
Hell of an announcer jinx he was courting.
He was fine at the top of the ninth inning for saying the game was over. You guys got on my ass at 1:45 for writing into the show script. Pirates win a series in Cincinnati. They were up 3-0 with Paul Skeens on the mound. Yeah. It's just like Seth Davis says, not the MILF hunter, but the basketball guy during the NCAA tournament.
Sharpie.
Pirates, Sharpie.
Okay. The combination of your jinxing history and the Pirates' overall history suggested that was a little premature.
All right, what a difference 2 games makes, really. That's where we'll start here on Bucko Postgame, 412-928-9370 to get in queue here and call in. All the regulars, your Mike in Newcastles, your Chuck in Uniontown.
There's Greg in Newcastle.
There's Greg in Youngstown.
There's a Greg in Elwood City on the line like now waiting.
412-928-9370. Best call. We'll get Jason Aldean tickets. Going into last night's game against the Reds, questions about O'Neal Cruz and Brian Reynolds. Since then, O'Neal Cruz has hit 3 homers. Brian Reynolds has hit 2. The Pirates win both games. They take a series on the road against Cincinnati. They had a losing record against the Reds, and they were pitiful against the NL Central last year. They go from 71 wins to the playoffs. They're going to have to beat the teams they're contending with in their own division. So mission accomplished here in this series, and mission accomplished for this road trip. Mets are the odds makers' favorites to win the NL East, even though they sucked at the end of last year. You salvage the game Sunday there, or the series, to not get swept 1-2. And then you win 2 out of 3 in Cincinnati. 3-3. You sign up for that. Play 500 on the road. Win your games at PNC Park. They were a decent team at PNC Park last year. They were absolutely atrocious on the road. So these are baby steps. They didn't play 2 garbage teams. They didn't play second division teams, as old-timers like to say about bad teams. That expression, second division. They didn't play the Nationals and Marlins to start the year. They played a team that made the playoffs and a team that's supposed to win 90-plus games. And they start 3-3. And Reynolds' bat woke up, and Cruz's bat woke up, and this team is not going anywhere unless those 2 guys hit, Chris.
Well, they rested their 2 best hitters coming into the game in O'Hearn and Lau. I saw Josh Roundtree kind of question that maneuver this early in the season, but it paid off for them. And
why is Roundtree getting a pop?
I don't know. I just like that he called him out for it. And
so did I.
And then immediately was like, I didn't see you call them out for it, Pony. I guess the algorithm doesn't show me your tweets willingly. Unless you taking a video of a thing happening on your TV like it's through a 2005 Motorola Razr, as somebody said. Anyway.
My phone's only an iPhone 11, and I'm getting it replaced tomorrow.
It doesn't matter. You're still taking video of a TV on the wall. Anyway, I do think one thing. I'm not trying to sound like Mr. Highfalutin because I get just as fired up early in the season about stuff as other people do. It's a 162-game schedule. It is a long-ass season. And I do think this early on, when Cruz has had a misplay like he had in the first game of the season, when Reynolds' timing looked as off as it did for basically the entire first series of the season, you're going to get people freaking out given how important each one of those guys is to any kind of winning season that they're going to have. And then you're going to have that boomerang effect right back when both of them go off in a big way in the last 2 games of the series to more or less power you to a series victory. So I think where it's a little bit of a prisoner of the moment thing, I'll say this, it's been very encouraging to see Cruz. I think my biggest takeaway about all of it is We heard about how he worked with Kiermaier. Hasn't really paid off yet. Although I thought that was more Reynolds than Cruz yesterday myself.
It was.
I don't think that's how it got viewed on Twitter because Cruz is kind of public enemy number one when he steps on the field.
Still should catch the ball, but not his fault.
Yes, I would agree with both those things, ultimately. We also heard the other thing he did that was part of the O'Neal Cruz is serious now, or like he's really like working hard to be better, was he hired a left-handed batting practice coach, a guy to throw him BP.
What do you think that job paid?
Well, Cruz hasn't made like a big cash-in number yet. You think he paid a guy $50,000 to throw him lefty BP on a regular basis?
For how many months would that be? From November to...
Let's say he did it for... Let's say he took like a month off.
So he did. So 3 months?
3 months of pretty intensive, hey, come and throw me lefty BP. Presumably, does O'Neal...
50K?
Does he go back to the Dominican Republic when he's in the offseason?
Probably.
Okay. He was getting ready for the WBC. I'd say 50K.
Throwing a bucket of Presidentes, too?
Yeah, sure. Some cold suds when he wants them.
All right.
50K sound about right?
That's doable for former ball players over there.
All right. Well, I mean, that's encouraging for me. I thought, looked pretty comfortable at the plate. He still swings and misses because he's going for home runs. 2 of his 3 home runs are bombs off of left-handed pitchers.
And that's more than he hit all of last year.
Yeah, to me, that's the big story here. If you're going to take something from what those 2 did, he did 2 very well-known things the offseason to try to get better in weak areas. One hasn't really paid dividends, and one has so far. And he's also... Part of that is you see enough of it, right? Isn't the whole thing you're not just supposed to be more comfortable, but you're able to quickly recognize mistakes from left-handed pitchers? He's gotten 2 mistakes. A 3-1 cutter that got left right over the middle, and one today that got left where it shouldn't have been, and he's destroyed them.
All right, we'll go to calls here on the Buccos as you switch over from listening to the game. 412-928-9370. Anything you want on these Pirates. Best call, doesn't have to just agree with us. Most entertaining, interesting call is going to win tickets to see Jason Aldean. These are very hot tickets. We had a ticket drop at Bowser in Monroeville, and literally, I think 500 people showed up. So people want these tickets, and you can have them if you call in here in the next few minutes, 412-928-9370. Donnie, your quick thought here on the Buccos. Let's get your 2 cents, and you'll host after us tonight at 6. Your knee-jerk reaction to what just happened today in Cincinnati and this whole series in Cincinnati.
I'm waiting for the first caller that still says they should trade O'Neal Cruz, get rid of this bum. He's worthless.
No, it's going to be the opposite now. It's going to be now that the value is high.
Trade him now.
Trade him while the value is sky high.
Is skyrocketing.
As if other GMs in the league are like going game by game to decide whether a guy sucks or not.
Yeah, I mean, okay, he's a frustrating player. He makes some boneheaded plays out in center field, but you can't take this guy out of the equation.
That,
you can't. I mean, he's in a position, and we're seeing Brian Reynolds too, back-to-back games where both of those guys go yard. What can happen now that there are other real bats in their lineup for the first time those guys have ever gotten to experience?
Although not really today. I mean,
not really. I mean, they
last night they had O'Hearn and Lau, but tonight they had Nick Gonzalez and Marcelo Zuna as lineup protection, and Nick York hit behind Cruz.
They scored 8 runs in a game where they didn't have their 2 best bats early in the season.
Pony, you got to give Nick Gonzalez a little break. He had a very big hit in this game.
No, I'm saying overall going in.
I know.
I mean, Nick Gonzalez went 2 for 5. He's hitting 333.
He ain't Brandon Lau early on.
No, he's off to a good start though.
Yeah.
I mean, and the 2 guys that are in the crosshairs because Connor Griffin's not here, and that's another topic we'll get into on today's show. Nick Gonzalez batting 333. That's good. Played shortstop last night, and then you've got Nick. Then you've got Jared Triolo, the Big Oak. 1 for 3 with a walk today, so it was on base twice. That's good, but still batting 150 with a 461 OPS. All right, I teased your calls. I wanted your calls. Let's get to your calls, beginning with Ezra in Indiana. Hello, Ezra.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
How about this? March 31st, and Reynolds is getting a hot bat already. It doesn't happen very often, so I'll take that. I know we're in a park where you hit a lot of home runs, and you should. And we were facing a division team. We took 2 out of 3. That was clutch. Like you guys said, O'Hearn and Lauer on the bench, and we got it done. I think one big factor was, I know Kevin Young has been talking on the radio about how we're getting first and second and nobody out. And we're not bringing people in. We're starting to do that. We're getting guys on base. Feels like almost every game.
Well, they needed the traffic cone to get them home. They needed that to show them. Thank you, Ezra. The direction. That was the point of that.
Ezra didn't get the tickets, so you got to be better than Ezra, Pony, if you want to win these tickets.
What's their most famous song? Is it the Wooster? Who sings that?
The Wooster?
That would be Alice in Chains.
Yeah. Two very similar bands. Alice in Chains.
And it's called
Ezra.
We've Come to Stop the Rooster?
Snuff. It's about I think
one of their dads
in
was in Vietnam.
Yeah, it's about Vietnam.
And they called him the Rooster.
And who are they? Wait, so his dad was the rooster that was in the Viet Cong or trying to snuff him out?
I don't know if it was Lane Staley's
Because then they say, we ain't gonna die.
But one of the band members' dads.
Maybe Jerry Cantrell.
Yeah, and he was just some badass in Vietnam.
I'd love to play that song, but we're not allowed to do fun things like that anymore.
Oh, yeah, we would get taken down.
I would say that Desperately Wanting is probably better than Ezra's biggest one.
I think Ezra did make a good point, though. One of the things you got to do when you play, I would say the two teams in your division where this is true, when you play them on the road, the Reds and the Brewers, okay? You're going to try to beat them at the long ball. Chicks dig the long ball, try to hit the gopher ball, try to hit the deep ball. Home runs. They're home run ballparks. I would wager, and this is probably true most places, but you hit more home runs in their team, you win, but there's usually quantity. There's a lot of them in those two places. Those stadiums are big-time power parks. A lot of home runs get hit there. And I feel like over the years, because the Pirates have played in the NL Central now for so long, almost more than 30 years, those teams, even though they haven't been great the entire time, they're built for their ballpark to hit home runs there. The Pirates are not typically built to hit a lot of home runs because power is expensive. Mm-hmm. It's not a cheap commodity.
The most expensive thing other than starting pitching.
So that usually puts them behind the 8 ball when they go play teams on the road like the Reds and Brewers. And in this series, the home run bats came out, and I think, I haven't looked at the latest stats, but I think the Pirates lead the National League in home runs, Malsey. They're number one. And they
how
were
many
last year.
2 went out today? Cruz is 3-runner, and then Reynolds. So they hit 2.
That's 10 on the year.
I think that would put them number one. They're also, by the way, hitting them with runners on base. I mean, what is Earl Weaver? What was his favorite way to play baseball? Homer. Get guys on base, walk or a single, and then have somebody with a big bat.
You ever hear the Manager's Show with Earl Weaver? You should go listen to that on YouTube.
I believe Earl Weaver had a few meltdowns on there that were not fit for the FCC.
Here's Jason in the car. Hello, Jason.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, real quick, 3 points. My son just fell asleep in the back seat, so I got to be quiet here.
That's fine. I've been there.
We understand.
All right, so one, I like Arnel Cruz, and I like Reynolds trying to figure it out here. That's helped. If those guys get taken care of, it would help a lot. 2, I want to tread lightly. As Malsey was saying, it's a very, very long season. So, I mean, we're on the up and up, which is fantastic. And 3, if I get these tickets, I am in you-know-what with my wife right now. So, Donnie, opportunities like this fella, you got to capitalize on because this would really help.
Pony.
I have to.
Yeah, come on.
Jason, you can have the tickets.
He appeals to the tugs at the heartstrings, kid in the back seat. He's got to be quiet, wants to get on the wife's good side. I mean, come on. Checked every box. By the way, they do lead the NL.
Hold on. Let me see if Jason, you still there?
Yes, sir.
Can you, for clean it up for air, can you tell us what has you in hot water with the missus?
I was going to tell Donnie off the air. I really can't.
Okay. All right.
Tell Donnie, and then Donnie's going to have to use his special filter to sanitize it for us. I didn't hear hot water there. I thought he just meant I want to make my wife happy. I didn't realize he's also doing this as a mea culpa.
Yeah, I think he's. Let's put it this way.
Yeah.
He's the Reds, and he just gave up a 3-run homer to Cruz in the first
I think
inning.
she's coming to snuff the rooster if he doesn't get these tickets. By the way, Pony, if you can name the only other team in the major leagues entering today, because now the Pirates have 10 after today, but entering today, one team had 10 home runs. Who was it? Or is it?
The A's.
Close. The Angels somehow have 10.
And they're losing every game, and they're winless. That's the Angels now.
The White Sox have 8 as well.
All right. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Could have more tickets to give away, so keep calling in, 412-928-9370. Pirates 8, Reds 3 here on Bucko postgame with the PM team. Pirates take 2 of 3. They now come home to play the home opener against the Orioles on Friday, and we will be live from Federal Street outside of PNC Park for that one. First couple of guys calling in, and they are singing the praises now of Brian Reynolds and O'Neill Cruz. Are you ready to do so? 412-928-9370. We'll do a Bucko Minute when we come back, but first a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Final Four is set in men's college hoops. Illinois and UConn Saturday just after 6 p.m. Arizona and Michigan Saturday night just before 9 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Okay, Comer and Cross, guys. My garage. We just had our cleaning people over yesterday, and they remarked to me that they were impressed with the new garage floor. And they were asking about who did it and when I had it done and how much it cost and all those things. And I was very excited. I was giddy, let's say, to share the details and talk about my friends, and I emphasize friends, at Comer and Cross. They'll treat you like a friend because when they tell you they're going to be somewhere, they will be there, and they will get the job done that day. They will give you the garage floor you've always wanted in just one day. That's all it's going to take for them. Not because they half-ass it, but because they're so good at their job. No subcontractors here. These are pros. Go with the gold standard, Comer and Cross, and get a garage that's guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift again, like epoxy or paint. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and schedule a free, quick, and easy estimate before the schedule fills up. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer and Cross.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. And Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
As we emerge from a tough winter, it'll certainly mean a ton of home repairs this spring. But there's good news. Great home equity loan rates at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union have already blossomed. It's Dan Zangrilli. I've been a member for a few years, and right now you can get a home equity loan for as low as 5.25% APR. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions and to see if you qualify. It costs just $5 to become a member at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, an equal housing lender.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Home team, a new pirate generation, everybody shout, let's go!
Is this song going to withstand the test of time? Are we going to be long dead in the years 2080 and they're talking about PNC Park like it's Fenway Park or Wrigley? And our kids are going to be old? And the Pirates are going to beat the Austin Toros 6-2 at PNC Park.
Man, can you imagine this song in 2080?
And they're going to blast this. Well, they're still playing New York, New York after Yankees wins.
That's true. I can imagine. So that will be in how many years? 65 years?
Yeah.
I can imagine one 115-year-old person going, road, road, road.
The new generation they were talking about, all the guys on that team will be dead by then. Think about that.
It'll be the new descendants.
It is a banger, though. I have to admit, I don't know who this local
You're
band
into
is.
this?
I've always been into it. When the Pirates get a big win and you're at the game, and it's an epic win, and this comes on as they either celebrate a walk-off or they're doing the handshake line on the mound, I get hyped for that. Call me nerdy baseball fan or geeky baseball fan. I get a jolt from that. Do you, Donnie? You agree with that? They've got a big win. Thank you.
It's the Buzz Poets. I think the Buzz Poets are behind a lot of the
Pirate songs.
Well, just a lot of the big hits. They had their own famous song about wanting a girl who chewed Copenhagen.
Really?
Yeah, it was. I need a girl that chews Copenhagen. When she opens up her mouth, all her teeth are falling out. That was the big hook.
I've never dated a girl who chewed on the regular.
But you've dated girls who
have tried it
periodically?
Yeah.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a weird one, I think.
Why is chew like such a gender-specific thing, it seems like?
That's what I'm kind of saying here. Like if you met a girl, like we've gone out a few times, it didn't happen while you were going out those first couple times. Maybe you go back to her house and you see she's got a big thing of male pouch tobacco.
Like, I don't think I'm being sexist here. I feel like tampons are for women and chew is for dudes.
One is a health product.
I know that. But I'm just saying, like,
they're not the same thing.
I've never seen a female with buy a tin of dip in my entire life. I just haven't.
I know.
And I've been down to West Virginia several times.
Donnie, I don't listen to this woman's music, but I think her name is Gretchen Wilson.
Oh, if there ever was a type, I could see her doing it.
She dips, I think. I think she
Still
wrote
on the regular.
I think she wrote a song about chewing. Yeah.
You don't think you don't think she's cleaned up her act at all, though?
Well, doesn't she have the song "I'm Here for the Party"?
Yes,
or whatever?
that was also a long time ago. 20 years ago, I was here for the party. Now I want to go home and watch games and be to bed by 11.
Gretchen Wilson chewing tobacco. She was pressured to stop using skull. Hold on.
What'd I tell you?
To stop. You're wrong. AI. Pressured by Tennessee officials to stop using Skoal smokeless tobacco as a prop during her performances, particularly while singing Skull Ring.
But
she's writing songs about it.
Is she still doing it?
I think if she wrote songs about how much she loves Skoal, she's probably still doing
Listen
it.
to the PM Team On Demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get more Bucko reaction. Donnie Kelly, you're going to hear from him. Donnie, he's talking right now. Make sure we get this. Paul Skeens as well before we're done at 6. Donnie follows us. Let's talk to Greg in Elwood City. Hello, Greg.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, man.
Hey, first of all, it feels really good to be this excited about the Pirates this early in the season. Enough so to listen to them while I'm at work. Got down to
wait, were you really? Hold on, Greg. Were you really down on them after 4 games, though?
Oh, I was down on them after Cruz made that error in the first game.
Oh, brother, you're not going to survive the season with this kind of like peaks and valleys here. There's a long way to go.
Right. It's a rough season, but or it's a hard life. Anyways, I'd really like to see them bring Griffin up. I think it would open up avenues to get some of these other guys back in their natural positions.
So Triolo to third?
Yeah, Triolo to third.
I'd play Gonzalez at third with the way he's hitting right now.
Well, that was why I sort of said it and left it open-ended, because Triolo has been atrocious at the plate. I know he had, a hit today? I think one
and a walk.
Hit and a walk. He came in lugging in a 118 average, a 387
he got it up
OPS.
to 150 today.
Yeah, well, congratulations on all his success. Gonzalez, to his credit, has been pretty good at the plate, hitting 333 or whatever.
Look, I think that when you only have a small number of games, and that's all you have to react to, the fact that fans are talking about Pirates games like it's a Steelers game and there's only such a small number of games is natural. I know that I've done that, and I've been a baseball fan for practically my entire life. I am still that way. And you try to tell yourself repeatedly, it's only 3 games, or it's only 4 games, or now it's only 6 games. But when all you have is 6 games, you react to them like that's all that matters. And if your team gets off to a 6-0 start, you think they're going to be good. If they start 0-6, you think the season's over. But if a 6-game winning streak happened in June, you wouldn't make as much of it, I don't think. But that's just I don't know. I hear the caller say that, and it speaks to me because I think that's just the way that we are wired as human beings, as sports fans. It's very difficult to be the guy who says, all right, let's pump the brakes. Anything good, let's not react to. Anything bad, let's not react to either. So what are we supposed to do for 4 hours on this show then when we talk about Pirates? Just say it's only 6 games, it's only 6 games, it's only 6 games, it's only 6 games?
Well, this feels like a personal attack at me now because I have been sort of noting that.
It's fine to point that out because it's obviously true.
I do think the one trend that isn't just a, hey, look at it for 6 games, even though it absolutely could go sideways, is the Crews having 2 of the 3 bombs off of lefties. Steve tweets in, I remember girls trying chew in high school, but the ultimate was seeing a woman with a mullet and a flannel shirt put in a chaw bigger than Jason Kendall at a Cabela's like 15 years ago. I was in awe.
What if it said I was in love?
I think that kind of goes without saying.
Donnie, has Sarah ever put a big chew in?
No
You ever hang out with Sarah and she just puts a big old dip in?
Absolutely
Hey,
not.
Donnie, pass this in. I want to get a little rush here.
No, she has not.
Not a chance.
Here's Rob in West Mifflin. Hello, Rob.
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing,
We're
man?
good, Rob.
Hey, I called in, Pony, man. I can't let you get that tattoo, man. Like, come on, Pony. I got a lot of love for you, man. After I met you on a Christmas party.
No,
man.
it's going to happen if they make the playoffs. I'm going to get that 70s Bucko logo on my ass.
Not just your ass, your right ass cheek.
No,
Yeah. Why
Pony.
no?
Pony, you can't do that, man.
Why not?
Who else is going to see it but his wife?
The nipples piercings happened and now they're gone. So I'm not going to.
I know, but you already got your nipples pierced. Come on, man.
Rob, that just tells you how much he cares about the job. He's willing
And
to
how
turn his body
dedicated I
into a
am to
pin
Pittsburgh
cushion.
sports teams. Exactly.
I'll get one with you, man. We just get it anywhere else.
Well,
I'll
you
get
can.
One with you, and I'll pay
You
for
can
it.
just get one on your bicep or something cool.
I said that the day that I made that declaration. Anyone who wants to get the tattoo with me can do it. It doesn't have to be on their ass, though. So you can get one on your bicep. You can get it on your back. You can get it on your wrist. You can get it wherever you want. I'm cool with that.
I know, but
now, do you think they're going to be good enough for that to actually happen? Do you believe that they're a playoff team?
Yeah, they
You
are.
do?
Man. I see a big. Yeah, they're going to run away with it, man. I'm
Run
telling you.
away? Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
So give us a win total, Rob, in West Mifflin.
I said this a couple years ago that if they ever got some protection for Cruz and Reynolds, that you're going to see those guys take a giant leap. And I'm telling you.
Okay, so give us a win total, Rob. Put a number on it, buddy.
What is it? 162. I'm going to say 88 and 74.
That won't run away with the division because the Cubs are in the division, among other things. But it'll probably, I would say there's a 90+% chance they're in the playoffs. I'll say this much too. O'Hearn and Lau were their best offensive players leading into this game. They still are, I think, by the numbers. Both have OPSs over 1,000. If you get, I'm not saying the versions of Cruz and Reynolds we've got in the last 2 games, or they're going bombs away here. But if you get good Cruz, whatever that looks like, and good Reynolds, and then those two play like they have, so, good versions of those two, you have 4 guys in your lineup that are real bona fide, like, professional hitters who have to be dealt with, right? And then if you bring Griffin up, you assume you're going to have a 5th guy that has to truly be dealt with and respected. That, I think, is the plan. The one huge negative through 6 games, Marcelo Zuna looks like a dud right now.
And we saw McCutcheon get another hit when we were watching that
Looks like a dud right
Rangers
now.
game in the back.
He looks feeble.
Do you think that the ass is the best place to get a tattoo?
As far as pain?
Just like they say, if you're going to get shot anywhere, you want to get shot in the butt like Joey Porter.
Because there's a lot of tissue there?
Yeah. Is that actually, of all the places on the body, the least painful place to do it? Because it's not grinding away at bone.
No, it's just fat. It's just fat. I would say yes, probably it is. I know that feet are
Maybe
like
a
the
belly?
Feet are the worst place.
Like, that Philly sports fan that has like his belly button is the mouth of the Philly fanatic, and he has all the that's all on fat. He's a very heavy man.
He's definitely sleeping around. He's probably got the ladies loving him.
I guess if I had boobs, that would be another place where it wouldn't hurt as much.
No, I think your butt, if you're a dude, your butt is probably the place where it hurts the least. I've heard feet are just the absolute worst. Alex has a tattoo on her foot, and she's like, that one hurt by far the most.
Why did she pick the feet?
I don't know. Alex has like 22 tattoos, I think, at this point.
Have you asked her about like this decision on my part, if I'm going to be in any pain or agony or distress?
Do you want me to just say, hey, Andrew's going to get a tattoo of a Pirates logo on his butt cheek if they make the playoffs? Will that hurt or not?
Yes.
I will. Okay.
Like scale of 1 to 10 on a pain tolerance.
She does not have a tattoo on her rump, but
rump.
You like that? You like the use of rump there?
What are you, first grade teacher over here? All right, class, sit on your rumps. Let's all get quiet and read a book
No, I'll ask
together.
her. She's sort of an expert on the concept of tattoos.
Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. Forecast looking good for Pirates home opener on Friday. Temperatures in the 70s with only a 35% chance of rain. It was much higher earlier in the week. All right, O'Neal Cruz has hit 3 home runs in the last 2 days. Do you out there owe O'Neal Cruz an apology? Don't be shy right now. I want you to call in and state your case on this. Is it time for you to say, I'm sorry, O'Neal Cruz, I shouldn't have got on your ass the way that I did after just a couple of games? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. I mean that it's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 22 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
For tonight, expect showers and thunderstorms early. 1 or 2 storms may be severe with lows in the mid-50s. On Thursday, expect mostly cloudy to partly cloudy conditions and a high of 80 degrees. Slight chance of an afternoon thunderstorm with southwest winds at around 10 to 15 miles per hour. I'm KDKA First Alert meteorologist Trey Fulbright with your forecast.
What's up, everybody? It's Hooks with Westwood One Sports. Coming up Saturday in the big college basketball tournament, Illinois a 1.5-point favorite against UConn in the national semifinal, total 139.5. Now, UConn going to draw a lot of support following its win over Duke this past weekend, but Illinois is the better team. I think Illinois wins, and I think Illinois covers. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Thor Dickerson here. Looking for an easy way to raise money for your youth sports team or organization this season? Keystone Custom Apparel has a brand new fan club fundraiser designed specifically for sports teams. Each player receives a custom shirt featuring the names of their supporters on the back. Supporters simply donate $20 per name, enter their name online, select their favorite player, and check out. No collecting money from parents, no complicated order forms, no headaches. Most teams raise $2,000 to $5,000 with this program. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com or give them a call, 724-206-0285 to get started today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting to see some very heavy gridlock on 79 as there are 2 accidents, one in the northbound lane right after the 79 interchange off of the Parkway West and heading southbound around the same area. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off windows. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Buccos are coming back to Pittsburgh, 500 for the home opener. They take down the Reds today, 8-3. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a hump day edition of the PM team.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
now behind in the count. Here's the pitch. Swinging a fly ball deep right field, and Cruz has done it again. A long home run to right. A 3-run shot in the first inning. Another home run for O'Neill Cruz. 3-0 Pirates in the first.
All of last year, O'Neill Cruz hit 1 home run against left-handed pitching. Hit 1 last night against the Reds' 5th starter, Williamson. I want to keep saying Corliss Williamson.
I want to say Scott Williamson, the
who
old
also
Reds
pitched
reliever.
for the Reds.
Yeah.
And today, off of a guy I want to call Jim Abbott.
Tank Abbott?
Donnie kept calling him Tank Abbott in the back. Calling him Tank Abbott. I don't even know who that is.
That home run wasn't a work, brother. That home run was a shoot, dude.
Yeah, there's a certain radio host in town that had some contact with Tank Abbott.
Yeah, Mark Madden wrestled Tank Abbott.
In a Levon
That's what you
Kirkland
guys
jersey.
told me. Who won?
Not Mark Madden. If he
one of those guys fought mixed martial arts.
In the wrestling biz, if he were to go over Tank Abbott clean, it would be a very bad idea.
Yeah,
for
Tank
business.
Abbott's career would be over.
Correct. He would be that would be news.
Would you say
that
that was
a
a low
jobber.
point in Tank Abbott's career?
No, I think they all love the angle and the gimmick. Yeah, but I mean, if he were to get pinned 1, 2, 3, that would be bad.
So we came on the air Monday after O'Neill Cruz's gaffes in New York over the weekend with misplays on opening day, obviously, and then Sunday he was getting criticized by the Pirates broadcast team for lackadaisical play. Since then, he has hit 3 home runs, and his OPS is over 1,000. These are the things that make him such enigma. Frankly, there's great in there. Like, he lives on extremes. There's great, like what we saw again today. Things that, like, only 1% of the very best major league hitters can do. And then he has horrible, like, Merkel Boner plays where 99% of baseball players, or if not more in the major leagues, make the plays all the time.
He makes errors in plays that guys down in the lower levels of college would make. He fails to make them.
Tomlin used to say, make the routine plays routinely. He does the opposite of that. He does not do that.
No.
But he does things that are like unicornish.
Here's the easy way to say it. He does unicorn things both bad and good. He makes plays so bad you can barely comprehend them, and he makes plays so great you can barely comprehend them.
And here's why I'm actually going to say, I will admit this. O'Neill Cruz is owed an apology after what's happened here to start the season, because there's a difference now. You know, this is not a I was going to say Spike Lee. That's not the guy's name. Stan Lee, to whom more is given, more is expected situation where you've got to carry the entire team and be Atlas, put the team on your back. There are other really good hitters. O'Hearn, Lau, Reynolds is a former All-Star. Griffin will be here soon. You don't have to be Hercules. You don't have to be amazing. Just be good. You know, hit 30 home runs, steal 30 bags, hit 250. Don't be an idiot in center field. You do those things, A, the Pirates are going to win a lot of games, and B, you're going to make yourself a lot of money. And if he does that, and I think he's capable of doing those things, then I think this will work out in the end. And that's why I would say, like, if the expectation right now was for him to be their best player, I would still say is a very long way to go. But that's not the expectation this year, Chris.
That was my whole thesis.
What, like their 5th best player?
That was my whole thesis, was because Skeens is going to get attention because he's the best pitcher in the sport, because Griffin was going to get attention because, one, when he's not up, it'll be when will he come up, and when he comes up, he will immediately become the biggest prospect in baseball to make that jump, and then he'll get a lot of scrutiny. And for the fact that they have a bunch of new players, I thought in an ideal world Cruz could fly lower under the radar than he's had to in recent years and maybe just produce. And after an admittedly atrocious first game where he looked like somebody shot his dog in the outfield once those plays had happened, he looked completely crestfallen. He's managed to shake it off, and he has done what he does when he's going well. He's a streaky player at the plate at core. he is massacring baseballs. And I do think it is a thing. I think you can owe him an apology in this way. I think a lot of people scoffed at he helped him. He tried to get better by having Kevin Kiermaier. Oh, he had lefties throwing him more batting practice in the offseason to get more used to it. And people said, even if he did do that, it isn't going to matter. He's this, he's that. He doesn't care. The lefties throwing him batting practice has mattered because two lefties have
doubled his home run total.
Two lefties have thrown him two mistakes: a 3-1 cutter that shouldn't have been where it was, and a pitch and a hanging curve. And those two balls have been annihilated.
Donnie, have you ever seen the movie Trouble with the Curve?
No,
Clint
that's
Eastwood,
Justin
Timberlake,
like old Clint Eastwood.
Ava
right?
Adams or what? Not Ava Adams.
Amy Adams.
Who's Ava Adams?
I don't know if you want to go down that road.
She has two D's in her last name, my friend. And I think I don't think that was a Freudian
Kevin
slip.
Gorman now?
Yeah. Oh, man. Take a seat, Pony.
I wouldn't search that name on your work computer.
No, do not.
Why not? I think I could do it on Twitter, don't you?
I mean, you're going to see some things that are going to distract you.
You also have the computer that faces
away from anything.
Hallway.
Yeah,
content creator. She's got 1 million followers.
Oh, she's creating content. Oh, yeah.
The only person she's followed by that I know is Mark Madden.
Who else is she? Okay, so followers in common or something like that?
That's
okay.
Soft chaos, slow mornings, and wanderlust.
Oh, there's lust. There's lust for
sure. You even seen that movie? It's not one of the better baseball movies.
Isn't it more like about him as an aging scout? Like it's a human interest story?
It's just Clint Eastwood being Clint Eastwood, where he's crotchety and old. Exactly.
Back in my day, we studied these guys on tools.
Yeah. And I think Justin Timberlake is trying to go the analytics route. I don't even remember. It wasn't that good. All right, let's hear where Pirates fans are on Cruz.
Dave Pancake in the YouTube chat. He's Andrew Filipporni at this point. Very good, Dave Pancake. Very good.
Here comes Maureen in Bethel Park to start us off. Hello, Maureen.
Hello, guys.
Hi.
Hi, Maureen.
I wanted to say that I do not owe an apology because I didn't give up on him and I didn't criticize him.
Good for you, Maureen.
If you use in the generic way, broadcasters and fans do owe him an apology.
So, like Greg Brown saying lackadaisical play, do you think he should go on the air and say sorry?
No, because in that particular game, he saw lackadaisical play. But after they went 1-3, he didn't go wild and berserk and say, let's get rid of him.
Well, I think that's mostly been callers who have said that. Has any host said that?
Like, get rid of him?
Yeah, I mean, Anthony in Oakland went on the postgame show. Donnie was producing, and didn't he say just cut him pretty much, Don? Am I putting words in Anthony's mouth? So basically, got to get rid of him, right? Like, that's it. It's got to be done with.
First game.
Yeah.
I think we've seen a couple people still, I think probably at this point, trolling a little bit, say you've still got to, he'll never sign here, you've got to get rid of him. Like, okay, that's assuming a lot of different things.
All right, by that logic, should the Penguins have traded Anthony Mantha at the trade deadline because he's probably not going to sign back here? Want to play that game now?
I'm not even taking it that seriously. One thing I do kind of want to say, Jake Mangum, I think, is a nice player. He's very easy to root for because he does play baseball in a throwback way. He plays 1 billion miles an hour. I think he is a very objectively good defender.
Yes.
Right? He tries to have very competitive at-bats and put the ball in play.
Yep.
Jake Mangum went 0 for 5 today.
But did you see how hard he ran?
It is, hold on, I'm not even going to do that usual bit. It is, I would say, very likely.
He also came up with the cone idea.
I know, but I would say it is very likely, very possible at the bare minimum, that O'Neal Cruz's 3 home runs are more than Jake Mangum will hit all season. Okay? He is going to, I think, produce in maybe 2 months what I expect Mangum to produce all year. So I just want to keep that in perspective.
I don't think home runs are the end-all, be-all, but I get what you're saying. He hit 3 home runs all of last year in 118 games, Jake Mangum.
He had 428 plate appearances. The ball doesn't go over the fence a lot.
Yeah.
He's a
singles hitter.
Do you know what he is?
He's a punch-and-Judy hitter.
He is a very good 4th outfielder in this sense. If you like your 3 outfielders that play and you think that all of them have good offensive attributes but maybe lack defense, he is a perfect late-inning 4th outfielder or an occasional day-off guy to throw up at the top of the order and say, try to get on base and create some havoc.
If he got on base a little bit more, I would say he's more than that, but he doesn't get on base other than singles.
So that's my bottom line with him. And Cruz showed you these last 2 games what he can do. He changes games. You make a mistake to him in the first inning of this game, and he hits the ball, what was that, about 440 feet on a line? I know it's a bandbox, and the ball flies out of there. You make mistakes to him last night. Man, how much more reassuring was last night's ninth inning once he took that one out of the park, once he got that insurance home run for them when they got a little bit hairy late in the game.
And he seemed like he knew that there was a lot of heat on him, the way that he acted at, like, rounding the bases the second time.
Like, kind of doing the thank God kind of gesture, like put his hands up.
Yeah. Like, not like mean, like get off my back, but like, see what I'm capable of doing? Let's all chill.
He's gonna be a player that perpetually, I think, makes people a little bit insane. You'll have a lot of those, and I hope for his sake and for every person listening's sake, we get more of today and yesterday.
Maureen was doing the wag your finger at fans, like calling him out for the way they've talked about him and treated him.
Maureen sounds like she's a steady Eddie out there in Bethel Park.
Here's Matt up in Erie. Hello, Matt.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
So I may owe O'Neal Cruz an apology. I mean, the drops in center field, like Brown said, lackadaisical play. But he has shown what he can do at the plate against lefties, which is tremendous. I mean, not only if he can stay not just above the Mendoza line, but if he can hit 250, we're talking about a guy who can hit 40 home runs, who can help deliver us a championship. I
think you get a little ahead of yourself there, but I get what you're saying. Like, he's an X-factor player. I'm not going to say win a championship because I'm not going to, get that over my skis. But I understand where the sentiment comes in, where there's such a, isn't the word that the stat people use is delta?
Yes.
Like, the delta of outcomes for him are so all over the map, where he could literally be a minus WAR player, or he could potentially put up numbers that put him in the MVP conversation.
If we were
it's really that vast with him.
It's a huge range of outcomes, and if we were doing this in NFL terms, the way they talk about players, you'd say he is a low floor, high ceiling player. The floor can be absolutely atrocious and make you not want to watch anymore. The ceiling, which we've never really seen for an extended period of time, more than maybe a month here or there, the ceiling is intoxicating.
Donnie Kelly next, plus your calls. Do you owe O'Neal Cruz an apology? He lifts the Pirates to a series win in Cincinnati. 2 home runs last night, another homer to kickstart things today. Be honest. Be man enough or woman enough to call in and say, look, I was wrong. I'm back on this guy's bandwagon. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. That is also the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Person you law firm, they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We're back in 2 minutes, but first a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Penguins dominant in their back-to-back. They beat the Red Wings last night 5-1. Stuart Skinner, 22 saves, and the 30th goal of the season for Anthony Mantha. Pens visit the Lightning tomorrow night. Puck drop in Tampa set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Yes, thank you so much, Don. Let's talk about Mike's Beer Bar. And I love Mike's. Mike's is a place to go on Friday. I will be there before the game, surrounded by Buccos fans in the euphoria that is the return of baseball and spring and summer and a lot of great days and nights over there watching baseball right next door at PNC Park. But it's also a place that's more than just your pregame and postgame hangout. It is the premier place to drink beer and watch sports in Pittsburgh. So, for example, tomorrow night, the hockey team red hot there in Tampa. They're not in town. Get your buddies together, go over to Mike's, taste the 80 rotating taps of great local beer, and the awesome food options there like wings and steak on a stone. Meet me at Mike's Beer Bar.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
No hot water? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Cloudy with a shower tonight, the low 56.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting to see some very heavy gridlock on 79 as there are 2 accidents, one in the northbound lane right after the 79 interchange off of the Parkway West and heading southbound around the same area. On the voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
And his pitch, swinging a fly ball deep to right. Marte to the warning track, and there it goes. Another home run for O'Neal Cruz. A 2-home run night, and the Pirates say goodnight to the Reds. It's 8-3.
I love when guttural Joe Block pops up.
When he goes like this when he talks. The Pirates are.
Like, that's what it sounds like he wants to do.
He drops a little bass in there.
Oh, shiver me timbers.
And a little bit of a growl into his calls.
We're here to pillage.
Aye, we plundered a win.
What is plundering and pillaging? Are they just synonyms for stealing?
Yeah.
You're just taking stuff
you're
doesn't belong to you.
stealing and ransacking, but with like pirate garb on. Like if a bunch of guys in business suits, for example,
can't
came
pillage?
in they can't plunder.
Just pirates.
Certainly can't pillage.
Yeah. Isn't there a national Talk Like a Pirate Day?
Yes.
When is that?
There's probably 6 of them, because if you haven't noticed, there's like, today's National Puppy Day.
That
and
would
then 3 weeks from now is National Dog Day.
That would be a good shame bet. If I win picks again this year and Donnie finishes in last, and Craig would go along with this. I say he has to do a night show in a pirate voice the entire time on National Pirate Day.
So the day is September 19th every year.
This is Donnie football.
Can you imagine him like the Steelers?
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line.
Can you imagine Donnie, like 2 weeks into the Steelers season, they're 0-2 under McCarthy or something, and people are panicking. Now let me tell you, folks. Don't panic now. Don't give up the ship, mateys.
This show's about you, too. Call in 412.
I'll make you famous or I'll keel haul you. 412-928-9370. Are you ready to talk sports?
All right. Let's do another call here. We got Donnie Kelly to get to as well. Doug is in Denora. Hello, Doug.
Hey, gentlemen, what's going on?
Hey, hello, Doug.
Nice. Hey, Cruz did exactly what he needed to do. You got to understand, Griffin goes down. Cruz comes out the first day. There were a lot of us Pirate fans real happy about that.
Yep.
So I'm glad to see him step up. Second of all, Joe Blockhead sucks, man.
Come on, don't say that about Block.
Dude, 90% of the games I listen to are on the radio, and he's on. And he's horrible.
I completely disagree. I think he's very good at radio.
I'm going to stand here and defend the honor of Joe Block. I think Joe Block, he had, obviously not directly because he didn't replace Lanny because there were guys
big
in between. But big shoes to fill whenever you come from another organization or you're not a Pittsburgher per se. And I think the Paul Skeens call, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man. The Calliopes can be heard from here to Sewickley.
He's interesting.
I'm into it.
He's unique.
He's won me over. I'm not going to stand for Joe Block slander on this show.
He's
Take it someplace else,
also
Doug.
hyper prepared. He's also radio. You really have to paint a picture. I think
I'm a
he does
Joe
a very
Block
good
fan.
job. I think he does a very good job.
I'm not going to hold it against him that he's a fan of the Detroit Lions, which he is.
Michigan State Spartans too, I think.
To a lesser extent. I had dinner with him, and he said that basically his love for college sports has died.
Transfers and such? NIL?
I don't know.
I've shared a craft beer or two with him. He's told some funny Lion stories.
I think he went into why college sports irritate him now, but they were playing Italian music at 100% volume.
When did you have dinner with him?
Down at spring training one year.
Oh, that's right. You go down there for those little junkets.
I did. Didn't get the invite from Greg Brown this year, but that's okay.
Well, I thought you sometimes got invites from other places.
I did.
Oh, wow.
Here is Don Kelly after the Pirates beat up on the Reds 8-3.
DK, how's it feel to get the first series win of the year?
Great. I thought we
Hold
played.
on, what if he just said terrible?
It honestly sucks. It should have been a sweep. We got shut out 2 games ago. This is
I guess
crap.
it's got to be asked, but we know what the answer is going to be.
It's also a ruse on all of us. She's asking DK, and it's actually Dayon giving the answer.
Somebody told me that one little known fact about Dayon is that he's obsessed with the comic book The Green Lantern. And he also likes other comic books, but he's really, really, really a fan of the Green Lantern.
Is he the one with the ring, the Green Lantern? He's got his
I
ring
don't
of
know.
power.
I know he's green.
Oh, that's a shock. Wow.
Well, you're Sherlock Holmes over there with that kind of deductive reasoning.
Wait a minute. We found out yesterday that the guy who played Debo in Friday's real name was Tiny, and he was anything but Tiny.
The old ironic name?
Yeah. So, yeah, you're right. Captain Obvious. He's green. But I really don't know anything else about the Green Lantern besides that.
Green Lantern is the name of this superhero. He's a DC Comics, not Marvel. Fighting evil with the aid of rings.
In DC Comics are looked at as the Fugazi comics,
except for
right?
Batman's their principal property.
How about Superman?
Yeah, Superman sucks.
Why?
I think he's the least interesting superhero of all.
Kryptonite doesn't do anything for you, Lois Lane.
He's basically God, and then they were like, but there's this shiny green rock that can turn him into an absolute herb.
And then his dog gets superpowers, too, if I'm not mistaken. He gets in the mix.
They've spun off so many different Superman things.
And don't forget about Wonder Woman.
Not at all compelling. Wonder Woman, she's DC.
Did Ava Adams play her as well?
Oh, there's something wondrous there.
I can't believe I said that.
I can't.
Why are you smiling about that so much, Don?
Yeah, why are you trying to pass it? Why are you trying to pass this
You're
off
over
on
there
him?
acting like you have no idea what I'm talking about. You know
I did not act like that at all. I immediately knew what you were talking about.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. Don't pretend like you're a married man.
That's why you're trying to pass this off on him. All 3 of us know Miss Adams' work.
I'm not gonna act like I'm some holier than thou guy that doesn't know who she is, or like when Bechtold said he didn't know what Brazzers was.
Oh, God. All right. More from Donnie Kelly. Sorry.
A great series. Bats came alive again today, and Paul did a great job in the bullpen as well. They've swung the bats pretty well, too, to keep them in check.
Was that the way that you expected Paul to just turn things around after opening day?
Yeah, he's such a competitor, and the way he gets after it, he has that unique ability to, even the leadoff walk, and then he dials it right back in and gets back in the zone. It's really impressive.
Donnie, what do you appreciate about Brian Reynolds? He didn't have a Mets series that he probably liked and comes out here and has a really good Cincinnati series.
Yeah, really good series with the power, and even he had another line out today. I know we talked about the one yesterday, but the other line out that looked like it might fall in and carried all the way to the right fielder today. He's swinging the bat great. He's, all these guys are vital to the success. It was cool to see the guys loosen up a little bit. I think O'Hearn's 3-run homer yesterday was maybe the biggest hit. Loosened everything up, got us a little bit of a lead, and everybody relaxed and started doing what they're capable of doing.
First couple games, O'Hearn and Lau were kind of the story offensively, and then today, neither of them ended up playing, and you guys still come through. How good was it to see different guys coming through and seeing that from Reynolds, Cruz, and Gonzalez again?
Yeah, great. We're going to need everybody. And as we go through a long season, being able to get guys down, the beginning of the season, going longer game on opening day, and then 2 back-to-back extra inning games, and then travel to Cincinnati. I think that the team responded really well. And then today to see, O'Hearn and Lau not in there, and other guys step up to carry it. And we had good at-bats, even the at-bats that weren't hits. Ozuna had a big walk to set up Cruz there, and Spencer and Henry getting on, and Nick came up with the big hit late.
Is that what went into pulling Paul after 5?
Paul after 5 was really pitch related. When you're going off of 1 up and 37 pitches, and really we had targeted 80-ish for him. It was something that we need Paul for the long haul, and he did a great job getting through 5. As we go, he's going to be throwing more than 5 and 77.
I thought for sure he was going to get one more inning. I thought he was going to get 6, especially because the first start was so brief. Now, Kelly's saying there that because the first start was so small that, maybe his workload had to be reduced.
because his arm or he wasn't used to it. But he had pitched in the World Baseball Classic, longer starts. So I think that would have been a second guess had they lost. If somebody came in from the bullpen and found a way to screw it up and they didn't, you had Matson. You had, who else do I have on my notes here? Lawrence, Soto, those guys ended up pitching. If one of those guys dropped the baton, so to speak, then I think not trying to get another 3 outs from Skeens would have been a good second guess.
Helps when you get 4 in the top of the ninth, though. Makes that pretty easy.
Yeah, I think it was a good day for them, from a fans who think they know more than the Pirates' perspective. I thought O'Hearn and or Lau should have been in the lineup. You're trying to change your outcomes against division teams. This is a rubber match game. You've got a day off tomorrow, so the rest thing to me really doesn't mean as much, especially this early in the season. Who's tired? They barely played.
No, that's a holdover from the Huntington era that drove people nuts.
Yeah.
Why are guys getting scheduled days of rest 4 games in?
And that was a big Reynolds talking point. I know Brian Reynolds said of Shelton and that regime, can we be like the Braves and play our best 9 guys more, please? And already they're trying to watch guys, it seems like, but it didn't hurt them today. So they are trying to play the marathon game with their best hitters and their best pitcher today, and it didn't hurt them at all.
By the way, to be fair, the Braves suffered a rash of injuries last year.
Yeah,
as well as a rash of injuries to start this year.
Yeah, good point.
To add on the way you did in the 9th inning, that's a big deal, especially in a game like this, in a ballpark like this.
No doubt. Huge at-bats, finding a way to scratch a couple across there before Reynolds' blast. Nick had a great AB driving it to left, and then, Reynolds killed that ball.
Again, noting that it is 6 games in, but have you noticed a difference with O'Neill Cruz against left-handers? He had 1 homer against lefties last year. He's had 1-2 in the last 2 days.
Yeah, he worked so hard this offseason on hitting left-handers, showed it earlier in spring, and then to be able to show the power with it. And yesterday, I thought that first at-bat was really impressive, too. 2 strikes going out there, put in contact and getting a base hit, and then he killed that home run yesterday.
You go back to Pittsburgh for the home opener, and you've got a lineup with some new additions, guys like O'Hearn and Lau, and even Soto, Ozuna. What's it like to anticipate the reception that they're going to get, the excitement that the fans have, that you brought in some big bats and some big names?
Yeah, I'm pumped about it. I hope the fans are, and really looking forward to getting back to Pittsburgh and getting back to PNC. Going through this road trip to play a really good team in the Mets, and we lost the series, played really good games, and then to rebound here after losing the first one and win the series, go back to Pittsburgh 500 on the road, and really looking forward to getting back there, and for our fans to be able to see the new additions, but also the guys coming back as well.
Are you embracing the fun like the guys are in the dugout with the cone, with the welding gear, just bringing that energy back to Pittsburgh too?
Dude, it's great. It is Pittsburgh, and it was their idea of doing it. So I hope the players are embracing it. I hope the fans do. I certainly am having a blast. And cone heads or welder hood, let's keep hitting and winning baseball games.
The producers here from the Fan are already talking about how they should have cones allowed at PNC Park. Fans should be able to bring their own traffic cones.
Oh, my God.
Into the ballpark. And Callis is also trying to...
I believe I should be allowed to wear a welding mask.
He's trying to nose in here and say that he somehow has sparked this nice series win in Cincinnati because he posted video of himself getting lifted up on the dance floor at Donnie's wedding while Sir Mix-a-Lot is playing loudly in the background, as if that's some kind of symbolic rally cry for the Pirates right now.
Okay, stolen valor from him.
That's exactly what it is.
Stolen valor. By the way,
and he's begging people to retweet it and say this is the reason why the Pirates are winning, and Crowley actually did it.
Yeah, that's a little.
Crowley's enabling is what he's doing.
That's a little desperate by him, and Crowley should know better than to go along with that. Cruz had a loud out in this game, too, where he lined one very hard that he just missed. I think he had one that he just missed last night as well, Pony. And those, when he's not hitting and not actually hitting balls over the fence, it feels dumb to bring that up. But I think when he's actually hitting them over the fence and then his outs are even, very noisy and toolsy and oh, God, that's where you just hope, I think, this one time that this is finally the year where you see that pretty much more often than not, and there's not a lull. And the other thing I'll say is, think about how much this fan base has suffered just reacting to what Kelly said and the question about like getting back on track after starting 1-2 and then really starting 1-3. It's only 6 games. If they were 1-5, it wouldn't have been in the end of the world. But it's a lot different for this franchise in a year where they're supposed to be trying to really win than it is for, say, the Dodgers to start 1-5, just because of the immense amount of scar tissue that they would have to overcome mentally.
I do think that does affect the vibe around a home opener when it's not opening day. When the team gets off to a nice start before they come home and play their first game, I do think there's more electricity in the air. If a team gets off to a wretched start like the Red Sox right now, their fans want to jump off bridges, and they haven't played at Fenway yet. Fenway, I think, will actually, as crazy as this sounds, will be kind of tense for the first game.
Some boo birds out?
Yes. I'm sure if the Phillies started on the road and sucked and they came home, their fans would want to, like, blow wet farts in their face because that's how they are. What
kind of...
Is it wrong?
Blow wet farts in their face.
Yes.
Shart on them, basically.
Are you allowed to say that?
I've never heard that you can't. I mean, Don, don't dump that. I think it's not...
Donnie, you think that's allowed? You're going to allow it Mills Lane?
It's a portmanteau of, like, one dirty word and one completely normal word.
I probably should have followed the rule of thumb and...
You say fugazi all the time.
That has nothing to do with it. Just because the first 2 letters are the same as a swear word, it's bad.
Well, same thing with
mine. I can't say Fuddruckers on the air now? Can't say that. Should we dump that? A restaurant that's no longer...
Fudge? Like the Uranus Fudge factory that we passed in Indiana?
And we got people telling us we should have definitely made a stop there.
We had to stop there. We had to find a way to stop at the Uranus Fudge factory.
I'm not a fudge guy.
I am.
Fudge has never done
I think it's delicious. I think it's delicious, man.
I like fudgesicles.
Then you like fudge-adjacent products.
I like chocolate. I don't like fudge chocolate.
Man, I think fudge is better than chocolate. That's the whole point. Like, it's more rich and decadent than regular ass. It's not.
I don't need it to be more rich or decadent.
What's the old Chappelle show? It's not fudge. It's just regular ass chocolate.
Here's Doug in the South Hills. Hello, Doug.
Ahoy, mateys.
Hi,
How
Doug.
are we feeling?
We're good, man.
Hey, before I get into my question, for the guy that said Joe Block isn't good at his job, he doesn't understand the revival of bald guys in Pittsburgh. I mean, look at Muse, look at Muller. There was a guy, I was watching the Pirates game on Monday.
How about Nick Bonino? He's on Muse's staff. He's bald as hell.
Lau is bald. That's right, Brandon Lau.
Lau took off his helmet, and I almost had a heart attack. I was not expecting him to be bald. Anyway.
Are you saying this is a fellow bald man?
No, I have full head of hair. Sorry.
Unbelievable.
That made it even better.
Unbelievable.
My question is, obviously, Cruz is no good in the outfield. Does the signing of Ozuna, or I can't remember, did we sign him or did we trade him?
Signed Ozuna. Signed Ozuna.
The bringing in of Ozuna, does that, like, heighten and display the incompetence of the Pirates organization? Because if we would just put Cruz at DH, then we wouldn't be talking about this. We wouldn't have anything to talk about. And then you put someone else in center field.
I think you have to.
Thanks, Doug.
I think, Doug, you have to try and get like just average center field play out of Cruz. Like if he just turns into a guy who's not a liability out there, who doesn't make the boneheaded plays.
The arm is too good to waste.
Catches the ball. It's more of a corner outfielder's arm, honestly.
I agree.
Catches the balls, though, that are in front of him, uses his athletic ability in a way that's productive. He's just so much more valuable than if he's sitting there taking 4 hacks a game, and that's all he does. And then if Ozuna hits, then you get the best of both worlds. So I don't think it's incompetence. I think it's like a logical thing to try to make it work in center with him.
Here is Joe in McMurray. Hello, Joe.
Hello, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm a Joe Block fan myself. I'm old enough to remember.
I like that blockheads are coming out of the woodwork here to support Joe after that slanderous attack from a caller.
Absolutely. I'm old enough to remember Bob Prince, and no one will ever replace him. But
How about
Joe
Milo
Block
Hamilton? Did you like him?
I liked Milo Hamilton, but Joe Block's better.
How about Tim Neverett?
He he couldn't have been that good. I don't remember him all that well.
Wow.
Didn't he go on to do the job for the Red Sox and the Dodgers?
Yeah, he's the Dodgers radio play-by-play guy now, I think. But
Tim Everett did struggle with one thing here. He did the press box at PNC Park where he called games
very high up.
Very high and very hard to gauge the ball. And TNDP would strike all the time. Tim Everett's depth perception. Anyway, as you were saying, caller.
So anyway, to O'Neal Cruz, I've supported him all along. It can be very frustrating, obviously, with him, but sometimes it takes some fruit way longer to ripen than others. If you look at the skill set he has with his speed and his arm and his reach, if he can do in the outfield over the next year what he so far has done with left-handed pitching at the plate, he could be tremendous out there.
He does not have to. I want to stress this. And by the way, I also think another thing. Cruz should have caught the ball in yesterday's game, but that's Reynolds' fault.
Yes.
You and I agree on that. I think people need to hear that again. So he's made one game where he's had really bad plays out there.
They gave Reynolds the ear, by the way.
And they should have. But I think, would you agree, in court of public opinion, most people immediately went to Cruz?
Yeah, because Cruz has made a lot of boneheaded plays.
Yes, and he's the flashpoint guy out there. Reynolds sometimes doesn't get to a ball because he's not that fleet of foot. I need to stress this because I don't want people to put out the expectation, well, maybe he'll turn into Andrew Jones out there. All he needs to be, even though he's a great athlete, all he needs to be in center field is an average defender. And if he hits, that'll be more than plenty. If he hits 30-plus home runs, if he has a 30-30 season, and he is an average defensive center fielder, he will be an extraordinarily valuable player for the Pirates.
I agree with that.
That's it. Because I think people try to paint onto him this idea that he's such a good athlete, he'll be great out there. We've at least seen proof of concept at the plate, what he can do when he's locked in. He annihilates baseballs. We have no real proof that in the field he can be like this superlative player.
You've called in to win Jason Aldean tickets. If you struck out today, tomorrow you can go to a ticket pickup to see Jason Aldean with John Morgan and Shane Profit, Rivers Casino, the night before the draft. Tomorrow from 6 to 7 at Sensi's Pizzeria and Bar. That's up in Cranberry. Sensi's Pizzeria and Bar. This segment was brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar. Fan Beer of the Month is Cinderland's Raise It IPA. Sale proceeds benefit Partners for Quality. Follow us on Twitter and watch us there. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Okay. If you're just flipping over from listening to the Pirates flagship postgame, Donnie has his biggest football topic of the day in the Donnie Football Debrief. Then after that, we will break down the big Connor Griffin news. One of baseball's biggest insiders has scoopage on his contract negotiations, and we will talk about that coming up as well. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
An 8-3 win for the Pirates in Cincy this afternoon. Another day of O'Neal Cruz and Brian Reynolds hitting home runs in the victory. Paul Skeens picking up his first win of 2026. Buccos and Orioles Friday, 4/12, the home opener for Pittsburgh. We will have it for you right here on 93.7 The Fan, the North Shore Tavern leadoff show starting right around 3 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're excited that the draft is here in our backyard now.
We couldn't be more excited about the draft coming to Pittsburgh, but there's excitement about the draft on every front, and we're looking at what's bringing the green, brought to you by True Green. The Immaculate Collection efforts raised nearly $1 million for cleanup efforts around the city. That's Bringing the Green, brought to you by True Green, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
And you thought today would just be another day on the job. But then you heard these words. Your new floor and decor is coming soon to Bethel Park. Pros have never had a partner like this. We're getting ready with job lot quantities of tile, wood, and stone in stock, and a dedicated pro team to get you in, out, and back on the job. Get ready. Your new floor and decor is on its way. Don't miss our grand opening coming soon to Bethel Park.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. I just got married, and I had this moment when I picked up my suit about a month ago. I'm standing there thinking, this is pretty wild, because I could have worn this same suit a couple of years ago. Seriously, that's what hits me most about Awaken 180. Not just that I lost the weight, it's that I never put it back on. Not a pound. In fact, I've lost a couple of more. So when the wedding came around, I wasn't scrambling. I wasn't trying to crash into shape. I wasn't looking for some last-second miracle. I already had it handled. Awaken 180 helped me lose the weight, feel good while I was doing it, and actually keep it off. No meds, no starting over, no panic, because a big day is coming up. I got to go into my wedding feeling good, comfortable, confident, and just enjoy it. And honestly, that's what people want. Not just to lose it, to know that it's gone and that it stays away. That's why Awaken 180 worked for me. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hear that? That's the sound of a car rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. The sound of another savvy driver getting an oil change from trained pros. The sound of not having to leave your car while we quickly change your oil. At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, there's no hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Here at 93.7 The Fan, we know a thing or two about winning an award, so I've got to congratulate my friends at Precision Pointing for winning the Best of the Best award from the Trib as the top masonry company in the region. I've known this for a while and have been telling you as much, but now everyone knows. So as you get on your spring to-do list with tax rebate season right around the corner, get to the long-delayed masonry projects on your home. The schedule, it's filling up fast. Chimneys, retaining walls, brick pointing, they do it all at Precision Pointing. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
That music means it's time for Donnie's biggest football topic of the day. Our resident football guy, Donnie Football, will host tonight from 6 to 10:35. Before we get to his biggest football topic of the day in the debrief, it is a chance for me to tell you, you can listen to Pop and Joe every Wednesday, like today, to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week, Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Shouldn't it be changed to Pop and Joe's Card of the Week?
What does it say right now?
Starkey's Card of the Week. Why is it just his? Is like Joe more of a card enthusiast than anybody else on the show?
Yeah, I think that's more of like geared towards what they know he's like a collector.
He is?
Well, I think they know he has told stories of being one in his earlier years. Like, I think that's sort of where that came from.
Doesn't that apply to every person on the fan? Didn't we all at some point in our life collect cards?
I wasn't religious about it. I more make jokes that, and if you have a good memory, you know, every pack of cards I got had the same annoying ass, very average major league player in it.
Bip Roberts?
I got more Bip Roberts cards than anyone known to man.
Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon, 937thefan.com contesting page.
DPJ, is it because Starkey is full-time? From the top rope!
Good point. He is here when he's not sick, 5 days a week. The cards this week are Mantha, Chinikoff, and Tyler Kennedy.
I think they're going to throw an O'Neal Cruz in there.
They are?
That's my guess.
Oh, I don't know. I'm telling you that's
I thought you were declaratively saying it like as a prediction.
Tyler Kennedy is in there with Chinikoff and Anthony Mantha.
Is it a TK rookie?
I don't know.
Boys.
Because we know after 09 for TK,
it was all
went
downhill.
All right, Don, what do you got for us here in the debrief?
The debrief, April 1, 2026. A few pieces of NFL content news. Hans Schroeder announcing to the NFL at the owners' meetings that they will no longer have the Monday Night Football doubleheaders.
I met Hans Schroeder.
That they have experienced.
Who's Hans Schroeder?
With.
Hans Schroeder is like
bad guy in Die Hard
right-hand man, and it's funny that his name is Hans Schroeder. And Han is a big sports talk radio fan.
Okay.
And at least pretended like he kind of knew who I
was.
Who
you were. You filled in for Jim Rome before.
At the Super Bowl.
He knew exactly who you were. You moved the needle.
Hans Schroeder. Yeah. So no more doubleheaders Monday Night Football. That was stupid. And remember we'd have to go to Craig. Okay, which Monday Night Football game are we going to air? Because there would be...
And then sometimes it would even be messed up and not even on Craig's doing. It was like Westwood told us one game, they gave us another.
Yeah, and
they had like the wrong coding.
Yeah, like we wouldn't get an AFC North game. The Bengals would be playing in Monday Night Football, and they'd give us Titans and Jags instead or something stupid like that.
So those extra games will be placed, obviously, somewhere else on the schedule, and that Thanksgiving Eve game is still looming. That feels like it's going to be a foregone conclusion that it happens because it gets brought up, I feel, anytime the schedule gets brought up, so just expect that game on a Wednesday night.
How many games do you feel like the Steelers have in terms of who their opponents are in 2026, where you would say, all right, this game has the chance to be a game that gets put into one of these special NFL windows? The matchup is so good. This is a game the NFL wants to put the Steelers in. I would say any Steelers-Ravens game.
Yeah, that always feels like it could apply.
It's got the juice.
How about Steelers-Broncos?
I think there's a shot at that, given the Broncos' rise.
The Broncos are really good, and the Steelers have a big fan base, so I think that's absolutely a potential.
How about Steelers in New England and in Philly next season?
I think those are two good ones, too. So I think those are the four.
I think those are the best ones.
Now, you're asking specifically like the holiday-type games.
Yeah, like any like big standalone holiday special NFL broadcast where they really want to drive eyeballs to a matchup.
You can actually do a very easy process of elimination. Eliminate the Browns twice. I'd say eliminate the Bengals, even though if they were good and the Steelers are good, that's a pretty juicy matchup. But let's say eliminate them. Falcons, absolutely not. Panthers, no way. Texans, no. Colts, no. Saints, are you kidding me? Tennessee, same thing as the Saints. Tampa Bay, no juice there. And Jacksonville, no juice, because that's a road game, and that's not going to be a raucous environment, even if the Jags are good.
Great choices for nasty boy trips in 2026 if the schedule aligns for you and your guys.
The Saints, oh my God.
New Orleans, Nashville, Jacksonville, and Tampa. You got 4 heavy hitters.
You'd have a hangover situation with Smelty, with America's Sweetheart, if you end up in New Orleans.
How about Nashville? They ain't no
he'd be at Pat O'Brien's drinking a Hurricane. You'd find him like slumped over somewhere.
Yeah,
Nashville, yes.
It's an elite list of potential road trips there. I mean, we're still, a month and a half away before
schedule
any
comes
indication.
out. Philadelphia is not a warm weather city, obviously, but it is a fun place to go around.
I tailgated with Ron Jaworski there for a game.
Old City in Philadelphia is very cool. Like, it's just a cool place. Now, of all those places, it is by far the likeliest place where opposing fans would see you in Steelers garb and be like, we are legitimately going to kick your ass.
Hey, did you know, by the way, if I should have pointed this out earlier, there's a wealthy man who...
Hans Schroeder?
Hans Schroeder. Wealthy man just makes it sound weird. I don't know why I put it that way. There's somebody with deeper pockets who was interested in, and I'll tell you who this is maybe off the air. I got to figure out if I'm allowed to disclose the identity of this person, who wants to do a big PM team road trip.
Okay.
But that person has to be included.
So he just
they want to go.
He finances it, but he's part of the gang.
Yeah, if he's the man with the pockets, then I have no issue.
I mean, the guy can do the show for me if he wants to.
And he said, maybe something big, and he even threw out like the Masters. And I'm like, okay. I
thought you had to win like a lottery.
Yeah, you
to
do.
Go there.
Yeah, I think this person was like maybe
blowing a bit of smoke about that one.
Right. But they wouldn't even let us broadcast from down there. They're so strict about it.
We'd be at a Waffle House parking lot.
Yeah, we would be treated by what's-his-name, who's no longer allowed on the grounds at Augusta.
Who was that, Malsey? Who was the broadcaster that got thrown off?
Oh, Gary McCord said the greens are so fast they'd been bikini waxed, and they said, you're done, man. You're done.
Well, Sean McDonough got banned there, too. He said he didn't say patrons. He said the fans are running or something like that. And they're like, whoa, you can't say fans.
And you're not allowed to run there. They'll kick you off for running. But yeah, they're big about the patrons. Here's another one. Did you know that they don't want you to call it the back nine? It's the second nine specifically.
I would be so nervous about getting the terminology wrong that I would screw up and I would get banned.
I'm not fit for a Masters.
So I'll tell you this.
Visit, that's for sure.
There's a golf podcast.
Even with the cheap food?
Yeah, the cheap food you'd like. Donnie, there's a golf podcast I really listen to, and they got like very special permission last year to go in with I think old school microphone setups and actually record natural sound, like talk to people and stuff. They actually got approval from Augusta. Their one thing was we met they call them the Green Jackets. It's all the members. They go out on the grounds and they actually help direct people around. He said they're strict about their rules, but he said surprisingly very nice about it. Unless you go there and you're trying to cause a scene, they will try to help you not cause a scene. He said they were very actually helpful, all the people involved with this. So,
I just read something that said that McAfee's asked to broadcast from there and they won't let him do it.
I cannot imagine, no offense to Pat, I mean this, but personality-wise, style-wise, I cannot imagine a worse match.
Masters.
Can you imagine which guy on the Boston Connor with one of those wolf shirts?
See, I'd love that.
It would be hilarious to see.
See, that's why Dottie couldn't get in there, because you do your Fetterman special and they throw you right out.
They do have some.
Your Fetterman
They got
special.
some funny
I would
old
call
rules
people
there.
fans. Something normal.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, no.
I've often wondered, because they have infinite reach and resources. I've criticized the Masters in the past, or Augusta National in the past. I've said it still isn't, it's behind the U.S. Open for sure and behind the Open Championship for me. I've always wondered, what if somebody who knew one of the members there, let them know, hey, take this name and blacklist it